Upon awakening from a slumber, Duchun found himself transported into a realm where a Naruto mobile game reigned supreme. Out of a global population of 8 billion, 1.8 billion were deeply engrossed in this Naruto mobile game, and Duchun was no exception. The original occupant of his body had left him nothing but a modest chicken stall and a comprehensive Naruto ninja account. The following day, while setting up his stall, Duchun ingeniously combined the act of selling with Naruto duels. Win, and the boss will gift you 1 jin. Lose, and you must buy 2 jin. From that moment onward, his stall's business flourished uncontrollably, though his flawless and unyielding tactics sparked considerable debate. It was only when someone captured a photograph of the indisputable champion, the Wind God, purchasing 2 jin of chicken racks, that, thus, the story begins. Upon awakening from a slumber, Duchun found himself transported into a realm where a Naruto mobile game reigned supreme. Out of a global population of 8 billion, 1.8 billion were deeply engrossed in this Naruto mobile game, and Duchun was no exception. The original occupant of his body had left him nothing but a modest chicken stall and a comprehensive Naruto ninja account. Duchun immediately accessed the largest live streaming platform on the internet to gauge the Naruto skill level in this world. Frozen snow, Obito, flawlessly blurring to shatter the opponent's defense. Revived water, endlessly flickering as he toyed with his adversaries like dogs. Lightning gale, steady yet brilliant, showcasing the charm of skilled maneuvers. The more Duchun watched, the more something felt amiss. Edo, Tensei, Minato, with dual skills on a 10-second cooldown and instantaneous swapping without added cooldown. Ninja, War, Obito, executing a 5-scan 5-jump Kamui within 10 seconds. Hawk Squad, Sasuke, dodging skills with the invincible frames of Chidori Blade and initiating combo attacks. No way, man. Duchun initially thought these were ancient footage, yet he witnessed the pinnacle Hawk Sasuke's 2 Chidori blades piercing through 10 tails Jinchuriki, Obito. Moreover, this was happening live. Skeptical, he continued browsing several more streams, encountering the same Edo Tensei Minato with instant swapping and 0 cooldown. The same 10-second cooldown Ninja War Obito. He even saw a fully charged triple-gauge dual-skill Minato and a quadruple-gauge dual-skill Ninetales Naruto at the start of matches. Duchun reached a staggering conclusion. In other words, all the ninjas in this world are at their peak. After watching over an hour of live streams, Duchun realized that the popular ninjas here were all skill-intensive. Operator Subito, Minato, Shisui, Sasuke, flashy, evasive ninjas earned high praise. The ninjas he was most familiar with, the third Hokage, Tobi, even the King of Hell and battle-hardened Itachi, were all at their peak, yet neglected. Even Jiraiya, the proprietor of the Peace Hotel, was labeled the most cumbersome ninja. Duchun drew another conclusion. Players in this world all chase after the ultimate operator ninjas. Those straightforward, powerful stat-based ninjas are utterly forgotten in the gutters. Sensing something unusual, Duchun swiftly launched the Naruto game and entered a match. Without changing his lineup, he started with Dead Water, followed by Battle-Hardened Water, and finally New Water as a backup. Although his proficiency with the Minato lineup was average, as a seasoned player who consistently maintained a high win rate each season, reaching 3,000 points, or at least 2,900 points, he quickly ascended 3 ranks and won. Next, Duchun entered ranked matches. It was the beginning of the month. Starting from Jonen, first rank, his lineup was locked to Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara, Divine Steed Yusho, and Kakuzu, Edo Tensei. After a streak of victories, he swiftly ascended to the Anbu ranks without any pressure. Recalling the flood of gifts showered upon the streamers he had watched earlier, Duchun couldn't help but fantasize. Streaming in this world was genuinely lucrative. He promptly exported the replays of his best matches, edited them slightly, and uploaded them to the Note platform. Then, he linked his information and started streaming. It was evening, supposedly peak streaming hours, yet Duchun's broadcast stirred no waves. 2 hours passed. His rank surged from Anbu to Chunin, 2,400, but his stream maintained a mere 3 viewers. One viewer, who watched the longest, bluntly commented disgusting before leaving the stream. Duchun was dumbfounded. Could it be that I'm not playing well enough? Reaching Chunin rank early in the season was no easy feat. Even at 3,000 points, he felt palpable pressure. Yet he dismantled those pressures with Madara's exquisite maneuvers and techniques. What a splendid stream. 2 hours passed, but the dual clips he posted garnered pitifully few views, no comments whatsoever. This left Duchun utterly perplexed. On one hand, Naruto thrived here. Videos amassed tens of millions of likes, and live streams could rake in millions in tips. On the other, new streamers were doomed from the start, watching both his videos and streams flop. Du-chun grew disheartened and decided to call it a night. He awoke again at past 3 o'clock in the morning. After switching off his alarm, the delivery man arrived promptly. They signed for the goods, settled the balance, and processed the chicken merchandise. By the time all was done, it was already 5:30 in the morning. The morning market opened at 6. Du-chun arrived just on time. The uncle selling fish at the neighboring stall had already come early. As dawn broke, a few scattered customers were already bargaining. Du-chun felt bored. By 8 o'clock, only a few ants had come to inquire about prices. After failing to negotiate, they left. The fish vendor uncle, unusually relaxed, grinned and said, "Selling stuff needs skill. You've only listed prices, no one will come." Du-chun's interest was piqued. "So you're saying Therese some trick to this?" The fish vendor, seasoned and worldly wise, pointed to 2 signs before his stall. "You need a gimmick." The left sign read, "Grandma walks 5 kilometers daily to buy fresh fish." The right sign proclaimed, "Last 10 fish sold out. Closing shop." Du-chun chuckled, realizing his own sign only displayed prices. No wonder he attracted no customers. Suddenly inspired, he wrote on his sign, "Naruto duel win, get 1 jin free, lose buy 2 jin." This eye-catching placard hung prominently in the center. Yet, Du-chun felt it insufficient and recorded a short video to post on the note platform. The video script matched the sign's content, with location tagged. Du-chun's swift execution startled the fish vendor uncle. "You can't do that," the uncle exclaimed. "What if you lose? Aren't you giving it away for free?" The uncle played Naruto casually, but was not addicted, just a leisure pastime. He knew how many experts the game had to him. Du-chun's gimmick was tantamount to giving away goods. If it were him, even giving away 1 jin of fish would be too much. It wouldn't cover his losses. Coincidentally, the uncle's outburst drew the attention of several nearby stalls. It was winter break. 2 Clearade University students caught sight of the stall. They were reluctantly deputized by their families to buy groceries and earn a little pocket money. Grocery shopping was not their forte, but Naruto was familiar territory. 2 jin of chicken was not prohibitively expensive, and it was food no loss in buying it. It was far better value than spending money on gacha pulls. Most importantly, their families wouldn't scold them and might even reimburse them. With that in mind, the 2 university students made their way to Du-chun's stall, confident in their own skills. Looking at Du-chun, who was about their age, one asked, "Boss, is your Naruto duel challenge for real?" Du-chun replied, "Guaranteed." The other smiled, "If we win, you won't back out, right?" Du-chun affirmed, "Absolutely not." Receiving the confirmation, the 2 bright-eyed students exchanged dark glances, understanding each other's thoughts. "Watch me play Golden Naruto to crush him. My Akatsuki snake is already famished." Before the duel commenced, Du-chun glanced around, observing the crowd gathering to watch. He silently acknowledged the fish vendor uncle's words were true. A good gimmick truly attracted attention. Meanwhile, the fish vendor uncle stood bewildered in the wind, lamenting, "This isn't what I meant at all." He was acutely aware that he had prepared for the worst-case scenario. If Du-chun were to finish off the chicken and then come looking for trouble, he would have to distance himself entirely. Yet no one cared about his thoughts, for all eyes were riveted on the showdown over those 2 pounds of chicken. The university student playing as Kinming stepped forward first. At the very moment he locked onto Kinming, a pang of guilt stirred within him, fearing that Du-chun might lose all the chicken. It was not out of overconfidence in his own abilities, but rather the inherent kindness and simplicity of the student body, who instinctively considered things from others' perspectives. Little did he know, Du-chun harbored similar feelings of remorse. Since this was the inaugural battle, Du-chun dared not be reckless, and simply selected the lineup he had the most confidence in. Uchiha Madara Edo Tensei, Release Secret Scroll. Release Technique Scatter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Edo Tensei, Secret Scroll. Sealing Technique Forlums, Heavy Seal. Uchiha Madara White Mask, Secret Scroll. Ninja body technique counter. The opening move with the released Madara showcased a relentless, ferocious suppression, while the second positions, Edo Tensei 3rd Hokage expertly managed the low-health rhythm buff, were masterpieces. As a fallback, the white mask was ready. After waiting for the opponent to lock in their lineup, the game commenced. Naruto Uzumaki, Ninetales, Chakra Mode, Secret Scroll, Release, Technique Scatter. Uchiha Obito, Great Ninja War, Secret Scroll, Lightning, Release Lightning Strike. Mei Terumi, Hidden Rivers and Lakes, Secret Scroll. Forbidden Technique Iron, Healing and Damage. Upon seeing the opposing lineup, Duchun chuckled softly. Meanwhile, the university student with clear eyes wore an expression of utter disbelief. His look seemed to convey to his companions, could someone really bring such a lineup? The crowd buzzed with murmurs, largely skeptical of Duchun's choices. Released, Madara. Isn't that ninja just a roadside character? Edo Tensei 3rd Hokage, such a clumsy ninja, dare to bring him out. Not to mention, Kimming alone can embarrass him thoroughly. Heh, only the white mask looks decent. But Mei Terumi from Hidden Rivers and Lakes has much higher operational potential. As a backup, seeing Duchun unveil such a lineup, many were already eager to challenge. Aside from the onlookers, those wishing to challenge had already lined up in an orderly fashion, imagining the praise they would receive upon taking home a free pound of chicken drumsticks. Who says games cannot be sustenance? This was sustenance, indeed. As everyone's thoughts diverged, the match began. Released, Madara versus Kinming, a 3-7 probability. 3 seconds to start, 7 seconds to shatter. Duchun opened with a wood dragon, pressing the field. Madara's skill set was not overly intricate. Strategic plays were simply too cumbersome. A towering wood dragon soared upward, unprepared. Kimming swiftly evaded to a lower position, using the second skill, Tailed Beast, Flash Bomb. Seeing this, Duchun leapt off the wood dragon early, crashing it down upon Kinming's head. What defines the gold standard of relentless pursuit across the field? The few spectators in front were deeply disappointed, had not witnessed the much anticipated spectacle of a skillful ninja toying with a turret ninja. Immediately, Kinming used a substitution to cast Scatter and gained the initiative. Duchun countered by substituting and unleashed a burst of fire that cut off Kimming's retreat. Yet, the pure-hearted Kinming did not flee with the flash bomb. Instead, he attempted a counterattack through summoning. When Duchun saw the summoned Kamaitachi, he broke into laughter on the spot. He expended an ultimate point to activate Susanoo and stepped out of the Kamaitachi's range, while Kimming remained within the burning range of the Great Fire Annihilation. As the Kamaitachi's duration neared its end, Duchun added Wind Release. He sneered slightly. This overpowered Kamaitachi nearly consumed his Great Fire Annihilation. This inferno, longer than life itself, bewildered the opponent on the spot. The strange looks from the surrounding crowd puzzled Duchun, who perceived them as humiliation. Kinming, determined to prove his skill, tried hard. When the second substitution came down, his health had already fallen below the 50% threshold. This time, he was wiser, starting with a basic attack, then a second, pulling back to create distance before unleashing the aerial Rasengan. Initiating from afar prevented Duchun from substituting casually. However, Duchun scorned this clumsy maneuver. Such crude tactics might suffice against other ninjas, but against Madara, not a chance. As the Rasengan finished, Kimming was launched into the air by a chain of basic attacks. Duchun substituted and activated the secret scroll simultaneously. His substitution landed behind Kimming, followed by Scatter. There was no counter, except for fading. Kimming's Tailed Beast Flash Bomb failed to deploy and was controlled in place. Meanwhile, Madara summoned the Wood Dragon again, and, upon landing, unleashed a fiery wind combo to continue inflicting damage. At this moment, the crowd was utterly baffled. This was not right. Wasn't it supposed to be the skillful ninja overwhelming the field-controlling one? What was going on? Among the throng, MacArthur remarked, "Kinning picked wrong here. If head switched to Obito with the mask, it would have been a whole different story." The crowd nodded in agreement. Against such a field-controlling turret ninja, Obito, with the mask, the representative skillful ninja, held undeniable advantage. Conveniently, Duchun's opponent's second position was Obito, with the mask. Duchun remained unfazed. Peak released Madara. Even peak Obito might not be effective. As Kinming's substitution cooldown neared completion, Duchun timed a Wood Dragon strike perfectly. After the Wood Dragon struck Kimming, he unleashed his ultimate, consuming 2 energy orbs to summon Susanoo in the air. Kiming's substitution was ready, yet he found himself caught between substituting or not. Due to insufficient intel on this ninja, he opted to substitute immediately. Then the opponent struck midfield Susanoo, unleashed a full-screen slash, instantly cutting down Kiming, trapped in the corner. Given the strength of this match, Du-chun was far from satisfied, yet glancing at the expectant gazes of the crowd, Du-chun understood precisely what they wanted to see. So at the start of the second round, he delivered a grand gesture. The opening skill exchanges were chaotic, granting Obito perfect fading, allowing him to seize the initiative, attempting a counterattack upon substitution. But unexpectedly, the opponent responded with a counter-summoning. After a brief hesitation, Du-chun slammed down Panda for a continued combo. At this moment, Obito's skill cooldown reset, and Du-chun, now more serious, used a burst of fire behind the board edge to seal off Obito's opening moves, though Obito still managed to trigger perfect fading. This time, Du-chun had a plan. He pressed forward with wind release to control the field, and then continued pressure with the wood dragon. Obito's 3-bar energy and fading were rendered useless. Instead, the wood dragon's deliberate downward strike allowed Madara to seize the initiative again. This very round, belonged to field control, prevailing over skillful play. Unless Sage Mode, Obito appeared. Obito's skill set alone was only effective when perfect fading was triggered. Du-chun refrained from going all out. After these 2 rounds, he had gauged the opponent's general strength barely above shadow rank. Confident in his own prowess, Du-chun planned to eliminate Edo Tensei 3rd Hokage, along with the Obito. Thus, in the 3rd round, Du-chun proceeded cautiously, wary that a burst of fire from Edo Tensei 3rd Hokage might prematurely end Obito's run. Fortunately, his timing was sound. After depleting 1 summoning from the opponent, Edo Tensei 3rd Hokage fulfilled his role and retired honorably. As the challenger's situation grew clearer, the surrounding crowd's interest intensified. Those who had lined up early for their turn felt emboldened. Du-chun chuckled softly. Next up was the White Mask. Du-chun's Hakumen bore no extravagant tricks. He relied solely on the 10-second wide area pull of Flame Fan Blazing Fire and the enhanced Kamui's offhand grab trait to defeat his opponents. Until the very end, Du-chun's Hakumen was left with less than half of his health. His in-match maneuvers were nowhere near as dazzling as those of his challenger, Kamui Obito, yet Du-chun's approach was steadfastly plain and unadorned. After the opposing side reluctantly purchased 2 jin of chicken drumsticks, Du-chun prepared to face the next challenger. This new contender was a companion of the university student who had just competed. His opening Akatsuki snake fought fiercely, employing many obscure techniques with remarkable precision. Du-chun's lineup mirrored his previous one, emphasizing simplicity and singularity. For minutes later, gazing at the Hakumen reduced to a sliver of health, the challenger's eyes were filled with regret. He longed desperately for that piece of chicken wing, but alas, the free chicken was no longer attainable, leaving him no choice but to pay for 2 jin. The battles continued until 9 o'clock in the morning, when Du-chun, after narrowly defeating another opponent, realized that all the chicken goods at his stall had long been sold out. He could only sigh inwardly at the misfortune and began to pack up. By then, the queue had dissipated, leaving only a few leisurely onlookers, each clutching 2 jin of chicken parts from various cuts. As Du-chun was about to leave, the university student who had first challenged him smiled and asked, "Boss, when will you come again next time?" Du-chun paused mid-step, pondered briefly, then replied, "In the evening. I'll set up my stall at the night market tonight." The morning market and the night market were less than 200 meters apart. At this hour, the street of the night market was lined with breakfast stalls. As Du-chun rode away on his small cart, the gathered spectators soon dispersed. Back at home, Du-chun first took a short nap, awakening around 2 o'clock in the afternoon to handle the leftover scraps. The chicken parts he had in tea brought to the morning market were mainly the carcasses, but after frying, they had quite a pleasant flavor. After preparing each chicken frame, by 4:30, it was almost time to load up the small truck and head to the night market to set up his stall. At leisure, Du-chun logged onto the Info platform and was immediately greeted by a string of red notifications. Exploded. The video blew up. A casually posted one-on-one duel video from that morning had already amassed over 400,000 views. Such a view count was not extraordinary, and even the like rate was below 8%, but the number of comments was outrageously high, 310,000 likes, yet 6,000 comments. The data for bookmarks and shares was also considerable. Scanning the comments, Du-chun noticed that the highest liked comment nearly rivaled his video's own likes. User 183266612. With this lineup, the boss is basically cleared out, covering face laughing and crying. Okay? Du-chun examined the lineup. Ninja War Obito, Wanderer Obito, and Red Knight Obito. These three Obitos were almost universally recognized as powerhouses. He chuckled quietly and replied beneath the highly praised comment. What else is there to say? The shop is yours then? Covering face laughing and crying. Okay? Flipping through more comments, the top ones mostly showcased lineups, with the most frequently appearing ninja being those Obitos and Minato. Then a user named Mifune Terminal Illness Bro posted a game screenshot. In the image, Mountain Pepper Fish Hanzo was the starter, Youth Mifune occupied the second slot, and Old Mifune guaranteed the rear. This comment drew laughter in its replies. Everyone S here to stock up at the boss S. How many Jean are you buying? Du Chun smiled knowingly and continued browsing other comments. Yet the highly liked comments remained few, while most other comments were casual banter from friends. Just as Du Chun was about to browse other videos, a comment with few likes but numerous replies caught his eye. Neza King, nationwide flyable, this boss is quite skilled. Angrily bought 4 Jean. No complaints. Image. The image showed a shopping bag filled with chicken goods. Du Chun immediately recognized the familiar plastic bag. It was indeed the customer who had come to challenge that morning. Replies beneath the comment mostly inquired, what lineup does the boss use? What rank and score does he have? However, when this customer revealed that Du Chun's lineup consisted of several clumsy cannon fodder ninja, a wave of ridicule from netizens unsurprisingly followed. Du Chun laughed aloud and spontaneously posted a new video. No images, just plain text. Brothers, you're too strong. I got beaten so badly there's not a feather left on me. Crying, crying, crying. After posting, Du Chun watched as 101 new followers appeared in the back end. He then logged out of the Info platform, tidied up, and felt he could open his stall earlier today. Since the stall management fee was paid monthly on schedule, there was no need to arrive early to secure a spot. For most stall owners, arriving early was less important than arriving wisely. Too early meant idling by the oil pot drinking the wind. Du Chun was unbothered. From this morning's experience, posting a video and putting up a signboard would likely draw challengers soon enough. Confident in this plan, he arrived at the night market before 5 o'clock to set up his stall in advance. Half the street was empty except for his single stall, which stood out prominently. However, the passing traffic was mostly vehicles, and there was little foot traffic as expected. Du Chun hung the already prepared signboard beneath the price list in a conspicuous spot, the content identical to what he had written in the morning. He then took a photo, paired it with text, and posted it on the Info platform, waiting for the video to ferment. At that moment, an elderly woman with a basket of wild vegetables set up beside Du Chun's stall and began hawking her wares. This lane was within the night market's planning district, where stall management fees were required. Naturally, the old lady had never paid any fee. She was simply seizing the moment while other stall owners were absent to sell her homegrown wild greens. As the saying goes, at 70, one follows one's heart. Even if city management came, they would have no recourse against an old lady. Du Chun did not press the issue. The old woman was talkative, and Du Chun happily engaged in conversation. After 3 or 4 minutes, a young man wearing a duckbill cap and dressed entirely in black passed by. The old woman exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's Little Fong." The young man, called Little Fong, smiled and greeted her. Aunt Wong, acknowledging her warmly. Little Fong's attention, however, was fixed intently on Du Chun. His gaze so piercing that Du Chun felt uneasy. Just as Du Chun was about to clarify that he only dealt in chicken goods, not duck, Little Fong spoke first. You don't recognize me? The strange question startled Du Chun. Why would I know you? He hesitated a moment, hoping to keep his first customer that afternoon, then uttered uncertainly, hello? Seeing Du Chun's confused expression, Little Fong did not press further, but instead pointed at the most prominent signboard on Du Chun's stall. The Hokage one-on-one duel. If I win, you'll give me a jean of fried chicken frames? Really? Du Chun replied, it's a promise. Now even more surprised, Little Fong pinched the brim of his cap, revealing most of his forehead, and asked again, you really don't recognize me? Du Chun was genuinely baffled, searching his memory hard but recalling no such friend. Although the man looked somewhat familiar, he could not place him and firmly shook his head. Lowering his cap, Little Fong pulled out his phone. Well, alright then, let us go. After adding each other as friends, Du Chun sent a duel request, but Little Fong did not accept for a long time. Curious, Du Chun glanced at Little Fong's screen and saw it constantly flashing with duel invitations from other players. Inwardly impressed. So many challengers. This must be a master player. Let me send you one, Little Fong said, then successfully sent the invitation. Game on. Du Chun braced himself, realizing this expert truly intended to win his chicken frames. No way. Bearing the name of stall owner, I cannot lose. Please select your lineup. The voice echoed from Little Fong's phone. Ah, so biwaku ku ma dida. Akuyo obi head. Ah, the voice was not faint. The battle-hardened Du Chun immediately recognized the 3 ninjas on the opposite side upon hearing it. Silently, he replaced the first position Esabito and simultaneously turned the volume down to the lowest setting. First position ninja. Useless, I command you to rise. In the netherworld, I make you soar Kurizetsu. Secret Scroll, Lightning Release, Thunderstrike. Second position Ninja, Infinite Violent Aesthetics, Asuma Sarutobi, Tanabata Limited Edition. Secret Scroll, Forbidden Technique, In Healing and Destruction. Third position Ninja, the all-purpose ultimate weapon, theoretically reaching the supreme limit Godly Pain, Six Paths Drifting Wanderer. Secret Scroll, Dispel Technique, Summons, Two Tails Panda, Slug. The first position Two Tails complements Tanabata Asuma's capture ability, while the peak Two Tails is a bane to armored enemies. The second position Panda continues to serve Tanabata Asuma. The third position Slug, please enter text. After both sides locked in their lineups, they entered the match loading screen. Looking at the three ninjas opposite, it was exactly as Du-chun had guessed. First position, Frozen Snow Obito. Second position, Scattered Twin Kamui Kakashi. Third position, Lightning Conduction Battle-Hardened Water. In the simple match with Tanabata Asuma, Du-chun only then remembered to turn his phone volume back up. After all, sound effects are also a vital resource of the game. Many skills cast off-screen could still be heard. Round 1. The battle commences. Frozen Snow Obito, Du-chun had no reason not to strike first. Starting with Farmer's three punches, he charged straight ahead. The three punches landed squarely on the opponent's face. Xiaofeng's Broken Mask Obito reacted swiftly, activating Perfect Illusion and then following up with Frozen Snow. Du-chun matched the speed with his own hand, retreating while activating the Smart Space as well. Du-chun's screen turned blue. Xiaofeng's Obito glowed with a purple hue. Both ninjas displayed divine power, yet Du-chun's Tanabata Asuma held the upper hand. The endlessly spinning Tanabata Asuma charged directly into Broken Mask Obito's face. Xiaofeng sought an opening to strike, but the feint had yet to be executed before Tanabata Asuma's relentless spins interrupted him. Xiaofeng's expression remained unchanged, clutching his substitution doll. 10 seconds of Kamui he could wait, but Du-chun did not indulge him. 7 seconds of Smart Space meant infinite energy spins to his heart's content. Watching the health bar steadily drain, Xiaofeng endured, knowing that deploying his substitution at such a moment would be futile. The first position summon was a chameleon. Without Kamui, it simply could not handle Tanabata Asuma's armored body. With 1 second left on Kamui's cooldown, Xiaofeng deployed his substitution, attempting to initiate a normal attack. Yet Tanabata Asuma took a step back and once again activated Smart Space. Xiaofeng kept a cool mind, refraining from activating Illusion immediately. Instead, he used Skill 1's insertion technique to cover the area, preventing Tanabata Asuma from advancing any further. But Du-chun cared not for such tactics. With armored body activated, he charged forward leisurely, inserting the technique through Broken Mask Obito. Xiaofeng pinpointed Perfect Illusion once more, only to fall into the previous predicament again. Tanabata Asuma spun incessantly, attacking at an overwhelming frequency, and with armored body active, Broken Mask Obito found himself utterly at a loss. At this moment, Xiaofeng deeply regretted not waiting a few more seconds for Frozen Snow's cooldown to finish for a counterattack. But it was hard to blame him. Even waiting for Kamui's 6 or 7 seconds had cost him over 1 million health points to Tanabata Asuma's relentless assault. Helpless, Xiaofeng could only use Perfect Illusion S acceleration to create some distance, but how could his speed match up to Tanabata Asuma spinning within Smart Space? 1 second from top lane to bottom lane, 2 seconds from far left to far right. This was Tanabata Asuma. With Perfect Illusion S 3 seconds nearly over, Xiaofeng still attempted a feint. Unfortunately, the first stage of the feint revealed Obito's presence. Even if only for a fleeting dozen frames, it was insufficient against Tanabata Asuma, whose attack frequency rivaled 2 Kamaitachi. At 49 seconds, substitution was deployed. Now at 45 seconds, it was triggered again. Even the usually composed Xiaofeng could not help but feel irritated. He had faced many Tanabata Asumas before, but never one so reckless, like a wild dog without eyes, blindly charging forward to tear apart. Xiaofeng was heavily suppressed and extremely uncomfortable, yet utterly powerless. His operations had almost no flaws. Even if he used a normal Kamui-enhanced branch on his substitution earlier, Tanabata Asuma would have simply stepped back to evade and resume tearing with Smart Space. The next move was coming. Xiaofeng thought bitterly. This was his trump card. Using Kamui's nature, he would instantly substitute to trigger Perfect Illusion, then follow with Frozen Snow's combo to inflict damage. If he weren't so desperate and driven by his desire to win, Xiaofeng would never have resorted to this move for the sake of a single chicken rack. But Xiaofeng's thoughts were utterly superfluous. Before Tanabata Asuma, without creating distance between substitutions, where could a second substitution even fit? Smart Space ended. Farmer's 3 punches. Fully energized, Tanabata Asuma could theoretically execute 4 consecutive Farmer's 3 punches. But Du-chun, after finishing the first set, had a sudden idea. Quietly execute a normal attack slash with skill 1 during the third punch of the second set. Subsequently, Broken Mask Obito took 3 punches, then seamlessly endured 2 more. The damage from Farmer's 3 punches was already considerable. 3 punches guaranteed at least 600,000 damage, and the extra 2 punches boosted it to 900,000. Moreover, Kurizetsu's critical strikes exploded. 3 out of 5 punches were critical hits, instantly triggering Broken Mask Obito's 100 Fury mode. Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. "SNT this, bro? Your Tanabata Asuma is off." He was highly knowledgeable about the Naruto mobile game, even earning the title of ninja textbook. Yet Du Chun clearly knew none of this. He only wanted to use Tanabata Asuma's 5 punches to protect that precious chicken rack. "Ha! Oh yeah, hey!" Xiaofeng repeatedly watched Broken Mask Obito's health bar dwindle to empty, then glanced again at the 7 seconds left on substitution time. As long as he could hold on for 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, after 5 seconds he could perfectly illusion and combo with frozen snow. Xiaofeng had never felt such immense pressure. This was more thrilling than any match he had played. Yet against Du Chun's Tanabata Asuma, struggling in desperation was clearly futile. The moment Broken Mask Obito's health fell below the 800,000 threshold, Du Chun unleashed his ultimate, the blooming of the other shore flower. Tanabata Asuma and Tanabata Kushina intertwined their firepower within the other shore flower, ultimately delivering a coordinated finishing strike. The ultimate technique's imagery was perfectly fitting. To protect what is precious, the chicken rack, I must do this. Xiaofeng was stunned by the swift slaughter. He had never imagined he would come to despise this Tanabata Asuma so deeply. Such damage, such strength, could it still be called humanly? Xiaofeng stood confused in the wind. Du Chun glanced at the time. Yes, 23 seconds ended the 4th Great Ninja War. The second round's Susanoo Kakashi was not Xiaofeng's specialty ninja, but it still possessed a high ceiling. Preparing for a platform competition a week later, Xiaofeng had practiced diligently. He initially thought to casually select him to torment this ignorant vendor before him, but the match unexpectedly turned into a one-sided onslaught. This immediately unsettled Xiaofeng, but recalling Susanoo Kakashi's stable capture ability, he felt his chances had increased by 10%. He struggled to calm his nerves and regain his usual composure. 20 seconds later, the ultimate technique was fitting. Xiaofeng? Even a thrown grab can be dodged? At this moment, Xiaofeng discovered how to counter illusion ninjas. Merely activating Armored Body on Tanabata Asuma could suppress Broken Mask Obito and Susanoo Kakashi to the point where they could not cast skills. At this point, it was hard to say whether it was a ninja counter or the overwhelming strength of Tanabata Asuma. Simultaneously, he seriously raised his gaze to study the vendor before him. About the same age as himself, yet what was with that languid expression? Could it be that he was so feeble? Not even worthy of forcing the opponent to exert full strength? Xiaofeng felt as though his dignity and honor were trampled beneath the other's feet. Until the 3rd round commenced. Hyakusen Mizu was likewise a ninja selected by Xiaofeng merely to fill the numbers. His mastery could not compare to those few who wielded the ultimate techniques of the legendary Minato, yet he was undeniably formidable. The 3rd round was anticipated to be as arduous as the preceding 2, but to Xiaofeng's surprise, he found himself growing increasingly adept as the battle progressed. Indeed, he unconsciously began to command the rhythm of the fight. Observing the 3 flying thunder god marks planted on the field, Xiaofeng unleashed his strategy without restraint and decisively overcame the Tenten Asuma, who had troubled him for 2 full rounds. Xiaofeng's spirits soared. He arched an eyebrow and glanced over at the expression of the opposing vendor. Yet, Du Chun remained utterly oblivious to Xiaofeng's gaze, casually yawning as though engaged in a contest with a foregone conclusion. A sudden chill gripped Xiaofeng's heart, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Silently he cursed, wondering if this fellow was deliberately holding back. Soon after, he effortlessly dispatched Kurizetsu. Seeing that Du Chun had also lost 2 ninjas, Xiaofeng's unsettled mentality finally steadied. The stage was set for the final one-on-one duel. At moments like these, Xiaofeng's composure only deepened, bolstered by his ample experience in major tournaments. Yet, he inadvertently cast another glance at Du Chun, who was yawning repeatedly. The setting sun's lingering rays bathed him, and the weariness from his restless night became palpable. Xiaofeng's hard-won mental balance crumbled once more. Such a display from his opponent was far more disconcerting than any pre-match trash talk. Taking a deep breath, Xiaofeng fixed his fiery gaze on the Drifting Pain before him. Drifting Pain was a ninja of exceptional skill ceiling. His frequent form shifts and skill combos often bewildered not only his adversaries but sometimes even his own operator. Yet, having just enjoyed excellent synergy with Hyakusen Mizu, Xiaofeng was determined to seize this round decisively. Round 5. The battle commenced. Hyakusen Mizu, starting with 3 charges, typically opted to plant a mark immediately, and Xiaofeng was no exception. He placed the mark at the leftmost edge of the lower lane, then kicked towards his initial position to widen the distance. Once the mark was set, the remaining 2 flying Thunder God charges could be employed for more maneuvers. Enhancing skills and repositioning were routine for a peak Hyakusen Mizu. Du Chun deeply sensed the formidable strength of Hyakusen Mizu. Accordingly, he initiated with a double jump, landing directly in Hyakusen Mizu's face to raise a shield. He first switched to the Hungry Ghost path, then unleashed his second skill to transition into the lowly path. The long-range double jump opener struck the freshly marked Minato, followed instantly by a low-tier skill activating the Hungry Ghost shield, synchronously supported by the lowly path's first skill, Cerberus. Xiaofeng, clutching his detonator, was caught off guard. A double jump at the start? Such a tactic was uncharacteristic for drifting pain. Frustrated by this sudden opening, Xiaofeng swiftly swapped out Hyakusen Mizu, instantly enhancing his speed before employing Flying Thunder God for a rapid thrust. Du Chun did not hold back either. His second position summon, the Panda, crashed down with a tremor worth 98 yuan, granting 4 seconds of super armor to evade Hyakusen Mizu's control skills. Under pressure, Xiaofeng maneuvered. Seeing Du Chun unfazed, he activated speed and unleashed a second stage enhanced Rasengan. The prolonged grab was sufficient to break through the Panda's 4 seconds of super armor. Yet, the situation deviated from Xiaofeng's expectations. Du Chun, quick to react, switched back to Hungry Ghost path with his second skill, creating distance before raising the Hungry Ghost shield again to maintain control over Hyakusen Mizu's grasping Rasengan. Watching Hyakusen Mizu's skill bar depleted, Xiaofeng sensed alarm. In the blink of an eye, Du Chun shifted to the Hell path, planted a flag to summon the Great King Yama, then switched back to the lowly path, using the Hell path's subskill to enter the Great King Yama's belly. The entire sequence was seamless, causing Hyakusen Mizu, who triggered counter-defense with his detonator, to miss his kick. After the subskill ended, Du Chun followed with the lowly path's Cerberus to forcefully seize the initiative. This flurry of actions left Xiaofeng speechless, not out of admiration, but sheer disbelief. He had a vague sense that Drifting Pain's performance was even more exaggerated than Tenten Asuma's earlier. Moreover, he felt that the chicken skewer vendor standing before him had yet to unleash his full power. Yet, after 40 seconds of this round, Xiaofeng felt as though he were fighting in a daze. The situation was neither disadvantageous nor advantageous, but deeply uncomfortable, as if being led by the nose. Strangely, the health bars revealed that Drifting Pain, who had controlled the entire rhythm, had only a slight edge over Hyakusen Mizu's health. 10 seconds later, Xiaofeng, like a mindless automaton, swapped out his substitute and executed a series of moves. He knew it was Drifting Pain's turn again. With each exchange, the feeling of a tailor-made match grew more pronounced. As the countdown neared its end, Xiaofeng realized he could not continue like this. His energy was full. With resolve hardening his heart, he pressed the ultimate skill button. Hyakusen Mizu unleashed his secret technique. Du Chun's response was leisurely, almost casual. He slowly switched to the Hungry Ghost path, raised the Hungry Ghost shield, dodged the attack's hitbox and then slammed down the slug. Time up. Victory decided. After the slug's effect, Drifting Pain's health remained comfortably higher than Hyakusen Mizu's by a noticeable margin. The glaring failure on the screen pierced Xiaofeng's nerves like sharpened steel needles. He could no longer restrain the torrent of complaints within. No. Why did you open with a shield? That's not how you play Drifting Pain. You should have started with the heavenly path to probe, then seized the opportunity to switch to the beast path for a ranged opening, occasionally switching to the human path to gather my skill information. When you need to break super armor, switch to the Azura path. Finally, when it's time to finish, coordinate the ultimate with the Azura path's damage boost. Why open with a shield? That's not how Drifting Pain works. At that moment, a faint breeze stirred in disarray. The ceaseless hum of passing cars carried the city's clamor, circulating through the heart where dignity was constructed, pulsating with the city's lifeblood. Aunt Wang cast puzzled glances their way from time to time. Du Chun smiled as he regarded the young man's growing frustration, then proceeded to scan the vendor's code for payment. The vendor scanned the code as well. Du Chun's light remark shattered the psychological defenses Xiaofeng had so carefully erected. With his thoughts in disarray, Xiaofeng felt like Xiangzi, battered by life's hardships, hoping to live well through honesty and diligence but finding himself as helpless as someone surnamed Feng Chuan. To be precise, he had lost his composure. After his brief bout of helpless rage, Xiaofeng sent 28 yuan. Boss, one more round. Seeing the fighting spirit ignite anew in the young man's eyes, Du Chun maintained his cheerful expression. Unfortunately, there would be no further opportunity. Hello? The continuous roar of engines drowned out the call over the phone. Xiaofeng answered. An anxious voice came from the other end. What time is it? Didn't you say you'd arrive soon? The sizzle of the oil pot mingled with Du Chun's indistinct hearing of Xiaofeng's phone conversation. Training match, Japanese national player Kanagawa. A string of strange, unfamiliar words that conveyed little meaning. He decided not to dwell on it, finishing frying 2 jin of chicken skewers and packing them into bags. Du Chun asked, pack together or separately? Pack separately, the cap-wearing young man replied before hanging up, promptly taking the skewers and turning to leave. Take care, Du Chun habitually called after him, not wishing the other to turn back. Boss, add me as a friend for easier contact, the vendor said, without hesitation. Du Chun did not overthink it. During the morning market sales, it was common for customers to request he reserve certain parts via mobile messaging. After adding the contact, they bid farewell. Before departing, the young man left a parting remark. Boss, your ninja gameplay is quite impressive. I'll get in touch when I have time. With that, Xiaofeng lowered his cap and hurried away. Watching the departing figure, Du Chun's drowsiness faded considerably. Impressive? That compliment was well received, for setting aside pure technique. He was indeed quite skillful. Relishing the just concluded match, to be honest, that young player Xiaofeng's gaming proficiency was genuinely impressive, at least several tiers above those customers from the morning. His execution and reflexes were truly top-notch. As for why he lost, Du Chun harbored his own speculation. Moreover, he was quite certain of it. The difference lay in strategy. Whether it was opponents in ranked matches or those morning customers who had each bought 2 jin of chicken skewers, they all seemed fervently devoted to ninja mechanics. This mirrored Du Chun's initial perception of the world's Naruto players. Yet, when it came to sparring, it became evident that while these players were exceedingly passionate about ninja manipulation, they appeared to focus solely on the mechanics, neglecting the adaptability and depth of match strategy. They knew that operating ninjas required skillful control but overlooked the essence of that control. They understood the how but not the why. This sensation was especially pronounced with that Xiaofeng just now. After all, Naruto differs from traditional fighting games. Beyond mere execution, the strategic interplay of countering moves is equally thrilling, its tactical complexity even surpassing mechanical skill. Could be said that, in this game, strategy is as crucial a key to victory as execution itself. To put it in a more accessible analogy, the world's Naruto players are like ninjas who train only in taijutsu, whereas Du Chun, besides possessing top-tier taijutsu, also wields supreme ninjutsu abilities. That is the distinction. As for the young Xiaofeng just now, he gave Du Chun the impression of a player who had honed his mechanical skills to perfection but had yet to truly grasp strategic depth. Du Chun murmured to himself, so he lost because of strategy. Gazing out at the still bustling street and the sizzling oil pot, Du Chun wryly thought, why am I thinking so much about this anyway? He then turned to chat with the elderly lady. Oh, you know that young man from just now? Aunt Wang smiled warmly. His family used to sell ducks at the old city vegetable market, and Xiaofeng often helped out at home. After a while, you get to know each other. Du Chun nodded, I see. Meanwhile, 2 individuals had just left the badminton hall. Rather than having just finished playing, it was more accurate to say they departed as the court's rental time was about to end. They had rested for a while beforehand and played a few rounds of Naruto, exchanging wins and losses. Hey, look at this, said a tall, lean, dark-skinned young man with the typical athletic build, pushing his phone toward his friend. The video unsurprisingly elicited an exclamation from his companion. No way. One-on-one selling chicken skewers, win, get 1 jin free. Lose, buy 2 jin? That's insane. His friend, resembling him but with lighter skin, clearly also fond of sports, replied honestly, if I had some secret moves, wouldn't I just crush that guy? Come on, that kind of thing just wouldn't happen. Before the sentence was finished, they noticed the video's location was 200 meters from their current position. They exchanged a glance. Elbow. 200 meters is a short distance. As they neared a crosswalk, a man wearing a duckbill cap crossed from the opposite side, less than 30 meters away. Hey, doesn't that guy look familiar? The friend quickly responded, kinda like the wind god. Yeah, I think so too, but it's unlikely. Neither of us believe you just happened to bump into the wind god by chance. After all, he was the champion of the inaugural Open World Championship. If you could meet him just walking around, what's the difference from recording a single draw to get an SSR? Probably just that the former has an even lower probability. Besides, look, he is carrying 2 bags of chicken skewers that S2 jin, right? Ha ha ha, exactly. So it's even more impossible. They each made a dismissive comment. At that moment, the traffic light turned green. Crossing the street, they headed straight for Du Chun's stall. For minutes later, boss, another round. 15 minutes later, both left carrying 4 jin of chicken skewers each. One of them, while scanning a shared bike, realized he hadn't paid for his last ride and reluctantly paid 2 yuan 50 cents before heading home. Subsequently, he vented in the comment section of that video. The boss is just a pure rookie. Someone needs to give him a good beating. I really can't accept this. The other distorted the facts. The boss's skills are terrible. I easily crushed him 4 times. So bad yet so addictive. Everyone go claim the rewards. Facepalm smile. Okay. Image of 4 jin chicken skewers. Through either well-intentioned or malicious sharing, Du Chun's video predictably went viral again. Setting up at 5 o'clock and closing before 6:30, Du Chun's stall was utterly sold out. Many fellow vendors who had just started their own stalls cast astonished glances, wondering how this young man's business was so good. After inquiries, most admitted they couldn't replicate it in the slightest. Just like that morning, Du Chun closed up early, feeling equally content. Everything was sold with no leftovers. He took a photo of the now empty stall, uploaded it to the platform with Hakimi's Divine track as background, accompanied by the caption, "Got beaten by the brothers again? Crying. Tomorrow the Umbu streamer continues to deliver benefits." Starry-eyed. After uploading, Du Chun packed up and left. Now he spent less time than before but earned more. The extra hours could be well utilized, for instance catching up on sleep. But before that, Du Chun called his supplier to double the order quantity for the next day. It was more tiring, but the returns were considerable. Dreaming of a bright future, Du Chun fell asleep immediately. Unbeknownst to him, somewhere in Jiangcheng City, the undercurrents stirred restlessly because of him. Jiangcheng City, HSG Esports Club, a formidable team under the Huagua region, boasted stars like Wind God, who had just clinched the Open World Championship, and Xiaohao, the city's top fighter. For team members had just finished an exchange match against the Japanese team from the Pacific region. Although victorious, it was a narrow win. Besides the newly discovered seed player Kanagawa performing exceptionally, Wind God's subpar performance also contributed. Wind God did not display his usual standard, seeming burdened by some concern. In the lounge, staring at 2 jean of chicken skewers on the table, Wind God pinched a piece and popped it into his mouth. The taste was good, but his voice was muffled and unclear. "Today, I found an incredibly formidable expert." Xiaohao asked. "Met in ranked matches?" Wind God shook his head on the roadside. His Chishi Asuma's fists were rock solid. He had never felt such overwhelming pressure from a taijutsu ninja before. Another teammate, wearing a black and white striped short-sleeve shirt, chimed in, "Chishi Asuma? Which ninja did you use? How could you be so thoroughly dominated?" Wind God hesitated. Such matters were not easy to explain. He simply took out his phone to find the match replay. Then he recalled his friend's matches were not recorded, and a dull ache spread through him. Unless his teammates personally experienced that intensity, mere words could not convey it. He resolutely sent a message to Du Chun. "Are you there, brother? Are you there? Are you there?" That implied he was not. Du Chun's mouth twitched slightly. By the time he woke, it was already past 3 in the morning. Not because he was reluctant to rise, but because even earlier than that message, he had seen the picture and video posted on the platform yesterday. Title: Got beaten by the brothers again? Crying. Tomorrow the Umbu streamer continues to deliver benefits. Starry-eyed. That video had surpassed 800,000 views, with likes and comments far exceeding previous ones. Du Chun had thought the platform's algorithm was simply pushing it hard, but a glance at the comments revealed who that Xiaofeng was. Top comment. User 3718391. Brothers, absolutely don't go. Crying, crying, crying. Image of the duckbill cap man holding roasted chicken skewers. The person in the picture bore an uncanny resemblance, 90% identical, to the top Naruto player in Huagua, Wind God himself. Because it was indeed the man himself. Once this comment was posted, the video exploded completely. Though no one dared confirm that Wind God truly lost, this was undoubtedly the scenario everyone most delighted in. The comment section swarmed with chatter, but genuine heartfelt expressions were few and far between. Hence, the meme of Wind God tearfully buying 2 jean quickly spread throughout the comment section. Numerous locals from Jiang City came forward to share their experiences. Intelligence Jiraiya. Kids, run quickly, Jiraiya's defeat. Shahajia D bought 4 jean, roast chicken rack. Space Master, the boss is definitely not a member of the Umbu. He is a super shadow. Go check his homepage, angry. Angry. Upon reaching this point, Du Chun finally realized that the few ranked match videos he had trimmed the night before were doomed. When he attempted to hide the videos, he found that the one featuring the Divine Steed Ban had already amassed 120,000 views. At this juncture, it was utterly impossible to conceal them. Du Chun sighed deeply, feeling quite regretful. He had been putting on a perfect act of sweetness. Yet who would have thought he would encounter a professional player? No wonder that fellow had asked immediately upon meeting whether he recognized him. Du Chun was left utterly speechless. After seeing the message from Wind God, his mood was easily imagined. He decisively replied, "Not available." Yet, unexpectedly, Wind God was still awake at this hour. Upon seeing Du Chun's message, he promptly responded with a single sentence. "Are you free now to have a one-on-one match?" Challenging someone to a duel at 3 o'clock in the morning left Du Chun even more exasperated. He could only conclude that it was because of this fellow that his sweet act had been ruined. Therefore, at this moment, Du Chun did not hesitate to conjecture Wind God's intentions with the utmost malice. Du Chun muttered to himself, "Is he trying to beat me to regain face?" His fingers swiftly typed out a line. "Sorry, I'm busy right now." The delivery uncle had yet to arrive, but it would only be about 20 minutes. Du Chun straightforwardly used this as an excuse to decline the challenge. Wind God inquired further. "When will you be free then?" Du Chun sighed, writing and deleting and writing again. Finally, he sent a single line. "Wait for me at the stall." Jiang City, HSG Club. The entire training room was brightly lit. Yet only Wind God was present. The spring tournament had not yet commenced, and even if players stayed up late, coaches would not say much. Moreover, Wind God was widely acknowledged as a diligent player who would certainly be studying ninja techniques by staying up late. Everyone understood this clearly. To suggest he was waiting for someone's message to accept a challenge sounded alarming and even somewhat unbelievable. Wind God was known in the esports community as a good-natured player who casually chatted online and greeted everyone as Brother Wind offline. Who could possibly be worth such anticipation from Wind God? Even his closest teammates could not have guessed it would be an obscure chicken vendor boss. After ending the conversation with Wind God, Du Chun no longer harbored any resentment. From a strength perspective, it had not taken much effort to defeat a professional player, which filled Du Chun with pride. His only concern was whether exposing his true skill would affect the day's customer flow. What if no one dared to come over and join the fun? Yet, Du Chun suddenly realized his worry was entirely unnecessary. This was not pure gambling but a transaction. Even if a customer lost, they could still choose to buy 2 gene of chicken goods. Besides, with Wind God's fame, more challengers would surely come seeking him out. Thinking of this, Du Chun looked at the 600 new followers added to his Info platform account and felt his thoughts stir once more. What if I combine selling goods with live streaming? Confirming this idea, Du Chun grew increasingly confident. The last broadcast had ended dismally due to lack of fame and traffic. Now that his true skill had been exposed, he would fully capitalize on Wind God's traffic. At this moment, Wind God shuddered suddenly in Jiang City, suspecting the heating in the training room was set a little low. Although the challenge had not succeeded, knowing Du Chun would be at the stall during the day was enough, like discovering the boss's spawn location. Yawning repeatedly, Wind God closed the training room door behind him and returned to his dormitory. Although the spring tournament had yet to begin, there was a competition on the Info platform requiring preparation. Without much thought, he fell asleep lying on his bed. In his dreams, he drifted to the grasslands. A mighty and robust horse tamer shouted "Ora! Ora!" as he punched Wind God in the face. 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, 5 punches. Behind the mighty man, the black Zetsu chuckled. All 5 punches were critical hits. Wind God woke in a cold sweat, realizing he had been asleep less than half an hour. The second time he entered the dream. Wailai La Wapian. Kamaida. Wind God was transported to a world made of shields. Surrounded on all sides by shields, he found himself constantly blocked, and 3-headed dogs would occasionally burst forth. After narrowly evading an ambush by the 3-headed dog, Wind God looked back to see a colossal Yama King glaring furiously, curling his tongue and swallowing him whole. Wind God awoke again, noticing another half hour had passed. The third time entering the dream. Thursday, January 29th, 2026. Auspicious for marriage, meeting relatives and friends, moving house and sending 50 yuan. The winter in Jiang City was not as cold as in past years. Du Chun, heading to the morning market at the same time as yesterday, greeted the fish vendor uncle next door upon arriving at his stall. Then, under the uncle's envious and jealous gaze, he took a photo of his stall filled with chicken goods. He posted the image with text on the Info platform, once again accompanied by the divine Hakimi music. Following the same procedure as the day before, this time he added a prominent caption after the text. Naruto Uzumaki 1-on-1 selling chicken goods. Beat the boss and get 1 gene free, lose and buy 2 gene. Jiang City, come on over location. The Umbu boss has started streaming. Everyone is welcome to come and test him. After uploading, as the previous videos had gone viral, the recommendation algorithm quickly pushed the video out. The nearly 1,000 followers of Du Chun were undoubtedly the primary audience. Viewers who had previously commented under Du Chun's videos also received pushes from the algorithm. Somewhere in an apartment complex in Jiang City, a harmless university student was woken early by his mother. Having returned home for just over half a month, his family's attitude toward him had shifted from initial concern to disdain. It was already past 6 o'clock and he was still sleeping in? His aunts would be visiting at noon. How could they not mock the family seeing him in such a state? Amid his mother's nagging, the university student, sporting panda eyes from exhaustion, dragged himself out of bed, knowing that if he did not wake up soon, the one to rouse him would be the feather duster. His first act upon rising was not to dress but to open his phone and watch some videos to clear his mind. The streamer you follow has started streaming. Countless streamers broadcast at 6 o'clock in the morning, but those who streamed games at this hour were few and far between. The few who did were veteran streamers who had stayed up all night. So Du Chun's stream quickly caught this university student's attention. That's the one challenging people to one-on-one matches while selling chicken goods, he muttered. Because they were from the same city, he casually clicked follow. At that moment, his mother's nagging resumed in the living room. The university student had an idea and said, "Mom, I'll go to the market to help buy some vegetables for the family." At this, the nagging abruptly ceased. His mother felt relieved. Her eldest son had finally grown up. Near the morning market, The breakfast street was bustling with vendors starting work at dawn and commuters heading to their jobs. Among them, a hard-working man was eating breakfast. The subway transported workers from the west side of the city to the office buildings in the east, running every 5 minutes without congestion. So he had ample time and no need to hurry. Despite his leisurely demeanor, the aura of work clung to him. Besides working, he had family responsibilities, and fast-paced games lasting 3 to 5 minutes per round were his only hobby he could maintain. Being quite skilled, he was a master of controls, with colleagues who could not match him. He stuffed a bun into his mouth while scrolling through videos with his other hand. Coincidentally, the video Du-chun had just uploaded appeared in the feed. The man smiled knowingly. This gimmick was indeed quite amusing. Noticing the post was made 9 minutes ago in Jiang City and then glancing at the distance, only 100 meters away, he looked down at the steamed bun in his hand and suddenly stood up. He hadn't realized what he was missing before, but at that moment, it dawned on him. His home was lacking a pound of chicken drumsticks. Scenes like this continued to unfold across Jiang City. Within just over 10 minutes of broadcasting, although there were only 4 viewers in the livestream room, 6 or 7 people had already gathered offline. An hour later, Du-chun had already sold a quarter of his stock. The number of viewers in the livestream stabilized at around 60 to 70. However, since Du-chun had not prepared any professional live-streaming equipment beforehand, he could only use his phone to record the battles. When there were no matches or meat sales, the stream was reduced to a black screen, which was visually unappealing. Yet, this novel livestream format, relying on the Naruto mobile game to facilitate flesh and blood transactions, still compelled the audience to endure the crude conditions. They frequently commented on the ninja tactics and match skills of the challengers. Among them were a university student buying groceries for his mother and a laborer who had just finished breakfast. Is this poet Shursui playing during the new year? Why does he flash back right after using his skill? No strategy at all. Damn. Did you see the host's reckless fireball jutsu covering half the screen and not running away? The host's gameplay is terrible, just playing mindless ninjas. I have a friend who plays mindless ninjas every day and has become mentally handicapped. Upstairs, is your friend also selling chicken goods? There weren't many people online, so Du-chun managed to reply to all the comments. He continued streaming until after 8 o'clock, with the online audience hovering around 130. Meanwhile, the morning market's customer flow reached its peak. The peak usually lasted from 8 to 9 o'clock, tapering off by 10, when vendors would start packing up. This time, Du-chun had stocked sufficiently. Despite a steady stream of customers, nearly half of his goods remained. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he expected to sell out by the peak hours. Listening to the pleasant sound of continuous electronic wallet notifications, Du-chun's spirits soared, and his playstyle grew increasingly audacious. But when he loosened up his gameplay, the customers engaged in duels began to suffer. By the time Du-chun realized it, he was already near a triple defeat. Aware of this, Du-chun summoned his actor's flair and executed his most frequently used move. A substitution followed by kamaitashi, then a frontal push to force the opponent into a protective stance. This tactic was tried and true, allowing him to waste his own summonings and substitutions while gifting the opponent a burst of momentum. In Naruto, a game where rhythm is paramount, the value of this move was self-evident. However, having overused it, the top donor, who had gifted a pair of sunglasses on the leaderboard, caught on. Host, this play isn't right. Why keep using kamaitashi for protection? Upon seeing the comment, Du-chun promptly adjusted his tactics. In the next sequence, he deliberately missed an attack, then summoned the Two Tails to recover. The actor's Two Tails did not clear the field, making it the perfect summoning for showcasing skill. Yet, the third-ranked donor, who had sent 2 lollipops, sneered. This move is almost worn out. The hostess acting is pretty bad. At that moment, the opponent guarding on the ground inexplicably activated their ultimate while Du-chun still had a substitution. The opposing ninja was Sage Naruto, a less popular character in a meta that disfavored stationary artillery. Watching the Sage art, Raisin Shuriken fly out, Du-chun didn't hesitate to dash straight into its range. At the moment the Raisin Shuriken reached its maximum distance, he immediately deployed a substitution. Because the substitution's range was limited, it took place in place. And when the Raisin Shuriken exploded, it sent Du-chun's ninja into the air. Even the most novice players knew how to respond now. Sage Naruto followed up with a Rasengan, connecting it to finish off Du-chun's ninja. After eliminating the first ninja, the second executed the same tactic. In the live stream room, even the usually silent second-ranked donor could no longer restrain himself. 666, no acting at all. The opponent is at most an upper-rank ninja. Other viewers chuckled and teased. Chunin? Don't insult Chunin, I only got out of the upper-rank rookie phase after 2 months. The last match, the opponent was a shadow ninja starter, right? The host fought him in a best-of-5, and this rookie is also going to a best-of-5. This is hilarious. Excuse me, is this Lu Dehua the actor's livestream? The acting's not that bad. After this match, Du-chun's opponent, a man in his 40s who played games for leisure and had come to buy some chicken goods, was narrowly defeated with 30 health points remaining. He hadn't expected Du Chun to have hidden strength and thought Du Chun was going all out. Seeing the close loss, he muttered what a pity, and then paid for 2 pounds of chicken breast. After the transaction, the man cast a dissatisfied glance back, hinting at a desire for a rematch. Du Chun, a seasoned veteran, could easily discern the man's unwillingness to concede. Sighing, he thought, another close win. The rookie host almost got tortured. The performance had run its course. Next up was the next victim, strike that customer. Though well-stocked, Du Chun ended his morning shift at 9:30. In truth, he had sold out by around 9:10. The remaining 20 minutes were spent accommodating queued customers, whom he couldn't leave waiting. So, he took some time to play a friendly match with a few remaining Fire fans, deliberately losing a few rounds to go easy. Du Chun had no obsession with an undefeated record. In fact, the ninjas he was most proficient with and had the most matches on only had just over a 50% win rate. Although some new ninjas he practiced later could easily rack up 200 or 300 matches with an impressive 80 to 90% win rate. Those 50% win rate ninjas were his milestones from novice to expert and now bore witness to his journey. The live stream's popularity hovered lukewarm, with only about 150 viewers watching at the end. Yet, as a novice streamer with only 2 broadcasts under his belt, this was already better than many ambitious newcomers. When Du Chun considered ending the stream, many viewers urged him to stay on. For those who could appreciate it, Du Chun's livestream was unscripted, featuring real interactions and capturing the spectrum of daily life. Even with just a microphone and no camera, it was engaging enough. However, for viewers with higher expectations for gameplay skill or streaming quality, the noisy environment and occasional hawking sounds were grating, and the standard definition video quality left much to be desired. This was one of the main reasons viewers found it hard to stay. Back home, Du Chun checked the creator dashboard on the Info platform. This video hadn't gone viral. Its views and comments were fewer than the previous days, but it was respectable enough. Success couldn't always be smooth sailing. The number of new followers was substantial, with 206 people added. The livestream earnings were modest but enough to bring a smile to Du Chun's face. Enough to buy 4 pounds of chicken goods, equivalent to gaining 2 extra customers out of thin air, not counting the cost price. Du Chun viewed life simply, harboring no grand ambitions or strong desires for a better lifestyle. Content with the present, he was thoroughly satisfied with the decent earnings over these 2 days. The only regret was that the wind god who had brought him a surge of traffic never showed up. Coincidentally, the most frequently asked question from newcomers in the livestream was whether the streamer had ever faced off against Fengshen. Du Chun chose not to respond to such inquiries. As the questions piled up, even several of the longest-standing regular viewers in the chat room could no longer remain silent. Regarding why Fengshen hadn't appeared, Du Chun offered a simple speculation. Perhaps there were too many people, or maybe Fengshen felt there was no need to engage in a one-on-one duel. Upon reflection, it made sense. The notion of a major celebrity showing up at a humble market stall was, in itself, rather surreal. Du Chun therefore decided not to dwell on it further. He finished handling the remaining chicken frames, knowing he could head to the night market early in the afternoon. Or perhaps he could take care of it later. After all, winter meant no worries about fresh ingredients spoiling. After washing his hands, he lay down and slept until 1:30 in the afternoon. Because his orders had doubled compared to usual, it took him more time to process everything, and he only set up his stall at 5 o'clock. Yet, this was still considered an early hour. Upon arrival, Du Chun posted a photo and text on the Info platform as usual. Unlike the morning, the customers now were noticeably younger, which naturally led to higher sales volume. Simultaneously, the livestream viewership rapidly climbed to 230 online, more than double the morning's traffic. While Du Chun's business thrived, elsewhere at the HSG club. What on earth are you all playing? Coach Ho slammed the tactical notebook down on the table with a thunderous bang, pressing down so hard that several players gasped for breath. Among domestic coaches, Ho was known for his fiery temper. Yet, his rigorous training and strategic planning had earned the HSG team numerous achievements, granting him immense respect within the club. Even the club owner quietly slipped out the back door upon seeing him lose his temper. After a stern reprimand, 3 players and 1 substitute were expelled from the training room. Xiao Hao, closing the main door behind them, cast a sympathetic glance back at Fengshen, who sat directly opposite Coach Ho. The others understood perfectly why only Fengshen remained. His performance in the recent scrimmages had been abysmal. Once the others had left, the vast training room was left with only 2 celebrated championship coaches and the star player in the spotlight. Contrary to his previous outburst, Coach Ho's tone had calmed considerably. There was no more anger, only the simplest of questions. Your form these past 2 days has been off. Fengshen lowered his head gloomily. Coach Ho held up a hand to stop him mid-sentence. Enough. I don't need explanations. I need you to regain your form and deliver results. Esports speaks through achievements. This is the most honest and, indeed, the harshest creed. Their conversation ended in chilling silence. When Fengshen stepped outside, Xiao Hao was the first to ask, "What did the coach say to you?" Feng Xin shook his head, saying nothing more than, "Just told me to play well." Nearby, Ban Ma sighed. Actually, Feng Gu played pretty well. It was the three of us who didn't perform. Today's scrimmage was against another team from the Huaguo region. It's hard to accept that the well-established HSG lost. Indeed, as Ban Ma noted, Feng Xin's performance was passable. He won both the solo and relay matches against one opponent each. Yet, his less-than-ideal form was undeniable. Feng Xin remained silent. He donned a jacket over his HSG team jersey, habitually took off the baseball cap hanging by the door, and put it back on. "I'm stepping out for a bit." With that, he closed the main door behind him, leaving a few teammates to continue training. Only the cold outdoor wind knew what was on his mind. There was one thing the coach didn't say, one thing Feng Xin himself never voiced, yet everyone understood implicitly. As a star player, Feng Xin was expected to deliver results that justified his reputation. For a star, defeating 2 or even 3 opponents single-handedly should be the norm. Performing averagely was tantamount to a transgression. Winter's nightfall would come early. Gazing at the streetlights glowing along the avenue, Feng Xin walked toward a familiar spot in his memory. Hopefully, he would still be there. Feng Xin woke up unusually late today, having stayed up late and slept poorly. He went downstairs at 1 o'clock in the afternoon to eat a nutritious meal provided by the club. Afterwards, he dove straight back into scrimmages, barely having any time to himself until now. Passing through the traffic lights, directly ahead lay one of Jiangxing City's most ordinary night market streets. The stall where he had stopped yesterday was now swarmed with an unrelenting crowd. Feng Xin paused briefly but stepped forward nonetheless. Realizing he wasn't wearing a mask, he lowered the brim of his cap further. Blending into the queue, he didn't have to wait long before it was his turn. The queue of challengers never ceased, though most were there just for the excitement. When business was booming, Du Chun often grabbed a batch of Black Ju's third-generation instant clear attacks. After enduring countless accusations of being a pure novice, he would fire up the oil fryer and cook several portions of chicken frames all at once. Offline, customers called him a pure novice. Online, the live stream chat was even less forgiving. The third-generation instant clear was so powerful that many viewers who preferred to watch skillful play repeatedly criticized Du Chun. If it weren't for the platform's extensive banned word filters, Du Chun might have been accused of crimes against humanity. Du Chun paid no mind to the barrage of comments, seeing them merely as trolls stirring the pot. No one truly expressed genuine feelings. Besides, his focus remained on frying chicken offline. Though busier, he took genuine pleasure in it. Customers were willing to wait, creating a lively and harmonious scene. This scene was shattered by a piercing soprano scream. Feng Xin. The shout drew attention, the name marking its target. Eyes from all directions fixed upon the man wearing a baseball cap. Beneath the brim was an unremarkable face, yet one universally recognized by every player present. "Ah, it's really Feng Xin." For a moment, the crowd erupted in excitement. Feng Xin smiled wryly, realizing his cover was blown, and took off his cap to greet the many fans. His presence nearly turned Du Chun's stall into his own fan meet and greet. Only 2 remained unaffected: Du Chun, immersed in his match, and the customer opposite him. The latter found the surrounding noise excessive, only realizing who was present when the match concluded. "Whoa, Feng Xin." Although Du Chun had not turned on his camera, the raucous cheers reached every viewer in the livestream. The repeated chants of Feng Xin made it feel as though a fan event was underway. At this moment, many viewers suddenly recalled an image and a phrase that had been circulating in Du Chun's comment section since yesterday. Feng Xin crying while buying £2. And here Feng Xin was in the flesh. Online viewers scratched their heads in frustration, even begging Du Chun to turn on his camera. Offline, Du Chun ignored the chat room messages, but was nonetheless taken aback by the appearance of the superstar. The customer just ahead of Feng Xin, though equally shocked, politely stepped aside at this moment. Feng Xin cast a grateful glance and confidently stepped forward. "Boss, one-on-one." Du Chun was surprised by Feng Xin's arrival but did not feign astonishment. With a smile he responded, "You're here." Like the other customers, he pulled out his phone to continue the match. The difference this time was that Du Chun did not need to add Feng Xin as a friend. Adding friends was a tedious step. Du Chun had even considered printing out his game interface to help new customers add him immediately. But thinking of revealing his supreme shadow rank and several national standards made him reconsider, not wanting to scare off patrons. There was no idle chatter during the duel with Feng Xin. Both selected their lineups promptly. Du Chun's first position: Uchiha Itachi, battle-hardened. Secret Scroll, lightning release, lightning strike. Second position: Jiraiya, hero of shoe noodles. Secret Scroll, forbidden technique, healing and damage annihilation. Third position: Pain, the wandering Ronin. Secret Scroll, technique dispersal. Summoning, tailed beast, Ninetails, panda, slug. Du Chun's lineup showed no sign of holding back whatsoever. Likewise, Wind God's roster was equally formidable. Wind God's first position: Senju Tobarama. Secret Scroll, Forbidden technique, Een healing and damage annihilation. Second position, Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Secret scroll, fire release scorching flame bomb. Third position, Uchiha Obito, ninja world war. Secret scroll, ice release frozen snow. Summoning, two tails, crab, myriad snakes. These three shinobi were Wind God-S elite squad, reserved only for competition-level mastery. Amidst the clamorous crowd, both sides entered the match loading screen, scrutinizing each other's compositions. At this moment, Du Chun's livestream had already surpassed 200 viewers, all fixated on that unmistakably familiar game title HSG, Wind God. This was the dream of countless players, representing the undisputed pinnacle of strength within the Chinese national division. The entire audience was electrified, not merely because of Wind God-S game tag, but because it appeared in Du Chun's own livestream. No way, why is Wind God here? What? The intel is real? Holy crap. Could that photo really be Wind God? I thought it was just a look-alike. Things are getting increasingly absurd. I'm starting to not understand what's going on. Still Wind God-S national team ninja. He's serious this time. All eyes were drawn to Wind God. By contrast, Du Chun's popularity paled in comparison. Not only was his renown far less than Wind God-S, but his game name lacked the same purity and power. Du Chun's game handle was simply his name spelled backwards, a symbol of absolute purity. Under the witness of hundreds both online and offline, this unexpected duel commenced. Du Chun opened with a summoning, the tailed beast Ninetails, the fastest summoning outside of sight. Its strength fully realized only when paired with a Western-style play. Du Chun's style was precisely enough to intimidate Western players to tears. Wind God had been utterly unprepared for a sudden strike from off-screen. His reaction was top-tier. Yet the Ninetails attack took less than 25 frames from appearing in sight to hitting the ninja, already the limit of human reflexes, with a significant chance of error even if anticipated. Moreover, in a gameplay environment emphasizing skill, opening with such a pure summoning was considered a grave taboo. Wind God's hand speed was half a frame faster than his reaction. But by the time he pressed the secret scroll, he had already been knocked away by the Ninetails. Du Chun immediately advanced to prepare a basic attack, while Wind God refrained from greedily using substitution. Instead, substitution placed behind the battle-hardened Itachi, who followed with a basic attack into Flying Thunder God, seizing the initiative instantly. Witnessing the peak Flying Thunder God marking at least 6 or 7 body lengths, Du Chun curled his lip. Under these circumstances, even if he unleashed Susanoo, it would be futile. The 10-second Flying Thunder God mark and screen-wide displacement were simply exaggerated to the extreme. Wind God continued with basic attacks. After the second Flying Thunder God disappeared, he moved to bait substitution. Du Chun waited for the Flying Thunder God's timer to expire before withdrawing substitution. The battle-hardened Itachi's substitution position was excellent. Even Wind God had to expend his invincibility as a countermeasure at this moment. Seeing Senju Tobarama use his secret scroll, Du Chun immediately followed with Amaterasu, his second skill. After dragging Amaterasu to its maximum duration, he proceeded with an enhanced Amaterasu. Then, he chained in the first skill, Sharingan, to break through max-level invincibility. Du Chun followed up with a basic attack. This momentum was earned through summoning, so he was determined to maximize damage swiftly. During a substitution cooldown, Senju Tobarama's health dropped to 60. With 1 second left on substitution cooldown, Du Chun's battle-hardened Itachi relentlessly unleashed Susanoo's arm and Susanoo's energy to execute a Magatama combo. This combo required waiting for the Magatama explosion before substituting, meaning he could forcibly extend substitution time by 4 seconds. Moreover, opponents typically would not substitute immediately after the Magatama's detonation. Wind God was no exception. Yet, he never expected battle-hardened Itachi's tracking basic attacks to sweep up Tobarama, who was about to fall, from 4 body lengths away. This caught Wind God off guard. Shaking his composure, hastily, he substituted and followed with a basic attack, preparing to imitate the previous opening move. However, Du Chun's battle-hardened Itachi had already transformed his basic attack into a swarm of crows entangling Wind God. The 3-second invincibility and selectable landing positions were sufficient to counter nearly all substitution scenarios. Wind God had encountered this before. Though he lost some information advantage to Itachi, he was well aware of the Crow Swarm's capabilities. Anticipating Itachi's imminent appearance, he preemptively used Water Dragon Jutsu to absorb the Crow Swarm. Yet, a miracle occurred. Upon appearing, battle-hardened Itachi was invincible at 0 frames, seamlessly chaining into the Sharingan first skill, once again transforming into a Crow Swarm and breaking free from the Water Dragon's grasp. This spectacle was astonishing enough to provoke skepticism. Du Chun inwardly rejoiced, affirming the adage, battle-hardened Itachi's post-animation is merely for show, not to be caught. Du Chun was not surprised by this outcome, for he retained a vivid memory of battle-hardened Itachi at his peak. Also transforming basic attacks into a Crow Swarm, that time he perfectly countered the drifting Zabuza with a flawless defensive counter. Even a peak-level Ao Mizuki could not execute Flying Thunder God in that scenario. Yet Itachi forcibly charged through with zero-frame invincibility on his first skill, comparable to a phasing ninja. Now, this scene was being reenacted within Tobirama's Water Dragon, somewhat surreal. Immediately, Du-chun prepared his secret scroll, intending to catch Tobirama's Water Dragon post-animation with Thunderstrike. Flying Thunder God. A flash of light pierced the arena. Thunderstrike's hitbox was ultimately a fraction too slow compared to Flying Thunder God. The two-stage Flying Thunder God initiated battle-hardened Itachi's attack. Wind God's skillful execution was truly masterful. Yet, the field's absolute advantage still belonged to Du-chun's battle-hardened Itachi. Even most of Wind God's supporters expressed doubt about this momentum. Without secret scrolls, all skills entered cooldown. How could Tobirama, with only a summoning left, contend against an Itachi with substitutions still available? Unless a miracle occurred. Then, the miracle unfolded. Tobirama's Flying Thunder God did not detonate his clone after release but thrust forward once more. Flying Thunder God refreshed. The online audience was stunned by this. Amidst a sea of question marks and 666 comments, only a few lengthy remarks appeared. Holy crap! It's Infinite Flying Thunder God. Pour the wine. Don't stop the toast. So cool, pulling off Infinite Flying Thunder God in real combat. Wind Goddess really a god this round. Wind Goddess Tobirama remains as formidable as ever. Undoubtedly, the concept of Infinite Flying Thunder God existed in this world, yet it was scarcely disseminated, even regarded by some players as mere legend. Few who had witnessed it understood the underlying mechanics. Though Du-chun grasped the principle of Infinite Flying Thunder God, he was utterly at a loss against Wind Goddess Tobirama. Substituting down, Du-chun failed to maintain momentum and was immediately struck by Wind Goddess opening move once again. The crowd continued to roar, and Du-chun silently acknowledged the difficulty ahead. After Infinite Flying Thunder God drained battle-hardened Itachi to critical health, Du-chun waited for substitution to cool down again, landing and unleashing Enhanced Susanoo to fill the entire X-axis, with part of the Y-axis also sealed, blocking Tobirama's escape route. Wind God, disrupted in rhythm, had no choice but to substitute. While invincibility remained, he used the second skill, Wave Riding Strike, to swiftly advance and attempt to catch Itachi's Susanoo post-animation. Du-chun remained unperturbed. Forgot about me again? Upon Susanoo's end, battle-hardened Itachi unleashed his first skill and confidently charged out of the Water Dragon. Turning around, he followed with Thunderstrike to catch Tobirama's post-animation, securing the round's victory. Du-chun's first round win felt somewhat undeserved. Not only did his unconventional opening summoning scare Wind God, but the peak battle-hardened Itachi's skill stats were overwhelming. The zero-frame invincibility on the first skill was downright unreasonable. Therefore, even within Du-chun's livestream, aside from the barrage of question marks flooding the chat, there were no shortage of voices defending the Wind God. What an unlucky dog I am. You've completely lost your kid. Infinite Flying Thunder God cannot be substituted. That's the code of the martial world. Is it really worth going all out for 2 gene of chicken racks? Mindless turret ninja winning. What's there to say? Observing these heartfelt messages in support of the Wind God, the lurking provocateurs in the chat seized the opportunity, swiftly turning what began as a verbal assault on Du-chun into a meaningless war of insults. However, Du-chun did not perceive any fault in his play. After all, that was precisely how the ninja was designed to function. On the contrary, the Wind God's Infinite Flying Thunder God should also consider whether his tactics were underhanded. Du-chun had no time to pay attention to the chat. Due to the obstructed view, he even closed the chat's split-screen window entirely. Next to enter the fray was the Wind God's legendary Sannin Jiraiya. Du-chun's battle-hardened Itachi was in dire straits. After dealing a final burst of 800,000 damage with his last sliver of health, he retired honorably. It must be said, the Wind God's legendary Jiraiya was quite impressive, flawlessly combining skillful operation with map control, and surprisingly, no one accused him of being a mere noob. Du-chun chuckled softly. Legendary Sannin Jiraiya. Huh? I am the heroic Jiraiya of Shu. 2 Jiraiyas from different eras had gone online, and at this moment, Du-chun's dormant competitive spirit was fully awakened, secretly beginning to compare who would prevail. Yet, once the match commenced, Du-chun suddenly found such comparisons meaningless. What kind of ninja is the legendary Jiraiya? Merely a second-rate ninja strengthened yet still neglected by all. My Sichuan Jiraiya, however, is the undisputed overlord of the entire game from the moment he went live. This was pure ninja dominance. Du-chun did not even need to rack his brain over the opponent's opening moves. As soon as the battle announcement concluded, he launched a Rasengan without hesitation. A massive azure orb shot out with Sichuan Jiraiya's charge. Opening with Rasengan was not the exclusive trademark of Qing Shui. It could be the pinnacle of the overlord as well. The orb's speed and trajectory perfectly matched the White Mask's opening. The Wind God's legendary Jiraiya began by retreating with the Needle Jizo. Seeing the enormous orb entering the screen, Instinctual memory told him there was no need to dodge. Yet, the moment Sichuan Jiraiya's orb exploded, the wind god was stunned. No, how could this orb have a larger radius than my legendary Jiraiya's orb? Empiricism had betrayed the wind god, forcing him to substitute immediately and seek a chance to recover. But Du Chun's Sichuan Jiraiya boasted a high proficiency level, and his moves were fluid and seamless. At the instant the orb was released, he was already prepared for face change and position swap. However, after swapping, Du Chun himself felt momentarily disoriented. This swapping range was enormous, nearly 15 times farther than the nerfed standard version. Moreover, the swap was invincible, with no face change delay or chakra cost penalties. He could slice endlessly like some eternal Mangekyo Sharingan ninja. The difference was that both forms of Sichuan Jiraiya each had 4 skills with independent 12-second cooldowns, truly embodying the feasibility of infinite firepower. He swapped to close the distance with White Mask's first skill. He baited the legendary Jiraiya's substitution to spray a mouthful of oil into the void. Without hesitation, Du Chun, invincible, pursued relentlessly to tear him apart. The legendary Jiraiya could not respond with a grab in time and could only defend with Needle Jizo as his opening move. Du Chun remained unshaken, leveraging his invincibility to apply relentless pressure. Helpless, the wind god summoned his number 1 spirit beast, Two Tails. Disaster. Du Chun sensed trouble. Before the nerf, Two Tails was the godfather of invincibility, with usage rates rivaling Panda, an overwhelmingly powerful summon. The catch. White Mask Sichuan Jiraiya's second skill had obvious recovery lag, making it an easy target for Two Tails, no escape possible. Du Chun steeled himself and unleashed Panda. As Two Tails lunged, it was immediately repelled by Panda's diamond hard body released by Sichuan Jiraiya. Hakimi's impotent fury was palpable, and the wind god was clearly bewildered. He actually treated Panda like Iwao, who plays games like this. Not only the wind god but even the live audience was dumbfounded. Du Chun's gameplay was maddeningly pure. He played too straightforwardly. The previously rising intensity of the live chat confrontation was utterly shattered by Du Chun's mindless Panda play. Both sides on the same front, united in condemning Du Chun's pure tactics. Yet Du Chun was clearly oblivious to this. His next move demanded even more focus and effort. Sichuan Jiraiya released his second skill, dealt full damage, then reverted to red face. Taking advantage of the high float, he charged Rasengan in place. The legendary Jiraiya had not yet reached yellow protection, so after falling, he would bounce once upon landing, allowing Sichuan Jiraiya to fully charge the Rasengan. Then, an absurdly enormous orb instantly unleashed tremendous damage, followed by Needle Jizo, reducing the legendary Jiraiya's health below 40. 2 normal attacks later, just as the legendary Jiraiya's substitution was about to finish, Sichuan Jiraiya unleashed his ultimate. Remember this earth-shattering, super deceptive move well. The opponent's health at 45 chakra points was a stable kill, all through grabs. This was the terrifying power of the pinnacle Sichuan Jiraiya. Unbeknownst to Du Chun, news of the wind god's arrival had already spread rapidly in the livestream backend. The number of viewers was soaring, even approaching 4 digits online. This was the traffic driven by the wind god's immense popularity as the top Naruto player in the Chinese region. Many viewers entered just in time to witness the ninjutsu duel between legendary Jiraiya and Sichuan Jiraiya. Seeing the familiar game nickname of the wind god falter, they flooded the chat with question marks to express their confusion. Among these question marks were always a few lengthy, emotionally charged messages. Is this damage even human? And constant grabs the whole time, no decency at all. Mindless ninja victories are dishonorable. Playing this kind of ninja is truly disgusting. But I think Sichuan Jiraiya's play is quite skillful, right? Where's the skill? Invincibility frame to invincibility frame, that's skillful, huh? The chat did not conceal their disdain for turret ninjas. Even though Sichuan Jiraiya was among the more skill-demanding turret ninjas, he still faced this wave of condemnation. Had Du Chun seen these comments, he would have scoffed without a second thought. He cared little about whether a ninja was a turret or whether the play was skillful. Strength was his sole criterion. If Sichuan Jiraiya were nerfed to later versions and became a ninja reliant on specialized techniques, Du Chun would truly be unable to continue playing him. Entering the 4th round, the wind god was at a severe disadvantage, with only the broken mask Abito remaining. The good news was that he still had 2 powerful summons and sufficient chakra to support broken mask Abito's operations. True to form, the wind god's play was extraordinary. Sichuan Jiraiya's pressure could not compare to Tanabata Asuma. Indeed, it confirmed the saying, no matter how strong pinnacle Sichuan Jiraiya was, he could not surpass a phasing evasive ninja. Thus, in debates over historical peak ninja strength, Tanabata Asuma always stood half a head above the Overlord, and at equal strength. Both Drifting Abito and Ninja War Abito also ranked higher than the Overlord. Facing a fully maxed out broken mask Abito, Du Chun's match was exceptionally arduous. The wind god, relying solely on skill, gradually turned the tide, at the cost of forfeiting his number 2 summon, Panda. Du Chun deeply regretted not equipping the Overlord with the Toad Sage mode. Otherwise, this match could have been decisively concluded. But there was still hope. Just as Du Chun's thoughts accelerated, online spectators and offline patrons watching this divine duel were left dumbfounded. To have pushed the Wind God to this point, was this still the boss who played with pure style and engaged anyone head-on? Although the boss's purity remained, to reach this level against an indiscriminate champion, one might mistake him for some rising star player. Even Xiao Hao, the city's top martial artist, might not have performed so impressively. As such absurd notions spread, even Du Chun forgot his initially measured approach. From the moment he unleashed infinite flying thunder god on the wind goddess Senju Tobarama, he had been utterly focused. Now was the decisive moment. Even the cacophony of noises from the bustling streets failed to disrupt his performance, until its sudden appearance. Network anomaly detected. Disconnected from battle. As Du Chun employed Needle Jizo to repel Shinobi War Abido, preparing to execute a basic attack to exchange positions and engage in a tug-of-war, Chuanzi abruptly ceased his assault and began moving mechanically at a steady pace toward the direction ahead. In that moment, Du Chun knew he was in deep trouble. In the Magic City, a corporate hub where futuristic sensibilities intertwined with geometric aesthetics, rows of meticulously arranged server units emitted a faint azure glow symbolizing ongoing computations. Amidst this environment, incongruously, a teal-blue frog clad in human attire furiously pummeled a scorched potato with its elbow. Team leader, will this temporary update affect the servers? The assistant delicately inquired. The teal-blue frog pulled up his collar and replied, if so, the entire server will be compensated with 200 copper coins. Thus, the duel between Du Chun and the Wind God concluded in this dramatic fashion. Upon reconnecting to the network and seeing the word defeat emblazoned across the screen, Du Chun sighed in resignation. The Wind God's gaze was glazed. He had been equally focused, and even at the moment victory was declared, he had yet to fully process what had transpired. The challenge did not proceed further. Gathering around the Wind God, an ever-growing crowd of customers and onlookers assembled, while nearby vendors cast astonished glances. According to conventional wisdom, just how delectable must Du Chun's cuisine be to draw such a throng? Du Chun himself was unaware. Seizing a moment, he fried up another pot of chicken racks. Pocketing his phone, thousands of viewers who had flocked upon hearing the news could only stare at the pitch-black live stream, their brows furrowed in confusion. The previous battle footage had undoubtedly been pre-recorded by someone with intent, and even the Wind God's first-person perspective offline had been captured by passers-by. Yet these matters bore little relevance to Du Chun, whose primary occupation lay elsewhere. He meticulously portioned the fried chicken racks by weight 1 pound per bag. 2 bags sent together to the customers who had previously challenged him. 1 bag was reserved separately as a reward for the victor. At that very moment, the Wind God's phone rang. The caller was none other than Coach Ho. The Wind God hastily answered, unwilling to delay. On the other end, Coach Ho's voice was grim and terse. What are you trying to pull? Professional players aren't supposed to participate in unofficial matches outside the arena. It's an unspoken rule. Moreover, you were in the public eye, and your first-person gameplay was broadcasted. You even used a premeditated strategy to win. I can't tolerate this. The Wind God quickly realized his mistake and, flustered, stepped aside to explain. Coach, I was facing that expert from yesterday. I know. Coach Ho's tone softened, suppressing his prior irritation. He has a promising talent, though a bit rough around the edges. Ask him privately if he is interested in a tryout. Hearing this, the Wind God breathed a sigh of relief. Although he would inevitably face further reprimands upon returning, the coach's words indicated a desire to recruit Du Chun into the professional ranks. Reflecting on the unfinished match, the Wind God's right hand trembled slightly. Was it fear, or the exhilaration of meeting an equal opponent? At that moment, he wished to share the good news with Du Chun immediately, but the crowd that had gathered between them obstructed his path. Resigned, the Wind God posed for photos with enthusiastic fans before departing hastily. On the way back to the club, the Wind God composed a message, reviewing it carefully before sending. Interested in going pro? You're welcome to try out anytime. Address? HSG Electronic Club. After dispatching the message and location, he was filled with anticipation and hope. That incomplete match remained a source of regret. Had the network not failed, could he have won? Du Chun's Chuanzi was bleeding health, yet still capable of a desperate counterattack. I never truly held the upper hand in that round. The Wind God clenched his fist, feeling his victory was undeserved. As for how the incident would escalate online and what kind of reactions it would provoke, the Wind God cared little. He had always understood that there would always be someone better, but now he had a superior benchmark. The night market reached its peak flow of customers, and Du Chun was busier than ever. After seeing the message from the Wind God, Du Chun momentarily faltered. He recalled the joy he felt that morning upon learning his abilities surpassed those of a professional player. Interested in going pro? Perhaps he was. But was this not the life he truly desired? Du Chun did not reply. Instead, He exited the chat application and continued to prepare for the next match. Yet Du Chun had underestimated the Wind Goddess' influence. Within the 10 minutes after the Wind Goddess' departure, several individuals approached to inquire if he was still present, only to leave disappointed once told otherwise. Du Chun's livestream viewership plummeted from a peak of 2,000 to mere triple digits. Evidently, in this world where Naruto enjoyed global popularity, the Wind Goddess' fame rivaled that of any top celebrity in the entertainment industry. At 7:20 in the evening, having concluded the final match, Du Chun no longer cared how much of his prowess had been revealed today. Beyond being seen through, he noticed that most customers did not judge whether to challenge him based on his strength. Although such cases existed, they were in the minority. The majority appeared to savor the experience of the battle itself. Nevertheless, to grant customers more gaming enjoyment, Du Chun endeavored to complete best-of-5 matches whenever possible, provided he was not overwhelmed. Otherwise, he would deploy his ultimate technique, the Black Absolute Reanimation 3rd Generation, treating the customers as mere stepping stones. Returning home at 7:30, Du Chun composed a reply to the Wind Goddess message at once. The chat window showed the Wind Goddess nickname toggling between typing and idle. Alright, if you ever consider going pro, just let me know. In the adult world, there were few demands. The Wind God spoke thus, yet secretly hoped Du Chun would come to try out. Did he accept? Did he refuse? Then so be it. Coach Ho shifted his focus. The Wind God had a new plan. The Inhua Cup on the Info platform was about to commence in a few days. My team still lacks one player, doesn't it? Coach Ho asked. The Wind God nodded. Let him try out. Among those streamers, there are many experts. If he can withstand the pressure of the Inhua Cup, then we can talk further. Coach Ho waved his hand. Arrange it then. Don't delay training, the spring season is about to begin. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Du Chun awoke earlier than usual. The delivery driver was still en route, and to pass the time, Du Chun scrolled through short videos. Upon logging onto the Info platform, the explosion of notifications startled him. Have I been exposed online? Current followers, 4,816. New followers, 3,917. The private messages backstage were impossible to read through completely. The situation was not as Du Chun had feared. It was still closely tied to the Wind God. During the time Du Chun had slept the previous night, videos of his battle with the Wind God had quietly spread. The first was gameplay footage from their match, which had been controversially interrupted by the server update. After a night of debate, the blatantly biased comments were buried, while the rational voices dominated the forefront. Most acknowledged Du Chun's strength but attributed part of his advantage to an exceptionally pure playstyle that had caught the Wind God off guard. When discussing what might have unfolded had the match continued, aside from irrelevant comments, opinions remained ambiguous. Some admitted Du Chun maintained a slight edge but questioned whether he could master the operations of the drifting pain, a ninja representing the upper limit of ninja skill. Others favored the Wind Goddess breaking a beato, believing he could have secured the victory. Yet there was one voice that rose above the rest, that of those eagerly anticipating a rematch between Du Chun and Feng Shen, a sentiment that garnered the approval of the majority. The second matter concerning Du Chun was linked to a video that sparked Feng Shen's sudden surge in popularity, which was filmed offline. Amidst the bustling crowd and cacophonous ambient noise, the focus of the footage was Feng Shen, the star player from the Chinese division, while Du Chun was reduced to mere background scenery. Observing the video amassing over 100,000 likes, Du Chun's composure wavered slightly. He rued not heeding advice earlier to purchase a camera. During yesterday's livestream, more than one viewer had mentioned the streaming experience. Adding a camera would not only allow for a first-person perspective of the early market scenes, but also enable vocal separation and noise reduction, sparing the audience lurking in the chat room from feeling so confined. Though he took it to heart, he merely thought of ordering one online without urgency. He never imagined Feng Shen's arrival would ignite such a fervent response. Otherwise, Feng Shen's initial filming spot would have been within his own livestream. Regretting this, Du Chun promptly placed an order for a portable live-streaming camera from a local vendor, confident it would arrive before opening time. The final viral video, however, caught Du Chun off guard. He hadn't even noticed that his phone's screen recording of the livestream was still active when Feng Shen messaged him. Interested in going pro? This phrase swiftly became a new meme within the Naruto community. Though it had only recently emerged, many uttered it last night across other Naruto streamers' channels. Some unaware hosts even responded to such comments, provoking laughter and further spreading the meme. Alongside the meme's popularity, many streamers expressed genuine envy over Du Chun's treatment. Who among the Naruto streamers with both skill and dreams would not desire to turn professional? Of course, excluding those top-tier streamers earning more from streaming than professional play. Yet for Du Chun, a streamer with a modest following in the thousands, going professional was akin to chasing a pipe dream. The comment section beneath was equally fascinating. User 937123119. I went all out in a best-of-5 against Ji Chun Ji Du. I truly believed I could win that pound of chicken rack, crying. Picture of 2 pounds of fried chicken racks. No smoking, Lidong edition. I'm 50-50 with Ji-chun Ji-do, and Ji-chun Ji-do is 50-50 with Feng Shun. So I can go pro too, laughs. 915 Masked Man incident. Those top-ranking random players and high-score streamers. Feng Shun never lost to any of them, right? If Feng Shun extends an invitation, it proves he truly has the skill. I wonder what those calling him pure in the comments think. Du-chun harbored no grand ambitions. He welcomed praise of his strength and equally accepted being called pure. At 6 o'clock sharp the next morning, he was ready to open his stall, though a small incident occurred beforehand. The delivery man, surprisingly a seasoned fan of the Naruto community, had naturally come across the videos of Du-chun's battles with Feng Shun. Their ensuing conversation was considerably warmer. Yet what truly surprised Du-chun was the sight awaiting him at his stall. 2 individuals had already been waiting for some time. The nearby fish vendor explained, his tone tinged with envy, that the pair had likely been there for at least 10 to 20 minutes. The 2 had no ulterior motive. They simply wished to spar with Du-chun. After buying 2 pounds of meat each, they departed obediently. It was no illusion. The foot traffic at Du-chun's stall had clearly increased today. Once the camera connected to his phone's Bluetooth, the livestream's concurrent viewers swiftly approached 100. Unexpectedly, the momentum Feng Shun had brought continued to surge. Gradually, though, Du-chun found himself blessed with a troublesome dilemma. The queue of challengers was overwhelmingly long, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. This was far from his original intention. Fortunately, the heat Feng Shun generated did not last indefinitely. Over the following days, Du-chun gradually acclimated to the new rhythm. Meanwhile, his exchanges with Feng Shun remained uninterrupted. Feng Shun repeatedly appeared online to challenge Du-chun to one-on-one matches, with victories traded back and forth. Du-chun realized Feng Shun was increasingly able to anticipate his strategies. And though Feng Shun's occasional adjustments yielded surprising effects, his skillful play gave Du-chun considerable headaches. Witnessing the learning capacity and intensity of a professional player, Du-chun grew even less interested in the trio of professional trial invitations Feng Shun had sent. Until, after yet another duel, Feng Shun messaged again. Are you interested in competing? Du-chun reflexively declined without hesitation. Feng Shun quickly followed up. Not professional, it's the Infire Cup on Info. Du-chun had heard of it. Info often recommended the Infire Cup streams to him. Hasn't it been going on for a while already? He asked. Sensing an opening, Feng Shun's fingers flew across the keyboard, sending a message in an instant. I'll get you a spot. Du-chun's heart skipped a beat. Accidentally stumbled into the big leagues, Feng Shun teased, half laughing, half exasperated. See, you're singing again? It's like this. The captain has one direct invitation right to invite a teammate, Feng Shun explained. Du-chun then recalled the Infire Cup's rules. 12 captains each select one candidate streamer, while top players emerging from the qualifying bubble matches exercise veto power to choose their own teams. Finally, the captains directly invite one more teammate, forming 12 teams of 4. Du-chun never imagined he would have the chance to participate in such a competition. After some thought, and since it was an online tournament that wouldn't take much time, he gave Feng Shun a definite answer. Sure, thank you. Next time I'll treat you to chicken rack. Reading the reply, Feng Shun's smile deepened. At last, he had coaxed this grassroots master out of hiding. As for how Du-chun would perform, he was eager to find out. On the Info platform, after greeting the other 2 streamers on Feng Shun's squad, Du-chun quickly began his livestream. Since purchasing the camera a few days prior, viewer retention in his chat room had notably improved. But it was undeniable that having Feng Shun's occasional appearances made all the difference. Thanks to Feng Shun's presence, Du-chun's livestream consistently maintained over 1,000 viewers. Yet Feng Shun himself was well aware of how explosive the offline scene had become. The 12 teams competing in the Infire Cup had already been finalized. Du-chun, as an invited team member, held a somewhat unique position. Each team was permitted only one professional player, so special invitations typically went to pros. Feng Shun was an exception. As both captain and a player in his prime, he reserved the spot for Du-chun. The other 2 teammates were 5G and Genius player, whose combined skills were solid if unremarkable. 5G, a seasoned veteran. Genius player, talented but fond of Sinin. Together with Du-chun, a random streamer Feng Shun had picked up, the 4 formed a genuinely formidable team. Their team name, a casual amalgamation of their gaming handles, was the Fengwan Ji-chun team. Du-chun harbored no lofty expectations for his team. He simply aimed to perform well. Today marked the official commencement of the points competition. The scoring system was straightforward. The 12 teams divided into 2 groups of 6. If a match's score reached 40, the winning team earned 5 points and the losing team none. At 31 points, the winner received 4 points and the loser 1. If the score hit 22, an overtime round ensued, with the victor gaining 3 points and the defeated 2. The rules were simple. The outcome depended chiefly on team strength. Du-chun's Fengwan Ji-chun team was slated to compete in the 3rd major match against the Roadside 3 Gods team. The latter's captain was Zaoan, one of the founding streamers of the Naruto Konoha division. Though his skills no longer matched his prime, he remained a respected technical streamer. The roadside three gods' other three players were Jiang Yi, Shen, and Xin Yu. The first two major matches had concluded. The first match featured the S.H.I.E.L.D. captain team led by Shui Xing against the Woodland Birds team under Gezi's command. The contest ultimately extended to a best-of-5 overtime series, where Xiaoxi, known as the Rainfall Serpent, delivered a flawless performance, defeating Mumu and securing 3 points for the S.H.I.E.L.D. captain team. Meanwhile, the Woodland Birds concluded with a respectable 2 points. The second encounter pitted the Phantom Association, led by Anjio, against the Traveler S team, Ever Sleepless. As expected, the Phantom Association swept the match with a decisive 4-0 victory, claiming 5 points and ascending to the top of the leaderboard. Arriving at the third major event, the official broadcast of the Inhwa Cup surpassed 1,600,000 concurrent viewers, including the rebroadcasts across various prominent streamers' channels. The total online audience likely soared beyond 5 million. Although the Wind God S team was a carefully assembled squad, it boasted tremendous viewer engagement. Wind God himself needs no introduction, while 5G, a so-called skillful anchor who is more of an entertainer known as Puppy, is a veritable comic. The genius player combines entertainment and skill, favoring C-rank ninjas like New Hope and Little Squad Leader. As for Du Chun, his pure degree account is relatively obscure compared to other competitors. However, the recent buzz generated by his solo challenge against Wind God and the speculation surrounding Du Chun's true strength have created considerable hype. This team is undoubtedly one with maximum traffic appeal. Less than half an hour after the stream began, Du Chun was astonished to find 2,000 viewers already online, with numbers climbing steadily due to the match's anticipation. The official broadcast displayed a comparison of the team's predicted strengths. Wind Play G Pure Team. Ninja Pool. 7 points. Record. Unknown. Appearance. 8 points. Popularity. 5 points. Heat. 6 points. Reflexes. 8 points. Operation. 9 points. Roadside 3 Gods Team. Ninja Pool. 6 points. Record. Unknown. Appearance. 10 points. Popularity. 6 points. Heat. 3 points. Reflexes. 3 points. Operation. 4 points. The data clearly favored Wind Play G Pure. Yet 5G quipped. Why is the opposing team's appearance rated a perfect 10? All 4 players were connected via voice call, with 5G's voice carrying unreservedly to the others. The genius and Du Chun exchanged glances and forced out nervous chuckles. Only Wind God remained silent, scowling. Undoubtedly, Wind God's presence had dragged down the team's average appearance score. Who goes up first? Genius changed the subject. Wind God had yet to arrange the order, so Genius volunteered to start. Wind God queried Du Chun via voice, "Are you good at martial arts matches?" Du Chun replied, "I'm fine with both." Wind God assigned Du Chun to the second slot, took the third position himself and left 5G as the backup. With the order set, they sized up their opponents. Du Chun, facing early morning in the second slot, felt a subtle relief. It was not too daunting. The first player to take the field was Genius, matched against God, a skillful streamer known for precise play. Both sides banned 2 ninjas each. Genius banned Ninetales Minato and Wandering Pain, while God banned the C-rank ninjas New Hope and Little Squad Leader. Banning these 2 ninjas demonstrated God's thorough research on Genius. The final lineups were confirmed. Genius chose Six-Tails Naruto, Susanoo Kakashi, and Final Chapter Hinata. God's starting roster included Xiaoxi, second slot Master Kong, fifth Hokage Reikage, with Wandering Conan as backup. Since the Inhwa Cup had an entertainment aspect rather than strict professional regulations, the points race lifted the restrictions on shared ninjas and secret scrolls within teams. Ninjas and scrolls could be selected multiple times. This setting was inspired by a certain legendary player, so Genius's choice of Six-Tails Naruto and Susanoo Kakashi did not compete for a teammate's 25-year ninja pool slot. The match began with Six-Tails Naruto suffering heavy damage early. God played steadily but was outmaneuvered when Genius summoned the Ape Demon to capture a substitution opportunity, allowing Genius to regain health advantage. However, as Genius prepared to switch scenes, Xiaoxi, who had reduced substitution cooldown with Blue Gate, preemptively replaced and struck. Ultimately, Goddess Xiaoxi activated the ultimate and secured the first round. In round 2, Genius Susanoo Kakashi maintained form and eliminated Xiaoxi. By the third round, Susanoo Kakashi, with full chakra and a slight edge, was continuously restrained by Goddess Baruto and Darui, forcing a tactical retreat. Goddess summoning followed, seizing momentum and clinching victory, tipping the match's balance. The fourth round opened with Darui at full energy executing a combo. Genius's final chapter Hinata, lacking enhancements, could not touch Darui. After expending her last summon, she was slain by Darui's ultimate, conceding with a GG. God's solid and steady performance earned the roadside three gods their first point. Nice, brothers. Early Morning praised God cheerfully. This steady style was exactly what he admired. The other two teammates also complimented God. Early Morning then straightened his expression and announced, "Now it's my turn." Compared to the jubilant roadside three gods, Wind Play G Pure showed little regret. The players pressured themselves, and after a few words of encouragement from Wind God, they paused. The second round saw Du Chun take the stage, instantly attracting attention. Unlike the other major streamers who were familiar with one another, Du Chun was like a sudden apparition with few reference points. Yet managing a draw with Wind God, and even receiving an invitation to play professionally, indicated Du Chun's formidable skill. But just how strong he was remained a mystery. Fortunately, Early Morning was also a competent streamer, so the focus turned to Du Chun's performance. Du Chun played somewhat hastily, mispositioning Wan Shi, who was caught by God's summoned ape demon. An unfortunate moment. Yes, God is in excellent form these days. Undefeated in the qualifiers, the two commentators chimed in unison. Alright, let us take a look at this match. Commentator Xiao Lai began, reviewing his prepared notes. This is the match between Early Morning and Pure Degree. Speaking of Pure Degree, this player has been very popular recently. Commentator Xiao Bao added, yeah, trading blows with Wind God, a very capable player indeed. Xiao Lai continued, moreover, Pure Degree held a solo challenge event offering free chicken skewers. So far, only Wind God has won a pound of skewers from him. I wonder if Early Morning has the skill to claim that prize. Xiao Bao. The players are now banning ninjas. Early Morning banned battle-weary Itachi first? Looks like he studied Pure Degree's previous match carefully. Xiao Lai. Indeed, Pure Degree's battle-weary Itachi once defeated Wind Goddess Haiden Tobi. Quite a feat. Banning him was wise. Du Chun pondered briefly, then banned two ninjas known to be Early Morning's favorites. Xiao Bao, oh? Pure Degree banned Edo Tensei Minato and Ninetales Minato? Those are Early Morning's recent picks. Xiao Lai. Clearly, both sides have deep understanding of each other. Now, the question is, who will take this point? Xiao Bao, exactly. Early Morning also banned Kawanabe Jiraiya, as expected. Xiao Lai. Now we enter the ninja selection phase. Early Morning first picks the number 1 slot ninja, Naruto Uzumaki with Ninetales Chakra. Xiao Bao. Early Morning chose his signature golden Naruto. What will Pure Degree pick? Wow. He selected Kuratsuchi. Xiao Lai, Kuratsuchi? That's a very synergistic ninja, almost not even considered a traditional ninja slot. What will Pure Degree choose for the number 2 slot? As Du Chun locked in the Divine Steed Uchiha Madara, the commentators quickly followed up. Divine Steed Uchiha Madara? This ninja is quite a rare sight. I've hardly ever seen him in official matches. I wonder what kind of brilliance the Purest Degree player can bring us. Du Chun had no intention of holding back. Since this ninja was available for selection, he naturally chose him to sweep the battlefield with a single command. Good Morning's second and third slot ninjas were Hyuga Hanzo and New Year Minato, respectively. Du Chun supplemented his lineup with Edo Tensei Kakuzu as the third slot. His formation was complete. Commentator Xiao Lai chuckled and remarked, it's evident that the Purest Degree player's lineup heavily relies on the second slot ninja. An uncommon dual support composition. Commentator Xiao Bao added, haha, I wonder how Good Morning will respond to this. Before the match even began, Du Chun's chat was rapidly scrolling, and the number of viewers watching online kept climbing. Why is no one picking Hashirama Senju? Why did Good Morning choose Hanzo Hyuga? SNT his Edo Tensei Minato also powerful? Didn't TUC Edo Tensei Minato was banned? Just one more piece for the triple star blind monk to complete his set. Wow, Purest Degree really lives up to its name. Kurizetsu and Edo Tensei Kakuzu both out. Purity maxed out. Pure, Kamikachi ISNT exactly unplayable. Where's the purity? Edo Tensei Kakuzu is a pure artillery ninja. What's the strategy? Pure? Bringing Kurizetsu is like carrying extra weight. This is definitely a burden challenge. Du Chun's eyes landed on the last comment. Bringing Kurizetsu is a burden challenge? He stifled a laugh. Well, this journey hasn't been easy. Round 1. The battle commenced. Du Chun opened with a summon, deploying the Six Tails to obscure vision. Leveraging the Six Tails concealment, Du Chun's Kamikachi lunged, piercing straight through to Good Morning's Kinnari. Good Morning's Kinnari immediately swapped in a substitute, activating the second skill followed by the Rasengan to initiate swiftly. Du Chun pressed his chakra to the max, unleashing his ultimate, unrivaled under heaven. Seeing this, Good Morning hastily applied Sonda strikes on Kamikachi. However, both hits landed on the iron body, causing a twinge of unease in Good Morning's heart, who then promptly sacrificed the first slot summon, the panda. Seeing Good Morning commit the panda, Du Chun didn't hesitate and unleashed his ultimate once more. The second stage of the ultimate immediately dispelled the invincibility. After a dazzling ultimate animation, Kamikachi landed, and Du Chun instantly followed up with the second skill, a light attack, then the first skill twice. A 2-second triple hit tutorial without taking apprentices. Following the light attack, he struck with the second skill, then a light attack, then 2 segments of the first skill. For seconds, 6 hits tutorial that scared the opponent to tears. Poor Good Morning, after swapping out the substitute, still tried to open distance with 2 light attacks and a ranged Rasengan start, but Du Chun expressed bewilderment at such a complicated maneuver. Don't understand it? Take my unrivaled under heaven. Kamikachi unleashed his ultimate, chasing and tearing relentlessly. Good Morning was utterly vexed by this scene, only able to pin hopes on 2 light attacks followed by joystick input to grab the Rasengan. However, Du Chun had anticipated this. The second stage of the ultimate activated once more. Another spectacular ultimate animation. 2 seconds after the ultimate ended. 3 more hits. Then a single strike dispatched Kin Nari to the afterlife. Having unleashed 2 ultimates in succession, Du Chun was a bit carried away. While terrifying Good Morning, he inadvertently also frightened the 3rd slot Edo Tensei Kakuzu. Just as Du Chun was about to tap the mysterious heart button at the screen's center, Kurizetsu behind Kamikachi suddenly surged with power, delivering a critical hit that snatched away Kin Nari's last sliver of health. The match time was 30 seconds. Within these 30 seconds, the 2 commentators felt their commentary skills could not keep pace with Du Chun's maneuvers. It wasn't that Du Chun's operations were particularly fast, but rather so pure that the commentators were at a loss for words. They could only smile awkwardly yet gracefully at the end of the first round. The purest degree player S. Kamikachi is incredibly formidable. Commentator Xiao Bao added, indeed, Good Morning seems not to have adapted to the purest degree S. wild, all-out playstyle. In the official live broadcast room of the Anka Cup, over 1 million viewers collectively pressed question marks. The more viewers in a live room, the higher the barrage filter level tends to be. Beneath a flood of filtered question marks, a few long comments read as follows. What is this? First an ultimate into ultimate, then a counter-ultimate into ultimate, and it's instant death? Is this ninja even human? I despise this playstyle. No skill yet dares to show up? Winning dirty. Is Good Morning dazed? Can't catch Kamikachi's obvious post-ultimate lag? I didn't get to see Good Morning S operation, nor where the purest degree S operation is. True to its name, purest degree. Round 2 saw Kamikachi repeat the trick, sweeping the field without even summoning once. At the start of round 3, it was clear Good Morning S mindset was faltering. New Year Minato S Rasengan came flying in immediately. Du Chun's response was, no matter how many times we battle, the result remains the same. Du Chun's triple penetration stunned his teammates. 5G immediately worshipped him on the spot. Damn, you really are my brother. Players erupted in cheers. Fengshen, watching Good Morning crushed by Kamikachi's triple penetration, was momentarily speechless. Ignoring the barrage of question marks and pure spam, Du Chun was quite satisfied with Kamikachi's performance this round, though he wondered how the opponent's mindset was holding up. Round 3 featured Fengshen stepping in. This battle was the 21 Ninja Pool, pitting Fengshen against Shin Itachi. The two were no strangers. Shin Itachi, a fellow Chinese professional player, had faced Fengshen many times. Yet, facing Fengshen at his peak, Shin Itachi's win rate was below 10%. If considering unrestricted matches, Shin Itachi had never defeated Fengshen. The 21 Ninja Pool offered plenty of choices. Shin Itachi first considered Susanoo Sasuke. However, Fengshen immediately banned Susanoo Sasuke, forcing Shin Itachi to ban Edo Tensei Obito and Rashi no Jushin, Wandering Zabuza, in response. Fengshen might not have chosen these two, but with so many options in the 21 Ninja Pool, it was hard to decide what to ban. Moreover, Fengshen's Ninja Pool was so vast that banning everything was impossible. Fengshen then banned Sage Kabuto, further deepening Shin Itachi's despair, as he specialized in Kabuto. After the bans, Fengshen still had first pick on the left side. Shin Itachi's mind wandered as he looked at Fengshen's yet-to-be-chosen first slot. What ninja would he pick? Outside, there were Kuratsuchi, New Year Conan, and Tendo Cho who, though a bit too pure, was still a solid choice. Surely not Edo Tensei Madara, right? Such a pure ninja, not only hard to play but likely to be ridiculed if picked. However, with Du Chun's precedent, Shin Itachi felt a sharp unease. Honestly, he despised Edo Tensei Madara as a mindless, pure artillery ninja. He wasn't alone. No one in the world respected such ninjas. But if Fengshen chose Edo Tensei Madara, how would he respond? Such thoughts made Shin Itachi, repeatedly captured by Fengshen, anxious. Fortunately, Fengshen still valued appearances and did not select Edo Tensei Madara, which might have brought criticism. Instead, he chose Tanabata Asuma. This choice was quite unexpected, catching the commentator's eyes. Wow, Fengshen actually picked Tanabata Asuma? This ninja has a high skill ceiling, perfectly matching Fengshen's style. Commentator Xiao Lai said, exactly. Fengshen can be considered the strongest user of Ninja War Obito. Although the 21 Ninja Pool lacks Ninja War Obito, Tanabata Asuma shares the same role. Commentator Xiao Bao added, Yes. I'm already eager to see what spectacular plays Fengshen's Tanabata Asuma will bring us. Previously, we rarely saw Fengshen use this ninja. Could this be Fengshen's Tanabata Asuma debut? Commentator Xiao Lai concluded, alright, let us shift our perspective to Shin Itachi. Also a professional player, he chose Evil Spirit Haiden to counter. Commentator Xiaobao. Is it because Asuma's role in the Tanabata event is that of a tank? So they chose the malevolent Spirit Haiden, who possesses a double-stage grab, to counter him. Next up, the second position ninja for Shinyu is the fourth Tsuchikage, Inoki. With these two ninjas in hand, Shinyu instantly felt ready to fight again. Once both sides locked in their rosters, the outcome became unpredictable. Where would the battle lead? Perhaps only Du Chun truly knew how many times higher Tanabata Asuma's ceiling was compared to other ninjas from the year 21. Moreover, the ninja pool of 21 still harbored a true god yet to be selected. Du Chun was unaware of how this man, embodying youth, was regarded in this world. If given the chance, he might consider picking him just for fun. Within 20 seconds of the clash between Wind God and Shinyu's malevolent Spirit Haiden was battered into a foldable screen by Wind Goddess Tanabata Asuma. The left fist delivered high damage, the right one even more so. Wind God didn't quite grasp how to manipulate the 5-punch characteristic of Tanabata Asuma. All he knew was the immense surprise this ninja before him had brought. The damage was astonishingly high, a single-stage skill. Couldn't it be dodged casually? Summoning, you say? I'll activate my invincibility. Wind God finally experienced the joy Du Chun had felt back then. He had never imagined that such an ordinary ninja as Tanabata Asuma could unleash such tremendous power. There was a faint sense that Asuma might even be more terrifying than his ninja's Warabito, with more dodge opportunities, simpler trigger conditions, and a crazier ability to relentlessly chase down opponents. Once Asuma's special space activated, he relentlessly pursued the opposing malevolent Spirit Haiden. Even by the second round, the fourth Tsuchikage struggled to evade Tanabata Asuma's chase. Wind God had initially intended to focus on his operations but lost himself in the thrill of the game. At the start of the third round, he dashed to the opponent's face, dodging in place to graze Asuma's special space, to the point where even the commentators found it hard to watch. Wind God's playstyle is showing even greater aggression, said commentator Xiaolai. That's the feeling. Xiaobao agreed, but he's definitely thinking of countermeasures. After all, Wind God is known for calm, methodical play. Xiaobao continued, we can only say that Tanabata Asuma is truly a strange ninja. Even Wind God's choice exudes a hint of madness. The audience in the live chat, already sensing something amiss and prompted by the subtle hints of the two commentators, grew restless. Damn, why is Wind God acting like a mad dog now? Wind God, you've changed. Your ninja's Warabito wasn't like this. What? Invincibility to graze Asuma's special space? No skills and still using a substitute to attack. Is this really Wind God? Don't tell me Ji-chun is ghost playing behind the scenes. Despite the barrage of comments, Wind God focused intently on the match, paying no heed. Yet, his reckless grazing inadvertently triggered Asuma's special space. Shinyu attempted to suppress Wind God with the A-chain fire but dared not advance, only to be met by the invincible Tanabata Asuma spinning in a deadly dance of love. Shinyu fumed, spitting out a furious water spray emoji. His third position ninja was soon overwhelmed by Wind God's affection, and it was a secret ultimate move to finish. After this match, the commentators were left speechless. 5G stared in disbelief as Tanabata Asuma, wielded by the third position player, clinched the victory. It was hard to imagine that such pure gameplay came from Wind God, his most revered elder brother. Meanwhile, the live chat in Wind God's streaming room scrolled rapidly. Wind Treasure. Stop playing. Mom's scared. No more mom jokes. You're not Wind God. This is obviously Ji-chun's play. We're doomed. Our Wind God has transformed into Ji-chun's form. Wind God has entered the darkest moment of his life. The Wind family army collectively panicked. Counsel them. Back to Wind God, who was utterly baffled. Wait, I played so well this round, why are you all spamming Ji-chun? Unaware, he thought his beloved viewers were still immersed in his previous round's operations, if any. Wind God had no inkling that his Tanabata Asuma's playstyle had become indistinguishable from Du Chun's on that day. Perhaps it was those few nightmares or the countless nights spent pondering ways to counter Tanabata Asuma. Yet, after so long, Wind God hadn't conceived any countermeasures. However Tanabata Asuma moved, he mimicked it perfectly. The final match pitted 5G against Zhang Yi, limited to the 25-year ninja pool. This year produced many powerful ninjas. Kurama Minato, Lightning Reed, Susanoo Kakashi, among others. Unfortunately, New Year Minato was absent. 5G was ruthlessly ambushed by Zhang Yi's New Year Orochimaru, losing one ninja and hastily retreating. The match was somewhat embarrassing, but after the crushing defeats of Zaorin in the second round and Shinyu in the third, no one cared about the so-called roadside stray dog anymore. Entering overtime, each side could send one player to challenge for an additional round. The official live chat buzzed with the names of 4 players, Undoubtedly the four victors from both sides. Shun, Jiang Yi, Wind God, and Ji Chun. Shun and Wind God's names dominated the chat. Wind God, communicating with his pure team via voice chat, glanced at the chat flooding his side and asked, "Anyone want to play?" Naturally, those who had lost, including 5G, had no intention of volunteering, instead nominating Du Chun. "Let Ji Chun go. His god steed Danzo is quite strong. Although my new water is powerful, if I played, the opponent would definitely ban new water. Better let Ji Chun go. No one has figured out his ninja pool." Wind God pondered this logic and, after consulting Du Chun who had no objection, locked in the lineup. Meanwhile, the two commentators had just reviewed the previous matches. Now both teams have 2 points each, entering the final showdown, Xiaolai said. "That's right. The final battle means each side will pick their strongest ninja. Strong characters like Hollow Obito, Edo Minato, and Eagle Sasuke have yet to appear," Xiaobao added. "Feels like Wind God hasn't really shown his strength yet. Will the pure team send Wind God in?" Xiaolai asked. "Not sure. Ji Chun's strength remains a mystery, but it seems everyone is more eager to see Wind God play," Xiaobao replied. Indeed, Wind God was the champion of the previous all-category world tournament. Even in martial arts contests, he held a dominant position, Xiaolai noted. "Who will the roadside three-god team send? Shun or Jiang Yi?" Xiaolai continued. "Shun has been performing excellently lately, hardly losing, and the chat is buzzing with support." Once the final players were confirmed, two slightly unexpected competitors took the stage. Ji Chun versus Jiang Yi. Du Chun hadn't anticipated Jiang Yi as the opponent and asked Shun via voice chat which ninjas he preferred. However, both 5G and the players were evidently more familiar with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, a three-time God General Cup champion, primarily plays Akatsuki Orochimaru, Eagle Sasuke, and White Mask. He once achieved a 100% win rate with 3,000 points and is known as the master of the Thousand Birds Blade, mainly for countering Eagle Sasuke. The players shared data and 5G joked, "When Jiang Yi is well-fed, he is a wild dog by the river. If hungry, he might go a bit overboard." With these analyses from his external strategists, Du Chun roughly understood Jiang Yi's strength and preferred style, so he immediately banned Eagle Sasuke at the start. To be fair, the two-stage Thousand Birds Eagle Sasuke is indeed tough to handle, especially as Jiang Yi's version uses invincibility for fault tolerance in a steady playstyle. A phrase often cited by Jiang Yi's fans is, "Akatsuki Orochimaru shows the ceiling, Eagle Sasuke guarantees the floor, and pressure falls on White Mask." Although some outsiders once criticized Jiang Yi for his invincible Eagle Sasuke being too pure, his Akatsuki Orochimaru performance at the God General Cup swiftly silenced them. The facts proved Jiang Yi's Akatsuki Orochimaru play was also top tier. At present, Jiang Yi, once criticized for being overly pure, mercilessly countered Du Chun, universally acknowledged for his immaculate purity, by banning both the Divine Steed ban and the Lord of Death. Du Chun remained unperturbed. The Divine Steed ban was but one ninja among the many choices of the Black Zetsu. Failing to ban Black Zetsu meant that matchups like Ban S could be mass-produced. Du Chun occupied the first player position, granting him the privilege of selecting a ninja first. Already, he was contemplating which ninja to pair with Black Zetsu in the second slot. Casually banning the White Mask, Du Chun left Jiang Yi with the prodigiously skilled Akatsuki Snake. During the ninja selection phase, Du Chun swiftly locked in Black Zetsu once again. Amid a sea of question marks and bewildered greetings, he watched Jiang Yi lock in Akatsuki Snake for the first slot, followed by Naruto Next Generation's Chojuro in the second. When it came to Du Chun's choice for the second and third ninja slots, he hesitated for a long time before ultimately selecting one of the most skill-demanding ninjas from the Minato series, the youthful Minato Namikaze. Having chosen a Minato series ninja, Du Chun sneered coldly. "They say I'm pure," he thought, "so I'll show them some exquisite young Minato maneuvers." Du Chun had already familiarized himself with young Minato's reputation in this world, which was fairly positive. His playstyle primarily revolved around normal attacks to secure marks and counterattacks, a strategy perfectly aligned with Du Chun's own approach. Thus, with Black Zetsu and the pinnacle of Frozen Snow's young Minato, Du Chun added a supporting Edo Tensei Kakuzu for young Minato in the third slot. Jiang Yi's third ninja was the Little Mustache. When comparing the ninjas on both sides, Du Chun still received a barrage of chat comments praising his pure and straightforward style. Yet Du Chun paid no mind. His young Minato was all about skillful execution. Facing Orochimaru, who held no early advantage, Du Chun broke the stalemate with a Rasengan. Pull, kidney hit, bang, boom. The explosive sound of the Rasengan echoed like a Huaran brand firecracker. Huaran was one of the most renowned gas brands in China. The familiar sensation and sonic boom. Indeed, this was the unmistakable essence of pinnacle young Minato. After so many years without hearing young Minato's Rasengan explosion, the sound stirred nostalgic feelings in Du Chun. He couldn't help but marvel at youth's chakra abundance and power. The sound was even more thunderous than other Minatos. Jiang Yi, caught off guard by the opening Rasengan, was baffled. Dude, is this really how you play young Minato? Akatsuki Snake is supposed to have the early advantage, whether it's opening with White Scale or Shadow Snake Hand. Both have stronger initiation than young Minato's Rasengan. But unfamiliar with Du Chun's style, Zhang Yi instinctively aimed to play it safe, intending to assess the situation before making an opening move. Instead, he faced Du Chun's young Minato lunging in with a Rasengan strike. This provoked even the composed Zhang Yi to become somewhat anxious. He initiated his substitution with Blue Gate, whose 5-second reduction on substitution cooldown was notably excessive. Indeed, the very reason Akatsuki Snake dared to take risks. But Du Chun refused to yield to pressure. Young Minato, backed against the board edge, executed a Flying Thunder God technique in counterattack. Zhang Yi responded with a reverse second skill Snake Hand, darting out of the Flying Thunder God's range, then switched to Snake Cage to prepare a counterstrike. Du Chun interrupted the Flying Thunder God, and 3 Flying Thunder God kunai formed a perfect triangle. Picking up the nearest kunai, memories long sealed away resurfaced. Counterattack normal attack, counterattack normal attack, counterattack normal attack, even a grab couldn't break through the counterattack normal attacks. Butterfly Step, the most authoritative combo unique to pinnacle young Minato. Zhang Yi hesitated to release the snake cage he held tightly. Only after Du Chun's young Minato finished the final counterattack normal attack did the second stage of Flying Thunder God activate. This second stage was the skill S follow-up release, striking all map locations marked by Flying Thunder God with a sudden assault. However, since Du Chun had collected all the Flying Thunder God marks on the field, young Minato could only teleport in place, then unleash an enhanced normal attack. The in-place teleport allowed the snake cage to secure control, while the enhanced normal attack countered the snake cage's explosive damage. Watching young Minato's extraordinary counterattack normal attacks initiate Akatsuki Snake's reversal, even the normally stoic Zhang Yi couldn't help but question, the normal attack has no recovery, so how can skills connecting to normal attacks have no startup lag either? Pinnacle young Minato entered the stage fully equipped. His minimal startup and recovery times were top-tier secret scroll quality, and his skill connections were silky smooth, quintessentially embodying the Toad-style ninja. Of course, excluding Purple Dog, that strange ninja whose normal attack into normal attack into skill, skill into skill, and skill into normal attack all triggered protection, a bizarre character with 22 known force protection combos, unparalleled throughout the entire game. But such a scenario was nearly impossible with young Minato. Possessed by Black Zetsu, the Rasengan-S cooldown, normally 10 seconds, was reduced to 8. Even facing Akatsuki Snake's Blue Gate, which cut 5 seconds off substitution cooldown, Du Chun could still unleash an aerial Rasengan. After the Rasengan, Akatsuki Snake's substitution ended. Zhang Yi's substitution 1 attack struck Black Zetsu, followed by a swift 2 attack into Shadow Snake Hand, gaining the initiative and switching forms. Du Chun anxiously triggered his substitution immediately, pressed for time and heavy task load, with no time to guess Akatsuki Snake's form switch. The substitution into Frozen Snow connected with Panda Flying Thunder God. In that instant, Du Chun felt as if he had linked to the global shared consciousness of young Minato's past life. Zhang Yi's Akatsuki Snake form was Serpent S Path, which enhanced the 2 attack into a small displacement and transformed the first skill into Snake Crouch. Zhang Yi's hand speed was swift, nearly executing 2 attacks followed immediately by the first skill Serpent S Path, which should have created ample distance. Yet he was abruptly knocked down by Du Chun's National Treasure Panda. Then young Minato's Flying Thunder God combo struck, further diminishing Akatsuki Snake's status. Zhang Yi was deeply frustrated, unable to comprehend how Du Chun could perform such maneuvers. Not in terms of difficulty, but sheer audacity. He surrendered substitution resources and secured the initiative with the secret scroll, but then, quite unexpectedly, placed a panda behind the secret scroll. What did that signify? That was not all. The panda was invincible, which could logically follow a Rasengan, but then Du Chun chained a 3-second invincible Flying Thunder God? Had Du Chun known Zhang Yi's thoughts, he would have replied sincerely. Invincible Rasengan is indeed a sacred tradition, but my Rasengan just went on cooldown. Undeniably, the pressure exerted by the secret scroll summoning Flying Thunder God's triple resource deployment was formidable. So formidable it even pushed Akatsuki Snake into a corner. Black Zetsu inherently had critical hits, and with accelerated cooldown reducing Rasengan to 8 seconds, the skill unleashed a barrage of critical damage. After 2 substitutions, Zhang Yi found his Akatsuki Snake severely damaged, even with Blue Gate's 5-second substitution cooldown reduction. Despite Du Chun's seemingly chaotic and unmethodical style, why did it feel so daunting? After substitution, Zhang Yi was nearly at a loss for how to play. Without normal attacks, he initiated with Shadow Snake Hand, a short press grab version. Naturally, young Minato's lightning-fast Flying Thunder God startup dodged it effortlessly, allowing Du Chun to seize the initiative once more. This time, the opening ended immediately. After the first round concluded, commentator Xiao Lai silently closed his eyes, massaging his temples. Since the first substitution wave of young Minato, he had forgotten he was even commentating. Clearly, Du Chun was taunting him, mocking his many years of commentary. In such a situation, no commentator could perform well. Meanwhile, Fellow commentator Xiao Bao fared even worse. Several times she opened her mouth, only to be startled into silence by Du Chun's maneuvers, especially the secret scroll followed by summoning Flying Thunder God, which nearly brought her to tears from afar. Though Du Chun failed to unleash his ultimate for a perfect finish, the exhilaration of his gameplay made him exclaim, "We young Minato players truly possess incredible skill." The next moment, the chat erupted. Is the streamer human? Young Minato player S lightning fast slashes. Here comes the secret scroll into summoning. The streamer is truly divine. Divine where? Divine behind the scenes. Originally, the audience, who had been fixated on purity at the start, relaxed. BYD Pure Boy described players with pure, straightforward playstyles, but Du Chun was the pure embodiment of a deity descended to earth, here to serve a feast. Some viewers, overwhelmed with excitement, even began actively praising this style. Such skill, such technique, such strategy. When the summoning is ready, I press. When the substitution is ready, I activate. Congratulations to the fully limbed streamer for clinching first place in the Paralympic Naruto tournament. I bet Zhang Yi was scared to tears. Who plays games like this? Exactly, Qing Shui plays just like this. You shouldn't bring Dong Shui either, just open with an invincible state and a Rasengan. Catching sight of the last comment with a sidelong glance, Du Chun merely glanced once but was deeply startled within. This youth is terrifying indeed. Knowing such a secret trump card as the invincible Rasengan, Du Chun could not help but focus his gaze intently to discern which formidable figure this was. The opponent's name Yu Yi Shui. That explained everything. Du Chun muttered to himself, preparing for the second round of battle. Having won the first round, Qing Shui resembled an indomitable war god, stepping forward at the outset to unleash a Rasengan. Zhang Yi, having received encouragement from his teammates, managed to regain some composure before the second round began. At the start, he cut in with a sudden attack, and seeing Qing Shui charge forward, he relied on his 19-year-old reflexes to immediately cast a skill followed by a normal attack, executing the Bloody Mist sword technique Bone Extraction. The bone spikes from Bone Extraction struck Qing Shui, but Peak Qing Shui was no ordinary opponent. 1 second before being hit, the Rasengan appeared in a semi-unleashed state. Though the character was struck, the Rasengan was not interrupted immediately. The result was a mutual skill exchange. Zhang Yi was somewhat displeased. He could have taken the initiative painlessly, but this swap was hardly to his taste. Still, overall, did he not retain a slight advantage? Du Chun likewise disdained the skill exchange. He immediately deployed a substitution, ready to seize the rhythm. Zhang Yi's briefly relaxed nerves snapped taut once more, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the screen, seeking an opportunity to substitute. Qing Shui pushed Nagato to the edge of the board. Zhang Yi substituted and sidestepped deftly, dodging Qing Shui's Flying Thunder God technique, feeling a touch of pride. Yet Du Chun could not tolerate Zhang Yi's antics. A mere 19-year-old kid, coming to deceive, to ambush this 22-year-old veteran. Du Chun countered Flying Thunder God with a reverse interruption, landing directly at the opponent's position, then swiftly followed with a summoning, the Chameleon Summon. This move was beyond overwhelming. Even a 3 million point shadow could not react in time. The flashy display left Qing Shui's movements unseen. As the Chameleon's opening strike landed, Silver had no chance to deploy Blur. Having secured the opening, Du Chun pressed normal attacks relentlessly. Once the Rasengan was ready, he threw it without hesitation, utterly indifferent to any lingering strategy. Such a thing would only hinder Du Chun's speed to start the next round. Although the next match would not begin for another hour or two, time was tight and the mission urgent. Playing swiftly was a courtesy to the audience. The combo continued until the very moment before Akatsuki Snake's substitution cooldown ended. Du Chun used Dong Shui to freeze the opponent's substitution for 2 seconds. Then at the last second inserted Qing Shui's 2-hit attack, sweeping the ground to launch Akatsuki Snake into the air. Without substitution, Akatsuki Snake faced a 1-hit followed by another 1-hit anti-counter normal attack, then Flying Thunder God. With substitution, Du Chun still executed 2 1-hit anti-counter normal attacks followed by Flying Thunder God. There was no strategy, a fixed pattern of play, imagined operation. Only the opponent's health bar plummeting relentlessly was real. Effortlessly defeating Akatsuki Snake, Du Chun advanced to the third round. Facing Little Mustache, Du Chun only regretted not having brought the invincible state. An opening with invincible Rasengan would have been so satisfying. Yet Dong Shui had its own tactics. For example, opening with Rasengan, chaining attacks if given the initiative. If countered, substitute and freeze. Unfortunately, Du Chun did not secure the opening this time. The Rasengan was only halfway formed when Zhang Yi's Little Mustache swiftly used a short press second skill to knock him away. Du Chun's eyes betrayed no hesitation in substitution. Qing Shui instantly replaced behind Little Mustache and linked to Dong Shui. Du Chun's Dong Shui was well known. Press the secret scroll first, then substitute. Once substitution lands, the secret scroll triggers instantly. Two wide and far-reaching freezing hits left the 19-year-old Zhang Yi with no time to react. Still, two hit attacks were thrown, followed by Flying Thunder God to break the ice. Still, one hit anti-counter to pick up the mark, then one hit anti-counter into Flying Thunder God. When Little Mustache substituted, Du Chun summoned on the spot. Little Mustache activated invincibility. Du Chun unleashed his ultimate. Rasengan Heavenly Light Extreme Sharp / Flash 1. Qing Shui's most complex aspect was his skill names. Zhang Yi's Little Mustache had no displacement. Frightened by the invincibility, he fled outward. However, Qing Shui's ultimate had a wide grab range in the initial phase, with a y-axis reach not exceeding 2 body lengths. Anyone within screen range could be pulled in. After the ultimate ended, Qing Shui reversed direction and began normal attacks. There was no reverence for the operation, only the utmost ferocity in tearing apart. Little Mustache rose, and Zhang Yi threw the second skill Steam Danger Violent Might behind Qing Shui. Du Chun's Qing Shui was already mid-jump with 2 normal attacks, launched a 3-hit kunai, successfully picked it up for an anti-counter, then chained into anti-counter Rasengan and grabbed the opening. This was his most skillful moment of the match. Of course, even if the anti-counter had failed, Du Chun would have still executed this attack, then picked up the preceding kunai for another strike before following with Rasengan. Under relentless pursuit, Zhang Yi completely gave up. Even when substitution was ready, he forgot how to operate. On the live broadcast, Zhang Yi's gaze was vacant. This 19-year-old boy had endured the most painful and prolonged period of his life. Why did I even enter this match? How foolish I have been. He became the first player in the On Fire Cup to abandon all operation, yet no one blamed him. The director empathized with him. The commentators resonated with his plight. The audience felt a tacit understanding. On the field, there was no distinction between friend or foe. The viewers clearly saw only a raging beast mercilessly tearing at the pitiful Zhang Yi. After the match concluded, the director's screen lingered, forgetting to switch away. The two commentators seemed to have given up on thinking, and only after a long pause did they reluctantly announce Du Chun's victory. The audience was as if facing a great threat. The timid were so frightened they wet their pants. At this moment, neither Du Chun's personal livestream nor the official On Fire Cup channel had many daring to speak. The reason was simple. They were all terrified to tears by Du Chun's gameplay. This was a true beast, dwelling in the most perilous Amazon rainforest, mercilessly slaughtering innocent and weak creatures. Its sharp claws tore open the target's heart fiercely. Its teeth exerted every ounce of strength to savagely rip off every piece of flesh. To ensure the opponent's demise, its skull, forelegs, hind legs, even the fifth hoof were weapons, tearing, cutting, chopping inch by inch, as ferocious as a hyena, as venomous as a snake. Watching this match, those near hospitals wished they could rush over to get a rabies shot immediately. In every participating streamer's channel, from broadcasters to viewers, there was profound empathy for Zhang Yi's plight. These spectators possessed the world's most developed tear glands. No matter how high the barrage filter was set, they could not stop the overwhelming flood of repeated comments. Scared to tears. Even in the next match, between teacher Wang Hai and player Jun Zhe, a highly anticipated clash of titans, everyone remained unsettled by Du Chun's prior performance. Even the players currently competing were somewhat distracted, absent-mindedly using the first ban slot to ban Qing Shui. The opponent tacitly understood, wasting no ban slots on Black Absolute or Divine Steed ban, which were conspicuously absent. Wang Hai did not even waste his last ban slot, locking the King of Hell firmly in place. The commentators were jubilant upon witnessing this. Even when Wang Hai banned the ninja, the pig head meat swayed twice and provided ample material for 3 comments. Teacher Wang Hai was looking exceptionally dashing today. Indeed, a mature adult male of Wang Hai's caliber was a rare sight these days. Yes, just watching without buying was tantalizing. Wow. Teacher Wang Hai banned the Sichuan Opera Limited Jiraiya. An excellent choice. Xiao Lai and Xiao Bao should not have brought their emotions into such a crucial and fair setting. The impact of Du Chun's performance was simply too disruptive. This was a competition venue, albeit not supremely formal, but officially sanctioned and a major event nearly 2 months in the making. What was supposed to be a gathering of streamers exchanging skills, with the audience casting votes for their favorite players amid a harmonious atmosphere discussing refined topics like gameplay strategies, instead turned chaotic when Du Chun barreled onto the arena like a fully loaded dump truck, treating the battleground as if it were a national highway, startling everyone without a word. It cannot be said that Du Chun's playstyle was incorrect. No one dictates how one must play. But this pure approach proved astonishingly effective. Even top-tier streamers like Lien Jiang, known for showcasing their peak skills while maintaining consistency, were taken down 3 times over. Had the dark cloud lifted then? Not quite. The handsome flowing soup team led by the village chief ultimately succumbed to Wang Hai's thief fish team, losing 40-0. The once celebrated extreme maneuvers went unmentioned now. Du Chun's impact on the arena was akin to the scourge of God sweeping through Rome. for major matches had passed since teacher Wang Hai's fourth consecutive victory over the village chief S team. During these 4 matches, the Four Gods team with an XIN in their ranks swept away the Forest Bird team led by Gezi with a flawless 40-0. The Monster Association team, featuring Injo, delivered a commanding performance, defeating the Shopkeeper S by Zhe Feng team 31-0. The Handsome Star-led Shield Bureau team triumphed over the Water Goddess Godslayer team 20-0, conceding only 1 point in the final round. The Silver Sword S champion targeting team dazzled, taking down the Traveler S Always Insomnia team 31-0. For consecutive matches of breathtaking excitement gradually made the audience forget the bizarre opening with that spiraling blue water technique several hours earlier, until the next match was announced. Even the commentator S tone faltered slightly. The upcoming match pitted the Four Gods team against the Windplay G Pure team. The atmosphere momentarily stiffened as the commentator, gritting his teeth, continued the introduction. The Four Gods team consisted of an XIN as captain, with Equipment, Haze, and SN as teammates. The Windplay G Pure team was led by Fengshen, with players including Yu Jia, 5G, and the recently outstanding Zichun Jidu. Of the 8 players introduced, only Zichun Jidu, mentioned last, was tagged with the epithet recently outstanding. This should have been a compliment. Yet both Fengshen and Du Chun felt the commentator's words seemed squeezed begrudgingly through clenched teeth, as if reluctantly delivered. Scared to tears, scared to tears, scared to tears, scared to tears. These 3 words seemed to be Du Chun's signature entrance effect. The moment the commentator uttered his name, an overwhelming wave of scared to tears swept over the scene. This was a privilege no other streamer enjoyed. Perhaps Silver S reactions were top tier, justifying the barrage of good reactions in the chat. Perhaps Wang Hai's pig head meat was indeed tempting, prompting fans on both sides to exclaim really tantalizing. But only Du Chun managed to scare everyone equally. From the director to the players, from fans to viewers, from Constantinople to Istanbul, from Tokyo to Beijing, no one was left unshaken by Du Chun's gameplay. Naturally, Fengshen's livestream was not spared. Staring at the screen flooded with scared to tears, Fengshen fell into a prolonged silence. After a moment of deep contemplation, he decided to let Du Chun lay low for a while. Why don't you let the number 4 player take the stage again? The number 4 position belonged to the 25-year-old ninja pool. That year, the ninja pool was abundant with both excellent and passable ninjas, but none weak. The New Year's first batch featured the Spring Orochimaru, capable of unsettling opponents, and the clever S Goldwater, equally vexing both sides of a match. Goldwater was the only high-strength ninja Du Chun refused to even touch. Not due to difficulty or skill threshold, but because he had experience playing both Dead Water and Blue Water styles. Despite combining Dead Water's core mechanics with Blue Water's skill set, the feel and design were a disappointment. However, most of the other 25-year ninjas were still worth exploring. Du Chun readily agreed. Seeing his swift consent, Fengshen's heart skipped a beat, silently hoping it was not a misguided decision. He then assigned 5G to the first position, freeing him up to use the new Water Ninja, placed himself second, left the 3rd spot for Yu Jia, and restricted Du Chun to the 4th position. Indeed, it was a restriction. Fengshen's reasoning was simple. The 25-year roster included Susanoo Kakashi, Wandering Obito, 5 Kage Madara, the Stealthy Sasuke, and the Sage Izuki ninjas demanding skillful handling. Most importantly, there was no Kuratsuchi. Surely, this would constrain Du Chun's purity of playstyle? Fengshen did not intend to diminish Du Chun's ability. He recognized that Du Chun's strength was undeniable, but his pure approach was too extreme. By limiting the purity, Du Chun's true strength would surely emerge. Yet, in his heart, Du Chun quietly apologized to Fengshen, for his forthcoming performance would likely disappoint him. Izuna, Shinong, Zabuza, Shuren, so many ninjas to choose from, it was a tough decision. The Four Gods Team's captain was the popular streamer in XIN, one of the formidable players who rose through martial arts competitions. An XIN's skill and understanding once led the meta, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he was forced to abandon the professional circuit. Fortunately, after transitioning to streaming, he remained at the T0 tier of strength, even reaching near legendary status during his prime. At his peak, an XIN was often compared to Fengshen. His only blemish was a 29 consecutive win streak in ranked matches, which was broken by 5G, who then boasted about it for half a year. Seeing 5G placed directly opposite him, an XIN issued a fierce warning in the livestream. 5G, you're finished. This time, I'm watching you closely to take you down. 5G responded without hesitation. You're finished too. If I win the Fire Cup this time, you'll be bragging about it forever. The pre-match trash talk concluded. As expected, the starting player 5G faced an XIN. Both were seasoned rivals, having clashed multiple times, each banning one ninja to give the other a fair chance. An XIN did not ban 5G's New Year's Minato, while 5G allowed an XIN's Edo Nagato. Lineups were locked. An XIN, as player 1, fielded Susanoo Kakashi as starter, with Silver and Goldhorn at second, and Nagato as a fallback. 5G as player 2, opened with Boruto-era Chijuro, followed by Wandering Conan with New Year-S Minato as fallback. Both players chose their favored setups. Though an Exion was hailed as unbeatable at his peak, he had stumbled against 5G. Conversely, 5G had reclaimed his glory days against an Exion. What should have been a lopsided contest suddenly became unpredictable. An Exion's Susanoo Kakashi struck first. Although a phase-shifting ninja, he forcefully broke through 5G's tightly knit defense of Chijuro using Kamui Raikiri. 2 consecutive substitution attempts proved ineffective, and 5G was beaten down like a roadside stray dog. Within just half a minute of the first round, 5G humorously ended with 0 points. In the second round, Wandering Conan also failed to make an impact. A single summon allowed Susanoo Kakashi to regain phase shifting, and in retaliation, Susanoo Kamui captured Conan, securing a kill. 5G's face drained of color. Losing 2 rounds in a row, he looked as if he had aged several days. 1 summon, no points, and an outdated new water ninja trying to overcome a hot streak in Exion. During the third round's loading phase, Fengshin interjected calmly, "Relax." 5G offered no reply, his focus still fixed on the frustrating match. Susanoo Kakashi was less aggressive than in the previous rounds, and Exion's approach steadied. Both sides cautiously gauged distance, knowing a single misstep could cost the game. Sensing the right moment, an Exion advanced, using phase shift to approach and preparing to strike with Raikiri. 5G reacted swiftly, no longer the fading veteran. A name echoed relentlessly in his mind. He countered the Raikiri with a scattered strike, rapidly seized the phase shift, kicked Susanoo Kakashi away, pulled back the marked position, and delivered a backward sweeping basic attack. An Exion did not substitute immediately. 5G also refrained from using Flying Thunder God to chase down the Rasengan, opting instead for a conventional release. The new water Rasengan's maximum range swept Susanoo Kakashi off the ground, and at this moment, an Exion's substitution came down, readying a basic attack to catch new water's landing with Kamui Raikiri. 5G's execution was fluid, a result of countless practice basics. He delayed returning to the marked position, enhancing his basic attack in hand. Confidently anticipating that 5G would employ a strong normal attack to create distance, Anshin directly unleashed the Kamui Raikiri aimed at the marked spot. However, 5G cunningly played a trick at this moment. Instead of immediately using the strong normal attack, he moved downward vertically to evade the Kamui Raikiri. After the explosion subsided, he then applied pressure by moving vertically upward. Anshin's Panda promptly made a move, while 5G could only feel the increasingly clear summons of that name echoing in his mind. He had anticipated in advance that Anshin would use the summoning technique, so he used the strong normal attack to pull away. This very maneuver caused Anshin's Panda to strike empty air. My goodness! 5G's normal attack displacement had created space, and now Kakashi, empowered by Panda's invincibility, had no skills. Was Anshin really going to waste this invincibility? The distance between the two continued to widen. Anshin was charging Chidori, preparing to initiate with it. The invincibility was still active, but could 5G still maneuver? No. 5G's movements were anticipated by Anshin, and Susanoo Kakashi took the initiative. Both commentators focused their attention on the opening move, but in truth, this opening was not particularly decisive, because the new water substitution technique was still active. Without secret scrolls, without summoning, and even without skills, what could Susanoo Kakashi rely on to counterattack? 5G's substitution landed and closed the gap, directly attacking Susanoo Kakashi and pushing him to the edge of the platform. As Susanoo Kakashi's substitution was about to expire, Rasengan was decisively unleashed. The new water technique brought Susanoo Kakashi back to midfield, and Anshin had chosen a rather poor moment to substitute. 5G used Flying Thunder God to return to the marked spot to collect the marker, while Anshin still attempted to use skills to advance and suppress. 5G's normal attack displacement was followed by the second skill, Swift, with full focus. Anshin immediately activated phasing to prepare for a swift reaction. However, 5G's Swift was released in reverse. He never intended to kick Susanoo Kakashi. His true intention was to bait out the phasing. After Swift, Flying Thunder God returned to the marked spot to retrieve the marker and caught Susanoo Kakashi the instant the phasing ended. The outcome was already decided. The new water technique remained active as the second round pitted against Kin and Jin. Perhaps there truly exists a flow state that can significantly elevate a player's performance. For 5G entirely forgot he was an entertainment streamer. Uttering cryptic phrases like "I am the iOS nightmare," he began his gameplay. At the critical moment, Shark immediately bit into Kin and Jin's invincibility. As Kin and Jin fell, he followed up with a secret scroll to dispel the invincibility. While the invincibility was broken, he forced them to stand, then executed a smooth combo to forcibly replace Anshin's substitution. The second round's battle was completely dominated by 5G's rhythm, only losing 1 million health points in the first and last clashes. New water wearing the second rank. At this moment, 5G's chat seemed to enter a similar state, also spouting indecipherable words. Is that you, iOS Nightmare? Another new year, this is the 7th year. iOS Nightmare should be at work now. New water remains the same as ever, and so does the playstyle. Brandishing the old sword before battle, its cold gleam reminiscent of the past. For those who don't understand, this is iOS Nightmare, acknowledged as the number 1 new water. The 5th round. Half health, full chakra, 0 summoning, facing off against the Nagato King. Nagato's continuous suppression at the start placed new water in a perilous situation. After a futile substitution, it seemed 5G's momentum would falter. Yet Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, strong normal attack, followed by Swift and Flying Thunder God. The old trick was repeated, dispelling, then initiating with strong normal attack. In the midst of chaos, Anshin made a critical error. He attempted to unleash his ultimate finisher. Unfortunately, no critical hit landed, and new water had less than 5 health remaining. Nagato's first skill was also just 1 second short of cooldown, unable to connect. The one with the best chakra lost for lack of chakra. After gaining the opening, 5G used the most reliable combo to whittle Nagato down to critical health. He feared that at any moment, Nagato might suddenly fall to protect, abruptly ending this hard-earned story. Neither accident nor miracle occurred. 7 years had passed. New Water's normal attacks had failed countless times. This time, failure was not an option. 5G activated his ultimate to secure the kill, only relaxing fully when Nagato's health reached 0. Though you are my opponent, you are quite impressive. A beautifully executed reverse best of 3, akin to art. The praise from Du Chun and others in the voice chat never ceased. Even the Wind God could not help but marvel. My goodness, 5G's new water plays too well. Such strength might not even be seen in professional tournaments. And 5G's own performance was even more exhilarating. Damn. I won with new water. I won with new water. Damn, brothers. I secured the bottom spot and won with new water. On the other side of the match, Anshin glanced at the chat room of his own stream during a break. No doubting voices appeared as expected. After so many years, he was surprised to see the name iOS Nightmare flood the screen once more. He took a tactical sip of water, accepting this loss with full conviction. The second match featured Wind God against Smog. Unlike 5G's previous fiery display, Wind God employed the simplest form of suppression, sheer operational dominance. This was not a battle of equals. Wind God's third rank was a decisive victory. The third match pitted player against SN. The 21-year ninja pool offered many ninjas emphasizing fundamentals. This match was not spectacular but intensely tense. Both sides performed evenly, even causing the commentators to sweat nervously. Ultimately, player seized the opening first, creating distance before SNS substitution was ready. When the countdown ended, player won by a slim margin of less than 10 health points. Impressive. That was truly on the edge. Stylish. We secured 3 guaranteed wins. The team voice chat praised player, and the commentators summarized this tense match. Meanwhile, in the official livestream chat, time's almost up. The big one is coming.
Dun.
The most terrifying is here. The 30-year-old Wind playing G Pure team drew much attention. Approaching the final round, Pure Degree made his appearance. Not much time had passed since Du Chun's last performance. Fear still lingered in everyone's hearts. Commentator Xiao Lai. I wonder how Pure Degree will perform this round? Commentator Xiao Bao. Good news is, the 25-year ninja pool lacks Black Zetsu, Blue Water, and Kamakura Madara. Xiao Lai glanced slightly at Xiao Bao, who showed no awareness of the inadvertent bias. This was clearly not siding with Du Chun. Then he checked the chat and found the audience strongly empathizing with Du Chun's opponent, with no one caring about the commentator's partiality. Xiao Lai breathed a sigh of relief, silently thinking, Pure Degree is truly the public enemy of the Anabi Cup. One can only hope Du Chun picks a proper operational ninja this time, rather than a ninja like Blue Water, whose playstyle is written but pronounced as Pure Degree. Du Chun's opponent was assigned player 1. He immediately banned Six-Tails Naruto. No surprise, Six-Tails Naruto is a biting-type ninja, and if Du Chun got him, it would be like the Real deal going online. The thought alone was terrifying, so he banned it outright. Du Chun banned the most disagreeable Gold Water, then also banned the troublesome Wandering Obito. The opponent then banned the 100 Battles Itachi, and the draft phase began. The opponent first locked in Susanoo Kakashi, another operational ninja. Du Chun found this troublesome and was too lazy to care about ninja counters, locking in Edo Tensei Zabuza at first position. At second position, he locked in Uchiha Izuna. The opponent's second position selected 5 Kage Madara, and third position chose Hidden Sasuke. The opponent's 3 ninjas were all maxed out in strength, each boasting extremely high ceilings and respectable floor performance. Du Chun's ninjas were much simpler. After supplementing with a guaranteed bottom-tier Mysterious Farmer, this weak-style lineup was officially formed. The secret scroll summoning was completed, and the battle commenced. 59 seconds in. Rending Sin. Du Chun's Edo Tensei Zabuza opened with his first skill, charging into the opponent's half of the field. At this moment, Shay was still charging a basic attack, but upon seeing the sudden advance of Edo Tensei Zabuza, he instinctively activated his substitution jutsu without hesitation. This was his initial reaction. One must admit, his reflexes were indeed swift, an auspicious sign for a player specializing in substitution-type ninja. Ironically, however, Zabuza's opening skill strike failed to land a single hit. Even though his beheading blade collided with Shay's face, no damage was registered. It was a case where the visual effect triggered, but the hit detection lagged behind. Even if the silver had been there, he would have had to use substitution to avoid damage. Yet, being rushed down at the start naturally quickened Shay's heartbeat, and his actions crystallized in an instant. By the time his mind caught up with his movements, his second skill had already been unleashed in 2 stages. A shuriken? Why a shuriken? Where was his Susanoo? His brain pondered, but his eyes had already revealed the answer 10 frames earlier. The reason was that Susanoo Kakashi had failed to trigger a perfect substitution. This led to a new question. Why was the perfect substitution not activated? That, perhaps, was a query for the game designers. Kakashi's Susanoo's shuriken had been thrown onto the invulnerability granted by Edo Tensei Zabuza's secret scroll, but Shay promptly followed up with the secret scroll's dispersal ability to dispel the invulnerability. Then, his first skill, Kamui, ensured the continuation of his combo. The initial exchange dazzled many spectators. It seemed the purity of Shay's technique was exacting a price for itself. Soon after, Du-chun used substitution to switch out. Facing a Susanoo Kakashi without skills or secret scrolls, he naturally opted for substitution. This swap appeared to benefit Kakashi, but in reality, the left Kamui with a cooldown of 12 seconds and the right Kamui with a cooldown of 14 seconds were more than enough to sustain him. In this martial duel, both players' summons were visible. Du-chun knew that Shay's primary summon was a crab, meaning that Kakashi had no restrictions on countering Edo Tensei Zabuza's methods. Du-chun's substitution followed swiftly with his second skill, instantly activating the second stage to inflict damage. There was no elaborate strategy, only the purest ferocity. Shay was aware that Du-chun's primary summon was a panda, so he dared not substitute until Kamui's cooldown had fully elapsed. Yet, seeing the left Kamui still had 10 seconds remaining, he regretted having been greedy earlier. But it was an unavoidable risk. Due to distance, the dispersion only hit once. Without following up with Kamui, he would fail to gain the initiative. At this point, Shay was deeply frustrated. Though substitution was off cooldown, he lacked the courage to use it. Meanwhile, Du-chun's Edo Tensei Zabuza's first skill, Rending Sin, cooled down faster. A fully charged Rending Sin, combined with the energy bar accumulated earlier, allowed him to activate Demon Transformation at the 48-second mark of the match. That was over the top. I have substitution, and you still dare to activate Demon Transformation? Shay only realized this then. He wished he had instantly substituted earlier, exchanging out Du-chun's Panda Summon first. Though it would have cost him more health and subjected him to 15 seconds of passive damage, at least he wouldn't have had to worry about the Panda Summon in the next wave. Instead, now his health was depleted, his opponent's Demon Transformation was active, and the Panda Summon was still firmly in Du-chun's grasp. This marked Shay's second moment of regret. Zabuza's Demon Transformation had yet to swing his blade. As soon as Kakashi's Kamui came off cooldown, Shay immediately substituted behind Edo Tensei Zabuza. He still retained 2/3 of his health and was in decent condition. Substituting behind Zabuza, Du-chun instantly swapped out the Panda Summon. As Shay expected, he immediately chained his first skill Kamui to seize the invulnerability. Then he was dumbfounded. Kakashi's Kamui could not break the Panda's 4-second invulnerability. To shatter the Panda or a max-level invulnerability, he needed to employ the 2-1 Susanoo combo. But the second skill was still on a 2-second cooldown. Ask Du-chun to wait 2 seconds? That depended on whether Edo Tensei Zabuza's beheading blade was willing. The Panda's invulnerability persisted until Edo Tensei Zabuza rose from the ground. Du-chun, emboldened by the invincibility granted upon falling, relentlessly pressured Shay. The pressure was immense. Before Zabuza could strike, Shay had already used substitution. After doing so, he only regretted more. Du-chun activated Zabuza's second skill, Mist Concealment, to continue the assault. Under the veil of mist, the elusive Zabuza exuded an overwhelming sense of menace. Shay was nearly overwhelmed by the pressure. With no secret scrolls or skills available, he watched Zabuza's ghostly silhouette inch closer and reluctantly summoned the crab. Du-chun beamed with delight. Is that how you handle pressure? He thought. Zabuza still had substitution. With his second skill ready and Edo Tensei Zabuza substituting in against a Susanoo Kakashi whose substitution and skills were all on cooldown for over 10 seconds, no mental effort was needed to seize the initiative. Du-chun maintained a rhythm of basic attacks, immediately canceling animation delays with skill combos to chain attacks seamlessly. This method increased damage output speed by 20%. In 10 seconds, he reduced Susanoo Kakashi to a critically wounded state. Had Mist Concealment not been prematurely used, He could have locked down substitution with a combo and secured a kill outright. But the bloodied Kakashi could no longer stir any trouble, for as Shay substituted out, Zabuza had already vanished into the mist. Compared to Kakashi's 12-second grab and 14-second substitution cooldowns, Edo Tensei Zabuza's double skill 10-second cooldown advantage was starkly evident. Shay, now substituted out, was at a loss. The mist was a blinding white expanse, not even a shadow revealing his whereabouts. The next moment, Zabuza's two-stage slash surged in from off-screen, a single strike dispatching Susanoo Kakashi. This fleeting apparition afforded Shay less than 0.3 of a second to react. Had he been fully prepared and mentally braced, he might have countered with substitution. Yet, reflecting on this agonizing round, Shay's composure quietly shattered. The sniper, feared by all the top Naruto streamers, uttered a plaintive confession. I'm kind of done playing. If anyone asked what the difference was between Demon Zabuza and a ghost, Du-chan's actions would answer. A ghost does not strike when you are defenseless. Furthermore, a ghost does not relentlessly pursue you with invulnerability and demon transformation engaged. Shay had lost the will to continue. He was a player whose form fluctuated greatly, fond of sniping top streamers, yet having been sniped by former peers after rising to fame. Sometimes he could defeat top-ranked players like Anshin and Anjo. Other times, facing opponents ranked just below Shadow, he would lose. His hands had been steady until encountering this eccentric Du-chan. Who plays the game like that? He had completely shattered his rhythm. There was no surprise in his defeat this round, and Shay had many grievances. His teammates didn't even know what to say to console him. The four of them had lost 4 matches, seemingly on the brink of elimination. Very well, let us congratulate the Wind Play G Pure team on securing 4 points in this match. Everyone performed admirably, providing us with an extraordinary spectacle. The next match would be between the Bai Zhe Feng team and the handsome Lu Tang team. Thus concluded today's 7.5-hour-long Inhua Cup points tournament. Each team had 2 chances to perform. Du-chan's Wind Play G Pure team ranked among the leaders with 8 points. Continuing this momentum in tomorrow's points competition, advancing to the knockout stage would be assured. As team captain, Wind God offered a few words of encouragement, gifted each of his 3 teammates a carnival, and logged off first. Including Du-chan, the 3 expressed their gratitude in unison, and Du-chan signed off amid a flood of farewell messages. After nearly 8 consecutive hours of streaming, his feeling was simply exhaustion. It was a workday, yet he had even skipped his primary job to participate in this streamer tournament. However, the rewards were substantial. After platform fees, the gifts amounted to the equivalent of over 2,000 yuan. Enough to purchase a Sichuan auto. He had considerable savings at home. Otherwise, he couldn't afford a full ninja-themed Naruto account. Still, Du-chan aspired to find something more stable to pursue. Today, the 2 booths in the livestream weighed most heavily on my mind. In the comments section beneath previous videos, numerous fans had inquired about his whereabouts. Some, upon noticing the live now indicator, clicked in only to discover that the owner, whose primary business is selling chicken products, had astonishingly entered the platform's streamer competition. Contemplating this, it indeed seemed rather surreal. Yet, the strangest part was still to come. Du-chan wielded the Divine Steed Ban, the Azure Water, and the reanimated Zabuza all at once. 3 ninja relentlessly pierced through their opponent's defense, leaving over 1 million viewers simultaneously terrified to tears. The tactics were so unorthodox that even the commentators were at a loss for words. In this realm where skill is paramount and purity is regarded as the lowest rung on the hierarchy of disdain, Du-chan's strategy undoubtedly shattered conventional expectations. Although most dismissed it with contempt and continued to look down on Du-chan's level of purity, which is understandable. Some players with a penchant for unconventional approaches and unique perspectives began to act early, subtly altering their gameplay tactics and surprisingly found them unexpectedly effective. It remains unclear who first disseminated Du-chan's approach to purity. When 2 players both employing the Azure Water technique clashed in the arena, each sensed the other was trying to sneak in subtle moves, greeting each other with a head pat before opening with the Rasengan as standard. Meanwhile, those inferior imitators who grasped only the superficial shell of purity without understanding its essence were met with a crushing defeat. Opening with the Rasengan? Surely everyone is clueless on how to counter that. Could anyone truly mimic such a foolish tactic? Only mastery of skill is the righteous path. Can one's mind endure too much purity gameplay? After the conclusion of this day's Inhua Cup livestream, the official series videos uploaded online saw the comments section flood with animated discussions whenever Du-chan took the stage. Especially in the match featuring Azure Water. The barrage of comments perfectly replicated the atmosphere of the live event. Witnessing this wildly frenzied Azure Water, even viewers watching for a second time found it hard to contain their excitement. The comment section buzzed endlessly with discussions about Du-chan. Early human footage of taming Azure Water. Isn't his Divine Steed Ban even more outrageous? Combos like thunderclaps, thunderclap opening followed by thunderclap counter. This match even moved Wang Hai to tears. Made me so envious. Is it possible that it's not the purity of the operation that S2 refined, but rather that our game S balance is skewed? Don't make you, our cube bro, laugh. We're the most dedicated gamers. How could there be dozens of tier 0 and a dozen kings? I feel that purity is definitely the most overrated player. Although undefeated in 3 matches, all wins came from exploiting information asymmetry. Divine Steedban, Azure Water, Reanimated Zabuza, tell me, which ninja has information advantage? But if you say his tactics are so absurd that they cause that advantage, then I have nothing to say. I'm starving. Why is nobody talking about why purity doesn't T-cell chicken racks? I crave that every day. Du Chun, accustomed to an early bedtime, informed the supplier boss not to send any goods tomorrow. The supplier, puzzled, casually asked for the reason. When Du Chun revealed he was going to compete on the platform, the boss sent a thumbs-up emoji and urged Du Chun to perform well, promising to come by in a sports car. Although their relationship was primarily transactional, Du Chun regarded the boss as a decent person and responded with a straightforward thank you. The next day, Du Chun awoke early but, realizing there was little work to be done, quickly fell back asleep. Today, the competition continued with ranking matches. With yesterday's points as a foundation, Du Chun need not exert himself too fiercely to advance with ease. Furthermore, today's match slots were advantageous, appearing early as the 1st and 7th matches. After initiating the livestream and enabling voice chat, Du Chun began reviewing today's opponents. The first match featured the God of Water S Godslayer Team 20, and the 7th was the Pigeon S Forest Bird Team. Both teams boasted top-tier strength. Du Chun was assigned to compete in the first round of the opening match. Having witnessed Du Chun's ferocious biting ability, the Wind God relinquished any notions of restriction. Let the kid play as he wishes, he thought. Accordingly, Du Chun was sent out first, aiming to secure an early victory and boost team morale. Well-versed in professional esports environments, the Wind God understood the coach's strategy and knew how profoundly an opening win could influence a team's subsequent matches. Even professionally trained players could have their mindset affected by the first round. As for 5G and Player, both principal streamers, this was even more evident. Most streamers default their interface to the official broadcast room, which warmed up for a while before the competition began. At that moment, the online audience reached 2,200,000 viewers, less than half of yesterday's peak. This was partly due to the time, not yet peak livestream hours, and partly because the stream had not been running long enough. Though the official numbers had yet to peak, Du Chun's stream promptly surpassed yesterday's highest concurrent viewers. Evidently, after the matches concluded, numerous video editors clipped the most thrilling segments, some of which went viral. Aside from 5G's miraculous counter-triple, the hottest was undoubtedly Du Chun's extraordinary biting ninja. This inadvertently added several thousand new followers to Du Chun's account, raising the fan count to 220,000. Good evening, dear viewers, and welcome to the official Inhua Cup livestream to witness the competition. Watch the Inhua Cup live on the Infu desktop client for a larger, clearer, and more exhilarating experience. Yesterday's ranking matches showcased many players' shining moments, and today we continue the schedule. Indeed, the first 2 teams to take the stage are the currently thriving Windplay G Pure team and the formidable Godslayer Team 20. What spectacular performances will these 2 teams unveil? Let us now examine the data analysis charts. Godslayer Team 20. Ninja Pool, 10 points. Record, 10 points. Appearance, 10 points. Red Temperature, 6 points. Popularity, 10 points. Reaction Speed, 8 points. Operation, 10 points. Windplay G Pure Team. Ninja Pool, 8 points. Record, 8 points. Appearance, 8 points. Red Temperature, 5 points. Popularity, 8 points. Reaction Speed, 8 points. Operation, 8 points. Alright, as we can see, the chart on the left completely encompasses the one on the right. Du Chun himself was unsure how these statistics were calculated, but he was especially dissatisfied with the appearance rating. Although Wind God did hold the team back, the other 3 members' appearances were stunning. Surely that should have compensated somewhat? However, with 5G's sudden exclamation, Du Chun noticed a change in the operation score for their team. He recalled that yesterday it was rated 9, so how could it have dropped by 1 point after winning 2 major rounds? Just as everyone understood why the team's appearance was capped at 8. The current drop from 9 to 8 in operation is hard not to associate with a certain player from Windplay G Pure team. Wind God restrained a smile. If he lacked skill, he wouldn't have earned an indiscriminate championship title. 5G could hardly contain his laughter. Yesterday's new Water Extreme Counter-Triple was simply legendary, and coincidentally, February 4th marked the 7th anniversary of the new Water S release. After that match, 5G changed his name suffix to playing New Water for 7 years. Player was outnumbered and performed moderately yesterday, with both wins and losses, so he just smiled quietly. Du Chun's face darkened with fury. This was outright slander. He could tolerate being called pure, but how could anyone say he lacked skill? Let me reiterate, he declared, purity does not equate to lack of skill. Yet, His explanation had no effect and only provoked more laughter in the livestream chat. Seeing the screen filled with ha ha ha, Du Chun's resolved to prove his prowess by playing a skillful ninja grew even stronger. After the two commentators introduced the players, the match quickly commenced. The first round featured players Shi Yizhu and Jichuan Jidu. Indeed, Shi Yizhu had performed steadily over the past 2 days. Jichuan's gameplay, well, his performance was also commendable, having played 3 rounds of triple piercings. At this juncture, Xiao Lai, a seasoned player boasting a score of 3,600 points, found himself at a loss for words. The more elaborate the maneuvers became, the less he could comprehend Du Chun's astonishing style of play. A sudden pause betrayed his true thoughts, yet fortunately, his partner Xiao Bao reacted promptly. Indeed, the purest players' matches were truly a feast for the eyes, exquisitely thrilling and showcasing the most dominant suppression far surpassing all other competitors. It wasn't about the mechanics alone, but the sheer excitement of the contest that captivated everyone. Bold claims were even made, asserting that Du Chun's tactics were the most suppressive of all. Although this seemed somewhat biased, it nearly sent the audience into fits of laughter. Ha ha ha, the most suppressive. What a remarkable way to put it. Only a genius could come up with such a phrase. Both commentators have quite the skill. It's hard for anyone to keep a straight face and continue narrating. Ji-chun, if you have any objections, just say it outright. Ha ha ha. Haven't there been plenty of complaints about Ji-chun's style? Xiao Lai's sudden pause when discussing the gameplay was quite amusing. The early risers get to watch Ji-chun. Last night's duel arena was filled with mindless Aoba players spamming Rasengan at the start. The culprit has been found. The commentators laughed, and the audience followed suit. The top streamers, witnessing this, laughed uproariously. Within the voice chat of the Godslayer Team's 20th squad, Suishan struggled to contain his laughter and solemnly remarked, "Zhu, don't underestimate Ji-chun's strength." Shi Yizhu was about to respond earnestly, but Suishan's peculiar tone only made him want to laugh even more. "Captain, if you want to laugh, just laugh out loud. Holding it in is even funnier." Meanwhile, in Feng Wan Ji-chun's team, Feng Xin also relayed intelligence over voice chat. The opposing Shi Yizhu is very skilled, fond of pushing limits. It would be wise to exercise caution during the match. Compared to Feng Xin's explanation, 5GS was more down to earth. His Sasuke is indeed strong. Hawk Sasuke often uses invincibility frames to bypass skills. When playing as the bone frame, he excels at kiting. Anyway, his Sasuke is quite close to that guy's. At this moment, a player suddenly interjected, "That guy? You mean at this point it was self-evident?" The top streamer who had been absent from the Inhua Cup, whose whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery, was the subject. Rumors abounded across the community. Some claimed he had defected to the Land of Fire. Others said he wielded the strong sword to confront the spear tip that wounded Dream's tears. Still others spoke of his arduous training in swordsmanship, slaying massive foes with surgical precision. The versions varied, truth unknown. Yet it was undeniable that he was universally acknowledged as the #1 Sasuke, rendering Shi Yizhu's title mere lip service in his presence. As the second player after Shi Yizhu banned Aoba, Du Chun did not hesitate to place the Eternal Sasuke Purple Dog and the Phantom Sasuke on the ban list. Although he left Shi Yizhu's strongest picks, Susanoo Sasuke and Hawk Sasuke, unbanned, Du Chun showed no fear, for these two were the ninjas he had the most experience countering. But these were tales for later. Watching Shi Yizhu ban the reanimated Zabuza and Kisame, Du Chun scoffed disdainfully. When would these people realize that once Kuratsuchi was unleashed, any ninja could become overpowered? Then Du Chun was stunned, helplessly witnessing Shi Yizhu locking in Kuratsuchi. "Damn, I've been played." Du Chun was furious because the opponent had chosen his Kuratsuchi. Even if banned, he would not have been this angry. His strategy largely revolved around the Kuratsuchi system. Now that Shi Yizhu had claimed Kuratsuchi, it was as if he had been directly challenged by a formidable demon king. In a fit of rage, Du Chun was tempted to select Shi Yizhu's Susanoo Sasuke and Hawk Sasuke. But just as he was about to act, his eyes caught sight of a ninja, Senju Hashirama, reanimated. Alright, it's time to give you a proper lesson." Du Chun gritted his teeth and decisively picked reanimated Hashirama. A moment earlier, Shi Yizhu had boldly proclaimed in the livestream that Du Chun would surely pick Susanoo Sasuke or Hawk Sasuke, perhaps even both. Hence, Shi Yizhu was well prepared, having Snake Sasuke and the 10th anniversary Sasuke as alternatives. Having a specialization ninja with many forms was truly advantageous. Banning 2 and picking 2 still left him with 2 potent choices. But to everyone's astonishment, Du Chun left both Susanoo Sasuke and Hawk Sasuke unbanned, and upon seeing the ninja Du Chun locked in first, Shi Yizhu burst out laughing immediately. Reanimated Hashirama? Who picks that? Who still plays such a trash ninja? After his brazen remark, Shi Yizhu quickly added, "I'm not targeting Ji-chun, I'm targeting this ninja. It's hard to imagine your game even has such a cumbersome ninja. If I lose to this ninja, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. Alright?" Du Chun's current live viewership was nearly matching his fanbase. A paid comment relayed Shuriju's exact words, and after reading it aloud, Du Chun's expression darkened. Shuriju really said that? Shuriju actually said that? Du Chun was about to make Shuriju pay for his boldness. But when Shuriju disparaged the ninja he had chosen, it only strengthened Du Chun's resolve. Rather than hurling angry threats, he opened his browser and launched the little broken station. The greatest convenience of streaming from home was the ability to pin the livestream page on his computer and stream the phone screen, avoiding worries about frame drops from backgrounding the stream, and allowing Du Chun to monitor comments instantly. Viewers, seeing Du Chun open the little broken station, were puzzled. Wow, is the streamer about to betray us? The streamer has abandoned the first follower. Do you all have no gratitude for the notes? Didn't he expect the streamer to be Lightning LV6? That's impressive. What is Ji Chun up to? Curious viewers dropped question marks in the chat as they watched Du Chun's odd behavior, but as he searched keywords and opened the first video on the search page. Feeling comes while crying and shaking, praying to Buddha DJ. I've been begging in front of Buddha for thousands of years. The confusion deepened. Oh? What? It's just background music? I thought the streamer was going to defect and become an uploader, wasted my excitement. Is it really okay to openly conspire rebellion like this? What song is this? Looks like it's from last century. Although not last century, it's quite an old song, probably around 20 years old. Why not listen to the original version? At this moment, Feng Xin's voice came through the chat. Huh? Ji Chun? What is this about you getting mad and wanting to become an uploader? Du Chun, initially bewildered by the BGM, glanced at the comments and twitched his mouth. These jokers really love to spread rumors. Years ago, he did use the little broken station, but as uncles and aunts caused all sorts of chaos and popular uploaders drifted away, the site had reverted to its original purpose for Du Chun, watching anime and listening to music. Clearing his throat, Du Chun solemnly declared, "Next, I present a song titled Praying to Buddha, dedicated to everyone." He instinctively set it to loop, but, seeing the song's length 3 minutes and 52 seconds, he quickly cancelled the repeat. This small gesture did not escape the notice of particularly attentive viewers, sparking speculation. Yet Du Chun no longer had time to read comments. The match had begun. Both sides cautiously tested one another at the start. Shuriju, leveraging his longer reach, continuously repositioned and used 3A attacks to scout vision. In the opening 10 seconds, neither side launched an aggressive engagement. The DJ version of Praying to Buddha lacked a lengthy intro, diving straight into the climax. Can we meet again? I have been begging in front of Buddha for thousands of years. The music filled Du Chun with vigor. He charged forward, stomping his foot. Shuriju attempted to react but used no skills, simply performing 4A attacks, Chidori Blade, piercing through reanimated Hashirama's body. Reanimated Hashirama, as if hearing the Praying to Buddha BGM playing outside the arena, raised his hand in a blocking stance. The tree world descends. The body turns purple, transgressing the heavenly law. Indeed, Shuriju's reaction was remarkably swift. To be able to immediately counter and dispel the wood release grab under Hashirama's block and counterattack was astonishing. Yet, Du Chun never intended to let Susanoo Sasuke walk away alive. His counter grab was executed in tandem with Shark. Having dodged one grab, what about the second? Saikasuke could never have anticipated such a purely straightforward tactic. Whether Susanoo Sasuke surrendered the secret scroll to nullify the grab or not, Du Chun's summoning would be unleashed regardless. As expected, Susanoo Sasuke was seized by Shark's jaws, followed swiftly by Du Chun's execution of the Myojin Gate, pinning Sasuke against the edge of the platform. Would release. Would clone technique. Willing to exchange countless lifetimes for our one lifetime of fate. Hoping to move the heavens above. Before the wooden fists rained down, Susanoo Sasuke's health had already plummeted below 50 under the combined assault of Tree World's arrival, Shark, and Myojin Gate. Shark's damage amplification and Myojin Gate's armor penetration empowered the wooden clone to unleash 680,000 damage without a critical hit. At this moment, Tree World's arrival came off cooldown. An additional 500,000 skill damage plus 100,000 ground smash damage suppressed Sasuke's health bar to just 10. All this transpired within less than 6 seconds. At the very last instant before Tree World's arrival grab, Du Chun's reanimated Hashirama executed a 1A backward stomp, followed by a 2A grab on the exhausted Susanoo Sasuke. As the 3A was about to haul Sasuke to midfield, Saikasuke, sensing imminent peril, hastily deployed a substitution. Unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen into a trap. Du Chun scanned the situation in a mere 0.01 seconds. Position, health, music, characters, permission to seek Buddha. Can we meet again? I have prayed before Buddha for thousands of years. Will of fire. Within the match, reanimated Hashirama's prayer succeeded. Clasping both hands, he instantly entered Sage mode. Fellow Hokage, the second, third, and fourth Hokage appeared together, executing a seamless cross-combo. The camera then panned skyward, revealing a colossal Buddha statue radiating a faint golden light. Buddha-S palm strike. As the massive hand descended, Saikasuke's face lengthened with dread. His mood no better than when he once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage. In his final moments, he made a fatal error. Panda. After deploying Panda, he fled to the corner of the platform. The classic Panda-S sacrificial demise. Evidently, he failed to grasp the immense value of reanimated Hashirama's ultimate spanning the entire midfield. This is the power of the Hokage. The match concluded with 38 seconds remaining. Broadcasters watching live exclaimed, "What?" Viewers in the chat room responded. The commentator, Fengshin, after a brief pause, regarded reanimated Hashirama with a complex gaze. This shinobi, truly powerful. Observing how, after deploying Panda, the player dashed to the wall corner only to be felled by the ultimate. 5GS exclamation. This ultimate so strong. The team chat still echoed with the noise-blasted Seeking Buddha DJ remix. The player. This music, so powerful. The world was left with only Saikasuke and Kakuzu wounded. Because Hashirama's pressure was so overwhelming, Du-chun forgot to feed the reanimated Kakuzu a fresh taste. Unintentionally, Kakuzu was once again left famished. In Saikasuke's streaming room, his avatar froze at that moment. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. Saikasuke remained motionless. 7 seconds elapsed, and the second round began in place. Silently, Saikasuke manipulated Black Zetsu, only to be struck by Hashirama's wood release. Wood clone technique, crashing down from the wall as his skill cooldown ended. With only one ultimate point left on Black Zetsu, Saikasuke relinquished control. At that moment his chat room buzzed. "Family, do you think I should wash my hair upside down?" 666. Still an interactive segment. Not a still image. Is the streamer even alive? Blame the pure and untainted stream SBGM for making our Saikasuke sound like he is singing. Indeed, Black Zetsu dared not resist for the entire round. With just a final ultimate point left, if it failed to trigger, Yasaku would be devastated. Yet Du-chun was far from celebrating. To accumulate ultimate points for Hashirama, Du-chun feared killing Black Zetsu outright, resulting in the third slot's backup. Kakuzu still denied his share of the heart. Reanimated Kakuzu. Hungry. Round 3. Battle commences. Entering the third round, Yasaku, still empowered by double summoning scrolls and ultimate body, remained capable of fighting. However, 2 seconds into the round, Yasaku stood motionless, as dazed as Saikasuke in the stream. The top left corner displayed a network latency of 18 milliseconds, clearly not a connectivity issue. Had he abandoned the match? Even Du-chun thought so, tentatively stomping again. Abandoned escape. Irata. Upon witnessing reanimated Hashirama's opening stomp, Saikasuke's expression suddenly sharpened, a gleam returning to his eyes. Yasaku, swift as lightning, charged directly at Hashirama. Despicable combo start. Du-chun shouted while maneuvering. Before Hashirama could be pinned against the wall by Chidori Blade, a giant Buddha adorned with a coiling golden dragon appeared. Behind, the Judgment Zone and the Cast Zone were set. The Chidori Blade dragged Hashirama 2 spaces behind, while the golden dragon inflicted damage across those 2 spaces. The combo initiating Yasaku's little fallen disciple Saikasuke's gaze dimmed once more. Yet he refused to surrender. No skills? Then substitution followed by normal attack. Substitution intercepted the normal attack, protecting the nearly fallen Hashirama. If you have skills and substitution, I won argue. But no skills and still substitution? You're bold. Du-chun immediately countered the substitution. Saikasuke activated ultimate body. Du-chun completely ignored it, muttering his skill combo like a spell. Toad, insertion, Myojin Gate, Flower Tree World, finishing line, enough. Buddha come, Toad's damage amplification. Myojin Gate's insertion with ultimate body and armor break. Tree World's arrival empowered into Flower Tree World, inflicting damage and poison. Amplify, penetrate, poison. Damage maxed out. Incidentally, the Toad's icon, arms crossed and wearing a mournful face, seemed as if everyone owed it hundreds of thousands of damage. One glance, and Yasaku's health immediately dropped below 40. Will of Fire. Fellow Hokage, Buddha-S palm strike. Ignoring position, reanimated Hashirama initiated the prayer ritual once more. At this moment, the Buddha statue shone brilliantly golden. The background music from the little battleground reached 1 minute and 1 second. For you, I transformed into a werewolf form. For you, I embraced madness. For you, I donned thick disguises. For you, I changed my heart. Wait, did you mention heart? Reanimated Kakuzu. Devouring. 1,023,836. Toad's damage amplification also applied to Kakuzu, and the heart-piercing damage exceeding 1 million directly restored the last shred of Yasaku's health for reanimated Hashirama. Not injured, right? Not injured, right? The cheerful, sunny neighbor brother sent sincere greetings. This reanimated Hashirama truly was a big fool, carelessly hurting others again. Apart from the initial 2 wasted seconds by both sides, From the moment Hashirama stomped and Yasaku's combo began, the entire match lasted 8 seconds. The ultimate countdown froze at 50. At this point, the Seeking Buddha BGM played up to 1 minute and 17 seconds. Can we meet again? I have prayed before Buddha for thousands of years. Du Chun did not even glance at the complete victory screen but immediately pressed the spacebar to pause the video. One match, 1 minute and 17 seconds. The so-called fastest legendary match. Fengshen, 5G, players, all broadcasters, The second grand match was the championship aspirants versus the handsome Lutang team. Though the second match had not yet begun, the captain of the championship aspirants, Silver, was already calculating the opposing players and lineup before the match. Hence, Silver's mind was not on the current first match. Yet, upon witnessing the pure and untainted 1 minute 17 seconds fastest record, he could not suppress the expression on his face. Is this even human? Reflecting on my own matches, it seems most of them ended with the time running out. At 1 minute and 17 seconds, in his match, it should have only just concluded the loading phase of the second round if nothing unexpected happened. The Forest Bird team. Regarding today's 7th major match, both the captain, Pigeon, and the 3 team members observed with a sincere attitude of knowing both themselves and their opponent. Before the match, when they saw Du Chun select the Edo Tensei Hashirama, Pigeon laughed so hard his language system nearly crashed, and the other 3 were no better off. 1 minute later, Pigeon was dumbfounded, his language system completely collapsed. His brother's Makamoku, his brother's Jutsu, his brother's devastating damage, his brother's thunderous combos, his brother's legendary speed. Now it was his live stream audience who laughed uproariously. The Forest Bird team suddenly felt immense pressure. Mokurin and Mumu were drenched in sweat, exchanging a glance through the camera. No, are we really going to face this team in the 7th major match? You mean this is our opponent? Only Yichio, who had always struggled with complex operations, harbored a flicker of special hope in his eyes. So, besides operational ninjas, can turret ninjas perform like this too? Yichio's avatar was the helmet of Edo Tensei II, concealing an expression of admiration, appearing utterly non-threatening. In fact, that was true. Yichio possessed strategies that transcended this world, but his execution was a mess. The audience loved watching his brilliant strategic explanations, then waiting for his operational blunders, and finally seeing him suffer defeat. Perhaps I could try other ninjas besides operational ones? Yichio's gaze settled on a benevolent old man in the warehouse, and the wheel of fate began to turn. The scene returned to the arena. The director, fixated on the victory already decided screen, forgot to switch the camera angle after filming for a long time. The 2 commentators wore expressions of shock, which had actually been on their faces since the end of the first round. At this moment, these 2 seemed more like ordinary spectators than commentators, pondering Du Chun's tactics in deep thought. In the official live stream chat, a flood of messages poured in. The 2 million viewers online generated triple the barrage volume compared to yesterday's peak of 4.5 million. They were truly terrified to tears. Among the most prominent messages were, match ended in 1 minute 17 seconds, scared Super Shadow to tears, 3,300 points. As a child, I cried after watching this episode. The whole village had to fight floods. That scared me to death. After watching this match, Guan Yu immediately flooded the 7 armies. Scared to tears? Scared to death. Did I really survive that pandemic? Why do I see things from the underworld? Watching the director who refused to switch the shot and the commentators who were speechless, Fengshen's expression grew solemn. He felt a complex emotion toward Du Chun. I asked you for a good start, not to scare the opponent to death. But in the end, he never voiced this. At this moment, Fengshen somewhat longed for the heartbeat value from professional tournaments, that is, the heart rate setting measuring players' beats per minute. Since professional matches are held offline, it's convenient to measure, allowing viewers to gauge the player's nervousness. But if applied to Du Chun, the heartbeat value should be replaced with a fright value. Du Chun's victory effect could be defined as randomly scaring 1,100,000,000 passersby to tears, then increasing teammates' fright value by 10 and opponents' fright value by 100. When an opponent's fright value reaches 200, they cry on the spot. The second match was 5G versus Water God. Even as 5G was still shaken as a teammate, little did he know that Water God opposite him had already transformed his operation. 5G quickly adjusted, placing new Water in the starting lineup. After yesterday's extraordinary performance, he felt even more in sync with new Water, playing with great skill. By this ebb and flow, 5G surprisingly defeated Water God in one fell swoop, claiming victory in the second match. The third match was Fengshen versus Lion. This 2021 martial arts match was without suspense, though Fengshen still lost one ninja before securing the win. The fourth match saw Genius face off against Wu, selecting the 2025 ninja pool. Wu was a core player of another strong team in the Huagua region. Originally, such a professional versus streamer match was without doubt. However, Upon seeing Genius selecting Edo Tensei Zabuza in the first position, Wu-Wu's mind immediately shut down. In the match, Genius' Edo Tensei Zabuza bore a trace of Du-Chun's shadow. Wu-Wu made frequent blunders and completely failed to perform at his usual level. Feng Xin wanted to advise Genius not to be too ruthless. After all, Wu-Wu was a key player of a friendly team, and playing like this was quite humiliating. But then he reconsidered, as this victory was earned by skill, so he kept silent, allowing Genius to ruthlessly crush Wu-Wu's first two ninjas in a 1 versus 2. By the time Wu-Wu woke in the third round, it was too late, and he suffered a regrettable defeat in the fifth round. As the championship favorite, the Godslayer Team 20 was taken down by Feng Wan Pure's Team 40, clearly exceeding all spectators' expectations. After this match, the subsequent games felt dull and uninspired. The audience, watching monotonous operations and mutual deception, with ninja pools always featuring Naruto Uzumaki, Susanoo Kakashi, and other ethereal ninjas, only then realized the joy Du-Chun's presence had brought them. It was like Haki Wong accidentally eating chocolate. After tasting the whole village's arrows, he could no longer recapture that delicate bitterness followed by sweetness. Although many Haki Wongs died instantly after eating chocolate, this impolite analogy was vivid. Spectators cheered for players' exquisite operations, but subtle movements or psychological battles, even with commentators narrating, could not fully convey the player's intentions. This was the reality for most viewers. Du-Chun's style was simple. Extreme aggression and the most straightforward operations. No complicated maneuvers, no profound psychological warfare, only blatant madness and purity. It was the kind of primal fear that made one afraid he might leap out from behind the screen to bite. Fear was instinctive and rabies vaccines were expensive. Yet, once understood, who wouldn't want to become a wild dog unbound by the reins called operation? That unrestrained thrill of biting, pure and mad, was the original joy and answer when playing this game. Remember the chaotic punches that defeated the guide? By now, some had already exited the livestream or kept it open waiting for Feng Wan Pure's next match. Hastily launching the game, they opened matchmaking and selected the plant zombie, Edo Tensei Hashirama, who had lain dormant in the warehouse for years, once scolded while being drawn. Even Du-Chun hadn't realized that in these few matches, he had quietly shifted some viewers' understanding of the game. Although they still couldn't let go of their prejudice toward purity and likely never would, the weight of the word operation in their minds had diminished to varying degrees. At least the appearance of Edo Tensei Hashirama meant opening another path besides operation. This was a path named infusion damage or burst. Weak. Come on. You're really weak. Now you know who's boss. A pure-hearted high school boy was practicing the Edo Tensei Hashirama he had just learned today on the computer. From clumsy beginnings to occasional decent plays, the process was not painful but rather helped him rediscover the joy he had when first playing the game. Away, you're still playing the plant zombie? Wanna go watch the Inhua Cup matches with me? His good friend Bin Bin urged. Away frowned. No way, those matches are boring to death. Bin Bin persisted, but Feng Xin's team is up next, and your favorite pure degree is also playing. Away exited the Lightning emulator. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I can't watch the matches, it'll be your fault. At this moment, the sixth major match had just concluded. The Silver Sword team secured a victory over the Sea Watcher's notorious thief, the Fish Meat team. Commentator Xiao Lai. Brett's positioning just now was truly exquisite. I'm still pondering how he managed to evade all the skills in that single play. Commentator Xiao Bao. Indeed, that movement was impressive and earned the Silver Sword team the most crucial point. It leaves one wanting more. Commentator Xiao Lai. Absolutely. Despite being in a severely disadvantageous situation with low health and ultimate points, and having already used his summoning, he still managed such a response. Commentator Xiao Bao. Truly stunning. If we judge purely by mechanical skill today, he undoubtedly ranks as the top player. Commentator Xiao Lai. Yes. But if we consider all factors comprehensively, there are many influences at play, making it difficult to crown a definitive number one. Commentator Xiao Bao. That's true at least so far. Now, let us turn to today's seventh major match. Once again, it's the familiar Wind Play G-Pure team facing off against the Forest Birds team. Here are the comparative statistics of both sides. Wind Play G-Pure team. Ninja Pool, 9 points. Record, 9 points. Aesthetic appeal, 8 points. Temperament, 5 points. Popularity, 9 points. Reaction speed, 8 points. Skill execution, 7 points. Forest Birds, Ninja Pool, 7 points. Record, 7 points. Aesthetic appeal, 7 points. Temperament, 4 points. Popularity, 6 points. Reaction speed, 8 points. Skill execution, 7 points. Commentator Xiao Bao. As you can see, compared to their previous pre-match stats against the Godslayer Team 20, Wind Play G-Pure has improved by 1 point each in Ninja Pool, record, and popularity, now reaching a commendable total of 55 points. Commentator Xiao Lai. That doesn't seem right. I recall Wind Play G-Pure's previous score was 53. If those three categories each increased by 1 point, The total should be 56. Whereas the discrepancy. Commentator Xiao Bao offers an embarrassed yet courteous smile. Oh, it's the skill execution score. You can see that Wind Play GPR's skill execution has dropped by 1 point, from 9 initially to 8, and now down to 7.
Haha.
It's clear our backstage staff are diligently updating each team's data in real time. Quite commendable. Commentator Xiao Bao. Now, let us review the Forest Birds stats chart. Wow, the Forest Birds data chart is completely overshadowed by Wind Play GPRS. Commentator Xiao Lai. It's apparent this team has a very calm temperament. Their temperament score is only 4 points, making them the most emotionally stable team. In the official live chat, aside from an endless stream of ha ha ha, there are comments like, what do you mean by the most emotionally stable team? Isn't this just a sightseeing tour of the match? Wind Play GPR's skill execution dropping another point is quite remarkable. Unfair criticism. I don't believe Wind God's skill can't boost Pure's side a bit. The commentators offend both teams equally. These commentators are entertaining, and the data entry staff are talented too. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest blade. Du Chun's expression grew increasingly grim, while Gezi's language system was utterly overwhelmed. Wind God cheerfully tried to smooth things over in the voice chat. So how about it? Our points are solid enough for advancement. Who wants to play? 5G was the first to respond. I'm good with anything, really. The players chimed in. I'll play whatever, just don't give me the 21-year martial arts tournament. Wind God expressed understanding. It's well known that the player favors sea ninjas. Among the sea ninjas, the player especially adores the squad leader and Shinki. Both are available in the martial arts tournament pool, and Shinki is also playable in the 25-year tournament pool. Wind God happily finalized the plan. Alright then, player, you start first. 5G. You take the second match and can select Aoshui. I'll handle the 21-year ninja pool, and Pure will take the 25-year one. All three agreed, and the lineup was submitted. The matchups were set. Genius versus Mumu in the first round. As expected, a double sea ninja lineup was chosen. Unfortunately, in a closely matched contest, the ninja disadvantage was difficult to fully overcome with skill alone. Genius fought valiantly until the 5th round but ultimately lost with half health remaining. Mumu didn't even use full strength, still holding a monkey demon in their summoning pool as a backup. Both sides played honorably. The highlight of this match was simply Genius's choice of a double sea ninja lineup. The second match between Muling and 5G was less sportsmanlike. 5G, as the first ban, casually removed a ninja he assumed neither side excelled at. Unbeknownst to him, that was a new ninja Muling had trained for 2 weeks, intending to use this match to snatch points. Feeling slighted, Muling immediately banned 5G's new water ninja in return. Seeing his new water ninja banned, 5G became agitated, banning Muling's commonly used ninja at the second ban and then selecting a national team ninja from Muling's pool first pick. With his national team ninja banned and picked against, Muling was equally frustrated, selecting all other common ninjas except for the new water ninja. Both sides inflicted mutual harm, with neither gaining advantage. The match featured several comical blunders, filling the atmosphere with tension, yet resulting in a clumsy skirmish. Ultimately, 5G, the notorious poor strategist, lost by a narrow margin to another poor strategist unfamiliar with the ninja. The score stood at 0-2, placing Wind Play GPR at a disadvantage. The third match saw Wind God enter the fray. Ichio wanted to emulate Du Chun but lacked the courage. With sufficient points, Wind Play GPR could afford to lose or win at will. However, for the Forest Birds, this was likely a one-day affair. Today's match might be their last. Ichio selected the most conventional lineup from the 21-year ninja pool, only to be defeated by Wind God, who won 2 rounds, lost 1, displaying the customary give and take of favors. Now, the competition reached its final match, Pures Du versus Gezi. Gezi appeared completely unfazed, even answering questions from the bullet chat. Teacher Gezi, go to the hospital quickly. If your tooth nerve is injured, your tooth will lose sensation forever. That is great. If I delay longer, the tooth won't hurt anymore, right? Then I won't go to the hospital. If I go, the tooth will regain sensation and hurt again.
Gezi.
Why can't your stream be fast-forwarded? Yeah, why can't I fast-forward the stream? Why can't I fast-forward my own stream? Is there something wrong with my stream room? Why can't I fast-forward? Why can't screenshots be taken in Teacher Gezi's stream room? That's mainly because it's winter. In winter, the network cable on your phone freezes. Once frozen, you can't take screenshots, you see? You need to put your phone somewhere warm to thaw it. Gezi, I notice watching other streamers lowers my IQ so they're IQ droppers. But watching your stream raises my IQ. So what does that make you? That's a deep question. I watch you watch me, IQ droppers. Oh, watching other streamers lowers IQ so they're IQ droppers. Watching my stream raises IQ so I'm an IQ booster. Gezi, why haven't you banned ninjas yet? Oh, I forgot to ban ninjas. Fortunately, in the final seconds, Gezi unleashed the speed he de-accumulated since 21. banning 2 ninjas within the last 2 seconds. The result was catastrophic. A golden water ninja and a new serpent ninja. Both were the 2 ninjas he wanted to play, now sent straight to the ban list. Du Chun, who had already banned Susanoo Kakashi, sensed something was amiss. If he didn't T-ban Edo Tensei Haiden next, what then? Only after glancing at the live comments did he realize that Pigeon's terrifying intellect had just seized the high ground. He had completely forgotten he was in the middle of a match. Du Chun smiled helplessly at this. Fine, if you refuse to ban Edo Tensei Zabuza, I won't take advantage of you either. Du Chun promptly placed Edo Tensei Zabuza into the ban slot. Commentator Xiao Bao. Oh? Is Jichuan banning the Edo Tensei Zabuza, the very ninja he performed exceptionally with last time? Is he aiming to pick some other ninja this round? Commentator Xiao Lai. It's apparent that Pigeon has also banned a ninja he is skilled with. Are both sides effectively tying their own hands? What an unexpectedly harmonious scene. Commentator Xiao Bao. Indeed, both players are quite honorable. Let us look forward to the ninjas they will select. Du Chun, playing first, makes his pick. Uchiha Izuna. Commentator Xiao Bao. Wow, it's Uchiha Izuna. If memory serves, Jichuan also chose this ninja during the 25-year ninja pool last time but had no chance to demonstrate his skill. Could it be that he is truly a master Izuna player? Xiao Lai's memory wasn't as sharp as Xiao Bao's. He only recalled Jichuan's wild, ferocious use of Edo Tensei Zabuza yesterday that clinched victory, but had no impression of the other 2 ninjas from the 25-year pool. He gave a vague response, noting that Pigeon had selected 2 ninjas, Scorpion Hiryuko, the legendary Sannin from Jiraiya's Tales. Commentator Xiao Lai. These are the 2 ninjas. I remember Pigeon's unique playstyle with Hiryuko Scorpion. We look forward to a more spectacular performance from him. Du Chun swiftly selected the 2nd and 3rd picks. Young Uchiha Madara. Shinong Bond. Commentator Xiao Bao. Jichuan actually picked a C-tier ninja? Just like his teammate Genius who also chose a C-tier ninja. Commentator Xiao Lai. Indeed. The player actively selecting a C-tier ninja might be trying to prove his operational ceiling. We eagerly await his opportunity. Pigeon's final pick was the Sage mode of Mizuki. Both sides summoned their transparent creatures. Jichuan's summoning Salamander, Panda, Chameleon. Pigeon's summoning Panda, Toad Sage, Chameleon. Both brought Panda and had Chameleon as a fallback. The difference lay in Du Chun's first pick being Salamander, and Pigeon's second pick the Toad Sage. The Toad Sage is easy to understand, it serves the ninja in the 2nd slot. But what could Du Chun's Salamander signify? The answer could only be sought within the match. First round. Battle commences. Cartoon style. Commentator Xiao Lai's speech was rapid this time. Oh? Jichuan opens with a flame blast. Did it land? Hiryuko Scorpion lost health. It did. Jichuan's Izuna hit the jackpot at the start. His next move was, on screen, Hiryuko Scorpion, clearly intending to advance, hesitated slightly in his step, then was met with a fiery blast right to the face. In Pigeon's livestream, he suddenly shuddered, startled by the flame. How dare he flame me? Pigeon couldn't comprehend this, and the next second Izuna's ninja blade struck. Pigeon pressed substitution, but Izuna's strike was a grab. Commentator Xiao Bao. Jichuan chose to follow up with a secondary skill to control. Is it a grab? Yes, it is. Pigeon's Hiryuko Scorpion couldn't substitute in time. After the grab ended, Pigeon would surely substitute, but Jichuan still had a secondary skill. How would he respond? Commentator Xiao Lai. Remember, Izuna's sub-skill has a counterattack effect. How will Pigeon react? The commentator's tone was filled with suspense, and the audience watched intently. Pigeon did substitute, but wisely avoided provoking Izuna immediately. Du Chun's Izuna likewise adopted a classic parry stance. Parry is a blocking effect. A successful parry triggers a counterattack. Generally, one just needs to outlast the parry duration. Pigeon thought the same, but Du Chun was not pleased. Oh, you want to fight me, huh? He muttered. At the exact moment Izuna's parry ended, Du Chun immediately launched the flame burst, while Pigeon simultaneously deployed Hiryuko Scorpion's first skill, puppet manipulation, hurling a firecracker. This version of flame burst could aptly be called the eightfold flame, as Du Chun counted. 8 tracking shots launched instantly without enhancement. Seeing Du Chun unleash his secret scroll, Pigeon, knowing skills couldn't counter secret scrolls, hastily summoned. The tracking of the eightfold flame took some time, just enough for Hiryuko Scorpion to complete the first skill's recovery and summon Panda. As Panda sat down, Du Chun showed no mercy. The previous counterattack failed, but this one was different. The glory of the Uchiha, tearing through the secret scroll, found a flaw. Cartoon style. After thousands of hands-on tests, Du Chun knew well that once the invincibility of the secret scroll was caught by Izuna's ultimate grab, it could be broken. This held true for both Panda and max-level invincibility. Some say Izuna's ultimate is a low-tier version of Hawk Sasuke's ultimate, but the reliable invincibility-breaking trait alone places it on par with Hawk Sasuke's 3-stage grab. Du Chun's inexplicable muttering left the livestream viewers puzzled. Why compare Izuna to Hawk Sasuke all of a sudden? That noble invincibility frame and combo move are forever out of Izuna's reach. Du Chun shook his head. No, it's different. Young Minato can tear and bite. Edo Tensei Zabuza can tear and bite. Hawk Sasuke can tear and bite. But only Izuna's tearing and biting is authentic. That wild frenzy of opening with Flame Blast, double strike with secondary skill, and using ultimate as a counterattack, no other ninja can easily rival this. Because tearing and biting is Izuna's innate duty. No one can occupy Paris before the Hair Country surrenders. Just as no ninja can seize the initiative before Izuna's tearing and biting. Remember, this next strike will be utterly wild. On screen, Izuna wields his blade with ease, backlit by a sky full of fireworks, his every movement exuding the feral spirit of a wild dog. His words fitting the moment. All your maneuvers have already been laid bare before my Sharingan with a casual glance. After the ultimate devoured panda, Du Chun followed up with fire style and a grab. At this point, energy had only just recovered 1 bar and was immediately used to grab. Although it effectively delayed Hiryuko Scorpion's substitution by 2 seconds, how could Izuna strike back without subskills? Du Chun's answer was, "Don't you know how to counter-summon?" Pigeon substituted, but simultaneously, Du Chun's first pick was summoned. Salamander. Facing away from the board edge, centered on the midline. The value of Salamander peaked at this moment. Pigeon's heart sank. Damn, I summoned Panda too early. If only Panda were still out, escape would have been possible, but Panda had already been torn apart. Pigeon's countless regrets compelled him to concede the first round. Victory decided. Second round. Battle begins. Cartoon style. Again, starting with fire style. To resist the urge to bite at the start while playing Izuna is a hallmark of a border collie. Pigeon frowned. Again? His second pick had just summoned Needle Jizo but was immediately hit by a blast of fire. Although the last 2 substitutions were lost, both earned beans, so Pigeon's second pick wasn't too worried about beans. He immediately substituted and summoned Toad Oil to regain the field. Toad Oil covers a wide area and deals multiple successive hits. Du Chun's eightfold flame failed to dispel the skill. Toad Oil hit Izuna, and Pigeon breathed a sigh of relief, treasuring this rare opening. Little did he know, Du Chun's true concern was, disgusting, why is there still a 3-second limit on opening ultimates? I recall peak Naruto ultimates were always instantly unlocked. Unaware of Du Chun's dangerous thoughts, Pigeon's clever mind once again seized the high ground. He pondered how to counter Izuna's substitution. Needle Jizo in hand was actually a trap. If substituted immediately, it would be caught by Izuna's secondary skill. Therefore, he could reposition himself or sacrifice the secret scroll's invincibility. Izuna's second skill certainly cannot break through the invincibility state. At that moment, Junchun Ichushin, in a panic, would undoubtedly summon the secondary position's summoned panda to seize an opportunity. Then, Chuanzi would pass the toad to Jiraiya, who would utilize his exclusive toad chant to shatter the invincibility and seize the initiative. Truly a sight of unparalleled elegance. The Pigeon's mind grew ever more fanciful. This strategy had crystallized almost instantaneously, and he even began anticipating the defeat cutscene that might trigger upon defeating Ichushin shortly. Then, Izuna used a substitute. Junchun did not hasten to respond immediately. His intelligence, for the moment, was on par with a border collie's. The pigeon grew anxious and decisively activated invincibility, awaiting Izuna's second skill to attempt to catch. Unexpectedly, Junchun did not long press the second skill to grab. A normal release of the second skill proved ineffective against Chuanzi's invincibility. Junchun, HM? The glory of Uchiha. Tier Kyo Misaitana. Caught a flaw. Cartoon. The world's most unpredictable zero-frame startup. Pigeon? Wait, no. The summoned Toad Sage. The pigeon's reflexes were remarkably swift. He managed to use the summoned toad to nullify the invincibility at the very moment Izuna's ultimate attempted to grab. Junchun watched, perplexed, as the pigeon proactively used the summon to dispel the invincibility. What could this mean? After the invincibility was dispelled by the summons, 2 toads appeared beneath Jiraiya's feet, yet Izuna's follow-up damage was already underway. The next second, Chuanzi was drawn into a genjutsu space, suffering full damage. By the time Izuna's ultimate concluded, the 2 toads responsible for the morning had already retreated from the field. Junchun was utterly baffled by the pigeon's recent maneuver. What on earth did it signify? Though Junchun did not grasp the meaning, it did not prevent him from immediately following up with a fire-style jutsu to grab and drag the pigeon's substitute for 2 seconds. The pigeon leaned back, shouting, "Hey, what's going on?" Though his composure was faltering, he still descended from the substitute. Knowing the pigeon had not switched to grab, Junchun raised his Izuna, blocking with his blade, acting with reckless abandon. After the substitute fell, a normal attack triggered Izuna's counterattack, and then Chuanzi shrank into a tight ball. Even without a perfect block, Izuna's counterattack was more than sufficient. Gazing at the curled-up Chuanzi, Jun Chun instantly followed up with the second skill. As long as the counterattack triggered and no movement occurred, the skill S follow-up would remain fully invincible. Moreover, the final strike carried a grab effect. It was unclear whether the pigeon was aware of Izuna-S technique. The pigeon S plan was straightforward. Use Chuanzi-S Needle Jizo followed by the Rasengan-S Thunderous combo to find an opening. But seeing the Rasengan strike Izuna without any control, the pigeon was on the verge of tears. He could not escape the fate of being reset by Izuna-S opening move. As the team with the lowest red heat value on the field, the pigeon S continued efforts to operate indicated his mental state was better than that of Shibei and Jiang Yi. Probably only Shuri Zhu was truly unaware of how he lost. Not to mention Hong Wen. Remember the miracle of the 1 minute and 17 seconds per round martial arts tournament. Third round, 59 seconds in. Jun Chun began by moving forward half a body length, simultaneously shifting upward along the y-axis. Cartoon. Standing in the center, he unleashed 2 blazing fireballs, sealing off the middle and upper lanes. The pigeon, moving vertically upward at the start, was nearly brought to tears. What was going on? Wasn't it supposed to be a fiery opening? Clearly, the fiery openings in the first 2 rounds had conditioned the pigeon to comply. Now, with Jun Chun slightly altering his approach, the pigeon was caught off guard. Seeing Izuna approach, the pigeon descended from the substitute to counterattack and seized the opening. Jun Chun immediately replaced Izuna, used the second skill to graze Do, then activated the ultimate. The Sage of the Crescent Moon was ruthlessly caught by the glory of Uchiha. The pigeon-S mindset spiraled into madness. Having been bitten by the same move for 3 consecutive rounds, he had no other thoughts left. He then took a moment to glance at the barrage of comments. Karabi is dead. Karabi is dead. Hurry and check. Do you know Karabi is dead? Karabi died in the livestream room. Seeing such comments flooding his own livestream was one thing if it were just 1 or 2. But the entire room repeating the same phrase? The pigeon had no time to verify the truth. Karabi was dead. Already pushed to the brink of collapse by Jun Chun's torment, the pigeon-S mood worsened immeasurably. Suddenly seeing the screen flooded with the same message, his eyes reddened. At first, he was not deeply saddened, more filled with disbelief and shock. But the sudden redness in his eyes was closely tied to the agony of being bitten by Izuna for 3 rounds. In his shock, the pigeon even forgot he was still competing. He immediately used his computer browser to search the Manshou website. Since Info and Manshou were rival platforms, the pigeon seldom browsed Manshou. His account was mostly used to follow his close friend Karabi. Since the barrage had been ongoing for some time, many unaware viewers had already rushed ahead to check. When the keyword Karabi is dead suddenly surged in search volume, the pigeon-S Manshou homepage promptly displayed the search term at the top of the search bar. Staring at Karabi is dead hanging prominently on the homepage search bar, the pigeon could no longer contain his emotions. His mental state was already showing signs of collapse. Now, even his close friend had departed so suddenly. The pigeon burst into uncontrollable sobbing, unable to muster strength in his index finger to click the mouse. The 2 commentators immediately sensed something was wrong. Xiao Bao, with a solemn expression, stood and signaled a pause to the camera. We are experiencing some issues with the match. Director, please switch the camera to the pigeon-S side. To prevent cheating, the competition and player screens and livestream cameras had long been interconnected. It was not a matter of mistrusting these top streamers but due to precedence. The streamer Mao Yang's 3-camera self-proving incident had proved nothing. Since then, online competitions required that player screens and cameras be streamed to officials, with one camera angle capturing both the streamer's face and hands on the same screen. Commentator Xiao Lai also straightened up, hands resting on the podium, eyes fixed on the stream from pigeon-S screen and camera. At this moment, Xiao Lai even had a eulogy prepared. Although on different platforms, both had made significant contributions to the promotion of the Naruto mobile game. The death of streamer Karabi was a severe blow to our Naruto mobile game community. The 2 seconds of loading after the search response were the tensest. No fewer than 8 million pairs of eyes across the online audience were fixed intently on this moment. Inside the Manshou streamer Karabi's livestream room, a fierce-looking man lay twisted in a pitch-black space, with no lights on, only the livestream's glow illuminating his pale face. Karabi was a Naruto streamer on the Manshou platform. The Inhua Cup naturally did not invite rival platform streamers. However, top streamers knew each other well and maintained good relations. Thus, Karabi had not played games these past 2 days, instead keeping the Inhua Cup official schedule running in his stream as a commentator. Until recently, everything had seemed fine, though his tone was somewhat fatigued. The audience had long grown accustomed to Karabi's frailty and paid it no mind. Probably after the match between Fengshen and Yiqiu, Karabi had reclined and lost consciousness. Initially, over 200,000 viewers in Manshou's livestream room were puzzled, thinking it might be a staged act. But as more than 2 minutes passed, many viewers sensed something was amiss. Several prominent comments urged, "Call the police quickly," or "Call an ambulance fast." However, no one knew Karabi's address, so they resorted to spamming the Pigeon and other streamers' rooms with comments. Though it might have been clearer to explain the situation, information often spreads most effectively when it is straightforward, brief, and striking. The simplest description for Karabi's condition was, Karabi is dead. Over a century ago, Nietzsche proclaimed, God is dead, a phrase of philosophical significance for posterity. Yet, compared to God, Karabi's death carried profound immediate meaning for the current audience. One call after another was placed. Not only did the live broadcaster of the ongoing Yinhubo Cup receive calls, but also local streamers from the Man Show platform, upon hearing the news, reached out by phone. Even after Uncle Hat and the white-clad angel were alarmed, Karabi's expression remained serene. Within less than 3 minutes, several burly men suddenly burst into Karabi's live broadcast room. They were Karabi's friends and relatives from the local area. One of them stepped forward, grabbed Karabi roughly, and tried to detect any residual warmth, immediately checking his breath. Although his breathing was faint, at least he was still alive. Another person beside him shook Karabi desperately, yet no sign of awakening appeared. The mood grew heavy. Could it be that? Quick, perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Karabi awoke from a deep slumber and saw a crowd of people intruding into his home. The pair of large hands pressing on his chest made it hard for him to breathe. You all, what is this? Surrounded by friends and family, Karabi noticed that the number of viewers in his live broadcast far exceeded the usual peak. I thought I was watching the Yinhubo Cup before? Karabi felt a dizzy haze clouding his mind. Upon closer inspection, the two commentators of the Yinhubo Cup sat solemnly, while the official broadcast screen showed Karabi's own feed. No, I must not be fully awake yet. Karabi's head throbbed, and soon several doctors clad in white coats entered the room. Who is the patient? Millions of viewers watched as Karabi was lifted onto a hospital stretcher and transported downstairs to the ambulance, the live stream not even having been closed. It was only then that the matter came to a temporary close, and the two commentators finally breathed a sigh of relief. We also had some worrying incidents on our side, but thankfully he's okay. As long as he's alright, that's all that matters. Xiaobao's face bore no trace of annoyance, but rather a hint of quiet satisfaction. First, relief that Karabi was not dead, an entirely human reaction. Second, that the tournament organizers handled the situation well, and this match undoubtedly drew considerable attention. Commentator Xiaolai said, Yes, here we see everyone's enthusiasm and sense of responsibility. The phrase "the will of fire never dies" truly describes the spirit of our village. We also hope Karabi recovers well and quickly, and doesn't cause such alarming situations again. At this moment, Xiaolai teasingly addressed Karabi from a caring standpoint, which was far from excessive. The audience and the broadcaster shared a smile, and the director and backstage crew relaxed, switching the screen back to the match. Commentator Xiaobao smiled as the match time expired, automatically declaring Jichuan's player the winner. However, because of the unexpected events, Pigeon's player, out of concern for his friend, caused some disconnection in the match. Regarding this situation, we have a prearranged solution. Does Pigeon's player agree to resume the match from the third round? Pigeon, bewildered and amused by Karabi and the fans, had tears wetting his glasses. Hearing the offer to replay a round against Jichuan, he quickly waved his hands. No need. I concede. I wasn't going to win anyway. Hearing Pigeon's awkward voice over the line, Xiaobao couldn't suppress his laughter. Haha, alright then. Congratulations to Jichuan's player for securing another point for the team. The current score between Fengwan Ji Chun team and Linzongyo team is 22. Now, let us welcome one player from each team to our final showdown. Commentator Xiaolai took a deep breath, trying to hold back his laughter. Yes, our final showdown follows the standard martial arts match rules. The winning team will earn an additional point, reaching 3 points. As soon as the commentators finished speaking, the 4 members of Linzongyo team exchanged glances. Pigeon asked who wants to go in. Mumu replied, well, I don't really want to go. My clothes are hanging in the closet. I need to go get them. Muling said, me? No. My dog just laid eggs. It claims they're mine. Ichio said, Captain, you know me, I'm not good at operating. Pigeon, heartbroken and furious, exclaimed, I have treated you well. Why are you doing this to me? Have you forgotten everything from the past? As the captain shouldered responsibility, with all 3 teammates reluctant to fight, Pigeon had no choice but to step up himself. A surge of heroic melancholy welled up within Pigeon. The chilling winds and icy waters of River, the solemn farewell of a warrior who departs never to return. Perhaps moved by Pigeon's recent roller coaster ordeal, Ichio spoke up, the past, you say the past? Captain, actually, I also. But Pigeon was resolute. I have made up my mind. Let me bear this pain. Preparing for the worst, Pigeon realized his opponent was Feng Shun. Immediately, a smile broke out on Pigeon's face. Not Jichuan. That means no suffering. Facing Fengshen means losing no matter what, so I won't have to endure any hardship. In the end, Pigeon gracefully exited the stage after Feng Shen's second strike pierced through him. A few minutes later, Karabi sent Pigeon a message via the WeChat desktop app backstage. "I'm fine now. The doctor said I have neurasthenia." Seeing Karabi's message, Pigeon, thinking the match was already over, boldly opened another image Karabi sent and asked the live audience, "What kind of medicine is this? Lu Wei Emperor finished? Is it medicine for neurasthenia?" The rolling barrage of comments mocking Karabi was utterly unrestrained. At first, Pigeon was puzzled by the flood of ha-ha-ha messages, until he saw a paid comment providing an explanation, and he could no longer hold his laughter. So that means Karabi was transported by land? The fifth night marked the end of the point competition's final day. The sixth had no scheduled matches, and the seventh and eighth were reserved for the knockout rounds. Fengwan Ji-chun team, with 16 points, ranked near the top, securing steady advancement into the knockout stage. Among them, Feng Shen's highlight was his consistent performance. 5G demons, 1 ghost, and the genius sea ninja occasionally shining. Only Du Chun surprised everyone, his performance dazzling enough to overshadow other streamers with millions of fans. His steadfast playstyle and an unblemished record of 5 consecutive wins, all by triple hits, left an indelible impression on all who followed the Yinhibo Cup. While for viewers this was merely impressive, for commentators and broadcasters it was far from easy. His unconventional style made it impossible to predict where Jichuan would strike next. If facing Feng Shen was a high-pressure game of chess, then all the major streamers lost with complete acceptance. Moreover, Feng Shen was the reigning world champion of the indiscriminate tournament, a pride of the Huagua region, and one of the brightest stars of the moment. Defeating him was a lifelong bragging right. Losing was no disgrace. Even if opponents did not want to engage Feng Shen seriously, he would show them some respect, demonstrating his prowess with second hits and his grace with first strikes. Thus, for many streamers, facing Feng Shen was a pleasure. Jichuan's situation was the polar opposite. Originally an obscure newcomer, even though videos of his battles with Feng Shen circulated widely online, he was far from a household name. Feng Shen bringing Jichuan into the team was like dragging in a wild dog from nowhere. It bit anyone it saw, disrupting the operations of these veteran streamers and shattering their composure. Pigeon was even torn to tears by its relentless attacks. Yet this crazy wild dog was exactly the match these top streamers could not contend with. Jichuan's record was 5 wins and no losses. No one survived past the 4th round under his onslaught. He was unanimously recognized as the opponent no major streamer wished to face. His peculiar, unconventional style quickly amassed popularity for Jichuan. During the match against Pigeon, Du Chun's livestream reached a peak of 60,000 concurrent viewers. Though this was only a fraction of Feng Shen's audience and far less than top-tier streamers like Zhaofan and Pigeon, it was an astonishing honor for a previously unknown rookie who had only competed for 2 days before skyrocketing to fame. As of the evening of the 5th, Du Chun's Info account had amassed 650,000 followers. His teammate 5G was well aware that he couldn't offer Du Chun effective advice on gaming. So after the conclusion of the 5th ranked match and before the team voice chat was disconnected, he shared some seasoned insights with Du Chun on being a streamer or video creator. "You're currently lacking a definitive viral video." Du Chun reviewed the videos previously posted on his account. Aside from the first 2 roughly edited ranked match clips, all other videos were illustrated posts tagged with locations, paired with Hakimi's divine music. Although these garnered considerable attention, they were not conducive to follower growth. Du Chun took 5G's advice to heart and planned to implement it when time permitted. On the evening of the 5th, also after the ranked matches, Du Chun sent a message to his supplier boss, hoping to resume deliveries the next morning. The boss was rather surprised, having thought Du Chun had given up this line of work, and jested, "Why not just switch careers and become a streamer outright?" Du Chun smiled wryly. This was a conclusion he had pondered for quite some time. People are inherently complex. Everyone complains about the exhaustion of work, yet if the job were leisurely, well-paid, and free from indignities, then working would itself be an experience worth having. Du Chun need not worry about unsold goods, nor engage in tedious haggling over prices with customers. He would simply play a round of his signature Naruto one-on-one duel, watch as patrons selected their favorite items, and collect payment. Was this process not a form of enjoyment? Moreover, having finally secured a stable clientele, abruptly stopping now felt like a betrayal to them. This peculiar sentiment was difficult for Du Chun to articulate, much like when he had previously declined Feng Shen's professional invitation out of contentment with the present. The supplier boss readily agreed to Du Chun's request. Since the supply was local, all that was needed was a notification before the delivery driver set out. No cumbersome procedures involved. Upon awakening on the morning of the 6th, the delivery driver cheerfully greeted Du Chun and praised his skills, remarking that even major streamers were no match for him. Du Chun accepted the compliment graciously and spent the next several hours methodically attending to the familiar tasks. Though this time he did not post a location-tagged illustrated video, simply setting up his stall amidst the throng was enough to astonish him. The customer's intentions were no longer as pure as before. Besides queuing for duels, many came to take photos with him, allowing Du Chun to savor a taste of the big streamer's thrill. By 9 o'clock, the queue remained substantial but had eased from the earlier peak. Inventory was gradually dwindling, and after selling the last 2 pounds of chicken goods, Du Chun removed his gloves once again, this time for good. He decided to engage in a few exhilarating matches with a remaining group of about 10 customers. This continued for over an hour, with new challengers arriving steadily. Du Chun was in high spirits and welcomed every invitation without refusal. Eventually, a wave of drowsiness crept over him. Looking up, he saw the sun high overhead and noticed that some vendors with unsold goods were packing up to leave. It was time to return for a nap. Du Chun wrapped up and headed home. On the way, a sudden thought struck him. Oh no, I forgot Xiao Lin was coming today. His sleepiness vanished instantly, and he quickened his pace toward home. Just as he reached the doorway, a graceful figure stood before the rolling shutter. It was his cousin Du Lin. For years his junior, they shared a very close bond. But since Du Lin had entered high school, Du Chun had not seen her, exactly 3 years ago now. Sorry, you've been waiting a while. Haven't to you? Du Chun fumbled in his pocket for the key. Du Lin stepped aside, no trouble at all. I had breakfast before coming. Du Chun raised the shutter and casually asked, Uncle and Aunt went to Sanya for a trip. They messaged this morning saying you were coming here. Why didn't you go with them? Du Lin replied, I didn't plan on it. Plus, I haven't seen you in a long time, and since we're not far apart, I thought I'd come hang out for a bit. Uncle's home was in a neighboring city, 200 kilometers away, reachable in just 50 minutes by bullet train with a student discount ticket costing less than 70 yuan at 70% off. Du Chun invited his cousin inside and noted that Xiao Lin's appearance had hardly changed. Her features remained indescribably harmonious and gentle, lacking anything but fairness, yet undeniably beautiful. Didn't he get sunburned during military training? Du Chun joked, recalling his own freshman year when standing at attention all day and washing up in the evening would peel his skin. I applied sunscreen. Du Lin thought for a moment and added, the instructors were very considerate. They didn't let us get sunburned. As long as we completed the daily training, we got extra rest and didn't have to do military boxing. Are conditions that good for college students now?
Du Chun sighed.
After their long separation, he had prepared a room in the otherwise empty house for his cousin's stay. Du Lin brought only a few belongings. Some clothes, a laptop, and daily necessities. Are you still an up-host? Du Chun suddenly recalled some past events. More than 3 years ago, when Du Chun was just starting university and Du Lin was preparing for her high school entrance exam, a family gathering revealed from Uncle that Du Lin was a video blogger online. She had uploaded videos of herself playing instruments or singing, a hobby and talent of hers. These videos had earned considerable views and likes on the small video platform, and her follower count had steadily climbed. Unfortunately, rather than feeling proud, the elders regarded these achievements as frivolous distractions. This judgment made Du Lin's subsequent 3 years of high school quite arduous, spending even winter and summer vacations in tutoring classes. Fortunately, she eventually secured admission to a decent university. Du Lin smiled slyly. Now that I have more free time in college, I've resumed posting. Du Chun did not know the extent of her renewed activity. He didn't even know her account name, and she never mentioned it at home again. You still have to focus on your studies in college. Just as the words were about to leave his mouth, Du Chun suddenly realized something was amiss. As one grows older, thoughts inevitably change. He corrected himself. If you're determined, then go for it wholeheartedly. Du Lin continued smiling. My parents encourage me the same way. Du Chun was surprised. Your uncle and aunt have become so open-minded now? He recalled an elementary school text, something about Hong Bao Lu and La Wan Lu, which taught that success requires both motivation and pressure. Thinking of this before Du Lin could reply, Du Chun feigned seriousness. Then I must give you a proper lecture. There's a lot to do in freshman year. Passing the CT4 English exam is a must. Aim for the highest level in the Mandarin proficiency test, or at least the second highest. The computer level 2 exam ISNT very useful but can't be skipped, and don't forget the driver's license. He said this with a straight face, completely forgetting his own wild nights during freshman year. Seeing Du Chun's mock seriousness, Du Lin smiled gently. All right, cousin. I won't neglect my studies. Good. Du Chun chuckled. Then settle in first. Let me know if you need anything. I'm gonna get some rest. By afternoon, it was time to set up the stall as usual. Since Du Chun hadn't posted location videos these past 2 times, he had to wait a little for the crowd to gather. At that moment, 2 individuals emerged from the badminton hall. Du Chun recognized them as regulars. Without extra greetings, the 2 exchanged a smile upon seeing Du Chun, whispered briefly, then immediately hurried over. One of them proposed a one-on-one match, which Du Chun gladly accepted. The opponent's skill was mediocre, no match at all for Du Chun. After Du Chun came back from a 2-1 deficit to win, the challenger accepted his fate with regret. As Du Chun prepared to duel the other companion, the first challenger began calling out, "Ban Ban, I'm starving. Make me something first." Du Chun glanced at the other, who nodded in agreement, indicating he could wait nearby. Without uttering a word, Du Chun immediately ignited the oil in the pan. In less than 2 minutes, a piping hot, flavorful chicken rack was lifted from the bubbling oil. Just as Du Chun was about to carve the whole piece into smaller portions, the customer hastily explained that such fuss was unnecessary. No chili powder, no cumin, and the chicken should remain whole? Would it still taste good that way? The customer declined any seasoning and even refused to have it cut, leaving the chicken rack in its pure, original flavor. Yet the payment was swift and prompt. Upholding the principle of customer first, Du Chun complied. Up to this moment, Du Chun had yet to realize the extraordinary tricks these two mischievous customers were capable of. As the second round commenced, the first challenger who had claimed the chicken rack suddenly had a change of heart. "Boss, could you sprinkle some chili powder? Feels a bit bland." Du Chun, skillfully maneuvering through the second round, promptly replied, "The chili powder is in the second seasoning container on the right." At the same time, he mused to himself, indeed, the absence of chili powder did diminish the flavor somewhat. "Boss, please add some for me." Without hesitation, Du Chun took half a spoonful and evenly scattered it over the chicken rack. Unbeknownst to him, he had slipped into a disadvantage in the second round. Having already lost one ninja in the first round, finding himself at a disadvantage again now placed him in a precarious position. Yet Du Chun remained unfazed, confident in his opponent's strength. Passing through 3 rounds was no issue. Then, with a slight surge of effort, Du Chun secured the opponent's first ninja spot, advancing into the third round. The third round was critical. "Boss, could you add some cumin this time?" Du Chun was dumbfounded. Was this fellow acting deliberately or out of carelessness? Didn't he see he was at a crucial moment for resource exchange? But seeing the bag the customer handed over, Du Chun sighed, conceding the resource this time. As expected, the balance of the match fully tipped after this rhythm shift. The challengers still had 2 ninjas left, while Du Chun had already fallen back to a defensive position. During the fourth round's loading phase, Du Chun noticed the 2 customers exchanging glances, clearly having premeditated their interference. "Alright, you two," Du Chun sneered inwardly, already plotting how to deal with these 2 troublemakers. Du Chun's guaranteed ninja was Naruto Uzumaki connected with Kurama, commonly referred to by players as Kizaru. This round's interference was utterly ineffective against him. Du Chun swiftly clinched victory. At the 5th round's loading phase, Du Chun inquired, "Anything else you need?" The customer, evidently aware that Du Chun had seen through their scheme, averted his eyes but caught his companion giving him frantic signals. "If you add any more, I'll need the chicken cut into pieces. Could you do that for me?" Du Chun replied, "Of course." After saying so, he took back the bag and even had the leisure to use his secondary skill to finish off the opponent's Kankuro. The challenger's third ninja was Sasori. After securing an early advantage, Du Chun freed his left hand, releasing the joystick and furiously pressing the basic attack button. As he cut the chicken rack into pieces, he deftly outmaneuvered Sasori, who was left completely lost. Watching Kizaru dart effortlessly through his summons and using a 4-attack combo to shatter Sasori's first skill, Du Chun couldn't help but admire his own skillful play. The customer who had persistently interrupted Du Chun was nearly stunned into silence. So strong. Watching Du Chun hand over the chopped chicken pieces, he swallowed hard, fully committed. "Boss, it seems this isn't hot anymore. Could you refry it for me?" Without hesitation, Du Chun replied, "No problem." He took back the bag with the chicken chunks and dumped the whole rack back into the oil. Then he grabbed a napkin, dabbed 2 drops of oil on it, and pressed it over the basic attack button on his phone. Seeing his hands leave the screen but Kizaru's basic attacks continuing unceasingly in the game nearly shattered the 2 challengers' worldview. After reheating the first customer's chicken pieces, Du Chun bluntly asked the second customer, "Any dietary restrictions?" The man, holding his phone and staring blankly at Kizaru weaving through the battlefield, nearly lost his breath upon hearing the question. With great effort, he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Groove Kizaru. He had lost. It wasn't the first time he'd been defeated by the boss, but this time his loss was total. After the second challenger completed payment, he removed the sports camera hanging from his collar and stepped forward to explain. "Boss, here's the thing. We're both rhythm game streamers, and we happen to see comments suggesting if we could keep making requests while you're fighting, like Lu Jishin and Jingguanqi, to distract you and make you lose." Du Chun smiled wryly. "What can I say? At least your execution is strong." The 2 customers laughed and asked, "Boss, if you don't mind, can we upload the video online?" Du Chun waved his hand, indicating no objection. The 2 left with chuckles, bidding the boss farewell. After releasing these 2 troublemakers, a fresh batch of customers soon arrived. Although they didn't create such antics as before, they were still quite entertaining. However, after a few dozen simple matches, the stock was unknowingly sold out. "Let us call it a day, everyone." Du Chun waved goodbye after the final entertainment match. At this moment, someone in the crowd broke the silence first. Go for it in the knockout rounds. Jichuan, aim for the championship. Yeah, Ban. I can't even eat without watching your matches. Boss, see you next time. Post a video when you set up your stall again. Witnessing the fans' enthusiasm, Du Chun was pleasantly surprised. After responding to each, he drove home. The journey was short. The rolling shutter wasn't fully down. Just locked behind the glass door, Du Lin also had a spare key. After driving into the yard and cleaning up for a while, Du Chun happened to overhear Du Lin murmuring inside. It wasn't hard to guess she was live streaming. From the content, it seemed to be Naruto. This house was an older design, never built with soundproofing or noise reduction in mind. That explained why he could hear so clearly, and any noise in the yard was surely picked up by Du Lin as well. Du Chun didn't dwell on it, lying on the living room sofa watching TV. But Du Lin soon found him. Brother, help me with the promotion match, please, I beg you. Du Chun intended to refuse, but Du Lin quickly added, the opponent is a national server player. Yielding to her plea, Du Chun wanted to see what was going on. Entering Du Lin's room, he found her indeed live streaming. The scrolling barrage messages sympathized with her plight. 666, what a godlike matchmaking system. There's a game on mobile where a season update can drop your rank by 3,000 points. As someone who hasn't played ranked for 10 days, this is hilarious. In Naruto, there's no fishing because experts are evenly distributed across ranks. The national server's Kankuro main is Itachi. Have you noticed? Itachi? Makes sense. Only he fits the national server Kankuro and gold-ranked Kisame combo. The streamer said she's calling for backup. Has it arrived yet? What backup could beat Itachi? Plus, Itachi's Kankuro is at full health. Du Chun fixed his gaze on the screen. Raiden emulator. What was going on now? He observed the match's progress. Du Lin's second ninja was out of chakra, slowly being harassed by the opponent's Kankuro. Du Chun skipped over the second ninja to check Du Lin's third ninja. Izuna? Du Chun was astonished, incredulous. How did you put Izuna in the third slot? Du Lin was about to explain when Kankuro suddenly unleashed a burst of power, ending the second round prematurely. The third round loading phase began immediately after. Seeing the opponent's glaring national emblem, Du Chun no longer cared to debate right or wrong. He quickly switched to keyboard layout to check the key bindings. Du Lin's emulator key settings matched his own. Both were default configurations. Now Du Chun was completely at ease. The national server player was indeed interesting. Beep beep beep, detecting an endgame scenario, automatically entering hyperthinking mode. Proceed with caution. Deliberate contemplation, incisive aggression. Did you know? A Senna without any beans possesses strength comparable to that of a juvenile corgi. With only one summoning left, a beanless Senna faces off against a fully buffed, 100-empowered Tsunade. On the opposing side, the second and third ninja positions boast formidable prowess as well. How is one to strategize under such circumstances? Du Chun responded within the first second. Cartoon. On Bilibili, the account of Ibuki Kodomo, boasting millions of followers, was currently live streaming. Ranked at Shadow 3rd Dan, the high-intensity matches at the start of the season had left Ibuki sweating. At last, he matched with an opponent he could utterly dominate. Yet upon seeing the rival's rank, Umbu 3rd, and Umbu 3rd indeed brothers, Ibuki showed no overt excitement, merely expressing his confusion regarding the ranked matchmaking system. Shadow 3rd defeating Umbu 3rd yields minimal points. Conversely, losing results in a severe penalty. This match, for Ibuki, was destined to be a mere pastime. However, the information gleaned from the barrage of comments about the opponent left Ibuki distinctly surprised. What? The opponent was a fellow Bilibili up host? Ibuki glanced at the comments in astonishment. Surely not from our Naruto section? Oh, from the music section? 0 Degree. Ibuki's excitement was palpable. 0 Degree was a recently popular up host on Bilibili, known for his acclaimed covers of classic anime songs. As a passionate anime fan, Ibuki naturally paid close attention to rising up hosts in the music section. Yet he never imagined that this up host, who existed solely on his subscription list, would become his opponent in this match. Could there be such a coincidence? Even now, Ibuki could hardly believe it. Could it be a high-level impersonator, brothers? Are you certain that this 0 Degree master is the same 0 Degree from the music section? Well, no matter if it is or isn't 0 Degree, after the match I'll send him a friend request, alright? That would be great if it is. At this point, Ibuki's Tsunade suddenly surged with power, ceasing to torment the opponent. With a single skill combo, the second round concluded and the third began. Gazing upon the opponent's ninja in the third slot, Ibuki subtly furrowed his brow. Uchiha Senna? Ibuki couldn't fathom it. Would 0 Degree truly select such a ninja? Are you all conspiring to deceive me? Observing the relentless stream of comments scrolling by, Ibuki suddenly thought of something amusing, and with a smile said, don't tell me there's going to be some blunder like Killer Bee died again. This has got to be a fake 0 Degree, right? Yet, seeing the countless comments affirming the identity repeatedly, Ibuki found himself unable to discern truth from falsehood, so he could only grin and suggest, "Alright then, you all go ahead and spam some comments for me. The streamer is about to become the first up host to add 0 degree as a friend in-game." As more and more comments flooded Ibuki's stream, Du-chun remained puzzled by their intent. Yet it did not prevent him from entertaining the most malicious assumptions. So arrogant? Already mocking in groups before even winning? Indeed, in Du-chun's eyes, this barrage of comments resembled an opponent who, upon gaining the advantage, began to patronize. Unaware of Du-lin's account status, he nonetheless felt compelled to respond with effective strength. Third round. Battle commences. Cartoon. Even 100 empowered Tsunade dares to be bitten by me. Tsunade's 2 skills proved ineffective against Senna's fire release. The first skill S-kick, granting invincibility, only suited evading single-hit damage or naturally retreating skills when approached. In other words, if the fire originated from the masked man, or if the 2 ninjas were close enough, the fire could reach the end of Tsunade's first skill during its invincibility frame, creating a brilliant moment. Unfortunately, Ibuki misjudged the situation. Moreover, the ease of the previous 2 rounds lulled him into complacency, causing him to recklessly engage from the start. Consequently, he was scorched by Senna's searing fire release. Ahem. This move caught me off guard. Doesn't he count? Ibuki cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Eager to showcase his skill, he immediately substituted out. However, Tsunade's substitute found no favorable position to initiate, forced to lock eyes with Senna 4 slots away, creating pressure. Huh? No pressure? Then I'll start with my second skill. Tsunade's second skill, enhanced by 100-fold power, had increased speed. But at this distance, Du-chun had no excuse for failing to react. The secret scroll S8 fire barrage perfectly timed its interception, while Senna simultaneously unleashed her second skill. Damn, that can block it? For Ibuki, accustomed to high-rank matches, failing to block the secret scroll at this range would be the anomaly. Yet, judging by the first 2 rounds, the opponent hardly seemed like an expert. Ibuki's hand speed was not slow either. He promptly summoned a creature to counter. He summoned a spirit, which also neutralized Senna's second skill S control and the pursuing fiery shrapnel. Shark, aid me. A shark bared its gaping maw, lunging to bite Senna. Du-chun's gaze sharpened. His strike was the epitome of precision. Subskill dodge. A mere shark is no match for me. Too slow. Under Du-chun's command, Senna instantly dodged outward, evading the shark's grasp. The flawless dodge ushered the duel into a brief bullet time moment. Then Senna, wielding a ninja blade, advanced, weaving movements to avoid the shark's second bite while applying pressure. At this moment, Ibuki's expression grew frantic. This is bad, brothers. He has entered perfect dodge mode. In this world, perfect dodge was no stranger, at least to Ibuki, who had no skills himself. The oppressive aura brought by Senna's perfect dodge was no less intimidating than the perfect phasing of the broken mask or Susanoo. The shark's 2-stage bite concluded, but Senna's skill casting still had more than half remaining. Watching Senna close and step by step, Ibuki recalled an unpleasant memory. According to his later recount, I remember it was the summer 12 years ago when a rabid dog came to the village. Chased me, not anyone else. Back then, I was isolated and helpless, no better off than when Senna was chasing me now. In desperation, Ibuki seized the moment and activated the secret scroll. Dissolution technique. The 2 attacks of dissolution ranged differently. Senna, positioned on the edge, was just caught by one of the attack waves. Meanwhile, a composed Du-chun demonstrated terrifying composure. Facing the incoming attack wave, he precisely timed a parry just as before. Clang. A crisp metallic clang echoed throughout the duel arena. The previous was a perfect dodge. This was a perfect parry. Tsunade had no further means to impede Senna's biting assault. The derivative attack from the perfect parry also showcased an exaggerated range, forcibly striking Tsunade across one slot, then seamlessly transitioning into normal attacks, canceling the empowered state. After 2 subskills delayed the tempo, the great fireball had cooled down. At the final phase of the second skill S-cast, Du-chun chained a combo. Blade after blade, burning knives. The combo S first skill had only an 8-second cooldown. Using this as a timer, Du-chun instantly comprehended the flow. Tsunade's substitute had 4 seconds left. Only mere seconds had passed since the start. Du-chun's Senna had already left a deep impression on the viewers in Du-lin's stream. Utmost composure, coldness, precision, cruelty. A single strike to kill, and a madness of biting to the extreme. How do the utmost calm and the utmost frenzy of biting meld so seamlessly? Du-chun mused. Calm your heart, bite every time perfectly. 14 seconds into the opening, Du-chun's Senna, through flawless execution, had secured 3 beans from 0. The countdown read 44 seconds. Tsunade's substitute had cooled down. This substitution, Ibuki exercised extraordinary caution. Yet Senna made a decision in handling the substitute that caught him off guard. For consecutive long-range basic attacks to create distance, maintaining a relatively safe gap from Tsunade. Ibuki's finger hovered mid-air, ready to activate the substitute. She put me down? Ibuki's tone brimmed with bewilderment. Even he could not help but acknowledge that this wave of opponent's tactics was remarkably rational. As for right or wrong, that would depend on which side ultimately triumphed in the ensuing contest. The moment he rose, the shadow blade swiftly pressed forward to suppress, yet Izuna refrained from striking. Having learned from the previous exchange, Izuna felt immense pressure emanating from Izuna. If possible, he would prefer to play defensively. Izuna, positioned against the edge of the board, shifted his stance with measured movements. The great fireball had already cooled down. Yet Du-chun dared not act at this juncture. At this distance, there was no doubt that the shadow blade could evade the great fireball using his first skill S invincible leap. One more second S wait. Izuna granted Du-chun precisely 1 second. Then, the flame fragment shard was ready. At this moment, Du-chun could notify Izuna. There was no longer any margin for error. Cartoon. The great fireball was unleashed from not far away. Izuna's heart tightened as the shadow blade hastily jumped to avoid it. The timing was impeccable. Indeed, the great fireball passed through as the shadow blade leapt, its residual flames impacting 2 positions behind him. However, the latter phase of the shadow blade's first skill attack arrived instantaneously. Izuna slightly crouched forward. Secret scroll. Flame fragment shard. The flame fragment shard dispelled a critical control effect, yet the shadow blade immediately retaliated with a secret scroll. The cooldowns of dispersal and flame fragment shard were roughly synchronized. Izuna had not advanced immediately before because he too awaited his own secret scroll's cooldown. Within the secret scroll counterchain, dispersal was always countered by flame fragment shard. Though this counter was not always conspicuous in real combat, dispersal was never a match for flame fragment shard when secret scrolls opposed each other. Izuna, deeply understanding this, held nothing back. To secure the initiative, he was willing to expend one more resource. Summoning Beast. Enma. This was Izuna's final summoned beast. In the previous 2 rounds, he had easily overwhelmed his opponent using only Slug. But in this round, he had already deployed 2 summoned beasts. Even at the cost of bearing the infamy of the Summoning King, he was determined to win this match. Dispersal was chained into Enma's 2-stage control, preventing Du-chun's Izuna from successfully unleashing his second skill. This meant he could use a substitute to absorb the second skill. Typically, Izuna players preferred to expend the first phase of the second skill and then counterattack with the sub-skill. This was conventional. Yet, from a reverse perspective, one could conserve the second skill and use the substitute as bait. After the substitute appeared, the initial phase of Izuna's second skill not only had a swift startup but also directly countered the opponent's counter-summoning. For instance, in this instance, the Shadow Blade proactively exchanged Enma. Du-chun's substitute immediately activated the second skill, targeting the Shadow Blade, but the skill's landing point was within Enma's range. Watching the roaring Enma, Izuna experienced a rare sense of relief. In the next instant, Izuna adopted a parry stance. Startled, Izuna tensed his nerves once more. The summoned beast he relied upon for safety had become a tool for Izuna to execute a perfect counter. The timing of the parry was impeccable. The flawless block was followed by a grabbing strike that relentlessly pierced Izuna's spirit. Izuna, wielding his blade and moving like a dragon within Enma's attack radius, swept the Shadow Blade with a powerful normal attack the moment Enma vanished. Such a leisurely stride was hardly a sign of ease. Izuna, overwhelmed by emotion, was tempted to immediately substitute and deliver a punch to Izuna. Yet, his desire to win was too great. This was clearly not an opportune moment to substitute. Human patience has its limits. Often, even knowing Izuna still held a counter in hand, one might prematurely substitute out of hopeful risk-taking. Such action would waste the substitute opportunity and increase the risk of being struck again. Izuna stubbornly delayed substituting until the yellow bar of Izuna's second skill had completely expired. As mentioned before, Izuna's desire to win was overwhelming. Thus, no matter how skillfully Izuna used the second skill's counter, it was futile. The Shadow Blade, upon substitution, activated the second skill while the first skill was nearly off cooldown. Out of caution, Izuna did not strike immediately but shifted his position twice, moving half a small body length. Approximately 0.75 seconds after substituting, the Shadow Blade landed a heavy punch aimed at Izuna's position. Yet Izuna remained unmoved? A fleeting opening. Fire style. This was Izuna's third counter beyond the second skill, named the Glory of Uchiha. Having lost 2 waves of tempo and endured at least 2 great fireballs and a full set of burning blade attacks, the Shadow Blade could no longer endure. After taking the full brunt of this ultimate counter dealing 850,000 damage, his health dropped to 0. Regretfully lamenting his unfortunate fate without the Sharingan. His victory pose, wielding the blade with ease, conveyed nothing but 2 words. Leisurely. The outcome was decided. Izuna's mentality was not necessarily better than that of the commentators at the Anabi Fire Cup. Even the notoriously cold-tempered pigeon was emotionally shattered by Du-chun's relentless assault. Izuna's advantage lay merely in the gains of the first 2 rounds. Concerning the ninjas, Izuna's second ninja had only just entered the fray. Holding a full ninja lead, he had no reason to give up now. During the loading phase of the 4th round, Izuna's emotions were complex as he gazed upon the gleaming provincial emblem of Edo Tensei Minato. Years ago, when he bore only the title of Ninja Wei, he could maintain a modest ranking in the Ninja World's regional division with Edo Tensei Minato. Now, with the introduction of the fighting title, merely climbing to the lower end of the provincial title required every ounce of effort. The provincial title of Deadwater demanded a higher score than the national server title of Shadowblade. In silent contemplation, Izuna avoided looking at the barrage of comments, clearing his mind to execute his own strategy. A master once said that one must be like water. Just as Izuna was about to enter a focused flow state, even the most enthusiastic viewers in the livestream anticipated a reversal in this round. Yet Izuna's next words shattered the mood. If I can counterkill, I want a massive amount of copper coins and a flood of 6s. In the past, when Izuna uttered these words, it was often a final spark of hope amid desperate straits. But now, he held the advantage, though that only underscored how challenging he found this Izuna to handle. Even without checking the comments, Izuna was certain his opponent had switched characters. What he did not know was that beyond the substitution, something else critical to the match had changed during this round's loading phase. That was the background music. Because it was an emulator, Du Chun simply switched to the browser tab playing the small streaming site, paused the original BGM, swiftly typed, and selected the first video result. The BGM changed from tech, it sped up to reset. Beneath the tranquil lake surface, currents surged. Izuna could not forget that afternoon of February 6th. His proud provincial emblem Minato was no longer invincible. He lost absolutely, utterly. Jutsuki. How many times had Izuna countered now? About 5 times. Izuna could scarcely imagine that Edo Tensei Minato, renowned for mobility, would one day be relentlessly pursued by Uchiha Izuna. With a 10-second cooldown on the second skill, neither substitution Rasengan nor substitution Flying Thunder God could escape Izuna's ultimate pursuit. Beyond the exquisitely precise counters, the swift and painful Great Fireball functioned almost as if it had tracking, always delivering its intended effect. As for why he did not counterattack, Izuna could not conceive a way to do so. After losing the initial wave of tempo, every strike Izuna made was met with Izuna's perfect counter. Moreover, the 18-second cooldown Flame Fragment Shard was enough to cause Edo Tensei Minato and Izuna immense headaches. The 4th round concluded with Izuna activating his ultimate. Izuna's victory was clearly one of superior execution. Yet Izuna felt an indescribable madness emanating from him. Such a sensation should not exist within any streamer or player he knew. When Izuna's ultimate technique appeared once more, Akaraku Ibaraki, and one more, just that one. Do not heed the sound of the wind piercing through the forest and striking the leaves. Why not hum a tune and stroll leisurely? Within this simple melody lies the essence of returning to zero. Who would not be stirred to fierce passion? 1,400,000 years ago, the mortal enemies of humanity, the terror cats, were nearly wiped out. The few surviving terror cats concealed themselves in the shadows, licking their wounds, with the seeds of vengeance buried deep within their genes, destined to persist until death. 50,000 years ago, the footprints of Homo sapiens spanned multiple continents. Neanderthals and other tribes languished under the relentless hunts of Homo sapiens, their hatred and fear intertwined within unseparated genetics. Perhaps a single failed hunt could have led humans to fall victim to the tearing jaws of beasts. This is an indelible fear etched into DNA, spanning thousands upon thousands of years, impossible to forget. The dread of being torn apart originates from humanity's very ancestors, the most primordial terror. Unquestionably, the triple cross is executed. By the 5th round, Du Chun's playstyle grew increasingly audacious. No longer relying solely on impeccable precision and flawless counterattacks, he resorted to absolute suppression by any means necessary. In this round against the elusive Mei Mei, one could even witness Du Chun's secret scroll seamlessly connecting with his spirit summon to unleash his ultimate move in full force. Moreover, the 5th round concluded at the swiftest pace since the match began. When the words, "Victory decided," appeared on the computer screen, Du Chun calmly switched back to his browser, paused the song midway, and then rose to offer his seat. Meanwhile, on the other side, who was on the battlefield? Ibaraki shouted, voicing his unwillingness and anguish. Such a wild playstyle had just emerged, and with absolute certainty, only one person could have achieved it. Who was his opponent? The answer was self-evident. Du Lin gazed at Du Chun with eyes full of admiration. "Wow, brother. You're incredible." Du Chun, quite pleased, leisurely uttered 2 words, "At ease."
Du Lin.
Heart brimming with joy, returned to her seat. The first noticeable change was the surge in online viewers. As a content creator in the music section, Du Lin's game streams rarely attracted more than casual fans intrigued by novelty. After viewers gauged her approximate skill, only a few remained. Moreover, Lin had not even activated her camera. Streaming all afternoon had kept her online count hovering around 1,200. Even during peak traffic periods, it was rare to surpass 1,600 viewers. Unexpectedly, after a single match with her cousin Du Chun, the online count soared to 6,299, roughly a five-fold increase, and the number continued to climb. The scrolling barrage of comments left her both amused and bewildered. Why has 0 Degree never mentioned that her cousin is Jichuan? ISNT this 0 Degree S stream? Why is the chat flooding with Jichuan's name? Who else but Jichuan could play Azuna and crush high-ranking streamers like a roadside pest? No wonder the ancient moves instantly reveal their sect. Oh ho 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 ho. Jichuan, stop tearing things apart. Just came over from Ibaraki's stream. He's already been beaten senseless. Hilarious. Matching with the Umbu was bad enough, but to have a substitute is unbelievable. And the substitute is none other than Jichuan. Poor Ibaraki must have the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. Ibaraki's stream boasted 40,000 concurrent viewers. He stared blankly at the defeat screen, dazed for a long moment before regaining his composure. Glancing at the chat urging him to rematch, his anger flared uncontrollably. My head has been twisted and hammered, and you still have the nerve to ask me to rematch? His tone brimmed with disbelief. I always thought the chat was unruly, but I never imagined you wanted me dead. At this point, Ibaraki no longer mentioned friend requests. In fact, he was so concerned that he uninstalled the emulator and switched to his phone to stream the remaining time. Since emulator and phone matches were separate, it was hard to say whether this was due to some psychological trauma from the previous match. As a major broadcaster on the small streaming platform, many lurking clipmakers in Ibaraki's channel sprang into action, immediately capturing and editing the recent thrilling moments for upload. Judging by the match's excitement, they could once again enjoy feasting on Uncle S Xiaomi delicacies. On Du Lin's side, after Du Chun's victory using Izuna's triple cross, she smoothly advanced to the first tier of the shadow level. This was her first time reaching the shadow tier, with 128 wins this season and a 50% win rate, marking her as a diligent player. Understanding the hardships of climbing ranks, Du Lin chose not to continue playing. After the online viewer count peaked at 12,000, it dropped back to 6,000 within 10 minutes. After chatting casually with her audience for over 10 minutes, Du Lin officially ended the stream. So hungry, brother, what shall we have for dinner? The first thing Du Lin said after ending her stream was a call of hunger, making one suspect she stopped streaming due to hunger. Du Chun was watching videos and, upon hearing her, instinctively replied, yeah, what do you want to eat? Du Lin responded, huh? Du Chun said, dragon? But it's the Emperor's expedition. Du Lin stood there, unsure how to respond, momentarily at a loss. After 3 seconds of silence, she asked, how about we go out to eat? It's a bit windy outside. The cold wind in Jiangqing City in February was somewhat biting, but dressing warmly could stave it off. Du Chun said, what a fine wind. The wind follows the tiger, the clouds follow the dragon. Heroes of the dragon and tiger soar proudly in the vast sky. At that moment, Du Lin pondered deeply. Suddenly enlightened, she felt a pang of sorrow. So this was how severely purity could damage the mind. Du Chun asked, what are you mumbling about? Hungry? Huh? Want me to make you a bowl of noodles? Du Lin replied, Gu gu jia jia. 10 minutes later, chicken soup noodles are served. Du Chun carried out 2 large steaming bowls of chicken soup noodles. Du Lin tasted a bit and said, brother, your culinary skills are amazing. Although Du Chun was confident in his cooking, Du Lin's praise pleased him greatly. Usually, he cooked and ate alone with no occasion to boast. If Du Lin wasn't full, Du Chun wouldn't mind frying up a couple of dishes. Halfway through the meal, Du Lin suddenly spoke. Brother, you seem to have something on your mind? Meeting Du Lin's earnest gaze, Du Chun's expression mixed embarrassment with a wry smile. Is it that obvious? Placing his chopsticks across the bowlless rim, Du Chun began, it's nothing serious, just about my 2 stalls. After sharing his tangled thoughts with Du Lin, Du Chun said, at first, I thought competing in the Soundfire Cup would boost popularity, but I didn't expect it to become this hectic. This wasn't my original intention. Hearing this, Du Lin also rested her chopsticks on her bowlless rim, though her bowl was completely empty. So, what you can't bear to part with is this brand. The brand? Du Chun considered. Indeed, the mode of selling one-on-one battles in Naruto was his signature. With a slight sigh, Du Chun admitted, I suppose so. I finally gathered a loyal customer base, and now letting go is a bit hard. Du Lin contemplated for a moment, then coolly snapped her fingers. That's simple. You're running this brand anyway. It doesn't matter what you're selling, right? Du Chun was curious what simple solution his cousin had in mind. Du Lin revealed without hesitation, brother, you feel overwhelmed by the massive customer flow and can't manage alone, right? Instead of trying to speed up or hire help, have you considered moving to a larger venue? Your current selling spot is in this old district, selling chicken products and fried chicken racks. You could try renting a shop within 2 kilometers in a nearby mall or near the new district. You could sell anything there, but it's best to continue the previous style and direction. Opening a restaurant or eatery would undoubtedly be the most fitting choice. With your current popularity and brand, you won't have to worry about initial customer traffic, which is the biggest challenge for a regular restaurant. Moreover, a permanent storefront is far better suited for cultivating a loyal customer base. As long as no significant errors occur, even offering generous discounts to patrons during the initial stages is a worthwhile investment. After all, isn't the affordable pricing of Shaw County snacks what has enabled them to flourish nationwide? Furthermore, under this model, a distinctive restaurant is bound to attract a fresh, discerning gaze from our younger generation. If managed adeptly, it might even spearhead the emergence of an innovative business paradigm. Upon hearing this, Du Chun suddenly felt enlightened, his gaze toward Du Lin now tinged with newfound admiration. You have quite the business acumen, truly befitting someone who studied finance. After listening to Du Lin's clear and coherent plan, Du Chun was utterly impressed. What should be my first step? Opening a store? Choosing a location? Or perhaps obtaining some sort of business license? Seeing Du Chun's earnest expression, Du Lin smiled gently. It's easy to say, but putting it into practice will certainly be more complex. Yet Du Lin's disclaimer did nothing to shake Du Chun's resolve. From the depths of his heart, he believed this proposal was eminently feasible. I genuinely intend to pursue this. At Du Chun's declaration, Du Lin's features softened into a faint smile, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the light. Really? Du Chun solemnly affirmed. Indeed. Du Lin's smile remained undiminished. May I inform my father? He has far more experience in matters like this. Uncle? Du Chun queried. Ignoring Du Lin's use of the respectful term elder, Du Chun's impression of Uncle Du Soon was that of a warm-hearted, robust man of great vigor. What Du Chun cherished most was the memory of every new year when his uncle would slip dozens of crisp red bills into his red envelopes. Beyond that, he recalled being carried by his uncle in childhood. At 9 years old and in the 3rd grade, Du Chun remembered Uncle Du Soon holding him in one arm while carrying his cousin Du Lin in the other, proudly showcasing the pair of siblings to everyone in their village. From an early age, Du Chun had admired his uncle deeply, considering him the most trustworthy family member from his very core. Regarding the experience Du Lin spoke of, Du Chun harbored no doubt whatsoever. Uncle Du Soon specialized in traditional industries and managed several conventional brick-and-mortar enterprises, amassing considerable income. Although the pandemic had dealt a significant blow, timely strategic adjustments had enabled a robust recovery. Following a call from Du Lin, upon hearing the news that his great-nephew intended to open a store, Du Soon immediately purchased a plane ticket for the following day without hesitation. Entrusting professional matters to a professional, Du Chun felt relieved that he need not fret over this uncharted territory. The upcoming eliminations of the Anabi Cup were attracting great attention, and Du Chun's anticipation for his debut grew with each passing moment. Judging by the flawless winning streak across 5 matches, he was eager to deploy more ninja. Which ninja would he field in the next match? Rasha, Takasuk, or Fuyuan? Edo Tensei Madara? Saturday, the 7th day. The day the Anabi Cup eliminations commenced. The official livestream drew hundreds of thousands of viewers immediately upon going live. After a brief warm-up, the two commentators began explaining the tournament format. 10 teams competed in a double elimination bracket, with each match conducted as a best-of-7 series under the King of Fighters, KOF, format. The KOF format stipulates that the competing sides alternate sending players into battle. The losing side must substitute a new player until one team's entire roster is defeated. The best-of-7 format means the first team to secure 4 victories out of a maximum of 7 rounds wins the match. Both sides initially fielded their number 1 players for a best-of-1 face-off. The victor then faced the next player from the opposing team. A special rule dictated that if a player from one team won 3 consecutive rounds, a forced substitution would occur, requiring the next player to enter the subsequent round. However, the forced substitution player would not count toward the opposing team's win tally. Having introduced the elimination rules, the commentators proceeded to explain the order of play. The elimination matches were arranged so that the 1st and 6th matches featured ninja pools from the 21st and 25th years respectively. Matches 2 through 5, 4 in total, were conducted using the Martial Arts Tournament Ninja Pool, with both teams sharing the same ninja roster. Because the Martial Arts Tournament Ninja Pool was shared, once a ninja had been used in earlier matches, neither team could select that ninja again, even if the opposing team had previously chosen that character. If, after 6 matches, the score stood at 3-3, a 7th and final ultimate battle would be held, with each team sending 1 player to compete. The winner's team would advance, and the loser's team would be eliminated. Additionally, secret scrolls and summoning pools did not participate in the shared pool and, as in the points tournament, each player was free to bring their own. Alright, with the tournament rules explained, here are today's matchups. Good morning. Good morning, my foot. It's almost evening. Hey, can you hear me, Wind God? Purist? We can hear you, loud and clear. Wind God and Du Chun responded simultaneously. The 4 members of the Windpure team had already joined the voice chat and were idly greeting each other. Fiverr exclaimed, "Man, purist. You're ruthless. Yesterday you utterly crushed Ibaraki's spirit." Du Chun chuckled. Fiverr added, "No need to say anything else. You're up first in the martial arts tournament. Just don't let Izuna get picked off by the other team." Du Chun replied, "No, I'm not planning to use Izuna today." "Really? Then who will you use?" "Something different. There are some ninjas I haven't played in a while." A player remarked, "Why does what Purist just said sound like he's showing off?" "But he definitely has the skill." Fiverr said, "Invisible showing off is the deadliest kind." Wind God chimed in, "Let us first check the team order." While the 4 chatted casually, the 2 commentators unveiled the match schedule for the first day of eliminations. Matches 1 and 2 featured face-offs between the audience-voted revival teams and the last qualifying teams from the points tournament. The last qualifying team from Group A was the Shirakawa Keisuke's team. From Group B, the Roadside Sanshin team. Among the 4 eliminated teams, the Linzongyo and Shurshin 20 teams from Group B both earned resurrection opportunities. Meanwhile, the Group A teams Daily Insomnia and Handsome Flowing Soup were eliminated after a single round. Match 1 pitted the Roadside Sanshin team against Shurshin 20. Match 2 saw Shirakawa Keisuke's face Linzongyo. The winner of Match 1 would face Group A's top-ranked points team in Match 3. The winner of Match 2 would go against Group B's top-ranked points team in Match 5. The losers of Matches 1 and 2 were immediately eliminated. The 2 matches unfolded with intense fervor, providing ample prelude to the day's elimination schedule. Exactly 25 hours after Matches 1 and 2 concluded, the victor of Match 1 was Shurshin 20. Initially, Lion and Saikasuk both suffered defeats, trailing 0-2 in the early stages. After Water God entered, he secured 1 point but was soon defeated again, ultimately leaving the pressure on Wu. As a professional player, Wu fully demonstrated his prowess, sweeping 3 consecutive victories in a dominant display to seal the match. The winner of Match 2 was Linzongyo, under quite different circumstances. Underdog Yicho first secured 2 wins. After losing the 3rd round, Mumu and Dove consecutively fell, leaving professional player Muling to win 2 straight games and clinch advancement. Both teams clearly exhibited a heavy reliance on their professional players. The elimination tournament advanced to Match 3, Sword Point Champion versus Shurshin 20. As the top team in Group A, the Silver Sword Point Champion squad combined strength with fortune. Intriguingly, the data visualization for Shurshin 20 completely enveloped that of Sword Point Champion. This sparked a flood of criticism from Du Chun, Fiverr, and other streamers directed at the data visualization staff, whom they had long disliked. The 2 commentators appeared somewhat embarrassed. At least on paper, Shurshin 20's strength was far superior. Yet such an excuse could not silence the ridicule from millions of viewers. However, once the actual battle commenced, everyone was left dumbfounded. Shurshin 20, ranked 6th in Group B and resurrected through audience votes, managed to rally and even the score, forcing a 3-3 tie that led to the ultimate showdown. Ultimately, Wu once again stepped forward to secure victory. Group B's 6th seed defeated Group A's top seed? This scene somewhat defied the audience's expectations, silencing the commentators like Du Chun, who had just been complaining about issues with the data charts. Could it be that these data charts are genuinely useful? Even the 2 commentators rarely found cause to raise their eyebrows in satisfaction, seizing this opportunity to utter a few fair words in defense of the data visualization. Match 4 featured Group B's 2nd seed, the Shield Bureau team, facing off against Group A's 3rd seed, the Thief Fish team. The Shield Bureau team started strong by deploying the professional player Luo Yu. Luo Yu transformed into a demonic force on the battlefield, single-handedly dismantling 3 opponents. After the 3rd round, he was forcibly rotated out. The 4th round saw Shuai Xing step in to secure a victory, sweeping the Thief Fish team with a flawless 40 points. This outcome sparked considerable debate among viewers. Is there too great a disparity in strength between Groups A and B? Soon after came Match 5, an intragroup battle within Group B. The Forest Bird team, having triumphed in the resurrection match, faced the top-ranked Feng Wan Ji Chun team. Even before the match began, many spectators were already laughing. It wasn't just the audience. Even the 2 commentators couldn't suppress their smiles. Commentator Xiaobao laughed. Haha, I didn't expect it would be Forest Bird versus Feng Wan Ji Chun again. These 2 teams are old rivals. Commentator Xiao Lai agreed, yes. Many viewers probably still remember the 7th major match in the points competition 2 days ago. It was these 2 teams clashing, with Feng Wan Ji Chun winning 32-0. Anyone who watched that live broadcast won't forget it, especially since that match featured the infamous Pigeon's tearful defeat. Now, these 2 adversaries met again on the first day of the knockout stage. 5G, visibly excited and wearing a mischievous grin, urged Du Chun to take the lead. However, Du Chun declined, citing that the ninja pool lacked ninjas he wished to select. The order of appearance was set as follows. Feng Wan Ji Chun team. Player, 5G Ji Chun Ji Du Fengshin. Forest Bird team, Yiqiu Pigeon Muling Mumu. Player opened with the 21-year ninja pool. Although the 21-year ninja pool lacked Player S signature ninjas, Little Squad Leader and New Hope, 2 C-class ninjas, he could still select the unlimited power Nagato and the top-tier ninja Orochimaru. Besides, with Du Chun and Feng Xin, 2 masters, backing him up, Player was unfazed by the risk of losing. He played boldly but was decisively defeated by Yi Chio's brutal triple takedown, leaving Player looking ashamed as he exited the stage. 5G remained indifferent. The second round, a martial arts contest, saw him take the stage. Though Xian Shui was banned, 5G performed exceptionally, consecutively defeating Yi Chio and Pigeon. After Pigeon's loss, the live broadcast camera caught him seemingly exhaling in relief, visibly relaxing. 5G won but with regret. How he wished to leave Pigeon for Ji Chun-ji to handle. After all, Pigeon's tearful defeat was too compelling a storyline, so spectacular that even a fellow commentator like him could only envy it. The third round featured Mu Ling. After the first ninja at position 1 lost, the ninja at position 2 swiftly dismantled 5G. Furious at being swept in one go, 5G's face darkened as he immediately sent Ji Chun onto the field. Du Chun, stepping in at position 3, bore no complaints. Among the ninjas in the martial arts contest ninja pool, only Hokusaku was one he wanted to play. Now that Hokusaku was unavailable, he had several other alternatives. Facing Ji Chun-ji, professional player Mu Ling dared not relax. Mu Ling was indifferent to which ninjas Ji Chun banned, first sending Izuna to the ban list. After both sides completed their bans, Du Chun picked first. He made his decision after the 60-second ninja selection countdown was more than halfway through. Position 1, Raza, 4th Kazekage. Mu Ling hesitated for 40 seconds before finalizing his choice. Position 1 locked in Master Kong, 5th Raikage Darui. Then, Position 2 selected Shippuden's Cursed Seal Sasuke. His strongest ordinary ninja had been chosen last round to counter 5G, so this time he had to rely on other ninja substitutes. Du Chun's picks for positions 2 and 3 were Akatsuki Snake and Little Mustache. Du Chun had never played these ninjas before, but it was hard not to think of Forest Bird's position 4 player, Mu Mu, since Akatsuki Snake and Little Mustache were his signature ninjas. Was Ji Chun-ji attempting to use the ninja positions to block Mu Mu's ninja pool? Commentator Xiao Lai immediately discerned Du Chun's intent with great surprise. Commentator Xiao Bao quickly chimed in, "Wow, Ji Chun-ji seems confident enough to secure a win against Mu Ling. We can see Mu Ling has chosen New Spring Conan for the 3rd position. Has he spotted the lack of grab abilities in Ji Chun's ninja lineup, hence selecting New Spring Conan to counter it?" Xiao Lai explained exactly. New Spring Conan's second skill activates an angelic form, during which non-grab damage causes her to disintegrate instantly. Since Ji Chun's team has few ninjas with direct grab capabilities, this puts them under substantial pressure when facing New Spring Conan. Xiao Bao added, "We can see both sides have already chosen secret scrolls. Ji Chun paired Raza with insert to supplement grab ability, but the 2nd position S Rashomon and the 3rd position S Bodyguard do not add grab. Is he confident Raza alone can handle New Spring Conan?" Xiao Lai said, "Yes, and we can see Mu Ling also equipped New Spring Conan with insert. This secret scroll, usually rare, surprisingly appears on both sides simultaneously this round. What about Ji Chun? Is he planning to supplement grab abilities through summoning?" Du Chun then locked in Panda, Shark, and Two Tails. Seeing Ji Chun-ji's 2nd and 3rd positions add 2 grab summons, commentator Xiao Bao laughed. Right, Ji Chun-ji is clearly well prepared. Xiao Lai observed, looking at the lineups, both sides are evenly matched in strength. In terms of proficiency, Ji Chun lacks intel, so Mu Ling likely holds the advantage. Who will claim this crucial point? Let us wait and see. Unhurried, Du Chun even leisurely played a song at a minor break station, a down-tempo version of Quit Smoking. Round 1. Battle commences. Raza occupied position 1. At 59 seconds, Du Chun maneuvered Raza toward the upper left corner near the wall. At 58 seconds, he commanded, "Take this." A 20-meter radius sand gold cube. He began by retreating to the corner, then ordered the cube to initiate. Even the national server players only practiced these moves. Mu Ling's style leaned toward caution, as did most professional players, a professional habit. Without reckless intent, they naturally refrained from unleashing skills at the start. Then Mu Ling saw the sand gold cube swiftly approaching his face. He hurriedly enchanted his lightning blade and timed his strike to pierce the sand gold cube directly. Darui's lightning blade seemed ordinary but boasted high priority and an extended endpoint hitbox, inheriting the athletic reach of the Raikage lineage. Additionally, Darui's lightning blade had invincibility frames matching Hokusaku's, making it highly effective and functional in combat. Crucially, it had minimal recovery time, allowing immediate follow-up with secret scrolls or summons in tricky situations. Feng Xin immediately saw through Mu Ling's strategy and, even he had to admit, it was a ruthless move. Then, the entire audience watched as the sand gold cube slowly retreated by 1 step. Was it really retreating? Raza was positioned at the map's upper left corner. Mu Ling never expected Darui's lightning blade to win the opening strike. For him, As long as the lightning blade could pass through the sand gold cube, exchanging resources with Raza would be a gain. They all breathed a sigh of relief when the lightning blade pierced the cube, only to see the sand gold cube move back a step and directly trigger Darui's opening move. A ranged skill? Mu Ling was stunned into silence. He had never noticed the attack range of this skill could be so extraordinary. Du Chun's teammate Feng Xin shared his astonishment. The sand gold cube could even retreat? Feng Xin was dumbfounded by this spectacle. Rosa is merely an unremarkable, obscure, and disadvantaged ninja from the weak ninja roster, inherently countered by a multitude of mainstream ninjas who either phase through or displace. Being ranked as high as Tier 2 is already a generous acknowledgement. Kazekage has never once paid any heed to this ninja. Just now, upon seeing Du Chun select Rosa, Kazekage was curious to observe what kind of effect Du Chun could achieve with such an underdog ninja. Unexpectedly, right from the outset, Du Chun pulled off a spectacular move. Kazekage grew eager, keenly anticipating Du Chun's counterattack. The opportunity for Rosa's counterattack arrived swiftly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mokurin immediately deployed a substitution. At this juncture, Darui wielded Water Dragon. Following the substitution, Water Dragon struck the clone, which could be effectively used either to seize an opportunity or to defend against the counterattack summoning. Seeing Darui's substitution, Du Chun wasted no time and executed a swift face-to-face pass. When Rosa passed the second skill S command cube sand gold position, Mokurin detected it instantly. Mokurin casually launched a Water Dragon shot, forcing Du Chun to reluctantly summon. Summoning the panda. The Water Dragon shot is a single-segment grab, but the panda blocked the grab and retained its super armor. Witnessing his Water Dragon shot being negated, Mokurin promptly abandoned his original plan, intending to maneuver to drag out Rosa's super armor duration, and if things turned dire, to summon to preserve his life. Regrettably, Mokurin had not allowed much buffer space for either side in order to maximize the substitution's effectiveness. At this moment, Rosa, imbued with super armor, charged forward, and Mokurin had no choice but to use the secret scroll super armor. Fortunately, after Du Chun closed the distance, he initiated with the first skill, unleashing the flowing sand gold waterfall to inflict damage, but Mokurin simultaneously activated the secret scroll super armor, narrowly escaping harm. However, the brief relief lasted barely a second before Du Chun followed up with the secret scroll piercing attack. Darui, skillless and having expended his super armor, was utterly defenseless. Watching the duel unfold, Kazekage remained as silent as ever. Du Chun's Rosa did not manifest any extraordinary counterattack prowess, though this can be attributed to the ninja's inherent disadvantages. This exchange was lackluster, yet both sides' responses were flawless. Piercing attacks synchronized with super armor activation cannot break through max-level super armor. For Jichuan, this was a pity. If Rosa possessed a more direct grab technique, perhaps he could have overcome this super armor. Indeed, yet we can observe that Rosa's second skill, the sand gold cube, was cooling down quickly. Even if Darui had the chance to recover, Rosa would not fall into a disadvantage. The two commentators' analysis of the match was highly apt, showcasing considerable professional acumen. Then, something unexpected by both commentators and Kazekage occurred, the method by which Rosa broke the super armor. What? Ultimate activated? Jichuan actually chose to unleash the ultimate at this moment? Could Rosa's ultimate be chained? Could it? It shouldn't be, right? Probably can't be, right? At this moment, Xiao Lai even began to doubt his own understanding of the game. He too had seldom used Rosa, as this ninja was conspicuously countered. Kazekage looked equally puzzled, uncertain whether Rosa's ultimate could be chained. Yet the tensest was Mokurin, as he was Du Chun's opponent. If this chaining were possible, Mokurin's loss would be more than just a lost rhythm, it would be a comprehensive collapse from skills to secret scrolls. At this moment, Xiaopa was watching the live stream of Ibuki Kodomo. Brothers, do you think Rosa can chain the ultimate? Ibuki had been climbing ranks. After being infuriated by Du Chun's Azuna yesterday, he switched to the mobile version and climbed all the way to Super Shadow 2600 before ending the stream. His mindset had been adjusted during yesterday's climb, and today he had just reached 2750. Seeing a comment about the Jichuan Doin Fire Cup just starting, Ibuki, out of curiosity, tuned in to watch. Though not qualified to participate, broadcasting a bit was not a problem. At this moment, like many streamers, he was stumped by the question. But looking at the mixed barrage of can and cannot in the chat, Ibuki was even more confused. No, can it or can't it? Do you even know? I play Rosa. I swear Rosa definitely can't chain. Nonsense, I've been hit by Rosa before. The ultimate S landing can be followed by the first skill. I haven't played Rosa, but I'm a high monk and predict. Rosa can chain. Where did this Tang monk come from? Tang monk is also a high monk. This chaotic scene replayed across many streamers' live rooms and the official Doin Fire Cup broadcast. In fact, by the time they were arguing, Rosa's 9-second ultimate had already concluded. A phenomenon defying many viewers' understanding emerged. Rosa confidently followed up with the first skill-flowing sand gold waterfall. The chat flooded with question marks. Many Rosa players themselves did not comprehend what had happened. Commentator Xiao Bao, looking at his teleprompter, finally smiled and explained. Rosa can indeed chain skills. The method is simply to emulate Jichuan by standing on the subskill 1s Sand Gold Cloud before activating the ultimate, enabling skill chaining. Commentator Xiao Lai, sweating, admitted. Yes, we didn't expect Jichuan to know such a niche technique. We also noticed that many viewers were adamant that Rosa's ultimate could chain skills, and had already explained it in the chat. Xiao Bao, right? These viewers are quite enthusiastic in their research, as so few people actually delve into these obscure ninjas. Until this point, the two commentators had yet to realize how much turmoil this so-called obscure ninja would soon unleash. Meanwhile, a puzzled Mokurin slowly typed a question mark. Wait, where's my health bar? I ask you, where's that long health bar of mine? Mokurin, too, had never studied Rosa because there was no need. Facing the information gap, even if uneasy, suspecting Rosa's ultimate could indeed chain, his worst-case scenario was merely losing the rhythm. Yet now, after Rosa's ultimate ended, Darui's health had already dropped below half. Then the sand gold cube followed by the flowing sand gold waterfall ground down Darui's health by 800,000. Finally, a cake ball explosion, bearing a red buff, exploded for 370,000 critical damage. Mokurin was dumbfounded, his hands numb from the substitution. After the substitution, he no longer bothered with positioning or baiting resources. He simply let Water Dragon bite and took the hit, not even moving the joystick. Fellow professionals such as Kazakage and others felt Mokurin's pain upon witnessing such play. Low health does not equate to immediate defeat. The arena is no stranger to clutch comebacks. But to be forced down to 10 health with flawless execution from the opponent is somewhat excessive. No wonder Mokurin's play became numb. Yet Duchan's response was even more lamentable. There was none at all. When Rosa was initiated upon by Water Dragon, Mokurin suddenly realized the opening sweetness. He felt the match should not end here. Initially, he had hoped to complete a full set of normal attacks, using the final clone to test if any trick could be pulled, or to enchant in time, exploiting the invincible frames of the Thunder Blade to survive the counterattack. If he had known Rosa's skill timings, Mokurin believed he would have used Storm Release to bite at the moment Rosa's skills nearly cooled down, then baited with the clone substitution. Unfortunately, he did not know Rosa's double skill timings, nor did he expect Rosa to substitute immediately after the Water Dragon grab. This was far from an ideal substitution timing. Even an S-rank ninja with the largest substitution range could only substitute in place. At this moment, it was not only Kazakage but also Wu Wu and other professional players who empathized with Mokurin's perspective, pondering the next move. Quite a number of viewers also mentally assumed Mokurin's viewpoint to consider his next steps, especially those who were fans of Mokurin and frequented his livestream room. They were all baffled by Rosa's substitution. To most, this substitution seemed like a free giveaway of rhythm. Or perhaps Jichuan, seeing Darui's health bottoming out, was preparing a gamble to finish him off. Initially, Mokurin was very surprised by Rosa's substitution, his first instinct being to create distance. Then, suddenly realizing that Rosa had just unleashed a dual skill burst and even expended the subskill, the only resource still illuminated on Jichun's side was likely the summoning technique. With this in mind, Mu Ling's fear instantly dissipated, attributing it to Jichun's brain being momentarily compromised by the purity attack, causing a brief, involuntary activation of the substitution jutsu. Drawing on his professional player's intuition, Mu Ling boldly reversed course, even preparing to initiate with the Erasure style from a distance. This was still a cautious and stable approach on his part. Those streamers watching the match who focused solely on execution were thinking far more aggressively than Mu Ling. Then, Golden Sand Cube. Just as Mu Ling reversed to ready a skill, he was immediately startled by the Golden Sand Cube. Wait, hadn't he just used a skill? At this moment, the Erasure style was also being released, and the two ranged opening skills, the Golden Sand Cube and the Erasure style, just narrowly missed colliding upon attacking the opponent. Seeing that the Golden Sand did not prematurely trigger the Erasure style S explosion, Duchun felt slightly disappointed. It seemed that Darui's Erasure style could not be classified as a trajectory-based flying ninjutsu. Rosa, too, was struck by the Erasure style the moment his substitution invincibility ended. The command cube also hit Darui, making this exchange a resource trade. However, Mu Ling's side suffered more losses, as Darui's health was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, the early damage from the Golden Sand Cube was not fully dealt. Only the final explosive damage landed, leaving Darui with just over 100,000 health points. Mu Ling was utterly shocked. How had Rosa's skill cooldown reset so quickly? He was so stunned that he even doubted his own eyesight. Wasn't Rosa's secret scroll the replenishment, not the insertion? If it ended there, it would have been one thing, but the next scene left Mu Ling speechless. Boom! At the lingering point of the Golden Sand Cube after rising, Rosa immediately summoned the sandball to sweep the ground. Darui was peacefully lying on the floor, dreaming of glorious moments beating Naruto Uzumaki with his fists and kicking the Otsutsuki clan, And now he was being swept away. Wasn't he this sheer nonsense? The next second, Rosa had already rushed to Darui's side, and his first skill, the flowing golden sandfall, delivered a triple hit damage that swiftly ended Darui's run. Du Chun was in high spirits. Darui was stubbornly durable. Even in death, he let me get an extra bean. But as Du Chun's opponent, professional player Mu Ling was feeling miserable at this moment. He painfully grasped his hair, unable to believe the match decided displayed on the screen. Who could tell him why the skill cooldown was so rapid? This question echoed the sentiments of most viewers. Probably, apart from the extremely rare Rosa experts, only those in Du Chun's livestream who could see Rosa's skill icons clearly understood why Du Chun immediately activated the substitution. Only they could comprehend the swift operation of Rosa's substitution seamlessly connecting to the command cube. Because at the end of Rosa's ultimate, during the transition from first to second skill S damage, only they clearly observed the cooldown times of these two skills. 8 seconds. After using both skills, there was still a sub-skill. The sub-skill, Cake Ball, not only dealt considerable collision damage but also functioned as a grab. When releasing the sub-skill, the dual skills showed 5 seconds remaining. Once the sub-skill S grab ended, the dual skills had only 3 seconds of cooldown left. Meanwhile, Darui's substitution connecting with Water Dragon also took precisely 2 seconds. By the time Du Chun activated his substitution, Rosa's dual skills had essentially finished cooldown. However, according to the gaming experience of Mu Ling and most players and spectators, Rosa's skill cooldown was supposed to start counting from the cakeball collision moment. Moreover, such a powerful skill should have at least a 12-second cooldown. Calculated this way, there was at least a 10-second discrepancy between Rosa's perceived and actual cooldown times. 10 seconds, that was enough time for Edo Tensei Hashirama to instantly summon a ninja. No wonder Mu Ling appeared so dejected. Being defeated by an information gap in his most familiar domain was enough to throw anyone off balance. Even the Wind God felt a wave of shame. At least in terms of ninja information asymmetry, the Wind God once again witnessed the gulf between himself and Ji Chun. This only strengthened his conviction. What miraculous effect would it have if Ji Chun were recruited to play professionally? Judging from his steady dominance over Mu Ling, Ji Chun's strength was undoubtedly first-team caliber. Scared to tears, the skill S bite has arrived. Such a disgusting skill, only 8 seconds cooldown? This ninja S skill performance seems a bit too overpowered. Don't joke, brother Rosa laughing. Dual skills with 8 seconds cooldown is a lifetime for many ninjas. 8 seconds? 3 seconds. Ultimate can chain, after that can still reliably use dual skills for burst, and the golden sandball collision doesn't even add cooldown. No complaints. This Thunder Pig ninja with full tank and crushing ball power is truly sinister. I'm a Thunder Pig brain fan. How much is pork head meat per pound? C words, what thunder? Things are not looking good. Thunder Pig? Brain fan, take me with you. At that moment, the down-tuned version of Quit Smoking just happened to sing the fated lyric. I have received my punishment. At this instant, the twisted trend led by the Thunder Pig brain fans spread rapidly. You have received the thunder. 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 I'm not used to the Sharingan. What would I do without you? The song reached its climax. But as the second round was still loading, Du Chun dragged the progress bar forward. The much-anticipated Li Ronghao had to start singing anew, wanting to console but unsure of which side to take. Second round. Battle begins. Golden Sand Cube, still the hardest to open with. Still starting with the command cube, Mu Ling abandoned the previous round's steadiness, and Cursed Seal Sasuke opened with his second skill, lightning style, rushing forward. Although the initiation succeeded, he also collided with the golden sand cube. After the cube exploded, leaving a pool of golden sand, Rosa rose effortlessly to chain into Cake Ball. As Rosa unleashed the first skill to sweep the ground, Mu Ling pressed substitution. After Cursed Seal Sasuke's substitution, he quickly threw a snake to initiate. Cursed Seal Sasuke's secret scroll was the Dispel technique, and his first summoning slot was a panda. Du Chun's Rosa, after the snake initiation, waited for Cursed Seal Sasuke to approach for a follow-up normal attack. Unable to resist temptation, Mu Ling, despite having no skills left, pushed forward to greedily seize this opening. Watching Mu Ling make an inadvertent misjudgment, the Wind God remained silent. Perhaps Mu Ling himself knew this decision was flawed, but regrettably, he had no better option, especially knowing how quickly Rosa's skills cooled down. Could Cursed Seal Sasuke, relying on a panda in the first summoning slot, handle Rosa's substitution? The answer was likely no. Facing the Shark S insertion and dual grabs, one panda would never withstand it. In the eyes of most spectators, Mu Ling had already lost control of the tempo the moment he greedily went for that normal attack. Yet, a minority, including the Wind God, awaited a spectacular moment. The Naruto series lacks miracles, but what it truly lacks are those daring to create them. The next second, Rosa's substitution. Commentator Xiao Lai. Cursed Seal Sasuke's position isn't favorable. How will Mu Ling maneuver? Commentator Xiao Bao. He's repositioning. Can he evade? Mu Ling was consciously baiting the substitution. When Rosa's substitution activated, Cursed Seal Sasuke immediately shifted position to avoid overlap. Since deploying the panda was futile, the plan was simply not to summon it. That was Mu Ling's thought. Unfortunately, the outcome was destined to disappoint him. Summoning Shark. Du Chun and substitution were activated simultaneously. The moment the substitution wooden dummy sounded, the shark opened its gaping maw, lunging to bite Cursed Seal Sasuke. Mu Ling could evade along the y-axis at the instant of Rosa's substitution, but he was no deity. He could not escape the shark's attack range. With the shark unleashed so close, Mu Ling's reaction time was likely less than 0.2 seconds. Commentator Xiao Bao. The shark has bitten. Ji Chun's player has seized this momentum. Commentator Xiao Lai wore a sullen expression. Compared to Ji Chun's unadorned and straightforward use of substitute summoning, he was more hopeful that Mu Ling could create a miracle through deft positioning. Commentator Xiao Lai remarked, although Ji Chun secured the opening move, isn't it somewhat unprofitable to exchange for the shark? He left his sentence unfinished, and his tone was gentle, tinged with uncertainty even from himself. Yet, Xiao Lai was not alone in lamenting Mu Ling's positioning. Many viewers, prompted by the commentator's words, began analyzing the value of this round of summoning. Among them was Ikemoku from the minor streaming platform. Observing the scene, Ikemoku questioned, "Is it really a tempo loss to summon now? Ji Chun has already committed 2 summons. He might as well wait for the outcome before using substitute. After all, Rosa's cooldown is so rapid." Watching for a few more seconds, Rosa merely followed up with a few normal attacks. Ikemoku's attention drifted to the barrage of comments scrolling by. Seriously, that a mad dog style, just throwing out whatever's available. The playstyle is so pure. I never expected even professional players to be at a loss against him. Mu Ling can't even handle such a pure approach? Is that really the skill level of a pro? Substitute Shark is already on the field. To be honest, how is this different from turn-based combat? Not as strategic as turn-based, though. This is so dull to watch. Ji Chun would be better off playing Izuna. As the barrage began to gain momentum, Ikemoku, acting as the streamer, hastily tried to regain control. Ji Chun must have a better plan. Regardless of how the match unfolds, winning is what truly matters. Ikemoku's mind raced to formulate this reassuring statement, but it failed to have the desired effect. Instead, both he and Ji Chun bore the brunt of the criticism, leaving Ikemoku feeling utterly helpless. Sometimes, the tide of the comment stream is utterly uncontrollable. After all, viewers have their own thoughts. Most come to watch live streams for entertainment, not to be lapdogs for the streamer. If he could halt the flood of haters and sycophants with a single word, he wouldn't be a streamer, he'd be a deity. Having come to terms with this, Ikemoku decisively fell silent and feigned blindness, refocusing his attention on the match. Meanwhile, among the overwhelming 99% of online viewers on platforms like Infu and the official Inhua Cup streams, such skeptical voices were far fewer. This was not to imply any difference in the quality of users between Infu and the minor platform. Such a notion was certainly unfounded. After all, any platform is merely a channel for entertaining the audience, not a ticket to some exclusive high society club. The primary reason that the vast majority of Infu viewers did not immediately question or express doubt about Ji Chun's approach was simply the profound impression Ji Chun had left upon them. Regardless, Du Chun's opening move, devoid of any strategic subtlety, drew much criticism from both streamers and viewers. This is a world that values and appreciates skillful play. From the players to the audience and even to casual gamers, everyone hopes for more spectacular maneuvers, not the monotonous, formulaic gameplay that every player encounters in routine matches. Though most Infu viewers shared this sentiment, few were quick to vent their frustration openly. Then came the decisive moment. Rosa's skill cooldown had completed. Cursed Seal Sasuke was already cornered by Rosa's normal attacks. With the Shark's damage buff still active, Du Chun followed up with pinning, linking a 2-1 combo that instantly evaporated 1,400,000 health points from Cursed Seal Sasuke. The health bar truly vanished. During the first substitute, Cursed Seal Sasuke still had 90 health points. After the Shark's onslaught, at least 80 remained. But after pinning and a full skill combo, the health bar plunged below 40. After 2 strikes from A and the conclusion of pinning, Rosa launched double gas bombs and immediately activated his ultimate. In the previous round, when Darui was comboed down to red health, the double gas bombs still dealt 370,000 critical damage. This time, most of the damage to Cursed Seal Sasuke occurred during the grab phase, thus not counting towards protection. With full health and the Shark's damage buff, the double gas bombs instantly exploded for 580,000 critical damage. Watching Cursed Seal Sasuke's already fragile health bar plummet further, Mu Ling's heart raced uncontrollably. At this moment, Rosa's ultimate shattered all remaining illusions of hope in Mu Ling's mind. Sand Gold's Great Burial. Rosa soared on a glide of sand gold, sealing Cursed Seal Sasuke within a snow cream-shaped sand gold prison. As Rosa completed the hand seal, The sand gold erupted like a massive snow pool explosion, spraying in all directions. Inside, Cursed Seal Sasuke's health had already reached 0 before the ceiling. Only a spectacular ultimate image remained. Is that all you're worth? An instant kill combo? Ikemoku let out a loud groan. His body bowed forward, hands clutching his head in disbelief, eyes fixed rigidly on the screen. Didn't you say the guy got wiped in one combo? He had anticipated that Du Chun's shark opening might unleash something big, but never imagined it would be this monumental. At this moment, Ikemoku glanced again at the comment stream teetering on the brink of chaos. The earlier sarcastic remarks had transformed into rows of question marks. A few seconds later, your next line is, I have never defamed the esteemed Jichuan. I have never defamed the esteemed Jichuan. First, I have never defamed the esteemed Jichuan. Second, I'm going to Infu to learn from Rosa. Jichuan is an excellent game streamer with superb skills and game understanding. Jichuan? What pure dog. Jichuan-s got mad skills. 666, here comes the face-changing bean counter. A playstyle that everyone can understand and praise is genius. A playstyle that is misunderstood but later universally lauded is madness. When Du Chun threw out that shark substitute, no one was willing to believe it had any use beyond the opening move. In those 5 seconds, Du Chun saw through many people, and many were terrified to tears after witnessing Rosa's damage in those 5 seconds. Under the official Stream-S camera, Muling's gaze was vacant. Round 3. Battle begins. 59 seconds. Divine paper technique. Alright. Du Chun was still seeking a position to place the command block when New Spring Conan had already initiated a combo. Rosa, held by Du Chun, had no chance to react. The command block in his hand was interrupted and knocked away by New Spring Conan's combo. Watching New Spring Conan's straightforward, unembellished gameplay, Du Chun felt his status as the Purity Patriarch challenged. You're trying to outpure me? Huh? Du Chun instantly pressed substitute. Rosa, now behind New Spring Conan, immediately launched the first skill. Muling countered with a very mindless counter panda. Du Chun had already prepared a countermeasure. After Rosa's first skill, he quickly followed with the second skill's second phase, sand transforming to teleport to the landing spot of the opening second skill. The situation reversed in an instant. The newly armored New Spring Conan found himself pursued and torn apart by Rosa. New Spring Conan used the most direct pathing to chase after the teleporting Rosa. Watching the aggressive New Spring Conan, Du Chun instinctively sensed danger and, for a moment, began to think deeply. This instinctive feeling of peril stopped Du Chun from overextending. He immediately used the first skill's sand transformation to teleport back. The distance was short, yet Muling's New Spring Conan pressed on, continuing to chase and tear at him. Even as the armor was about to expire, he dared to press the attack with such pressure? Du Chun was somewhat vexed. Why was Muling playing so unpredictably? Was he not afraid of pinning catching him during armor? Saying this, Du Chun immediately cast the secret scroll on the pursuing New Spring Conan. Rosa cast the secret scroll, several wooden stakes shooting toward New Spring Conan's position. At the same time, New Spring Conan also cast the secret scroll pinning technique. Both cast pinning simultaneously, engaging in a pinning duel, each nailed to wooden stakes, unable to move. The opening exchange lasted a mere 8 seconds, yet Muling, who had been suppressed for 2 rounds, unexpectedly seized the upper hand. These 8 seconds left countless spectators utterly dumbfounded. In a single word, pure. In 2 words, truly pure. In 3 words, 99% pure. In short, Mu Ling's rhythmic onslaught was executed with a purity surpassing even that of Ji Chun, astonishing countless viewers and leaving the commentators at a loss for words. The starkest contrast was felt most keenly by the audience in Mu Ling's livestream. This group was predominantly composed of Mu Ling's ardent fans. Witnessing this once operation-loving young man gradually transform into an embodiment of purity, their spirits collapsed like a breached dam. Many fans immediately reenacted the iconic sorrowful scene from 2 days prior, spontaneously flooding other streamers' chat rooms with messages proclaiming Mu Ling has died, crying. Having learned from previous experience, none of the streamers took these messages seriously. They had all witnessed Mu Ling's earlier performance. A professional player who usually exuded an air of superiority reduced to such a state after facing Ji Chun. Curiosity piqued. They began flocking to Mu Ling's livestream to investigate. Upon entering, they found Mu Ling's eyes wide as saucers, his entire demeanor appearing somewhat dim-witted, as if he was on the verge of drooling, a stark departure from his usual astute self. A perfectly competent professional player turned into a Patrick Star figure by Ji Chun. Was this acceptable? After the initial laughter subsided, some teams sensed something amiss. By this point, 4 teams had already been eliminated, meaning it was highly likely they would soon face the formidable Ji Chun team and confront Ji Chun's overwhelming purity. Several individuals empathized with Mu Ling on the spot. Only the teams of Bai Zei Feng and the Roadside 3 Gods, having been thoroughly eliminated, could afford to laugh aloud. Initially frustrated by their own elimination, Seeing a formal match player tormented into such a state instantly lifted their gloom. Likewise, the chat room where Mu Ling has died messages were most prolific was Gezi's livestream.
Gezi.
Unable to resist the humor and as a primary participant in the Karabi death saga, noticed the barrage of messages but was fully focused on the match. Upon reading Mu Ling has died, he reacted with surprise. Ah, Mu Ling is dead? For real? Having learned from prior incidents, Gezi expressed skepticism, but soon broke into a smile, clearly not fully convinced. He even joked, if it's true, I hope it's false. If it's false, then I hope it's true. Proud of his clever remark, he eagerly awaited the chat's reaction. Besides the continued flood of Mu Ling has died and ha messages, some new comments urged Gezi to check Mu Ling's livestream. Puzzled, Gezi continued to tease. For real? Could it be he really died this time? Well, I hope it's true. Yet the chat showed no signs of relenting, persistently urging him to visit Mu Ling's stream. Growing increasingly suspicious, Gezi instinctively resisted, saying, come on, this match is important. I don't have time to worry about Mu Ling right now. I'll check later. At this moment, Mumu, who was on voice chat, laughed in exasperation. Big brother, why don't you look at who's actually playing the match? Yeah, who's playing right now? Gezi refocused on the arena and looked up at the names of the two players. Ji-chun Ji-du and Mu Ling. Seeing Mu Ling's name, Gezi was struck with shock. Oh no, I forgot Mu Ling is my teammate. Hang in there, Mu Ling. Don't let anything really happen. Upon realizing Mu Ling was on his team, Gezi immediately grew anxious and tried to call Mu Ling to check in. Mu Ling, who had been fully immersed in the purity of his gameplay, was caught off guard by Gezi's seemingly unawakened comment and burst out laughing, instantly snapping out of his purity erosion state. In the team voice chat, Mu Ling said exasperatedly, if I'm dead, then who's controlling the game? Gezi replied, right, who's controlling it now? Mu Ling. Mumu. Yi Chio. The chat exploded with laughter. Forced out of purity mode and back to rationality, Mu Ling's skill noticeably declined. In the next exchange, Du Chun clearly felt the opponent's gameplay regain structure. Relieved, Du Chun watched as the match ultimately ended with Luo Sha clinching victory while at half health. Commentator Xiao Bao. Alright, in the end, it was the Ji-chun Ji-du player who secured victory with a well-timed ultimate. What a thrilling match. Commentator Xiao Lai. Indeed, Ji-chun always manages to bring us unexpected surprises. I've lost count of how many times I've witnessed such moments from him. Xiao Bao, yes, Ji-chun's playstyle is always deeply deceptive. His understanding of the game is undoubtedly at a formidable level. Xiao Lai nodded emphatically. Having commentated many matches and possessing the skill to reach Super Shadow 3,600 points himself, he admitted it was his first time encountering a player with a style like Ji-chun's. If Xiao Lai were to speak candidly, he'd say Ji-chun doubles as a benefactor. Meanwhile, Du Chun noticed the chat buzzing with the question, why can Luo Sha's ultimate be chained? Du Chun answered, didn't you see the reveal? After the subskill connects, the ultimate can be chained. After addressing that, he added Luo Sha dislikes certain ninjas' chakra, so not all ninjas can be chained to. That's something you learn through practice and experience. In the Lin Zhong Niao team voice chat, Mu Ling, you shouldn't do that. Gezihi, Mumu and Yichio were utterly at a loss with their captain. They should have known better than to expect much from Gezi's intellect. He is as saintly as ever. Gezi's brilliance has only grown since his earlier days. Often, a single offhand remark from him spells doom or salvation for human civilization. During the Eternal Sasuke era, Gezi's career was less prosperous than now. When the entire internet was spamming, rollback Eternal Sasuke high skill voucher, Gezi was perplexed and asked the chat, why roll back? Countless viewers vented their frustrations. The slot machine cube lowered the drop rate. Now we have no coins to draw Eternal Sasuke. Gezi saw the first part and prepared to respond, but upon reading the second half, he forgot the initial phrase. Thus, he blurted out, no coins to draw Eternal Sasuke? Then why not use points? This statement enraged many veteran players, who metaphorically resurrected as Hashirama to harshly criticize Gezi for being out of touch. Thanks to the strict sensitivity and banword system on the Info platform, Gezi's detractors had to resort to cryptic insults, which were often too complex for him to understand. Over time, even the staunchest haters were won over by Gezi's saintly and pure-minded logic. You can't pressure a cucumber. Both Mumu and Yichio were amused by Gezi, though Mumu's laughter was tinged with bitterness, as he was slated to play next. The fifth match was again a martial arts contest. For Mumu there was both good and bad news. The good news: the ninjas favored by Ji-chun had mostly been exhausted in the prior 3 matches. The bad news: Mumu's own preferred ninjas, Akatsuchi and Little Huzi, had already been chosen by Ji-chun in the previous round. For Mumu, even if Akatsuchi and Little Huzi were gone, he could still select other ninjas. However, this brought to light a hidden concern. He was unsure whether Ji-chun had any other secret ace ninjas yet to be revealed. Unlike other competing streamers, whose preferred ninjas were well known within the community and could be strategically banned, Ji-chun's intel was virtually a blank slate, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. No one knew where Fengshen had discovered this prodigy. Right from the outset, an array of unorthodox shinobi were unleashed in succession, including Raza from the previous round, a figure no one would have expected to demonstrate such formidable prowess in the hands of Ji-chun, given that Raza is typically countered by the stealth mode shinobi and considered expendable upon deployment. Understandably, Mumu found herself unsettled. After the bans concluded, her first pick was Kinmei. It was only then that Mumu realized that Kinmei, a highly skill-demanding, elegant shinobi with an extraordinary ceiling of maneuverability, had surprisingly remained available. In the preceding major martial tournaments, stealth mode shinobi are usually exhausted in the initial round, with Flying Thunder God and Swift Movement shinobi typically claimed by the second. Kinmei is indisputably among the must-grab picks in the second round. Mumu then recalled the legendary lineup of Fengwan, Ji-chun, and other top-tier players. The first slot devoted to C-type shinobi, the second to a 5G non-Naruto player, and the third, Ji-chun himself, the god among gods. Against this backdrop, Kinmei being picked only in the fourth round was truly an anomaly. Du-chun, playing as the second player, was now faced with selecting two more shinobi. Should he opt for counters to Kinmei, or choose shinobi with raw power? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. His first pick was locked in Fuyuan. The moment this shinobi was secured, the arena erupted in astonishment. Commentator Xiaobao remarked, "Fuyuan? Ah, the Ji-chun player has chosen yet another exceedingly obscure shinobi." Commentator Xiaolai chuckled. "Haha, at this point, Ji-chun can pick any shinobi he likes. I'm even wondering if he might pick a B-tier shinobi next." Meanwhile, Ibaraki, watching the live stream, was thoroughly perplexed by Du-chun's choice. Huh? What kind of shinobi is Fuyuan? SNT he just an entertainment-type shinobi? I can understand Raza being an S-rank shinobi from the scroll of techniques with an informational edge, but Fuyuan, a blue-ticket shinobi designed to deceive novice players. Can he really possess any strength? Such doubts echoed across various livestream chat rooms. It was now common knowledge that Ji-chun did not select shinobi by conventional standards. Yet, no one had anticipated it would be Fuyuan, a blue-ticket A-rank shinobi notorious for being among the weakest, alongside Kato Dan and Kakuto, all of whom typically sat at the bottom of the strength hierarchy. I almost forgot this shinobi even existed since Ji-chun never picks him, confessed Shuai Xing candidly. Wang Hai's pig-headed friend shook his head. Isn't he part of the same set as Buffing and Budong? Insei commented. There are no stealth mode shinobi left in the pool. Kinmei is invincible. Choosing any other shinobi is essentially handing over the match. Of course, if Kinmei loses, just disregard what I said. Veteran Zaoli Zaorin added. It's been ages since I last saw these blue-ticket shinobi. Back when I had no shinobi, I quite liked using Danzo. Though the roadside trio had been eliminated, the voice lines of the four streamers still lingered. Upon hearing Zaoli's comment, Jiang also chimed in, the final chapter Hinata's artwork looks great, but the ultimate skill SPPT animation is a bit hard to endure. The other two voices each offered their own remarks. Edo Tensei Irika is truly fun. Niji is forever a god. I reckon the blue-ticket Chio still carries an air of grace. The production quality of blue-ticket shinobi varied widely but inevitably could not compare to the high-tier and pay-to-win shinobi. Their lack of attention was thus entirely justified. Consequently, aside from the major streamers' dismissive views on Fuyuan, the chat comments echoed remarkably similar sentiments. Yet, there were always exceptions scattered among the chat rooms. Suhasaha, who really understands the purple socks. No more talk, guys, I genuinely like this one. Don't you all feel something when you see Fuyuan? By the way, is Fuyuan male or female? Hope he is male. One day, everyone will be obsessed with Fuyuan. Regardless of mainstream opinion on this shinobi's worth, Du-chun, who maintained an unblemished winning streak, kept the match shrouded in considerable uncertainty. It was intriguing to ponder what strength this seemingly unremarkable and average shinobi could exhibit in Ji-chun's hands. Could he, perhaps, even pierce through the candidate King Kinmei? The disparity in shinobi strength, much like the players' win rates, rendered the contest bewilderingly unpredictable. Has anyone not seen this Fuyuan shinobi? Shall I explain? Du-chun read aloud the most frequent comment from the chat. After a moment's reflection, he began. Fuyuan is just an utterly unremarkable blue-ticket shinobi. He lacks any direct capture abilities, has feeble area control, low damage output, and poor kiting skills. He is designed purely for entertainment. Naturally, his strength cannot compare to most. This shinobi's journey has been truly arduous, so I ask everyone to pay respect to every Fuyuan master around you. Lines of question marks drifted across the chat. If Fuyuan is so weak, why pick him at all? Clearly, there are very few strong shinobi among the blue tickets. The biggest loss was spending gold coins on the final chapter Hinata. Kinmei is going to give them a hard time. Can the streamer explain Kinmei's strength? Why is he considered a candidate king? Du-chun happened to spot this comment and without hesitation began enumerating Kinmei's advantages. Kinmei's main strengths lie in his basic attacks and his second skill, His basic attacks are powerful and swift. His second skill offers flexible displacement with zero-frame invincibility. The combination turns him into a flea in the duel arena. Moreover, his first skill boasts multiple release methods. He is widely recognized as a shinobi who is both flashy and formidable. More question marks floated by. So even Jichuan acknowledges the term strong shinobi. Kinmei is right. His strength is second only to stealth mode shinobi, no objections. That's a fair assessment. But why does it sound so odd coming from Jichuan? Starting off by crushing others' morale and undermining his own prestige. The shinobi gap is obvious. Jichuan looks a bit unstable this round. Round 1. Battle begins. Du Chun opened with his first skill, launching a long-range earth spike. Mumu, with high proficiency on Kinmei, responded immediately with a forward basic attack followed by a swift backward basic attack and instantaneous teleportation to evade Fuyuen's earth spike. She then launched 2 more basic attacks into the arena. Not spotting Fuyuen within Kinmei's vision, Mumu quickly cancelled the basic attack's recovery animation with her second skill and struck twice more. Kinmei then blinked to the edge of the platform, pinpointing Fuyuen's location. Just as Du Chun was about to activate his secret scroll, Kinmei had already surged forward to confront him. The second skill's tailed beast flash bomb combined with the first skill's Rasengan forced Du Chun into a corner, unable to respond. Peak form. Kinmei's second skill charges 4 bars, regenerating 1 bar every 8 seconds. Starting with 2 bars at the outset, counting from the entrance animation, it effectively meant Kinmei began with 3 bars charged. No wonder Mumu dared to play so boldly. Du Chun was momentarily caught off guard. Commentator Xiaolai observed, Fuyuen falls into a disadvantage at the start. How will Jichuan respond? Commentator Xiaobao added, Jichuan's player deploys a substitute at this moment, but it's pulled away by Kinmei's second skill. What options does Fuyuen have? His attacks are dodged by Kinmei's basic attacks. Mumu follows up with scatter, and Fuyuen is caught off guard again. Within 10 seconds of the match, Du Chun's Fuyuen was subjected to 2 aggressive initiations. This scenario was entirely plausible, as Kinmei's erratic dashes are nearly impossible to counter. Besides, as the rightful heir of the Hokage, it was only natural for him to trounce an original minor character. Picking this divine shinobi Fuyuen, the streamer has no chance. Jichuan has suffered a crushing defeat. Knowing the shinobi gap is so vast, still choosing Fuyuen? Haji-chun, you're something else.
Kinmei is absurd.
At least stealth mode shinobi react to stealth before acting. Flash shinobi push human limits. If he D-picked another shinobi, the victory would have been easier. No choice. Jichuan's shinobi were all banned. Otherwise, picking the invincible god Kirigakure Madara would have swept the field. Looks like Jichuan only knows these few shinobi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to pick a warehouse manager just to fill the slot. Kinmei's damage output was terrifying. Mumu had about 12 seconds of sustained attack time, during which her basic attacks combined with Rasengan whittled down Fuyuen's health by 1.2 million points, reducing the already fragile Fuyuen's health bar to below 50%. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Du Chun paid special attention to his next substitute. Mumu was also calculating the substitute timing for Fuyuen. Jinming had 2 charges of his second skill ready, and the current situation was perfectly favorable. Du Chun seized the moment to deploy his substitute, and Mumu swiftly activated the second skill, allowing Jinming to dash away. The blink's distance and speed were so precise that even a scatter couldn't catch him, which explained why Fuyuen had missed the previous substitute connected to the stone stalagmite. Yet Mumu had genuinely pushed Du Chun to the edge. Du Chun immediately initiated with a summoning technique, Summoning Shark. Jinming's second skill displacement was insufficient to evade, but the shark's initial bite was just enough to trigger the hit detection, and the detection speed was rapid. Mumu couldn't counter this, mainly because no one had anticipated that Du Chun would open again with a summoning technique. In the previous match, Du Chun's Rasha substitute started with a shark to mark Sasuke with Mokutan's curse. In this match, Du Chun's Fuyuen substitute once again opened with a shark against Mumu's Jinming. But the crucial point was that Jinming still had a substitute at hand. Moreover, Mumu's primary summon was a panda. How could Du Chun dare to recklessly summon? Without the shark, what would he use next to break the panda's super armor? If Rasha's shark summon last match had a damage-dealing role, this shark was purely for initiation. And it was done while the opponent had a substitute but his own side did not, a highly abstract tactic. For Du Chun, successfully hitting Jinming's substitute was already a great achievement. Increasing damage was secondary. As expected, Mumu, equipped with the secret scroll, both skills ready, and a panda in the primary position showed no sign of fear. He instantly replaced the substitute and launched a counterattack. The distance was just right to place the substitute behind Fuyuen. At this moment, Fuyuen's substitute invincibility expired. Jinming only needed to use the secret scroll and scatter to immediately apply control, then follow up with Rasengan to finish. If this momentum had been maintained, it wouldn't have been necessary to kill Fuyuen outright. At least reducing him to critical health would have been achievable. Mumu, fully aware of Jinming's damage potential, immediately began his operation after confirming the plan. Substitute connected to scatter. Then, no scatter damage? The screen showed no scatter damage, and Buyuan vanished. Mumu's mind momentarily froze. He quickly realized that Buyuan's second skill granted invisibility. Acknowledging this, Mumu aimed the Rasengan at Buyuan's last known position, but still no damage appeared. He had missed. This was because Du Chun had cleverly used the invincibility frames of the second skill to evade the scatter damage, then promptly moved along the y-axis to prevent Jinming from landing a follow-up hit. Du Chun's positioning and prediction were spot on. As Jinming's substitute invincibility faded, Du Chun immediately followed with the Rockhole Staff, which was Buyuan's second skill second stage, throwing a long-range spear that applied rock perception to the target. Usually, this was a reliable opener. Just as Jinming's Rasengan concluded, Mumu quickly pressed the panda to block the Rockhole Staff's control. Du Chun timed it perfectly and released the first skill, Stone Stalagmite, immediately. At this moment, the rock perception applied earlier began to take effect. Rock perception caused the Stone Stalagmite to gain tracking capabilities. The first skill Stone Stalagmite hit, and the normal attack bar lit up yellow. During this period, the normal attack automatically locked onto the Stone Stalagmite, which also hit successfully. Buyuan's energy bar filled up, and Du Chun followed with another first skill Stone Stalagmite. Jinming attempted to escape using the second skill but was instantly pinned in place by the Stone Stalagmite's instant cast. Mumu felt a wave of frustration. This sequence could have been handled much better, but unfortunately, it was a miscalculation. This obscure ninja's information advantage was quite vexing. Yet, it was alright. He remembered his current health and vowed to make Buyuan despair in the next round. After saying this, Mumu glanced at Jinming's health bar. The combined damage of the Shark, Rockhole Staff, 2 Stone Stalagmites, and the Stone Stalagmite grab, boosted by the Shark's augmentation, totaled nearly 800,000 damage. A formidable amount. Buyuan advanced immediately, dispelling super armor with scatter and beginning a combo. The damage from 2 stages of scatter was no joke. 182,367, followed by 227,934, 2 hits totaling over 400,000 damage. Then Buyuan unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, interspersed with Earth-style techniques. Considering the prior 800,000 damage, Jinming's health quietly dropped below the 50% mark. Next, Buyuan prepared his skill set. After executing a normal attack combo and accumulating 1 energy bar, he followed with the first skill, then a normal attack, maintaining steady damage and setting up a grab 400,000 burst damage. The second skill connected to the grab exploded with power, 636,053 damage. The Shark's damage boost applied to this non-critical normal damage. Jinming's health bar melted like butter. The Shark's damage boost lasted 15 seconds, precisely the duration of 1 substitute. Buyuan's substitute still had 3 seconds left, and Jinming's substitute had 5 seconds of cooldown remaining. Earth Style was ready to transform. With no skills left, Du Chun unleashed his ultimate. The initial animation was brief, but the latter half was a continuous grab. Buyuan's ultimate damage was not particularly high, but it was more than enough to finish off Jinming, who had less than 500,000 health remaining. Those I have marked shall not escape, Buyuan declared. If you leave, what will we eat? Yes, what will we eat? Time was tight and the task was heavy. Then let us first devour Buyuan's damage combo. The commentators Xiao Lai and Xiao Bao remarked. Instant kill? Xiao Bao held his forehead. This damage is dizzying. I almost suspect that Jichuan's health cap is still stuck at the 2,200,000 version from 2018. Otherwise, how could there always be instant kills? Xiao Lai responded that is clearly impossible. But the ninjas chosen by Jichuan all possess incomprehensibly excessive damage. Feeling dizzy is normal, not just you, I almost got dizzy too. Xiao Bao laughed, I guess for the next 100 years no one will understand this damage. Xiao Lai continued, Mumu is quite unfortunate. I feel he definitely didn't expect that after 2 opening moves with Jinming and draining half of the opponent's health, he would surely win. Yet, he didn't anticipate that Buyuan could deal such high damage. Honestly, I can at least understand Rasha's damage. Plus Rasha has a short cooldown and many opportunities to chip away. But Buyuan's damage? I really don't get it. Xiao Bao added, yeah. It feels like the opponent's health bar just vanishes in the blink of an eye. Xiao Lai agreed, exactly. Next is the second round where Mumu's secondary ninja, Hyakugo Sakura, continues to face Jichuan's Buyuan. Xiao Bao remarked, indeed, despite taijutsu ninjas never truly becoming mainstream, Hyakugo Sakura has consistently maintained a solid pick rate. Xiao Lai explained that right. Hyakugo Sakura's 2 skills are straightforward and simple, with only the jump mechanic preserving her ceiling. So this ninja requires minimal complex operation. But her skills are single-hit outputs, making them easy to interrupt or dodge. Therefore, players need to be daring to operate her to unleash her advantages. This high-risk, high-reward style is favored by many, which is why Hyakugo Sakura remains enduringly popular. Xiao Bao noted, coincidentally, Buyuan is also a damage dealer. Now it's a matter of who among these two female ninjas can deal higher damage. Xiao Lai interjected, on what grounds do you assume Buyuen's gender? Xiao Bao was puzzled. Xiao Lai clarified, ahem, I meant perhaps Buyuen edges out slightly. Xiao Lai's uncharacteristic remark sparked a flurry of speculation in the chat, and the entire event atmosphere became jovially lively. Second round. Battle commences. Hyakugo Sakura's damage output was extremely high, and with the Hyakugo Mechanic's healing, she was a truly formidable ninja. In contrast, Buyuen's damage was low, his opening difficult, and output efficiency unsatisfactory. Du Chun verbally expressed such doubts but internally thought otherwise. If facing shining ninjas was somewhat troublesome, confronting taijutsu ninjas allowed Buyuen's advantages to shine brilliantly. After observing Buyuen's movements for a second at the start, Mumu's Hyakugo Sakura quickly withdrew from sight, immediately unleashing her second skill towards Buyuen's last location. Hayako Sakura's fist strikes were both swift and steady, although not as bewilderingly fast as Bike's. Even Du Chun, despite his prior anticipation, nearly failed to react in time. Under Du Chun's command, Buyuen did not immediately deploy her second skill. This ability was a displacement technique, a rapid blink with zero-frame invincibility, followed by invisibility upon activation. This skill had already been showcased in the previous round. Even when considered solely as a buff, Buyuen's second skill was quite formidable. Moreover, the thrown rock spear inflicted a considerable amount of damage. With this, the issues of damage output and initiation were effectively addressed. Take, for instance, the current scenario. After Mumu's Hayako Sakura surged forward, Buyuen evaded with zero-frame invincibility and instantly struck with the rock spear, sending Hayako Sakura flying. A simple yet critical hit. Mumu's substitute lagged by a second and was immediately chained by Buyuen's two-stage first skill stone spike combo. At this moment, Buyuen's energy was fully charged. Should Hayako Sakura dare to activate her super armor in the next wave, Buyuen could effortlessly use her first skill as a grab to disarm her. The balance of advantage and disadvantage in the match was laid bare instantly. Mumu was fully aware that deploying the substitute might yield little effect. Yet refraining from doing so was not an option. The match unfolded exactly as Du Chun had envisioned. Hayako Sakura's substitute struck immediately, but Buyuen was also taken down in a single moment after initiating. Hayako Sakura activated super armor, only to be pinned in place by Buyuen's enhanced stone spike, which disrupted the super armor. Once again, Du Chun grasped the tempo of the game. This round, he didn't even resort to summoning. Mumu exclaimed, "What kind of ridiculous ninja is this? Both invisible and able to grab. Does this ninja possess the power of a blue-ticket ninja?" Mumu's words inevitably provoked the live chat's trolls into a chorus of sarcastic jeers. The taunts from the black-clad hecklers only infuriated Mumu further, causing him to avert his gaze. Had he not looked away, he would have witnessed Buyuen relentlessly pummeling his Hayako Sakura with punches and kicks once more. As Hayako Sakura's substitute neared recovery and Buyuen's energy bar refilled, she began to exert pressure. After completing 2 full basic attack combos to accumulate energy, Buyuen used her first skill grab followed by a normal attack to amplify damage, then chained another first skill into a normal attack. At that moment, the explosive sounds of Earth-style techniques detonated like firecrackers. Meanwhile, Hayako Sakura's health bar plummeted relentlessly. Though Hayako Sakura's substitute cooldown had ended, the ninja remained in a grabbed state, unable to deploy a substitute. Suddenly, Buyuen vanished and reappeared before Mumu, wielding the rock spear, plunging him into profound despair. Wait, what kind of damage does this ninja deal? Can't I substitute? Why do I always die right after using my substitute once? As Buyuen's spear thrust drew nearer, Mumu frantically hammered the spacebar. In the key mapping of the Raiden simulator, spacebar was the substitute key. The mechanical keyboard emitted a continuous, rhythmic clicking sound, evoking vivid imagery. That spear piercing through the health bar was truly unforgettable. It was a critical hit. Even without a critical, the strike would have been lethal, but the critical damage was far more striking, hitting the opponent's sore spot acutely. Mumu's impotent rage caused him to mash the spacebar relentlessly. The barrage of comments flashed incessantly. Can't hold it. Urgent. 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 Broke the big defense. Is Mumu casting a seal? Hopefully casting a seal and not just getting flustered. Getting wiped out between purity and abundance. Wasn't he the blue-ticket ninja supposed to be weak? What's going on with Buyuen? The countdown finally froze at 44 seconds. Many ninjas could achieve a kill within 20 seconds, but few could do so without resorting to ultimate skills or summons, only a handful like Buyuen. The facts confirmed it. Buyuen's damage output was as enigmatic as her gender. In reality, Buyuen's single burst damage was not extraordinarily explosive. Her strength lay in ample opportunities to inflict damage, and the damage numbers were generously high. The first skill's charge mechanism, the passive grab mechanic, and the inherently short cooldown second skill meant that as long as she initiated, she had a chance to unleash a grab combo burst. If she mastered a rhythm of about 10 seconds, Fuyuan could even pulverize an opposing ninja's remains on the spot. Even more remarkably, most of Fuyuan's burst damage occurred after the enhanced stone spike grab, meaning much of her damage bypassed the protection value. After concluding the second round, the third round began with Mumu deploying his third ninja. During the match loading phase, Du Chun pontificated. The opponent's third slot is Sage Mizuki, a hybrid technological creature. Our Fuyuan is just a frail supporting character, no match for her. After 2 consecutive wins, Du Chun struggled to find any other way to describe the disparity in ninja strength between the two sides. The chat responded, "I don't buy it. Before Hayako Sakura was killed instantly, I really thought the first round was just luck. Thought the shark was powering up, but turns out this ninja kills without the shark. Kills without using ultimate skills." After 2 rounds, Mumu's been dumbfounded by damage and still talks about ninja strength differences. What a joke. Seen boasting about strength, but it's the first time seeing someone complain about their ninja being weak. This blue ticket ninja is so dark. Is she even human? Watching the frenzied, scrolling comments venting their frustration at being deceived for 2 rounds, Du Chun no longer wished to play along. Forget it, I'll just talk to my rock spear. After 3 rounds, Mumu was left disoriented. Even the many casters watching began to realize the truth, especially the Wind God, whose reaction was the most intense. Wind God. This ninja is not just a product of information asymmetry. She is genuinely strong. When Du Chun selected Fuyuan, Wind God thought Du Chun was merely joking. No matter how powerful Rasha seemed, his lack of direct grab skills and vulnerability to intangible and flash ninjas exposed his weaknesses. After Fuyuan's first round instant kill of Jinming, Wind God revised his perception of her damage, but still felt her low margin for error and simplistic skill set made her ill-equipped for complex situations. After the second round instant kill of Hayako Sakura, Wind God was stunned by Fuyuan's skill performance and thought this ninja might be worth developing. When the pool of strong ninjas for the martial arts tournament was exhausted, deploying a highly skilled Fuyuan could indeed yield unexpected results. After all, even a professional player like himself had limited understanding of Fuyuan. Expecting reckless players who favored the martial arts tournament to develop Fuyuan was unrealistic. By the third round, Wind God was utterly terrified by Fuyuan. Her second skill granted invisibility for a full 5 seconds. After striking with the rock spear, the target was afflicted with a 10-second rock perception effect, rivaling the flying thunder god mark of the living coffin. With max skill performance, her damage numbers were exceptionally generous. Though lacking direct grab skills, equipping scatter made breaking super armor effortless. Only after grasping Fuyuan's strength did Wind God react so dramatically. This isn't information asymmetry. It's genuine ninja strength, he reiterated. The more he observed Du Chun, the more pressure Wind God felt. Du Chun appeared to flout convention, but his ninja pool was incomparably deeper than that of this indiscriminate professional player. His vaunted ninja development skills seemed laughably childish compared to Du Chun's mastery. Upon comprehending both Fuyuan's strength and Du Chun's capability, Wind God felt a wave of frustration but also grew more resolute in his desire to recruit Du Chun into professional play. As the 2 commentators announced the match results, Mumu rubbed his brow, exhausted, collapsing into his sports chair. Seizing the moment, he glanced toward the chat window. He had originally anticipated a barrage of sarcastic remarks, yet the direction the live comments took was utterly unforeseen. Scared to tears by Nan Liang. Too beautiful, Fuyuan. Anyone else want to date someone like Fuyuan? Little Nan Liang, come quickly into your good brother's arms. You got hit by Nan Liang? Why didn't you hit back? Everyone, keep your software unchanged. The more Mumu read, the more apprehensive he became. He dared not even contemplate what had just transpired to cause the comment section to veer so unexpectedly into uncharted territory. In truth, he found himself thoroughly engrossed in perusing these comments. That was until someone posted this message. Mumu is about to explode with anger, asking everywhere if Jimu has any Fuyuan fan-made works. Mumu hastily spoke up to quell the rumors. Hey, don't spread falsehoods. I never said anything. His protest only fueled the audience's mischief further. 3 minutes later, the mysterious sequence of numbers, 350,234, began circulating across major livestream channels. Du Chun's stream was no exception. Reading the comments, Du Chun proudly revealed a harsh truth. Here is some bad news for you all. Fuyuan is female, at least according to the official setting. The moment he uttered this, fierce protests erupted. The consensus boiled down to one statement. Fuyuan must be male. The comments read, Nan Liang cannot lose Fuyuan, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. There are so many beautiful female characters in Naruto. Adding another like Fuyuan doesn't matter, but if Fuyuan is male, that changes everything. A particularly striking paid comment left Du Chun utterly helpless. Nan Liang is like jade. The closer jade resembles glass, the more precious it is, but if it really is glass, it's no longer valuable. Seeing this, Du Chun had to admire these connoisseurs' taste. Well done, my friend. The official livestream suffered the most severe impact, forcing both commentators to step in and restore order. The Inhua Cup, this streamer entertainment tournament, thrived on excitement, yet none anticipated it would reach such heights. And all this chaos was triggered by a blue-tier A-rank ninja so obscure that even storing him away seemed a waste. Compared to the lively comments, many streamers noticed the online viewer count wasn't increasing but slightly declining. Not by much, but the simultaneous dip was unusual. Some streamers froze on the spot. No way, they're really messing with the little Jujio, aren't they? Veteran founding streamer Zaoran was unfazed. After 3 minutes, the viewers soon returned. 3 minutes later, a miscalculation. The historical records of Nan Liang and Beichao were never mainstream, and quality sources were even scarcer. Without historical references, this group wouldn't return anytime soon. However, today's elimination matches were drawing to a close. There were only 6 major matches in total, and Du Chun's team, Fengwan Jichun, was slated to compete 5th. M6 pitted the eccentric Monster Association from Group A against the Four Gods team from Group B. The two teams' data analyses diverged greatly. Monster Association scored 38 points, for Gods 46 points. Given the previous matches where Group B decisively defeated Group A, Group B had earned a reputation as the Monster House. This match's outcome was a shock. The Monster Association triumphed against the odds. They became the last team to advance, prompting Injo to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Then, glancing at the advancement chart, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Tomorrow's second match would pit them against Fengwan Jichun. Commentator Xiao Lai. Alright, the winners and losers brackets have been finalized. Commentator Xiao Bao. The 4 teams in the winners bracket are the Godslayer team from M3, the Shield Director team from M4, Fengwan Jichun from M5, and the Monster Association from M6. Commentator Xiao Lai. Yes, these 4 winners will face off in tomorrow's first 2 matches, M7 and M8, in head-to-head battles. Meanwhile, in the losers bracket, the champion aspirants, the Divine Thief Fish Meat team, the Forest Birds, and the Four Gods will each eliminate an opponent in matches M9 and M10. Commentator Xiao Bao. Teams knocked out in the losers bracket will be immediately eliminated. A brutal fate indeed. We hope every team tomorrow can perform steadily and bring forth their utmost strength to seize a sliver of hope. Commentator Xiao Lai. That concludes today's elimination schedule. Tomorrow marks the second day of the elimination rounds. Commentator Xiao Bao. The Naruto New Year event has now begun. Earn gold coins, reap rewards, explore the Year of the Horse main scene, and collect exclusive titles and avatar frames by participating. There's even a chance to win a 24-karat pure gold potato. For more details, please follow the official announcements. The matches were fiercely contested. The first day of eliminations concluded, and Du Chun intended to fetch a bottle of cola from the living room refrigerator. He happened to encounter Du Lin stepping out as well. Despite Du Lin's compliment, Du Chun's attention was elsewhere. So late, still not asleep? Du Lin, I was just watching the Inhua Cup. You played brilliantly in both your matches. Du Chun chuckled. That's only natural. He retrieved 2 bottles of cola, 3 degrees Celsius, the optimal chilled flavor, and handed one to Du Lin. Want to learn from my ninja roster? Du Lin disliked carbonated drinks but accepted the bottle nonetheless, then declined Du Chun's offer. To be honest, not really. Du Chun was somewhat taken aback. What do you mean not really? If anyone begged me, I'd teach them. Du Lin smiled gently. I prefer ninjas with stylish moves. Recalling the top-tier ninjas on the World ST0 leaderboard, those elusive, shimmering ninjas, Du Chun was at a loss. Stylish moves. Huh? He continued to vent. They're just a pack of ethereal wild dogs and erratic flash dogs. Nothing compared to my pure ninja roster. This statement reflected Du Chun's innermost truth. How much had those ethereal ninjas been overpowered? It wasn't that Du Chun disdained them, but rather he underestimated the world's obsession with ethereal and shining ninjas. Often, even when he wanted to play them, he couldn't get his hands on them, so he preferred returning to the joy of the biting ninja. Du Lin offered no rebuttal, merely a knowing smile. Du Chun recalled yesterday's lineup and asked, so why did you bring Izuna? Don't tell me you think that a stylish ninja. Du Lin nodded in agreement. Exactly. Izuna is handsome, good-looking and with cool skills. I saved the recording of your game with Izuna yesterday and watched it several times. If you teach me how to play Izuna, I'd be happy to learn. Du Chun didn't contradict this but sincerely explained. Though I did push Izuna to his limits yesterday, his strength lies not in a high ceiling but in a reliable floor. He starts with a burst of fire, finishes with a slash, then the opponent's substitute skill blocks, no skill left, then the secret scroll, summoning or ultimate move. Even I wouldn't dare call Izuna a flashy ninja. Du Lin didn't pay much mind to this explanation. I see. At that moment, Du Chun realized Du Lin's lineup yesterday had been Drifting Little Nan, Shinobi Wargara, and Izuna, right? Drifting Little Nan requires specialization, But what kind of ninja is Shinobi War Gaara? Isn't he the lowest tier anchor ninja in the disdain hierarchy? Wait, if you say Izuna's moves are stylish, then let me ask. Is Kakashi's style stylish? Du Lin nodded repeatedly. Very stylish. Du Chun harbored doubts. He hadn't yet asked which Kakashi. If it was Susanoo Kakashi, no question. But if it was Kamui Kakashi. Kamui Kakashi is an ancient ninja dog, whose forbidden combo starting with Raikiri into Kamui is no less impressive than Izuna's opening fire and closing slash. The subsequent ultimate move's ferocity rivals the glory of the Uchiha. Harboring this suspicion, Du Chun inquired further. And what about Eternal Sasuke? Du Lin agreed even more emphatically. Very stylish. Du Chun gave a slight nod and asked, Ninja War Obito, what do you think? Du Lin hesitated for a moment, then gave his answer. Not really good. Du Chun continued his inquiry. What about Boruto? Naruto the movie's Chojuro? This time, Du Lin didn't even think twice and said, that one is completely unhandsome. Du Chun. So the so-called strategy you mentioned is merely a facade, isn't it? What you truly care about is the ninja's appearance, isn't that right? Du Lin grinned. Du Chun was utterly speechless. Who even picks ninjas based on looks when playing Naruto? Today he chose Roses and Fuin. One is a godlike father who repeatedly tormented his son in the original story. The other is a gender-ambiguous villain from the Southern Liang with a ruined reputation. From the perspective of a face-value enthusiast, it would be strange to take an interest in either of these two. Du Chun glanced back at the ninjas he had selected in various matches. Only Aomisui and Izuna were reasonably presentable. Kamikakushi Madara's design was very handsome, but far too wild enough to shake Asia. Du Chun sighed softly. If I were to teach you young Minato, would you be willing to learn? Du Lin showed quite a bit of interest but lamented. I haven't saved up enough for young Minato yet. I'm currently saving for Team Hawk's Sasuke. Du Chun, forget it. Hawk Sasuke isn't bad either. Classics never go out of style. So, are you planning to go to sleep now or have some late-night snacks first? Du Lin raised both hands enthusiastically. Late-night snacks. Du Chun grinned, you rascal. There weren't many leftovers at home. Only staples like potatoes, tomatoes, and eggs, which were more than enough to prepare 2 or 3 homestyle dishes. After cooking the rice, the siblings enjoyed an additional meal. At the dining table, Du Chun brought up, how is Uncle's progress going? When it came to serious matters, Du Lin was no longer as casual as before. The license and permits could be handled through a one-stop online service. Jiangxing City promised an approximate processing time of 21 working days, but with integrated services, the actual speed might be faster, around 10 working days. The crucial factor was site selection and planning. Currently, the best choice seemed to be the mall, which had its own preset layout and saved many procedures, allowing the license to be issued more quickly. Du Chun listened, bewildered. These terms were familiar, but when it came to practical application, he definitely wouldn't even know where to start. It seemed quite troublesome for Uncle after all. Du Lin mercilessly criticized, not really. Dad hasn't had much to do these days, and he's the type who can't sit still. If we can give him something to do, he'll probably be quite happy. Du Chun smiled. That's true, but gratitude is still necessary. After finishing the meal, Du Lin was in high spirits and snapped her fingers at Du Chun. Gratitude? That's too formal. Isn't it? It's settled then. Teach me how to play Izuna when you have time. Du Chun came back to his senses. The corridor was filled only with Du Lin's retreating figure. Wait a moment. Du Chun called out to her. Du Lin turned around. What is it? Du Chun. Come back and wash the dishes. Du Lin was momentarily stunned. Though somewhat reluctant, she obediently returned. Du Chun chuckled. Just kidding. The soda spilled here. Remember to take it with you. After handing over the soda on the table, Du Chun added, it's getting late. Remember to go to bed early. The next day, the second day of the Inhua Cup elimination round, the Shield Director team narrowly defeated the Godslayer team 20-3. Despite professional players Luo Yu and Captain Shueixing being dismantled by the Water God, the Shield Director team's Xiaozhi triumphed in the final battle against professional player Wu. He secured the decisive round for the Shield Director team, allowing them to advance and avoid the loser's bracket. Such a high-intensity match right from the start ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. The entire venue was ablaze as the second biggest match in the winner's bracket commenced. M8's Monster Association versus Wind Play G Pure. As captain, Anshin's hands trembled. In the points competition, they had faced Wind Play G Pure and suffered a crushing defeat with their Four Gods team showing no sign of resistance. More precisely, he didn't want to encounter Jichuan Jidu and Fengshen. Both maintained undefeated records. Jichuan had even achieved several wins against professionals, effectively serving as Wind Play G Pure's second profession. Coupled with Fengshen, a professional from the Tongtian era, Wind Play G Pure was a stat-stacking team that no other team wanted to confront. Helplessly, after submitting the lineup order, Anjo and his 3 teammates could only leave their fate to chance. So, shall we arrange it like the last match? Fengshen asked over voice chat. Genius. I have no objections. 5G. I feel like entering as the second player is not mysterious enough. What if they predict it? Fengshen pondered briefly, then said, Then. Du Chun. Let me play a match with the 21-year ninja pool. Fengshen's tone was slightly doubtful. You? However, thinking of Du Chun's Tanabata Asuma and Kawaji, he didn't question further. He recognized Du Chun's strength. Alright, let it be. Any other opinions? After confirming no objections from the other two, the order was set. First player, Jichuan Ji Du. Second player, Genius player. Third player, 5G. Fourth player, Ice Fengshen. On the Monster Association side, Anjo was also the first player to enter. But seeing that his first opponent was Jichuan, Anjo wiped the water off his forehead and hands. Rain? How is it raining indoors? As the first player, Anjo banned Tanabata Asuma. Du Chun had no particular targets to ban, so he casually banned Susanoo Sasuke and Sage Kabuto, two notorious ninjas. Anjo then banned Kawaji Jiraiya, effectively banning all the 21-year ninjas Du Chun had previously selected. After hesitating for half a minute, Anjo finally chose to bring out the Edo Tensei Kidamaru. Kidamaru Edo Tensei. Compared to Anjo's cautious approach, Du Chun's choices were straightforward. Uchiha Madara Edo Tensei. The nation-endangering strategist Shikamaru. The planning Shikamaru, who never imagined that his best reputation as a battle planner would come after his resignation. Du Chun's choices caught many off guard. Previously, Du Chun would at least act a bit before picking Jichuan, or choose operable ninjas like Amisui or Izuna to fight Jichuan. This time, he directly pulled out a large-scale area control absolute Jichuan. Didn't he? 5G couldn't hold back. In his livestream and team voice chat he shouted, Damn! Edo Tensei Madara is a noob. Seeing his chosen ninjas insulted, Du Chun immediately retorted, Edo Tensei Madara is not a noob. 5G didn't argue back but attacked from another angle. Then his combat experience is a noob. Du Chun rebutted again. Don't insult Edo Tensei Madara's combat experience. True noobs are those who rely on long and short press releases. Fengshen. Huh? Edo Tensei Madara has long and short press attacks? Du Chun added, no. But if his combat experience were changed to long and short presses, that would be a real disaster. Fengshen was puzzled. What would happen if it changed to long and short presses? Du Chun. It would add startup frames to melee attacks and a 2-second cooldown to ranged attacks. Fengshen remained confused, but more so about where Du Chun had gotten this information. Seeing Anjo had already selected two ninjas, he didn't ask further. Du Chun also didn't elaborate. Even if Edo Tensei Madara's startup issue was optimized, the extra 2-second cooldown was deadly. Compared to the current peak Edo Tensei Madara, he was still far inferior. Anjo's last two ninjas were confirmed. The fourth Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, and Uchiha Madara with the white mask. Expected choices. Du Chun completed his backup slot with New Year's Conan, ending the ninja selection phase. Commentator Xiao Bao. We rarely see Edo Tensei Madara appear in tournaments. Commentator Xiao Lai. Yes, very rare. None of the players chose Edo Tensei Madara from the 21-year ninja pool this time. Before, there used to be but very rarely. Commentator Xiao Bao. Indeed. Especially opening with Edo Tensei Madara as the first player. Jichuan's choice is truly extraordinary. I wonder what surprises he will bring us this time. Commentator Xiao Lai. The purest Edo Tensei Madara comes equipped with chakra, yet his reliance on the scattering technique or the overbearing body is even greater than on chakra itself. Is the purest player intending to reserve the secret scrolls for scattering and overbearing body for the ninjas who follow? Commentator Xiao Bao. Indeed. Edo Tensei Madara's exclusive secret scroll sealing technique, absorption seal, is also a commendable choice and 1T occupy the slots for scattering or overbearing body. However, the purest player has always been very thoughtful. Bringing the chakra secret scroll must have some ingenious purpose that we are not yet aware of. Well, let us just observe how the chakra Edo Tensei Madara performs in the match. In truth, Du Chun hadn't overthought it. What scattering, what overbearing body. Isn't it a family tradition for Edo Tensei Madara to bring chakra? Shouldn't every Edo Tensei Madara across the entire universe come equipped with chakra? Immediately, Du Chun read aloud a barrage comment. Why doesn't the streamer bring absorption seal? The streamer never brings absorption seal. He always opts for chakra. At most adding the ninja body technique resistance. What do you mean the streamer's head is pointy? Then let me ask you. Du Chun couldn't fathom these people's thoughts, having already integrated his brain into the universal Edo Tensei Madara player shared database. Brain temporary storage. Next up, it's time for the god substitute to enter. Round 1. Battle begins, cartoonish. Speed comparable to an intercontinental missile. Still the old-school lottery skill, simple yet effective. Anji started conventionally, summoning the bird at the opening move, but upon seeing a burst of fire flying from off-screen, he didn't hesitate to immediately activate the secret scroll and cancel the bird summon. Dispel scattering. The secret scroll was to no avail. Why has Madara's Great Fire Annihilation been nerfed so severely? It's fast, wide in range, continuous damage, and the cooldown remains a standard 10 seconds. Having grown accustomed to the later weakened version of Great Fire Annihilation, witnessing its peak era form feels like it's running at 125 times normal speed. Moreover, the burn radius upon landing is noticeably larger, at least visually imposing. After the fire release hits, Edo Tensei Madara follows up with a basic attack. At this point, it's typically possible to chain into the penultimate basic attack sweep and then the final basic attack to launch the opponent into the air for a stable combo. Seeing Madara close in with a basic attack, Angie instantly pressed substitute. Edo Tensei Deidara's substitute appeared behind Edo Tensei Madara, landing a full damage second skill, then a second stage small displacement of the second skill, followed by the sub-skill to summon the bird. Just as Deidara was about to create distance and comfortably kite, Du-chun certainly wouldn't allow Angie to set his own rhythm. After Deidara summoned the bird, Du-chun pressed substitute. The substitute Edo Tensei Madara likewise arrived behind Deidara. Conventional thinking. Use whichever skill is active upon substitute S arrival as the opener. Edo Tensei Madara S thinking. 3 charges of chakra beads. Substitute consumes 1. 2 remain. What is this chakra secret scroll for? Upon substitute S arrival, Du-chun waited 0.5 seconds to find a comfortable position and unleashed the ultimate. Would release. World tree descends. Still airborne little Deidara. Still cancelling the flight with summoning. Summoned panda. However, the second skill was still on cooldown, so without displacement little Deidara, even with overbearing body activated, couldn't escape the ultimate S range. Edo Tensei Madara landed and immediately followed up with fire release. 9 hits of close-range fire damage, averaging around 47,000 per hit. For a 10-second cooldown skill, this damage is very substantial. Du-chun timed little Deidara's substitute perfectly, activating Susanoo and chakra beads with 1 second left on the substitute timer. Angie indeed performed a substitute right after his own, coinciding with Du-chun's anticipation of his substitute. Seeing the Susanoo had only landed its second slash, Angie had no choice but to wait 2 seconds before acting again. However, at this point, little Deidara's substitute invincibility had already expired. Du-chun landed and immediately summoned the panda. Angie's scattering technique still had 3 seconds left on cooldown and no opportunity to cast it. A 98 yuan falling rock was immediately thrown, knocking little Deidara's second skill S second stage displacement away before it could escape. 10 seconds later, Edo Tensei Madara confidently followed up with Great Fire Annihilation, wiping out the last sliver of Deidara's health. Angie was regretfully defeated, and the second round saw Boruto's Kuratsuchi enter the fray. Du-chun fell into deep thought, his mind far from how to counter Boruto's Kuratsuchi. Instead, he pondered, how does a 3-bead Edo Tensei Madara open the match? How does a 3-bead Edo Tensei Madara open the match? Countless literati and scholars throughout history have theorized, yet convincing answers remain few. There is a saying, throughout history, sages have been lonely, only madmen leave their names. Upper lane Susanoo, lower lane fire, substitute, heaven, earth, obstacle, quake, star. Du-chun chose the purest, the most correct path. At the opening, he stepped back, then moved slightly upward, standing midway between the upper middle lanes to pressure both paths simultaneously. Nanny? Railroad washing? What can you do? Standing in the center, pressing both sides, Du-chun quietly awaited Shikamaru's divine power to manifest. Seeing Boruto's Kuratsuchi lose health was no surprise to Du-chun. With a 2/3 probability, unless Angie moved downward at the start, this Yasukani no Magatama was bound to take some hits. However, the 2 ninjas were positioned nearly at the maximum distance, so Edo Tensei Madara's basic attacks would definitely fail to catch up. Angie, having been initiated upon, did not rush to substitute but instead watched to see if Edo Tensei Madara would advance for the follow-up. Having secured the opener, anyone playing would naturally follow up with a Great Fire Annihilation, right? But Du-chun looked further ahead. For chakra beads now, really hard to predict the next move. Edo Tensei Madara moved to the center of the battlefield, slightly biased upward to ensure Great Fire Annihilation would reliably hit, then unleashed the ultimate with a direct time stop. During the ultimate S startup animation, no damage occurs, only visual effects, thus justifying the time stop. Naruto's time stop has a unique property. Any skill, summoning, or secret scroll already cast or thrown is unaffected by the time stop and continues normally, including this very Great Fire Annihilation. Angie saw Edo Tensei Madara appear at the edge of his vision and clearly understood Madara's intent to follow up with a Great Fire Annihilation sweep. So, to reduce damage taken, Angie unhurriedly pressed substitute. Alas, too late. The substitute key was frozen by the time stop. Taking the full brunt of Great Fire Annihilation's damage was one thing, but when the screen suddenly shifted scenes, Angie's spirits plummeted. Budui! Damn it! The thumb that had been furiously mashing the spacebar abruptly stopped, and Angie silently prayed. At this distance, he can't hit me, right? Facing the camera with a sincere expression, Angie said, family, he is in the center, I'm by the edge, his ultimate definitely can't hit me, right? An interactive moment? No chance for Angie to feel fortunate, nor for the audience to respond to the streamer's question. The next moment, a meteor descended. It sustained explosive damage following Great Fire Annihilation-S control, delivering continuous and heavy punishment to Boruto-S Kuratsuchi at the board's edge. Angie's mood hit rock bottom. What kind of ultimate is this centerboard disaster? Angie unabashedly praised it, enduring the full ultimate damage without substituting. Watching Boruto-S Kuratsuchi start with half health after a single encounter, even Du-chun had to admit, what a ruthless player, not substituting at all. Some barrage comments raised the same question but were met with Angie's sharp rebuttal. This ultimate affects the whole field. What use is substituting now? There was another point Angie didn't T-voice. Substituting at this moment was ill-advised, and the chakra left by little Deidara for Kuratsuchi from the previous round was not abundant. Delving deeper, Edo Tensei Madara's ultimate S first half had already pushed Kuratsuchi into red guard. The latter half dealt at most 300,000 damage, but if Kuratsuchi substituted and reset his protection value, the damage taken in the latter half could exceed 300,000. Considering all factors, Angie's choice not to substitute was justified. Yet this does not deny the fact that Edo Tensei Madara drained half a bar of health with a single encounter. After the ultimate ended, Angie sought to regain control as Kuratsuchi rose. Kuratsuchi targeted Edo Tensei Madara's position with his second skill. A continuous barrage of stalagmites pierced forward. Madara's second skill was still on cooldown, but his first skill had just become available. Du-chun didn't hesitate. Susanoo activation. Stalagmites versus Susanoo? Are you crazy or am I? Yet events unfolded in a manner far beyond anticipation. After Kuratsuchi's secondary skill animation delay, she executed an upward normal attack followed by a soaring invincible strike, then swiftly chained into Iwaki's first skill and another invincibility. Only the brief pre-activation phase, when merely her head was exposed, was vulnerable to attack detection. Strangely enough, those unreliable Susanoo Magatama of Obito Uchiha failed to instantly eliminate Kuratsuchi upon her brief exposure. The thunderous sequence of invincibility upon invincibility by Kuratsuchi was so overwhelming that even Du-chun could not help but comment. Overpowered. When a barrage of comments questioned, what exactly is overpowered here? Du-chun retorted, isn't the red circle beneath her feet overpowered enough? As the chat flooded with question marks, Du-chun added, I've played the duel arena for years and have never seen an overpowered ninja with a blue circle underfoot. Returning his gaze to the duel arena, Du-chun found himself helpless against Kuratsuchi's two-stage invincibility burst. But that did not mean Obito Uchiha was powerless. Cartoonish as it seemed in this scenario, facing the relentless assault of Kuratsuchi's soaring first skill, even suppressing the summoning might not guarantee success. Yet Du-chun deliberately pressed the secondary skill. Or rather, perhaps it was not even Du-chun himself who conceived this move. Connected to the collective consciousness of all Obito Uchiha players across the universe, it might well have been Obito himself playing on his behalf. A divine possession, indeed. With ample combat experience, Obito immediately recognized that, in this situation, a fire-style technique could be unleashed. Then unfolded an extraordinarily abstract scene. Leveraging his battle instincts, Obito unleashed a ranged fire blast immediately after the Susanoo concluded, with no post or pre-animation delay, directly confronting an invincible Kuratsuchi. Although Obito was soon controlled by Kuratsuchi, the timing of that fire blast nearly coincided with the disappearance of Kuratsuchi's invincibility from her first skill. Under these circumstances, Kuratsuchi intercepted the ranged fire upon landing. This development caught even Du-chun completely off guard. Holy crap, this is godlike. After rising, Obito calmly followed up with a normal attack. At this moment, a torrent of sharp criticisms flooded in like a dam breaking. Witnessing these acerbic voices, Du-chun immediately defended, stop maligning our Obito Uchiha. With his extensive combat experience, he surely knew that fire wouldn't be interrupted. Besides, if Obito knew the fire would be cut off, he wouldn't have unleashed it. Do you understand the value of battle experience? Upon hearing Du-chun's defense, the audience behind the comments laughed in exasperation. So your battle experience can even play the game for you, huh? Why does my Obito's battle experience only differentiate between melee and ranged? Can abandoning one's brain truly yield such strength? Ankyu's probably dying of rage. He says he has never seen such a pure ninja. Strongly suggest expelling purity from the Obito circle to restore its cleanliness. This damn ninja was originally pure. Once purity touches it, isn't it like Lu Bu meeting a halberd and becoming intrinsically linked? Meanwhile, after venting his emotions, Ankyu pondered whether to use a substitute. If he used it, no skills. If not, he'd be in a depleted state. He glanced at the two remaining resources besides the substitute. One summoning and one secret scroll. The secret scroll granted super armor. As a fundamental duel arena mechanic, sometimes not having super armor is as miserable as starting at a disadvantage. Shindai was bound to scatter, White Mask to counterattack, so the super armor had to be given to Kuratsuchi. and Kuratsuchi could function as a normal super armor slot without issue. This super armor became Ankyu's key to turning the tide amid adversity. Thus, he decisively deployed Kuratsuchi's substitute. At this moment, seeing Kuratsuchi's substitute chasing Obito's normal attacks, Du Chun immediately chuckled. Is he getting desperate? Du Chun scanned the resources in his hand. Summoning, secret scroll, substitute, all available, but both skills were cooling down. Chakra-wise, the initial secondary skill plus ultimate had earned 1 bead. The recent ranged Susanoo Magatama missed, but the mighty Great Fire Annihilation hit and granted another bead. Both of Obito's 2 beads now came from the Great Fire Annihilation, fueling its arrogance. Great Fire Annihilation declared, "Foolish Susanoo, it's I, Great Fire Annihilation, who earned the MVP. Heavenly Star of Heavenly Awe retorted, Kid, do you want to steal my credit?" Great Fire Annihilation glanced back to see Heavenly Star of Heavenly Awe standing behind Susanoo, flanked by Shark and Chakra. Get your stance straight, idiot. Du Chun summoned the secondary slot Shark. Upon appearance, the Shark lunged to bite. At this time, Kuratsuchi's substitute invincibility had yet to vanish, so the Shark's first bite missed. Ankyu pressed forward relentlessly, determined not to relent until victory. The Shark had a second bite after the miss. However, Obito had repositioned to the destined midfield spot. For Du Chun, whether the Shark's second bite connected was no longer crucial, but whether it dealt damage was vital. After absorbing a full fire blast from Obito, Kuratsuchi's health, already below 35%, fell well within Obito's finishing range. Obito's standard ultimate reliably dealt 900,000 damage, with the Shark's 12% damage boost, surpassing 1 million was effortless, especially with 0 protection value. At this moment, Obito stood midfield, invincible overall. It was as though returning to the early days of the ninja war. Standing atop a cliff alongside Kabuto Yakushi's reanimated army, Obito gazing down equally disdainful of all lives below, seeing nothing but ants. The Shark's second bite was blocked by Ankyu's secret scroll, but it still inflicted a standard 170,000 damage. That was sufficient. The ultimate finishing strike no longer held any uncertainty. Secret scroll, Chakra, Heavenly Star of Heavenly Awe. At this moment, Ankyu profoundly felt the despair the allied shinobi forces experienced facing Madara Uchiha. So how will you deal with the second bead? Which adult would lose their temper with a child? Having seen his efforts in the previous 2 turns rendered futile, Ankyu lay back in his chair, staring at the ceiling in frustration. Essentially a child himself, Ankyu held high standards for his own play. When battling 5G, if he performed poorly, he would stress himself for days. But now, facing Purity's Obito Uchiha, Ankyu was nearly livid, as this pure Obito never afforded him any opportunity to operate. Ultimately, despite his youth, Ankyu's skill had crushed countless fellow streamers, and even numerous professionals had fallen before him. It was impossible for him not to harbor pride. Therefore, Ankyu despised Purity ninjas more than most streamers. His mindset resembled that of Lazy Ghost or Silver, streamers who valued skillful play above victory itself. At this moment, he was like a soaring eagle trapped in a chicken coop. The talons designed for hunting and one-hit kills embedded into the earth. Each lift of his claws weighed heavily. Stepped on by roosters, chased and torn by wild dogs. The more he thought, the angrier he became. No, he could not let this end so meekly. Uchiha Obito White Mask. This was his final trump card. Honestly, if not for the lack of better ninjas in the 21st year ninja pool, Ankyu might not have chosen White Mask. Perhaps some unseen guiding force was at work. Whenever forced to this brink, and White Mask was the guaranteed pick, unexpected victories always emerged. Hopefully, this time would be no different. Ankyu desperately needed a victory to vindicate himself. Being triple penetrated by Obito would be utterly humiliating. Third turn. Battle commences. This round dragged unusually long. Normal attack feints, swift dodges of fireballs, counterparries, Great Fire Annihilation S-Fan attack followed by a Great Fire Annihilation strike chaining into evasion. The more Ankyu played, the more adept he felt. At this moment, White Mask seemed to be the only ninja he truly mastered. Within the opening 8 seconds, Du Chun had already cycled through all his skill scrolls, yet the resulting situation remained tenuous at best. 17 seconds into the match, Du Chun's third position summoning took action, preparing to unleash another round once his skills were ready. The White Mask was persistently suppressed, yet its health remained stubbornly locked in place. The advantage gained by Edo Tensei Madara was equally precarious, a far cry from the prolonged offensive windows exceeding 10 seconds seen in the previous 2 rounds. The White Mask and Edo Tensei Madara engaged in a relentless tug-of-war, but gradually Angie began to seize the upper hand. At 33 seconds from the start, the White Mask relinquished his second position summoning, instantly tilting the battlefield heavily against Du Chun. Yet the sole silver lining was that, with Angie's summoning still cooling down for a few more seconds, Du Chun's Susanoo substitute combo was about to take effect. The White Mask's substitute had 2 seconds remaining, and Du Chun hurriedly maneuvered the White Mask toward the midfield position A. The 4A combo precisely caught the midfield. Du Chun glanced at his chakra cooldown, which had 8 seconds left, realizing it was time to make a decisive move. Du Chun was keenly aware that prolonging the battle was no longer an option. This white mask had become a source of apprehension for him. Not the battered, resilient, moldy white mask etched in his memory. The fan of blazing flames still clung on, and the intangible grasp remained intact. At this moment, the white mask was truly a war god of the living realm. Du Chun closed his eyes slightly, as if invoking a deity, offering his precious mind to Edo Tensei Madara's direct control. Tenge Shinsei. In the midfield, Tenge Shinsei was unleashed, striking relentlessly across the arena. At this point, the white mask was still without a substitute. But by now, no one doubted the correctness of Du Chun's Edo Tensei Madara strategy. Currently, the white mask remained in his white preservation state, with 50 health points left and a substitute ready. Facing a situation similar to the previous round, what would Angie choose this time? Angie paused for 1 second, then decisively made his choice. Rationality? What rationality could I possibly hold on to? Angie had prepared a plan. After Edo Tensei Madara's late-stage damage, deploy the substitute, thus absorbing at most around 500,000 damage, while also benefiting from the protection at the end of the ultimate move, minimizing losses. The sequence proceeded exactly as Angie anticipated. By the time Edo Tensei Madara's ultimate concluded, the white mask's substitute had only 9 seconds left, and the ultimate had not depleted much of the white mask's status. Angie mulled over whether to rise and use the second skill to enhance the first for maximum stable damage, or to employ the first skill to strengthen the second, maximizing evasive maneuvers against Edo Tensei Madara's lethal counterstrike. He was genuinely contemplating. Unfortunately, Du Chun did not grant him the luxury of further thought or execution. You, Uncle Edo Tensei Madara, love it most when the little fool's substitute falls midway through the ultimate. With that, Du Chun directly seized the white mask's position with a close-range fiery grasp. Like that, brother? Connecting with the great Susanoo, after the damage was dealt, the white mask's substitute had 5 seconds left on cooldown, but its health was reduced to the brink of collapse. Angie's earlier strategic maneuvers were undone by Du Chun's Edo Tensei Madara's rhythm and information advantage. Pressing chakra, Du Chun unleashed his ultimate once more. Tenge Shinsei. This time, the intent was to utterly annihilate the white mask. You have the courage to challenge me, and for that, I commend you. But that is all the praise you shall receive. Du Chun secured a clean sweep on the first position. In the KOF tournament format, this meant Du Chun would advance to face the next contender. Among the 3 remaining members of the Phantom Association, Rem, Shulin, and Little Dove, Rem would appear in the second position to face Du Chun. Having emerged around the same era as professional players like Luoyu and Xingzhe, Rem's strength had gained widespread recognition through the test of time. What would be the outcome of this match? Would Rem shatter the professional player's reputation of Jichuan? Or would he make up for Jichuan's regret of not being able to take on 3 opponents on the stage? Regardless of the result, given the current buzz surrounding these two, this match was poised to become the most densely commented one in the Barrage chat. Rem was a formidable contender in the martial arts tournament. After the 21-year ninja pool, it was fitting to assign him the first match in the martial arts tournament. This meant Rem could confidently choose his preferred ninja without hesitation. Moreover, he held the privilege of banning and first pick. Rem began by banning Kuratsuchi, while Du Chun consecutively banned Shinobi War Obito and Wandering Obito. Ultimately, Du Chun disliked facing these 2 Obitos, especially when selecting ninja second. Rem's supplementary ban targeted Edo Tensei Kakuzu, seemingly freeing many ninjas for Du Chun, but in reality, it eliminated Du Chun's 2 most frequently used supports. With the ninja ban phase concluded, Rem pondered for a long time before selecting his starting ninja, Hozuki Jinjetsu. This choice surprised Fengshen greatly. It was unlike Rem's usual selection, not because Rem was unskilled with the little mustached one, but because Rem actually had more options than just the little mustached ninja. With the ninjas locked in, the question was which ninja Du Chun would pick in response. As expected, Du Chun locked in a ninja no one anticipated, Guren. Guren, an anime original character and subordinate of Orochimaru, possessed the crystal release bloodline limit. In the game, Guren was an early B-rank ninja introduced quite some time ago. Among many B-rank ninjas, Guren's strength was unremarkable, even mundane. Only Fengshen, who was versed in indiscriminate martial arts, comprehended Du Chun's intent after brief reflection. He aimed to counter the little mustached ninja with Guren. Speaking of the little mustached ninja's merits, they were numerous. Map control, burst damage, and evasive maneuvers, each deserving lengthy discussion. Most crucially, he was a counter to intangible ninjas. Intangible ninjas typically lacked super armor. Thus, whether equipped with scattered or frozen snow, intangible ninjas posed far less threat to the little mustached ninja than those with super armor. Fengshen was now well aware of how Asuma of the Tanabata Festival's rapid combo attacks countered intangible ninjas. But before that, The world widely recognized the little mustached ninja as one of the few who could effectively counter intangible ninjas. Additionally, the little mustached ninja's aerial attack countered turret and ninjas without anti-air. His Steam Crisis Violent Might countered ranged, lottery-based ninjas. His first skill S water gun countered skeleton and other mainstream ninjas, and either of his two skills unleashed at will could terrify unarmored taijutsu ninjas to tears. As for weaknesses, his greatest flaw was that his normal skills lacked conventional super armor breaking ability, causing heavy reliance on scattered. When facing non-super armor ninjas, the little mustached ninja could equip a super armor skill himself to suppress opponents. Thus, the little mustached ninja with scattered was nearly an all-round powerful ninja. Perhaps only players like Fengshen, skilled in both martial arts and indiscriminate dual tracks, or hardcore fans of the little mustached ninja, knew of a critical hidden flaw. Both of his skills had flying trajectories. This meant he was inherently countered by any ability that blocked flying projectiles, such as the water shield in skill scrolls. The water shield scroll lasted long but had a lengthy cooldown. No one would pick it solely to counter the little mustached ninja. Was there a substitute for the water shield scroll? No, but ninjas had skills. Besides the B-rank Edo Tensei Yagura, who could create a water mirror technique that replicated skills, Guren could also generate a crystal mirror that blocked flying projectiles. Fengshen had not tried using Guren against the little mustached ninja, so he was unsure of the effectiveness, only able to speculate from strategic reasoning. Du Chun's idea was sound, but with such disparity in ninja strength, could a true counter relationship form? Fengshen was not alone in his surprise at Du Chun's opening pick. Wang Hai, what ninja is this? I've never seen him before. Is he new? Even Wang Hai, a veteran streamer, was unaware of Guren. Early Morning, who knew Guren's skills, also doubted the ninja's utility. Early Morning. Guren? What does it mean that Jichuan chose Guren? Is this ninja useful? Many streamers shared similar sentiments. Only a handful of dual-path competitors, skilled in both indiscriminate tactics and martial combat, possessed the ability to discern Du Chun's intentions in the briefest span of time, much like the wind god himself. Yet, Xiao Lai, the commentator with an extensive breadth of knowledge, also perceived Du Chun's strategy. Is Jichuan aiming to use Guren to counter Hozuki Jinjutsu? Can that even be achieved? Commentator Xiao Bao exclaimed, "Good heavens, is this a B-rank ninja?" Suddenly, Xiao Lai recalled a casual remark he had made earlier, that Jichuan might choose any ninja, and he wondered whether a B-rank ninja would eventually be selected. Now, that very notion was being validated in this match. However, Du Chun did not pick Hozuki Jinjutsu or Edo Tensei Shippuden, ninjas of assured strength and reliability. Instead, he chose Guren. Xiao Bao, ever the dedicated commentator, continued to speak incessantly, but Xiao Lai seemed lost in thought, momentarily forgetting his role as commentator. When he regained his composure, both sides had completed their ninja selections and were now choosing secret scrolls. Guren's selection stirred considerable controversy, sparking unanimous debate from broadcasters to spectators alike. The clamor was so overwhelming that few paid attention to the second ninja Du Chun selected within 10 seconds after choosing Guren. Du Chun's secondary ninja was the Edo Tensei reincarnation of Uchiha Madara, a rather unremarkable defensive field ninja. Perhaps in earlier times, any player who picked Edo Madara in the first martial combat match would have faced widespread skepticism. The doubts would revolve around why one would forgo the numerous flashy, elusive ninjas to pick a defensive one, as if the player had no intention to win. But with Du Chun, the reaction was singular and unanimous. Damn it, Chun, you're supposed to play those straightforward defensive ninjas. Yet, Edo Madara's spotlight was clearly stolen by Guren. As one waned, the other waxed, and no one cared about the defensive ninja hiding in the second slot anymore. If this controversial Guren had been chosen by the wind god, the crowd would not have erupted like this. Instead, they would have speculated on his deeper intentions. The wind god must have a profound reason for this choice. But if the wind god's first pick had been a straightforward ninja like Edo Madara or Edo Shippuden Madara, the barrage of comments would have far exceeded the uproar caused by Du Chun's Guren selection. This stark contrast in perception, shaped by individual reputation, was vividly exemplified in Du Chun and the wind god. Returning to reality, Xiao Lai, upon seeing both sides' secret scroll combinations, became even more convinced that Du Chun's choice of Guren as the first ninja was intended to counter Xiao Huzi. Jichuan equipped Guren with the Water Shield secret scroll. A significant threat to Xiao Huzi, the second ninja, Edo Madara, was paired with Scatter. Xiao Bao remarked, player Rem's first ninja carries Scatter, while the stagger effect is reserved for the second ninja, Senju Tobarama. Summons confirmed. With the summons complete, both sides entered the match loading phase. Scatter Xiao Huzi versus Water Shield Guren. Such an extreme disparity in strength was rarely witnessed in formal competitive arenas. Even Xiao Lai, a seasoned commentator, was seeing this scenario for the first time. Alongside the wind god and other professional players, he eagerly anticipated the match's outcome. As the battle's initiation sounded, both teams' ninjas sprang into action simultaneously. Round 1. Battle commences. Crystal release. Jade crystal mirror. Guren opened with a mid-range crystal mirror. The mirror-S effect resembled that of the water shield's secret scroll. Enemy targets contacting the mirror would be slightly repelled, effective twice. During its duration, the mirror could directly block projectiles. Du Chun deployed the crystal mirror, while Rem-S Xiao Huzi immediately followed up with his second skill. A swiftly launched water clone touched the mirror and vanished instantly. Rem-S Xiao Huzi was still mid-air with a basic attack. Spotting Guren-S position, he intended to leverage his aerial advantage to apply pressure at the outset. Unexpectedly, Guren had already completed 3 basic attacks, 3 AS, followed by a joystick input to execute a 4th attack, 4 AS, creating a mirror identical in effect to the first skill at a position 3 body lengths ahead. Surprisingly, the mirror produced at the apex possessed commendable anti-air judgment. Given Xiao Huzi's floating height, the moment the mirror appeared during the basic attack, it knocked Xiao Huzi from the sky. The 2 mirrors generated by the first skill and the basic attack were separated by 2 body lengths, working in tandem. Xiao Huzi unwittingly suffered the full brunt of 4 instances of mirror damage. Although both mirrors had identical effects, the first skill S mirror inflicted 4 times the damage of the basic attack S mirror. Rem refrained from using substitute immediately, but Guren-S second skill had already been unleashed. Giant crystalline hexagonal shuriken, a standard ranged skill with considerable startup and recovery time, sufficient for follow-up combos. Unwilling to be hit or to take damage himself, Rem reluctantly pressed substitute. Due to the distance, Xiao Huzi could only substitute in place. But for a ranged specialist like Xiao Huzi, this was hardly a problem. Until Du Chun activated the secret scroll, Water Release Water Shield. A water shield appeared, blocking any chance for Rem to initiate an attack. The secret scroll was aptly dubbed Xiao Huzi's Wall of Size. Helpless, Rem could only perform basic attacks on the spot, waiting for the opportunity to take flight. But Du Chun's Guren was also in motion. After Xiao Huzi's 4th basic attack, he could launch a joystick input to take flight. After Guren's 3rd basic attack, a joystick input triggered a 4th basic attack, which was the crystal mirror. The mirror-S placement was perfectly aligned with the airborne Xiao Huzi. Not foolish, having already suffered once to the mirror, Xiao Huzi immediately countered with his first skill. The mirror generated by Guren's basic attack was naturally considered a basic attack judgment, so Xiao Huzi could endure 2 hits from the mirror while firing the aerial water iron cannon without harm. Xiao Huzi's aerial first skill fired a water iron cannon. Fortunately for Rem, the attack was not blocked mid-air, and the projectile struck Guren solidly. A surge of satisfaction filled Rem's heart, but as he prepared to follow up, he noticed the still active water shield in front of him and was instantly beset by anguish. He could only watch as Guren fell and rose again, while he waited with basic attacks for the next chance to take to the skies. Yet Guren's skill was ready again. This skill, with a standard 10-second cooldown, benefited from a passive effect. Each hit from Guren's crystal mirror reduced the cooldown by 1 second. After several mirror hits, the first skill S cooldown was refreshed. Relying on the dual protections of water shield and invincibility frames upon falling and rising, Du Chun's Guren acted with brazen arrogance, almost pressing attacks on Xiao Huzi's face. Xiao Huzi's beard twisted in frustration as he was cornered near the edge of the stage. His second skill had just cooled down and was immediately cast. But the skill was intercepted by the mirror summoned simultaneously by Guren's first skill. He was completely dominated and tormented in the corner. Witnessing this, not only the broadcasters and viewers who initially doubted Guren but also the Wind God himself, who fully understood Guren's mechanics, was astounded. The usually invincible Xiao Huzi was being so thoroughly countered by an obscure B-rank ninja, no less. Many spectators found this utterly absurd. The scene felt highly abnormal. However, some viewers quietly relished the moment. Even the boastful Xiao Huzi had his day of reckoning. Deservedly so. Moreover, the elder ninja struck with neither mercy nor restraint. Guren's 4 basic attacks, Crystal Mirror, followed by the first skill S Refreshed Mirror, combined with the second skill, maximized damage output. In 8 seconds, Xiao Huzi lost 1,300,000 health points. Substituting again after 8 seconds, Rem winced in pain. This time, he used substitute to reset scatter and attempted to quickly regain momentum. But he saw Du Chun's Guren shamelessly pressing water shield in the corner. Unable to attack or catch up, Xiao Huzi could only stare blankly at the water shield. Behind the shield, Guren accumulated basic attacks. After 3 basic attacks, he placed another crystal mirror into the arena to intimidate Xiao Huzi. Rem, controlling Xiao Huzi, turned and fled. Du Chun's Guren emerged from behind the water shield and pursued relentlessly. Rem, pushed to his limits, turned to spray water iron cannon shots toward Guren's position. Du Chun, calm and collected, leisurely followed up with the first skill. Crystal Release, Jade Crystal Mirror. Xiao Huzi's bullets were instantly blocked in their entirety. Du Chun, inspired by the moment, taunted openly. Controlling Guren, he did not miss a single skill, repeatedly tapping the joystick keys behind the mirror, twitching in place. The little mustached bullets were nearly spent, yet the crystal mirror had yet to vanish. Observing this, Rem burst into laughter on the spot. As the skill's final shots were fired, he swiftly pulled the joystick upward and took to the skies. However, that very moment of flight was caught within the mysterious radius of the crystal mirror. Ding! A crisp, crystalline sound rang out, and the airborne little mustached figure immediately crashed from midair. Du Chun steadily followed up with his second skill, then proceeded with 4 basic attacks on the crystal mirror, refreshing the cooldown of his first skill. The little mustached clone still had 4 seconds remaining, so after finishing the 4 basic attacks once more, Du Chun retreated in advance, releasing the little mustached figure safely to the ground. The entire audience was bewildered by Du Chun's maneuver. Was this some sort of feint with the clone? But wasn't the timing a bit too premature? Then, they saw Guren stand just 4 body lengths in front of the little mustached figure, allowing him to fall and rise again at will. Rem did not overthink it and immediately held down the second skill to enter stealth. Du Chun subtly repositioned to avoid the steam danger burst, then placed down a crystal mirror with his first skill in front of him. Still feeling insecure, he cast a secret scroll water shield behind him as reinforcement. With the crystal mirror in front and the water shield behind, Rem visibly relaxed at the sight. Not just in mood, but literally leaning back in his chair, hands lifted off the desk. Without Rem's input, the stealthy little mustached figure remained stationary, seemingly surrendering to manipulation as if giving up resistance. Unaware that Rem's hands had left the desk, Du Chun, seeing the little mustached figure's state, suspected some hidden ploy to ambush him. He cast another crystal mirror and cautiously advanced. Yet the little mustached figure truly did not move, like he was AFK. Du Chun refused to relent, twitching and taunting behind the crystal mirror. Only when a second skill struck the little mustached figure without any reaction did Du Chun realize that Rem had likely gone fully AFK. Seeing the little mustached figure's health below 10%, Du Chun showed mercy, ceasing his taunts and instead having Guren circle the little mustached figure. Facing other ninjas, the little mustached figure was usually endlessly playful and evasive, but now before Guren, he appeared helpless, like a lamb to the slaughter. Witnessing this hilariously absurd scene, even the voice chat's 5G connection seemed on the verge of laughter-induced collapse. The Inhua Cup livestream was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Even the wind god could not suppress a smile, warning, Rem, this one do. Such conduct could draw a warning from the tournament league. As a professional player, there are a few rules to follow, and not going AFK is one of them. Yet these rules rarely incur more than verbal reprimands. As many players have encountered heartbeat timeout or network connection error situations, where going AFK is sometimes unavoidable. But Rem's state was clearly different. He had truly abandoned control. Rem offered an explanation. I'm not AFK. I just have no skills left to use. I can't fight this round, so I might as well save the resources for the next game. Guren's second skill, which had circled the little mustached figure for some time, was now off cooldown. Du Chun placed a crystal mirror before the little mustached figure, then cast his second skill toward the corner, and finally unleashed his ultimate to seize the little mustached figure. Combining the damage from the second skill's spin and the first skill's collision, he decisively eliminated the barely alive little mustached figure, earning a double bonus ultimate. The sound of shattering bones and piercing screams. She was truly beautiful. Before the ultimate graphic appeared, Rem tried a few substitutions but to no avail. Facing comprehensive suppression from basic attacks to skills this round, Rem's mindset was remarkably relaxed. His mood shifted from initial confusion to despair, and finally to acceptance. Rem even had the leisure to spam several applause emojis in the expression bar after Guren's ultimate kill. Undeniably, this match was a visual delight, spectacular beyond measure. Voices echoed from the team chat. Rem, what's that supposed to mean? Teammate. Nothing. You're too uneducated to understand. The most humiliating match. The most entertaining match. The one with the most suspense and the most surprising outcome. The top-tier T0 strength Kagaya Genjutsu of the martial arts tournament was utterly suppressed by Guren, unable to unleash a single skill. After this match, those who held grudges against Rem were all reconciled. Past animosities were wiped clean. Anyone who can watch this without laughing must be clinically brain dead. Depression cured on the spot. One crystal teleport and one water shield directly healed the little mustached figure to death. Could not hold it in. Guren's skills are truly formidable, and her looks are impressive. Watching this match refreshed my understanding of the counterchain in the martial arts tournament. As the saying goes, the degree of purity is pure, not stupid. Who among the martial arts players would have thought of healing the little mustached figure with Guren's hands? Looks like from now on, the first position in the martial arts tournament must blindly pick Darui. Master Kong still depends on Darui. Those who heal others will always be healed in return. With a smile, Rem delivered the victory of the first round. It was not out of concern for politeness or belief in a sure win later, but because facing Guren's water shield and crystal mirror, Rem was utterly out of options. The second position, Senju Tobarama, entered the fray. Tobarama and the little mustached figure were generally considered to be in the same tier of strength. Excluding the game mechanic of Infinite Flying Thunder God, Tobarama's skill set was slightly stronger than the little mustached figure's, but he faced the same issue, a lack of capture abilities. Moreover, Tobarama had a relatively low binding rate on scattered targets and was often deployed as a tank. Therefore, many would choose the dark-skinned athletic fourth Raikage to counter Tobarama. However, Du-chun did not pick Raikage, and the first position ninja was still the capture-deficient Guren. Now, the tide of battle had shifted, and it was Rem's turn to take control. At the start of the second round, Rem fixed his gaze on Guren with a fierce stare. The mere presence of Tobarama put immense pressure on Du-chun. With peak Tobarama's Flying Thunder God speed and range, Rem could initiate at any moment if he wished. The situation was absurdly intense. 30 seconds later, the battle concluded. The match ended relatively quickly, with Du-chun's Guren being so suppressed by Rem's Tobarama that she dared not show herself. In the previous round, Guren could recklessly deploy water shields and crystal mirrors. This round, just standing beside the water element, Tobarama would instantly Flying Thunder God dash over to start the assault, exceedingly overwhelming. Furthermore, Tobarama's second skill, the super-absorbing water tornado, and the Flying Thunder God mark that lasted a full 10 seconds were devilishly oppressive. Du-chun fought desperately, exchanging Tobarama's 600,000 HP, finally calling GG to end the second round. After 2 rounds, the arena and the audience were filled with laughter and cheer. Commentator Xiaobao, Rem's performance this round was splendid, leaving no room for chance. Analyst Xiaolai, indeed, this is the nature of ninja counters. While Guren's Crystal Teleport and Secret Scroll Water Shield effectively block projectiles and dash skills, they are powerless against Tobarama's Invincible Frame Rush. Commentator Xiaobao, but still very impressive. Both sides are very evenly matched, and neither has summoned their first summon creature yet. You could say both spared their first position ninja, with the real battle starting from the second position. Analyst Xiaolai, yes, Tobarama's health is a bit low, but chakra is full. Edo Tensei Madara's chakra is only 3 points but health is full. It's uncertain who will prevail this round. Commentator Xiaobao, the winner this round will face the opponent's third position ninja directly. At that point, the more damage you inflict on the opponent, the greater your chances of victory. Du-chun personally experienced the frustration of being suppressed by Guren in the first round. Despite playing many matches in the Inhua Cup, this was the first time he had been so thoroughly dominated. Yet, recalling how he used Guren to suppress Rem's little mustached figure in the first round, he felt a small sense of satisfaction. However, satisfaction and frustration could not offset each other. To dispel this frustration, he could only transfer it back onto his opponent. It seemed clear. I really must teach you a proper lesson. The match loading completed, and the ninjas from both sides entered the arena. The unruly mob. The voice line for Edo Tensei Madara Uchiha was exceptionally imposing. This round's opponent happened to be Madara's lifelong nemesis, Senju Tobarama. The sole Easter egg involving Madara and Tobarama had quite stringent trigger conditions. Tobarama must first eliminate Azuna, then Madara must use his ultimate technique to defeat Tobarama. A rare Easter egg indeed. Besides this, there were no other hidden features. As for the much-anticipated Year of the Rabbit limited Easter egg featuring Senju Tobarama, awaited by Du-chun and many other players, it would likely only be revealed when Madara assumes his Rinne rebirth form. The Year of the Rabbit limited edition of Senju Tobarama. However, Edo Tensei Madara in his released form was more than sufficient to handle the current situation. Meanwhile, Rem remained unperturbed. After Tobarama pierced through Guren's defenses, Rem's frustration dissipated. This was the moment of high spirits, especially seeing that the second slot for pure degree was none other than Edo Tensei Madara. Experience told him that winning this round would not require much effort. Tobarama's secret scroll this round granted him super armor, yet it manifested the instant effect of the Great Flame Arrow. Watching the barrage, Rem confidently proclaimed, to fight against this Madara ninja, honestly, it's a breeze. No need for summoning. Just skills and secret scrolls. Madara is easy to handle. Far too easy. Holding this belief, Rem attempted to find an opening at the start. Cartoon. Then Madara unleashed a burst of fire that immediately jolted Rem awake. Those who aspire to win wear no smiles. Rem quickly adjusted his mindset and maintained a steady, composed fighting style. Madara's fiery strike did not have an immediate direct effect but served more to prevent Tobarama from rushing in with his opening skill. Du-chun unleashed fire in the mid lane and then shifted slightly upward to catch the wind, triggering elemental reaction diffusion while simultaneously exerting pressure on both the mid and lower lanes. Watching Madara's fire and wind pressure, Rem abandoned any idea of initiating the attack, instead retreating to a corner to wait for Madara's skill to conclude. Then, in the next moment, would Dragon Technique. Pressuring the field was a low-tier tactic played by Sand Ninja Edo Tensei Madara, unworthy of the spotlight. Edo Tensei Madara played to dominate the screen. Yet, judging by the actual effect, Calling it screen domination was an understatement. Even as Tobarama moved 3 body lengths off Du Chun's screen, he could not evade Madara's Wood Dragon pursuit. In truth, at the very first appearance of the Wood Dragon, Tobarama could have used his second skill, Water Dragon Jutsu, in the corner to avoid initiation, possibly even securing the opening himself. As an ordinary person never scared to tears by Madara, Rem could hardly be called a true hero at this point. Facing Madara with so many concerns, he deserved to be caught off guard. With Madara securing the opening, Rem immediately swapped in a substitute. Rem first attempted to initiate with a normal attack, but noticing that Du Chun's Madara had not summoned, only sporting a layer of blue Susanoo exoskeleton, he thought, what skeleton dog? Tobarama's normal attacks striking the exoskeleton seemed like playful coaxing. Rem instantly used his second skill to create a Water Dragon Jutsu, pulling Madara in. Destined to disappoint Rem, Madara's strength lay not in how many hits he could block but in his 15 seconds of actual super armor. However, Tobarama's Water Dragon Jutsu was bound to outlast those 15 seconds, forcing Du Chun to summon a panda to cope with the situation. Once the panda appeared, as Rem's Water Dragon Jutsu ended, he immediately fled using Flying Thunder God technique. Du Chun had already committed the panda. He could not just watch this super armor strategy waste away. Seeking to maximize summoning benefits, Madara staggered after Tobarama. But after all, Senju Tobarama was the fastest ninja in the world. A single Flying Thunder God leap could send him far away, while Madara, old and frail, naturally could not keep pace with the youthful, vigorous Tobarama. When Madara finally caught up, Tobarama unleashed another Flying Thunder God leap to widen the gap, not forgetting to twitch mockingly while moving in place. Poor Madara was dragged around by Tobarama for several seconds, appearing weak and helpless. This scene should surely be recorded and shown to Obito, leaving the elderly to guard the village alone while being bullied by the village head's younger brother. After all, you dare not resist because the village head's brother is also the village head, the village head's granddaughter is still the village head, and even the village head's reincarnation remains the village head. Night fell, or rather, the sky over Konoha had never brightened. Edo Tensei Madara sighed deeply. To the south, the Senju oppress my old frailty. Can a shinobi oppose the Flying Thunder God? Boldly teleporting in to invest, lips scorched and legs aching, unable to catch up, returning to lean on my staff in lament. He sighed. Great fire extinguish. Senju, referring specifically here to Senju Tobarama. Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God technique, developed by Senju Tobarama and used as his main combat jutsu. After securing a kill with Flying Thunder God, Tobarama confirms whether Izuna is still alive. Invest, inverted word order meaning to invest or to throw in, originating from the Toad's wide bed without wood plan, where only they truly commit while others merely talk. Lean on, to rest on a cane. Here, Madara's cane is a simple war fan. The match proceeded with intense fervor. It was essentially a one-sided chase. Rem felt utterly despairing, recalling the helplessness of the first round when Mustache faced Guren. Every time Tobarama's substitute entered, let alone initiating, his skill would inevitably collide with Madara's exoskeleton. The 15-second super armor had only a 3-second cooldown. Rem felt on the verge of tears. His pre-match confidence was shattered. Now he had only this single chance to regain the advantage. After substituting, Rem's exquisite maneuvering remarkably secured an opening. All spectators focused intently on this exchange, eager to see how Rem would handle Madara's substitute. Wang Hai watched engrossed, the pig's head meat dangling and swaying from his neck as he spoke earnestly. Super armor disperses. What will the elephant do? Brother 1/what's your move? During the match, Rem feigned surrendering his super armor to bait out Madara's dispersal, then swiftly unleashed an elephant on the field. The elephant's vast wind-style suction nearly sealed off all of Madara's chances to find an opening, allowing Tobarama to swiftly relocate. Commentator Xiao Lai. Rem's response this round was very impressive. Although surrendering 2 resources consecutively is somewhat costly, it largely allowed him to regain the upper hand. Commentator Xiao Bao. Indeed, Tobarama's Flying Thunder God did not escape the Wood Dragon's attack range. Wait a moment. What is this? It's Edo Tensei Madara's enhanced Susanoo. Xiao Bao's excitement was palpable, while Xiao Lai was momentarily speechless staring at the match screen. Xiao Bao continued. Pure Degree S player chose this moment to unleash enhanced Susanoo. This brilliant maneuver neutralized Rem's just-released summoned elephant. Xiao Lai recalled Madara's mechanism. After the second skill hits, following up with Susanoo allows a direct midfield activation of the complete Susanoo S sword slash. In the context of Madara's underestimation, this rarely used technique and hidden mechanism is seldom seen. Even though Xiao Lai clearly remembered that over a year ago, Madara's developers had explicitly documented this skill combo. Yet this was the first time Xiao Lai witnessed anyone execute Madara's Wood Dragon into Susanoo outside the training grounds. Xiao Lai, truly magnificent. Pure Degree used the simplest technique to overcome this challenge. This is the fusion of theory and practice. At least for this round's offensive and defensive tutorial, Pure Degree delivered the most spectacular live demonstration in the Onhi Cup playoffs. At this moment, in one person's live stream, his commentary was less impartial than official commentators, his choice of words unrefined, yet the audience adored it. Even the most seasoned streamers might not match his brilliance. That person was none other than Wang Hai. Watching Wang Hai's stream was a feast for the eyes and ears, and viewers could almost sense their taste buds blossoming. It said that watching Wang Hai's stream greatly enhances appetite, and rightly so. No one could remain indifferent to the pig's head meat. How brilliant was his commentary. For the same sequence, when activating the CS words ability, Wang Hai exclaimed, "Holy crap, brothers, things aren't looking good. Thunder Pig? Is Rem about to lose this round? Don't ask me why I'm crying. Because I am that pig." Though seemingly nonsensical and bizarrely enchanting, a casual remark often encapsulates a polished commentary that one might never conceive in a lifetime. Legend has it that the divine word fruit was divided among 3 individuals. The first was Kakaku, the second was Pigeon. Yet, compared to Koke's whimsical metaphors and Pigeon's chaotic disorder, the C words of Wang Hai possess a mysterious allure, much like Wang Hai's captivating pork head meat. Given the formidable power of the divine word fruit, what price must be paid? This inevitably leads us to discuss the first god of the fire shadow, who alone bears the side effects of the divine word fruit. What does selection effort last round mean? Faced with unanimous praise from 2 commentators and a host of streamers, what was Du Chun's own reflection? Upon seeing the barrage of messages, Du Chun candidly replied, "No, I'm just using the substitute to chain into the wood dragon. Isn't that how Edo Tensei Madara is usually played? Such humility truly exceedingly modest." During the match, Tobarama was already suppressed and low on health for half a round. It was assumed that Madara's next move would deplete a significant portion of Tobarama's health. Yet even Du Chun and everyone else overestimated the speed at which Madara could inflict damage. After swinging the war fan for a while, the damage output was on par with Master Tobarama's. It is not only Du Chun who is intimidated by Madara's formidable skill set, often overlooking the sluggish pace at which he deals damage. The combination of the second skill followed by the ultimate alone takes 9 seconds and yields a pitiful 70,000 damage. This figure, when viewed in isolation, may seem insignificant, but Edo Tensei 3rd Hokage can produce 80,000 damage in 9 seconds merely by holding down normal attacks. From a conventional standpoint, Madara's skills are mostly utility-based, with his initial combos primarily relying on normal attacks, which explains why his damage output feels particularly slow in actual gameplay. In the previous exchange, Tobarama's substitute health was above 40. Thus, after the wood dragon chained into Susanoo, Du Chun immediately followed up with the first skill's fire and wind combo, dealing a full 44,000 damage. With Tobarama's health precarious and Madara's wood dragon cooldown perfectly timed, Du Chun unleashed it directly, watching to see whether the wood dragon's damage speed or Tobarama's substitute would prevail. However, Du Chun quickly devised a safer strategy. The moment the wood dragon struck, he immediately connected into the ultimate, unleashing an enhanced Susanoo once more. As it turned out, Du Chun's move was correct. Although the wood dragon's damage failed to finish off Tobarama, the subsequent enhanced Susanoo pierced the ground, pinning Tobarama and extinguishing the last sliver of his health. Then, dance for me and let me see. A taunt-laden ultimate. Rem's first 2 ninja picks consecutively failed to capture opponents, so his 3rd ninja had to uphold the baseline strength. Could Kakashi Hataki's Susanoo suffice? Since the first 2 ninjas were granted scatter and super armor, only 1 frozen snow was left for Kakashi. Yet, given how overwhelmingly powerful frozen snow is, it hardly diminished Kakashi's strength. However, within the match, Rem's despair was nearly palpable. He faced a triple beam opening, with Madara wielding both scatter and Susanoo. Moreover, Du Chun's Madara was utterly unafraid of being initiated upon. The scatter into wood dragon maneuver could directly counter most counterattacks. As soon as Kakashi expended his intangible, Du Chun's Madara pounced like a wild dog sensing blood. Fire and wind blocked the path, wood dragon pursued relentlessly. Heard of it? More crucially, Du Chun still had a 3rd ninja, completely unfazed by a blood exchange strategy. In contrast, Rem grew increasingly constrained, and after the final summoning, the game was decisively over. At the close of the 4th round, Rem recalled his boastful declaration of the blazing arrow before the 2nd round began. Fighting Madara with this ninja, to be honest, is a breeze, no summoning needed, just skills and secret scrolls. Madara is easy, too easy. Surrounded by a flood of taunts, Rem made one last desperate plea. Why don't I fight then? A man's got his pride. From the 1st round Guren countering Little Mustache, to the 2nd round Tobarama countering Guren, and then the 3rd round Madara countering Tobarama, this perfectly illustrates a fundamental truth of the fire god. Please input text. The 3rd member of the Monster Association, Shulin, stepped onto the stage. Before entering, Shulin joked in voice chat, "Can I just surrender outright?" Rem gloomily replied, "Facing Ji-chun, it's better to surrender right away. They should add a surrender button to the game." Angie yearned to agree but, desperate to win, could only urge, "Play well." Shulin responded to his teammate with a confident remark, also bolstering his own morale. "Don't worry, once I get the national team, even the wind god will have trouble." This was the second round of the martial arts tournament, and Shulin kept his specialty national team ninjas on the bench. It was Du Chun's turn to ban and pick first. Neither player's bans were particularly novel as they proceeded to the ninja selection phase. Seeing Ji Chun's first pick slot light up, Shulin's heart tightened. He lacked the deep ninja pool that Rem possessed, though even Rem, as a martial arts specialist, did not have an extensive roster. Still, Shulin's response was commendable, albeit showing signs of age. After arduous training with 3 to 5 ninjas, it was fortunate if he secured a pick. Failure meant danger. Hence, compared to the martial arts tournament, Shulin performed better in ranked matches. What troubled Shulin most was the fear that Du Chun would snatch Akatsuki Snake. Du Chun's history made this anxiety justifiable. In a battle against Lin Zhongyao, Mumu's 2 favored ninjas were locked by Du Chun, including Akatsuki Snake. It was almost certain Du Chun could skillfully wield Akatsuki Snake, which naturally made Shulin nervous. If Akatsuki Snake was taken, which ninja would fill that void? Whiteface, or Eagle Assistant? Shulin's thoughts abruptly halted as Du Chun locked in the first pick ninja. 6 Paths entered the fray. Pain 6 Paths, the Wandering Ronin. The moment this ninja was seized, Shulin felt his heartbeat skip a beat. The Wandering Pain was taken by Ji Chun? What was going on? Even prepared for Akatsuki Snake being locked, Shulin never anticipated Ji Chun would claim the national team's other premier ninja. Moreover, Ji Chun could actually play Wandering Pain? Undoubtedly, this was the most debated pick among the audience. The 2 commentators were ecstatic. Ji Chun had chosen Wandering Pain. It is known as one of the most mechanically demanding ninjas. Was Ji Chun challenging his own operational limits? Or was he trying to overturn the perception that he could only play pure ninjas? This was a bombshell. The Wandering Pain, countless top-tier players' ultimate weapon. And Ji Chun, the pure ninja enthusiast, dared to lay claim to this ultimate weapon? Some streamers were left speechless by shock. What? Wandering Pain? Seriously? Is Ji Chun insane? Many suspected Ji Chun aimed to spite Shulin by stealing his Wandering Pain, making Shulin suffer. Although employing Guren to counter was a reasonable strategy, no one saw where Ji Chun's operational skill lay. Could he truly master Wandering Pain? The general consensus was skeptical. The reasoning was simple. If Ji Chun's mechanics were truly top-tier, why play pure ninjas? Another possibility was that Ji Chun's operational ninjas might surpass his pure ninjas in strength. Of course, this notion was largely rejected by most streamers. Many participating streamers in the Soundfire Cup, though not professionals, are among the game's top or near-top players and carry their own pride. Being told there is a random streamer who can not only defeat them with pure ninjas but also outplay them is a hard pill to swallow. In truth, the streamer's doubts were justified. Du Chun's mechanics were uncertain, and he might not unleash Wandering Pain's true potential. Yet, who said Wandering Pain must be played at peak capacity to be formidable? Its absolute baseline strength might be insurmountable by most ninjas. Skepticism and ridicule abound. Only the Wind God revealed a trace of enigmatic smile before the camera. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream could not fathom the meaning behind that smile, nor could they anticipate how explosive Wind God's forthcoming remarks would be. Ji Chun had indeed chosen this ninja, and now Shulin was about to face hardships. Wind God's tone was casual, yet it ignited the audience's curiosity. Countless question marks floated through the live chat, but Wind God calmly proceeded to state a fact. The last time I dueled with Ji Chun, I lost because of his roving pain. Wind God did not particularly concern himself with his reputation and was unreserved in acknowledging his defeat. After all, although Wind God's win rate in professional matches was high, losses were not uncommon. For him, victories and defeats had long become routine. He genuinely respected Du Chun's strength, so admitting defeat brought him no shame. Wind God never regarded himself as a flawless superstar despite becoming a celebrity player. However, he evidently underestimated his own influence. Soon, the news that surpassed even Ji Chun's choice of roving pain spread with an invasive swiftness. Ji Chun had shattered Wind God using roving pain. The barrage of messages flew at lightning speed, regardless of varying broadcast delays across channels. Within less than 20 seconds after the news of Ji Chun's roving pain dismantling Wind God reached Shulin, the pressure was immediately felt on his side. Reading the now flooded messages, Shulin maintained a composed expression. Straightening up, he shook off 2 drops of sweat. There was no time to change pants, and with trembling fingers, he locked in Chao Gu and Xiao Shi, scared out of my wits. Usually, Shulin preferred to use Chao Gu as a safety net, but this time he dared not. He feared Chao Gu might also be locked down by Du Chun. Chao Gu was hardly considered a skill-intensive ninja, yet Shulin's mastery of zero-frame Shinra Tensei was superb, and his roving pain was often a pleasure to watch. The audience had come to accept Shulin's ninja choices. Moreover, even players who looked down on high-purity picks had to admit that when facing difficult-to-handle armored ninjas, Chao Gu was indeed a formidable asset. Typically, when Xulin faced other streamers, as long as Chao Gu wasn't T-banned, Xulin would boldly wait until the third pick to select Chao Gu. Few streamers would contest Chao Gu. Not only was it unnecessary, as many were stronger or more stylish, but also due to lack of proficiency, which was itself predicated on the former reasons. Time spent mastering Chao Gu was better invested in practicing two other truly rank-climbing ninjas, such as Broken Mask and Toby. But Ji Chun's strategy was different. Even with his limited reasoning, Xulin could foresee. Ji Chun would lock Chao Gu to bring an armored ninja, employing a ruthless three-stage grab to control the battlefield from the start. Such a tactic was well known. It was akin to Liu Bei saying before a perilous mission, "Your wife and children, I will care for them. Worry not." Hearing this, soldiers would feel no regrets in dying, believing they were securing a bright future for their families. Conversely, if the Lord was Cao Cao saying, "Your wife and children, I will care for them. I shall cuckold you," only a deity could remain unmoved. Whether Cao Cao truly had a penchant for married women, Xulin did not know, having never met him. But whether Ji Chun would truly lock Chao Gu, Xulin dared not gamble, for he truly relied on Chao Gu as his fallback. Thus, the third pick could only be left to Ingzua. Xulin silently prepared himself. Yet he watched helplessly as Ingzua and White Mask were successively locked by Du Chun. Xulin's expression froze. A question mark slowly formed in his mind. Losing Ingzua was one thing, but how did White Mask get taken as well? With only a second left in the ninja selection countdown, Xulin tearfully locked in Dead 2. Ji Chun's strategy is deliberately targeting my ninjas. The armored ninja was surely reserved for Chao Gu. Dead 2 had to suffer carrying other secret scrolls. A-Chain Fire, Slash Wave, Cyclone, these powerful secret scrolls were all options. Regardless, it was not worth the trouble. He ended up pitifully using Ninja Body Technique U. In the most explosive Wind God livestream, countless viewers relentlessly pursued details about how formidable Ji Chun's roving pain truly was. Wind God attempted explanations multiple times but did not know where to begin. After all, he was still voice-chatting with Du Chun. Speaking too harshly would be inappropriate. Here, Wind God's high emotional intelligence came into play. "Wait and see," he said calmly. "Ji Chun's style will not defy your expectations. On the contrary, it will surprise everyone and absolutely transcend all previous understanding of roving pain, yet it perfectly aligns with Ji Chun's own playstyle." But what did he mean by transcend all previous understanding of roving pain yet align with Ji Chun's style? Was there some unexplored technique for roving pain? So many skilled masters had maxed out operations and reactions with roving pain, yet none had developed this tactic, only Ji Chun? Teased by Wind God's tantalizing hint, the audience's inquiries grew more urgent. Wind God smiled mysteriously and simply stopped reading the chat. How was Ji Chun's roving pain operation? The answer was in the details. Episode 1. Combat begins 59 seconds. Subskill Hungry Ghost Path. Second skill, Animal Path. Xulin's first pick ninja was Xiao Shi, equipped with Secret Scroll. Dispel Technique. Rashomon Xiao Shi was highly potent, but many Xiao Shi players also used Dispel Technique. At the start, just as Xulin pondered his opening move, he saw two flickers before a lowly Taoist stepped face first on him. What filthy thing is this? Xulin dared not claim how strong his roving pain was, but it certainly deserved the title of specialized mastery. Now, facing a roving pain that launched a two-stage jump face attack at the outset, not only was he, the specialist, baffled, but even professional players had never seen such a move. Xulin could not suppress his astonishment. Meanwhile, in Wind God's livestream, he remarked with nonchalance, "Never seen this, right? Watch closely. Ji Chun's roving pain is worth studying. I've benefited greatly from it." Only Wind God could maintain a straight face while seriously explaining roving pain's two-stage jump opening. Since being stunned by Du Chun's roving pain that day, Wind God reviewed it carefully every night before sleep. Later, he was amazed to discover the opening efficiency of roving pain's two-stage jump was terrifyingly high. He had fully accepted this opening method. Conversely, if Ji Chun did not open this way, Wind God would find it strange. After seizing the initiative, Du Chun's thought process was clear. Wind God knew what he would do next. However, all viewers, including major streamers and Xulin himself in the match, were utterly bewildered. Xiao Shi's substitution was implemented ahead of Xulin's thought process. Tens of thousands of roving pain battle experiences told Xulin that Ji Chun did not have a cutoff key this round, so there was no need to fear a sudden jump away. Should he then counter with a reverse summoning? Thinking this, Xulin's hand movements hastened. Xiao Shi's basic attack A was immediately followed by the second skill S displacement to create distance and the summoning of the snake cage. If the second skill landed, it switched to snake form for easier kiting. If it missed or the opponent countered with summoning, it switched back to snake cage, suitable for later engagements. Xulin's Xiao Shi was already masterful. This was the benefit of specialization. Many situations could be handled based on match experience. This time, he summoned the snake cage, clearly indicating no initial hit was landed. The reason was simple. Roving Pain had activated a shield. Any spectator with basic knowledge of Roving Pain could easily discern how Du Chun handled the counterattack. It was simple at the start. A two-stage jump. The first jump used the sub-skill Hungry Ghost Path triggered by the Animal Path second skill. When the second skill switched back to Animal Path, the sub-skill became Hungry Ghost Path. Both commentators were unsurprised. Commentator Xiao Bao said, "Here, Ji Chun chooses to use the Hungry Ghost Path sub-skill to open the shield. A very clever choice." Commentator Xiao Lai, "Indeed, this is an exceedingly efficient method of handling the situation." Now, as both sides reposition and engage in a renewed contest for the initiative, the question arises. Who will seize the opening? Xu Lin's substitute has yet to secure the first move, but there is no urgency on his side. Both parties find themselves aligned along the same x-axis at the edge of the field of vision. Thanks to his proficiency, Xu Lin's calculation of Beast Path's first skill positioning is remarkably precise. Indeed, it transcends mere calculation, resembling an instinctive recognition of the exact reach of Beast Path's three-headed hound at a glance. Thus, after securing his position, Xu Lin begins to bait Du Chun into expending a skill. Yet Du Chun remains patient. 1 second later, his second skill cools down. Summoning technique. Beast Path advances directly, calling forth the three-headed hound. Unperturbed, Xu Lin, upon perceiving Beast Path's slight forward movement, synchronously retreats a bit. His two-attack sequence does not demonstrate any use of Xiao Shi's invincibility frames. Rather, the small displacement during the second attack just crosses beyond the three-headed hound's terminal range. However, Xiao Shi switches to the serpent cage form, whose two-attack normal strikes possess more pronounced invincibility frames and the ability to cross the y-axis. Anyone witnessing Xu Lin's composed handling of Beast Path's three-headed hound would surely applaud his poise. Having evaded the hound, Xu Lin immediately pivots to lock position and deploy the serpent cage. The briefly pressed serpent cage can traverse the y-axis and boasts a long attack range. Xu Lin's meticulous command over positioning means that any opponent of lesser skill would find it nearly impossible to dodge this cage. Yet Du Chun evidently has a superior countermeasure. "My second skill is ready. Do you really think I'll be bothered by this?" Instead of evading, Du Chun's Beast Path steps forward into the cage. At the very moment the cage is about to land, he immediately activates the second skill, switching to the Hungry Ghost Path. A substitution. From a great distance, he lunges straight at Xiao Shi's face. Xu Lin's heartbeat accelerates. In this instant, it feels as if he has returned to the reaction speed of his prime. Or perhaps this reflex is born of accumulated match experience. At the very moment of impact, his Xiao Shi presses the scattering skill. He leaves no room to congratulate himself on his reaction and speed, for to his astonishment, the entity leaping into his face is a shield. 1 second later, realization dawns. The purity of Go Chao. There is no such thing as switching and instantly deploying a shield. Indeed, Du Chun, at the moment of switching to Hungry Ghost Path, immediately follows with the Path's first skill. The skill casting speed of the Wandering Pain is so rapid that no startup or recovery frames can be discerned. Xiao Shi's two-stage scatter attack is entirely absorbed by the shield. This proves that instinctive reactions are indeed quicker than thoughtful responses, though they are not always effective. After witnessing the Hungry Ghost Path leap forward and deploy the shield, Xu Lin, stunned for 2 seconds, instinctively follows with a summoning technique, Summoning Panda. Then, Xu Lin nearly regrets it with all his being. Xiao Shi holds no skills and remains near the board's edge, making any positional trickery impossible. Most distressing is that the Wandering Pain's secret scroll also contains the scatter skill. Thus, this panda summon is tantamount to giving the opponent a free gift. Subsequently, Xu Lin instinctively begins the two-attack sequence, under circumstances even he had not anticipated. If Xiao Shi's two-attack just manages to evade the Wandering Pain's first scatter, then the second scatter will only dispel Xiao Shi's super armor without inflicting actual control. Moreover, Hungry Ghost Path has no skills available. Xiao Shi still stands a chance to seize the initiative relying on the length of his normal attacks. Xiao Shi's invincibility frames during the two-attack sequence at his peak are not insignificant, so this theoretical success rate is far from negligible. Xu Lin had never consciously considered this strategy. He simply acted on instinct. Just as hunger compels one to eat and rain prompts one to seek shelter, these are survival instincts cultivated through extensive match experience. Du Chun did not anticipate this possibility either. However, Du Chun is never greedy, so his combo sequences harbor no surprises. Scatter into Panda needs no explanation as a combo. Let me take the initiative. After Hungry Ghost Path's shield ends, the secret scroll dispels Xiao Shi's super armor, and the summoning of the panda serves as a rockfall, completely nullifying any operational possibility for Xiao Shi. Du Chun laments with some helplessness. "I really am too skilled." The exquisite bite of the scatter into panda combo elicits unanimous praise from the online audience. What a ridiculous combo! Who could possibly react to Hungry Ghost Path leaping in and deploying a shield? I really shouldn't have expected much from Go Chao's play. 1980 Ninja after being beaten by Go Chao will sell at most 98 this match. I beg you, Don't let Wandering Pain's reputation be tarnished. Comments pour in from various live streams until a paid message in the official broadcast ignites the debate. I'm a novice. I think Go Chao plays quite skillfully. Why is everyone criticizing him? Upon this message, debaters from all sides take the stage. Du Chun pays no mind to the offstage commotion, for within the arena he has finally deployed his upper three paths as a display of prowess. Upper three paths: Heavenly, Human, and Azura. Lower three paths: Beast, Hungry Ghost, and Hell. As a support path user, the 6 paths confer different enhancement effects. The upper 3 paths possess linked skills and passive effects, while the lower 3 paths can release sub-skills. The Heavenly path senses enemy positions. The Human path reveals enemy skills. The Azura path increases damage. However, these passive effects are destined to be unused by Du Chun, for he consistently keeps the Beast path equipped, simply for the convenience of a one-button escape. The switch to the upper 3 paths is merely to exploit their skills for damage. Calculating Xiao Shi's substitute cooldown, Du Chun first switches to Hell path, guiding Xiao Shi toward the board's edge. Shulin presses substitute. Du Chun immediately follows with Hell path's first skill, summoning Yama, then activates the second skill to switch characters, cancelling the Hell path skill's recovery animation and switching back to Beast path. The switch point places Yama offset along the y-axis from the online and midlines. As expected, Shulin's Xiao Shi attempts a substitute normal attack probe. Upon seeing Wandering Pain summon Yama and leap away, switching characters, he seizes the invincibility frames to advance, preparing to forcibly initiate with the second skill. Sensing danger, Du Chun promptly activates Yama's sub-skill. Shulin long presses the second skill at the earliest opportunity, but Yama swallows Beast path whole, forcing invincibility and evading Xiao Shi's assault. Shulin's failed attempt leaves him frustrated, abandoning any pretense of deception. Immediately as Xiao Shi's second skill reaches its terminal position, he deploys the Serpent Cage again. This time he does not switch skills, and the skill cooldown of Peak Xiao Shi is not so exaggerated as to exceed 20 seconds. Therefore, the cooldown aligns perfectly with the previous cage. A loss of momentum often begins with a single error, as with Shulin here. As a veteran Wandering Pain player, Shulin instantly regrets casting the Serpent Cage. As feared, the worst-case scenario unfolds. Beast path, emerging from Yama's mouth, immediately summons the Three-Headed Hound. The Three-Headed Hound is a disarm counter skill. If it detects an enemy attack during its release, it splits into 3 coordinated strikes. However, its counter range is limited and lacks y-axis tracking. Yet when facing Xiao Shi, who is still slightly advancing along the same x-axis, the Hound detects the Serpent Cage attack and promptly counterattacks. The cage at its endpoint captures Beast path, but Xiao Shi himself is struck by the Three-Headed Hound. Du Chun instantly substitutes, maintaining Beast path's stable combo. Once the second skill cooldown refreshes, he switches back to Hell path, sustaining the combo until the Heavenly path's first skill replenishes chakra. Du Chun now feels fortunate for not having used the Heavenly path skill earlier for damage. The reason is straightforward. Heavenly path's skill is slow and deals low damage, lacking the directness of Azura and Human paths. The Wandering Pain's damage is insufficient for a normal kill. Shulin's Xiao Shi still retains a third substitute opportunity, but Du Chun has no intention of granting that third chance. Xiao Shi's substitute remains with 7 seconds left, and his health is just over half of 3 health beans, roughly estimated at 850,000. The ultimate is reserved for the finishing blow, more than sufficient. Starburst, Celestial Annihilation Slash. The ultimate's early frames are substitutable. After the 5th second, with the appearance of the Earth Explosion Star animation, substitution is no longer possible. In our presence, scheming is futile. 2 substitutes are cleanly eliminated. On Shulin's side, Xiao Shi manages only 1 Serpent Cage damage before succumbing. This was achieved even amidst the disrupted rhythm of being replaced. Unlike Remus' calm acceptance, Shulin was unusually agitated. One might even say he was emotionally breached. Normally, no matter how badly he lost, he would never be this restless. The root cause was nothing more than the use of the ninja known as Jichun Jidu. Drifting Pain. This was Shulin's most prized operative ninja. Perhaps not as skilled as Akatsuki Snake, nor as steady as Chao Gu, but Shulin had produced countless highlights using Drifting Pain, investing even more time in practice and refinement than Akatsuki Snake and Chao Gu combined. For Drifting Pain was synonymous in players' minds with the ultimate weapon. Now, how was this ultimate weapon wielded in the hands of Jichun Jidu? And yet, he had pierced through Shulin's Akatsuki Snake. It was as if mocking him directly. See? Drifting Pain in my hands can unleash equal strength. It was as though Shulin's tens of thousands of hours of refinement had been rendered futile. Such a vast contrast was not something everyone could calmly accept. Shulin had never felt so desperate to win. Was it merely to prove that his efforts had not been in vain? Probably so. Pain's 6 paths Drifting Wanderer versus Pain's Deva Path Chao. Round 2. The battle commenced. At the outset, Shulin tightened his nerves, ready to counter any sudden frontal assault by Drifting Pain. When a figure flashed before him, there it was. Bang! The sound of Shinra Tensei. Shulin's reaction was top-notch, but now it relied more on experience. He must have witnessed countless times how enemies attempting to rush in were repelled. Yet this time, things were different. This was a drifting pain opening move he had neither anticipated nor seen before. The animal path stood unwavering on Chao's face. No knockback? No. It was a zero-frame shield activation. Subskill Hungry Ghost Path. Secondary skill Animal Path. A standard two-stage opening jump. Immediately, whether by prediction or reflex, Shulin followed up with a small Shinra Tensei. The animal path did not get knocked away as expected. Subskill Ceiling Technique Absorption. The Hungry Ghost Path S subskill was activated. As an auxiliary path, the Hungry Ghost Path S subskill had no wind-up or recovery time. Once pressed, it appeared instantly. Summoning Technique Three-Headed Dog. The three-headed dog seized the moment of Shulin's unpreparedness, directly securing the opening advantage for Du Chun. At this point, countless top-tier drifting pain players, including Shulin himself, twisted their faces in frustration. They were itching to organize a ninja world war on the spot to challenge Du Chun. But on the other side, Feng Shen presented a different scene. Feng Shen, departing from his usual calm demeanor, seemed somewhat excited. Here it comes. Shield and Dog, this is the most ingenious playstyle. This is the move I have been anticipating for a long time. After that day's match, Feng Shen had pondered repeatedly how to counter drifting pain's shield and dog opening. Whether in training camps or scrimmages with teammates, Feng Shen personally tried executing drifting pain's shield stand and dog tactic. Yet all his teammates gave the same verdict. Unbeatable. Having succeeded with this move many times, Feng Shen concluded, this move is truly formidable. The inventor of this tactic is a genius. Feng Shen spoke with keen interest. Indeed, don't you all think this opening is quite clever? It can initiate the offense, evade damage when retreating, and if the opponent uses a skill, the three-headed dog can split and relentlessly chase. Frankly, this is the most perfect opening strategy I've seen so far. Upon hearing this, countless fans metaphorically died on the spot. Feng Shen, regarded as a paragon of skill, had said what? How are we supposed to accept such words? What a joke! Feng Shen has already taken the form of Jichun Jidu. So terrifying. This is what skill looks like? Opening with a two-stage jump onto the enemy's face, then activating shield and dog. So skillful and masterful. Don't underestimate Jichun Jidu. At least his speed of switching is quite fast. Many viewers opened their mouths to curse but saw the last comment and immediately cooled down. Fast switching? Was that really a commendable strength? Yet, if this praise were applied to Jichun Jidu, it seemed to be the only aspect of his play that showcased any real skill. After this match concluded, Shulin was left bewildered. The dropped slug replenished drifting pain's entire health deficit of less than 800,000 throughout the match. This was an unbearable, unacknowledged truth. He had lost utterly. Throughout the entire game, he never saw Jichun Jidu utilize the upper three paths to initiate. At most, they were switched out to release skills during damage phases. The opening inevitably involved Shield and Dog, countered by the King of Hell, and the first move could also be the King of Hell. Shulin felt uneasy. Gazing out the window, he contemplated going downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. Yet, his dazed expression was visible to every viewer. Their emotions laid bare. Watching the messages about Shulin in the chat, Feng Shen's expression grew complex. Shulin, he really had it rough this match. I understand his feelings. When I lost to Jichun, I also wanted to criticize. Drifting pain is not played like this. I even tried to find excuses afterward, bad form, not using a simulator, and so on. But in reality, I just lost, and it was impossible to win on my first encounter. Because this is the optimal opening for drifting pain. Time will prove the strength of drifting pain's lower three paths. At this moment, Feng Shen seemed like a senior mentor, earnestly guiding Shulin out of drifting pain's shadow. Yet whether these words were right or wrong remained a subject of debate among the audience. Indeed, as Feng Shen said in the end, only time could validate the truth. Returning to the schedule, the two commentators briefly discussed the match. Commentator Xiao Bao. There are still quite a few viewers online disappointed, not seeing Jichun execute the expected drifting pain operations. Commentator Xiao Lai. But in fact, Jichun does not favor switching to the upper three paths. He seems to have a particular fondness for the lower three. Nonetheless, it was still a very exciting three-path duel. Both commentators completely ignored the scrolling chat message. Where's the excitement? Commentator Xiao Bao, indeed. Let us congratulate Jichun on accomplishing the feat of 1 against 3. Next, there will be a substitution with Feng Wan Jichun's second position player, the Prodigy, taking the stage. Commentator Xiao Lai. The Prodigy has performed brilliantly in previous matches. His sea ninjas are truly outstanding. His opponent will be the Little Pigeon from the Monster Association. Commentator Xiao Bao. Speaking of which, both the Prodigy and Little Pigeon are among the youngest competitors in this Fire Sound Cup. Commentator Xiao Lai. Yes, both are gifted youths. Let us see who is superior. Little Pigeon had already entered the interface, but a special situation arose on Prodigy's side. Wait, there's a problem here. An anxious voice from Prodigy came through the comms. What's wrong? Feng Xin and 5G asked in unison. Every word from Prodigy was accompanied by crackling electric interference. The voice stuttering like a potato straining. All right, 5G inquired. Is the mic broken? No reply came from Prodigy. As the first player, Little Pigeon held the right to ban and pick first. In the comms, teammates urged, ban New Hope first. Ban New Hope. And also that little squad leader Prodigy is very proficient with those 2 sea ninjas. Little Pigeon. Am I supposed to avoid his sharp edge? Little Pigeon banned a Six-Tails Naruto. The Monster Association Team's voices fell silent, showing respect for Little Pigeon's choice. Prodigy held nothing back, banning Gold Naruto, then banning a drifting Conan. These 2 ninjas were Little Pigeon's regular picks. At this point, Little Pigeon explained over comms. I'm not afraid of sea ninjas. Seeing that his 3 teammates said no more, Little Pigeon thought for a moment and still banned a little squad leader. New Hope was released. Little Pigeon would never pick New Hope, instead selecting a very suitable ninja from the roster for the first position. The second Suchigage. A formidable ninja roster embodying both strength and intricate mechanics. The Prodigy indeed selected a fresh Shinki. Little Dove was indifferent. When it was his turn to choose the last 2 ninjas, Little Dove supplemented with Kinsu and New Spring Itachi. Commentator Xiao Lai. In terms of ninja selection, Little Dove did not pick Gold or Silver Horn, but these 3 ninjas clearly hold an advantage compared to the Prodigy's lineup. Commentator Xiao Bao. It all depends on whether the Prodigy's Shinki can make an impact. After all, Shinki's skill range isn't as extensive as Wu's. Commentator Xiao Lai. At the start here, Little Dove's Wu is assigned Dust Release. It's a pity he didn't get the opening move. Commentator Xiao Bao. Is the Prodigy going to press forward on this wave? He tries to capitalize on Wu's recovery animation to suppress the Eightfold Fire, but unfortunately, the Eightfold Fire tracks onto Wu's clone instead. Commentator Xiao Lai. Little Dove retracts the clone and uses Earth Release Sliding Tackle to advance, but Shinki deploys a shield to block the attack. Little Dove's failure to seize the opening puts him at a slight disadvantage. Commentator Xiao Bao. Wu's scattering attack missed. Shinki's first skill followed by a basic attack secures the opening. After the opening, Shinki's combo clearly whiffs. What happened? Can this wave still protect? The Prodigy's Shinki is visually impressive, but during this critical combo phase, he completely missed. The 5G team, unable to contain their frustration, let out a shout in the mic. Wind God frowned slightly. The Prodigy's form seemed off. In the game, the Prodigy executed extreme dodging maneuvers, relying on skillful control to recover the tempo gap. Only after narrowly reclaiming the opening did the Prodigy respond. Prodigy. Sorry, my phone is locked at 60 frames per second. Really sorry. 5G was stunned. Phone locked at 60 frames? What does that mean? 5G placed his hands on the keyboard, bewildered. Prodigy. My phone was running a live stream and voice chat in the background, and it got a bit hot while charging just now. It seems my phone's cooling is dead. 5G suddenly understood. So it's literal? Phone? 60 frames? 5G fell silent. When was the last time anyone played Naruto on a 60-frame phone? That must have been ages ago. Even Wind God was momentarily speechless. So can you still play now? After a delay, the Prodigy's voice came through. I can play. 3 minutes later. Here's where you face reality. The Shinki ultimate skill animation appeared. Shinki? Triple penetration. Viewers unaware of the Prodigy's device situation were left puzzled, marking question marks in the chat. Triple penetration with a C-rank ninja is still too extravagant. Meanwhile, within the Windplay G Pure team, having just heard the voice chat, it was known that the Prodigy achieved Shinki's triple penetration on a 60-frame phone, which only made it seem more astonishing. Watching the Prodigy secure the triple penetration and win the match unscathed, Wind God smiled. From this perspective, the Prodigy is truly an extraordinary force. If he expands his ninja pool in the future, he might well become an indiscriminate world-class player. The Prodigy is only 16, with limitless potential over the next 2 years. In 2 years' time, he is bound to shine brilliantly. As for why Wind God has no intention to recruit him, the reason is simple. On one hand, young prodigies like Little Dove and the Prodigy often resist club constraints. They tend to prefer participating in platform tournaments or streaming. Among these gifted youths, many are still students prioritizing their studies. On the other hand, although very young players receive club invitations more often than not, veterans who have already established professional strength and are 18 or older remain more sought after. Youthfulness is advantageous for esports, but not always so in the CN region. The rule that one must be 18 to compete is not a CN League regulation but a national anti-addiction policy. This also explains why Wind God is so invested in Du Chun turning professional but indifferent toward the Prodigy. If Du Chun joins HSG, there's a high probability he de-start alongside Wind God. If it's the Prodigy, He'd likely have to stay in the youth training camp until adulthood before he can compete. By then, Wind God isn't sure if he'd still be a starter. But thinking about this now is premature. The Wind Play G Pure team swept the Monster Association with an absolute advantage of 40 points, directly securing advancement. Today's matches no longer involved Wind Play G Pure. 5G laughed. After the prize money is settled, the prodigy should get himself a better device. On the second day of the playoffs, the team led by Silver Belt closed out the M13 match, aiming for the championship. February 9th, 2026. An ordinary Monday. Also, the day of the On Fire Cup finals. After yesterday's matches, many spectators learned under what conditions the prodigy managed the C-rank Ninja S triple penetration. IQ phone at 60 frames versus a 5090 graphics card at 240 frames. After the match, the prodigy was immediately dubbed the IQ God. Streaming and voice chatting simultaneously while plugged into the charger, it was like the phone was being exploited as a slave. Fortunately, it was only frame-locked, not exploding on the spot. Credit to IQ's quality control. Coincidentally, the Prodigy's fan list included a PC building blogger. With that blogger's help, the Prodigy selected a computer. At least streaming and voice chat could now be handled by the PC, yielding much better results. Still, he was in no hurry to replace his phone. The Prodigy explained he feared that switching devices would affect his tactile feel and thus his performance. After repeatedly warning the Prodigy never to play while charging again, the three members of Wind Play G Pure finally felt somewhat reassured. Arriving at the finals. Before the match began, the online viewership was already close to yesterday's peak. Yesterday was Sunday. Today was Monday. The weekday popularity was even higher than the weekend. This perfectly illustrated how many were focused on the On Fire Cup finals. Previous matches could be watched in replay, but the finals demanded witnessing the outcome live. M14 Shield Director Team versus Wind Play G Pure Team. The much-anticipated showdown had finally arrived. Who was stronger, the Shield Director or Wind Play G Pure? The debate had raged ever since the On Fire Cup began. Online discussions varied widely, with the mainstream opinions being Shield Director's Little Gods and Xiaozhi were prodigies. Ji Chun and Shuai Xing consistently defeated 5G. Luo Yu was probably behind Wind God. Another view. 5G's Little Dog was scared stiff facing Xiao Xin? How would Wind Play G Pure handle starting one man short? Before the battle, in the team voice chat, 5G said he wanted to gamble. Teammates asked what he was betting on. 5G said he wanted to bet that Xiao Xin wouldn't be in the first position. Then 5G lost the bet. Looking at Xiao Xin bearing the ID Soul Hall Lord Xiao Xin, 5G once again displayed his talent for instant mood swings. This lifetime was doomed to be at odds with Soul Hall. Once a sniper in his early days, 5G now, after gaining fame, was forced onto the path of being targeted himself. Commentator Xiao Bao. Congratulations to Shield Director's team for scoring the first point. Among the spectators, Good Morning was laughing heartily. Soul Hall. Give everyone a chicken leg today. The number 2 prodigy stepped onto the stage. IQ God appeared, carrying his IQ phone. Battery, 91%. Memory, 78%. Temperature, 22 degrees Celsius. Frame rate, 120. Moreover, the phone was no longer burdened by live streaming and voice chat running in the background. IQ unleashed its utmost performance. Even though the prodigy was banned from using Little Captain and Shinki, he still managed to break through Xiao Shun with the skillful play of Six-Tails Naruto. This was a vindication for Little Dove. Even if he lost to Xiaozhi afterward, it would not be shameful. The prodigy replaced Xiaozhi's 2 national team ninjas and gave his all. The score between Shield Director and Wind Play G Pure reached 21 in favor of the former. Yet Shuai Xing's face bore no smile. Those who truly desire victory do not grin. Now only Wind God and Ji Chun remained as the toughest opponents. Even Shield Director's fans dared not prematurely pop champagne. On Wind Play G Pure's side, the starting roster had been decided before the match. The third position was to be taken by Wind God. After these days of On Fire Cup competition, Wind God's previously chaotic state had stabilized considerably. At this moment, he had already reverted to the absolutely composed superstar of the CN region from the all-round world tournament. The third martial arts match. Wind God versus Xiaozhi. Wind God selected Senju Tobarama in the first slot, which frightened Xiaozhi into quickly choosing the armored Nagatsuru. Nagatsuru held the advantage over Tobarama, as both occupied the armored slot and Nagatsuru was more reliable in sustaining pressure. However, considering that his opponent was Wind God and that Tobarama was one of Wind God's signature ninjas, Xiaozhi's confidence immediately waned by half. Next, Wind God picked the second slot Ninja Inoki from the Ninja World War era. Ninja War Inoki. Du Chun exclaimed in surprise. Impressive, Wind God. You actually know that ninja too. Du Chun hadn't initially considered that Wind God could counter ordinary players using Ninja War Inoki. Yet this counterchain indeed held true, though the ninja was rather obscure, which explained Du Chun's astonishment. Once the match began, Wind God revealed his stats and applied slight pressure to bait Xiaozhi's sword out. After luring out the sword, Tobarama's first skill was triggered off-screen and swiftly detonated, tricking the ordinary player's armored stance into revealing itself. When Xiaozhe, infuriated and embarrassed, attempted to press forward, Wind God toyed with him using exquisite positioning and control. The all-round champion's stats were terrifyingly high. Senju Tobarama, with a disadvantageous attribute, took down the ordinary player. In the second round, Wind God maintained stable performance, equipping Tobarama with another ninja. At least it wasn't too oppressive. Wind God had no intention of exploiting the infinite toast to the general trait. When it came to Xiaozhe's third slot, Wind God slightly eased up, letting Tobarama go and summoning the second slot ninja War Inoki. Having defeated Tobarama, Xiaozhe exhaled in relief, only to promptly realize that his demise was imminent. Yielding 2 slots for 1 was Wind God's virtue. Thus, following the nightmare of 5G Puppy's little god, Xiaozhe was also thoroughly dismantled. The score was drawn evenly at 2-2. The third member of the Shield Director team, Luo Yu, stepped onto the stage. Luo Yu was a professional player from a standard martial arts background, distinct from Wind God, who competed on 2 fronts. Yet, as a professional, Luo Yu shared a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Xiao Hao, and Wind God, being Xiao Hao's teammate, was naturally familiar with him. Just as the match commenced, Wind God chuckled live in his stream. Luo Yu, sometimes effort and choice are equally important. Luo Yu, naturally unable to hear, selected the ninja Edo Tobarama, his specialty. Seeing this, Wind God quickly amended his words. But sometimes, choice surpasses effort. Art is an explosion. Ha! Edo Tobarama appeared. Second slot ninja. Mechanical Naruto in his initial form. Du Chun laughed. Whoa! 2 sky pilots have arrived. Realizing the implications, Du Chun added, picking 2 flying ninjas in a row. Wind God is really trying to counter the dead 2. The few ninjas that could effectively counter Edo Tobarama were gone. And the Air Force's Mamashiki Shinana was also banned, ironically by Luo Yu himself. After much deliberation, Luo Yu chose the second slot ninja Hiriko, the inheritor of the will of fire. Du Chun's eyes lit up. Hiriko? Not a bad idea. Using Hiriko to counter the Air Force. The counter relationships in the martial arts match were highly intricate. Hiriko's second skill posed a significant threat to the Air Force, countering Edo Tobarama while also not fearing mechanical Naruto's locking ability. Choosing Hiriko indeed reflected Luo Yu's martial arts mindset. But the question remained. Did the dead 2 not have armored stance? Du Chun asked skeptically. Hiriko was bound to armor, so the dead 2 had to opt for other secret scrolls. This match was highly anticipated as well. Luo Yu's dead 2 ultimately chose the wind-killing formation to strengthen against the Air Force. Fortunately, Wind God's superior skill prevented Edo Tobarama from being swallowed by the dead 2. On the contrary, Luo Yu's Hiriko performed admirably, consecutively piercing through 2 Air Force members. Wind God found himself at a disadvantage, but his safety net was the armored slot, chubby baby Otsutsuki Kinshiki. This ninja might be aesthetically unappealing, but his potential was widely recognized. Wind God had the advantage of summoning. With 2 summons in hand, chubby baby quickly caught up and eliminated Luo Yu's last 2 ninjas. Wind God secured the 3rd point for the Wind Play G Pure team with a commanding 80 health advantage, overtaking the Shield Director team. The Shield Director team's final player and leader, Shuai-Xing, appeared. Facing Wind God's double slot strategy, Shuai-Xing reliably pulled out a scattered Aoi Mizukage to counter. Unlike Du Chun's frosty Aoi Mizukage dogged pursuit, Shuai-Xing's scattered Aoi Mizukage was genuinely formidable. Typically, the skeleton-type Aoi Mizukage and scattered Aoi Mizukage neutralize each other. Whoever errs falls behind. But the skeleton form was no longer present. Wind God pondered for a long time before selecting his ninja, Konohamaru from Boruto. Wind God's Konohamaru carried the scattered form. During the match, Shuai-Xing's Aoi Mizukage launched the first skill Flying Thunder God, sealing 3 sides. After sealing, the main body pressed the field with a Shadow Clone Rasengan, while Shuai-Xing used Flying Thunder God's second stage to swiftly evade. Shuai-Xing sought to pressure with a strong normal attack from Flying Thunder God, but Wind God timed it perfectly, immediately switching Konohamaru's form to staff with the substitution key. Monkey and Konohamaru formed an oblique angle, using the skill body to block Aoi Mizukage's strong normal attack. Unlike the new water-strong normal attack that could break skill bodies directly, Aoi Mizukage's strong normal attack could only break skill bodies upon a successful counter. Moreover, when Monkey transformed into a staff, he dealt a critical knockback effect. Watching this, Du Chun breathed a sigh of relief, not only because Wind God gained the initiative but more so because Konohamaru's form-switching key was still substitution. The skill-switching Konohamaru was not weak, but lacked a distinct advantage. Switching skills and forms might be exhilarating briefly, but indulging in form switching would render him a completely one-armed ninja. Had this been the peak era, substitution form switching Konohamaru would undoubtedly be stronger. A substitution duration of 10 seconds was generally acceptable, and having 2 independent cooldown skill sets was crucial. After all, Peak Konohamaru belonged to the same hellish era as the Child, Kinmei, and Dead 2 ninjas. The so-called offspring title also applied to the reincarnated Konohamaru, who was the leader of that hellish group. Back then, after being overwhelmed by Konohamaru, Silver famously remarked, "Planner Shino, if you touch a high move again, I'll abandon you." After securing the opening, Wind Goddess Konohamaru used substitution and Rasengan, intending to push Konohamaru toward the midfield. But Konohamaru's first skill was no pushover. He immediately transformed into staff and entered armored stance. The grab-deficient Aoi Mizuki's truly struggled against Konohamaru's dual skills in staff form. At this point, Du Chun's analysis of Aoi Mizuki made Shuai Xing's predicament clear. Du Chun shook his head calmly. So, Aoi Mizuki is still stronger with Frost Snow. He casually listed several advantages. Capable of initiating, countering, and kiting. Substitution Frost Snow could reliably perform triple attacks with mark insertion to unfreeze. Most importantly, it wasn't afraid of armored stance. Scattered was merely a countercard against armored stance. The real counter was our Frost Snow. Du Chun's words carried some truth, convincing many viewers who responded with a flurry of that is true. Seeing his viewpoint affirmed, Du Chun grew slightly proud and intensified his remarks. Look, with Scattered in hand, does he dare to mess with Konohamaru? The next moment, Shuai Xing used Rasengan to create distance and executed a triple attack with mark insertion on the spot. Wind Goddess Konohamaru ended his staff form, delivering a staff strike from off-screen. Shuai Xing promptly picked up the mark and performed an extreme counter. The countering Aoi Mizuki had no skill follow-up, only a normal attack counter. Wind Goddess Konohamaru immediately used Scattered to block control, not revealing any skill recovery. However, Aoi Mizuki was no pushover. After taking 2 hits of Scattered face-to-face, he countered by pushing out his own Scattered, which instead caused Konohamaru to become stiff. Du Chun was stunned. Wait, are these 2 ninjas superhuman Konohamarus? One skill chains into Secret Scroll without recovery, the other takes Scattered up close without stiffness. In truth, Aoi Mizuki's stiffness was negated by the Secret Scroll, though the interval was slightly long, making it look absurd. At this moment, Du Chun's earlier remark echoed in his mind. Look, with Scattered in hand, does he dare to mess with Konohamaru? The facts proved that not only did he dare to mess with him, but he succeeded. Facing the barrage of ridicule in the chat, Du Chun could only lament that Konohamaru wasn't carrying the reincarnation form. Fortunately, Kazakami proved to be quite formidable. After a few seconds, his substitute descended and immediately seized the advantage. Shuai Xing, paired with Panda, sought to preserve his life, but Kazakami, heedless of consequences, relentlessly applied pressure from behind. When Shuai Xing countered with his first skill, Flying Thunder God, hurling it toward Konohamaru, Kazakami deftly sidestepped beyond its range. Shuai Xing promptly relinquished control, terminating Flying Thunder God. Just as Kazakami had anticipated, he and Konohamaru activated their second skills, positioning themselves precisely where Shuai Xing's third Flying Thunder God was to land. Consequently, Qing Shui, daring to follow up with the second phase of his first skill, would collide directly with the scope of Konohamaru's second skill. Qing Shui's remaining invincibility duration was unlikely to outlast Konohamaru's skill effect. This was not without a countermeasure, however. Du Chun assumed Shuai Xing would retrieve the Flying Thunder God Kunai to provoke a defensive counterattack. Yet, Shuai Xing opted to remain stationary, launching basic attacks while inserting 2 Flying Thunder God Kunai behind him, thereby altering the landing point of Qing Shui's first skill's second phase. Du Chun remarked, "This is manageable." Shuai Xing dared not confront head-on, nor did he entertain the notion, as Du Chun had predicted, of greedily capitalizing on this momentum by relying on Flying Thunder God to defend and counterattack up close. His primary concern was Kazakami's potential to release the summoning. After all, Kazakami still held the summoning advantage. Kazakami, likewise perceiving Shuai Xing's strategy, immediately withdrew to await the cooldown of his first skill. Once it was ready, facing Qing Shui's inability to break invincibility, Kazakami activated his spin to pursue relentlessly. Seizing a moment when Qing Shui lacked any debuff marks, Kazakami struck from an extraordinary distance with his staff, securing the opening move. Shuai Xing suddenly found himself at a significant disadvantage. It was at this juncture that Du Chun reasserted his presence. As always, he emphasized that the short cooldown of Dong Shui was Qing Shui's optimal complement. What? Invincible Qing Shui? Du Chun smiled wryly. It hasn't come to that level of severity yet. Throughout the match, Kazakami maintained unyielding pressure, forcing Shuai Xing into gradual retreat. Kazakami swiftly mastered the tempo, leveraging Konohamaru's dual skill independent cooldowns and high damage to rapidly secure the kill. With Qing Shui's demise, Shuai Xing's remaining 2 ninjas were powerless to reverse the tide. Ultimately, after eliminating one of Kazakami's ninjas, Shuai Xing made a somewhat dignified exit. The Shield Captain's team was compelled to relinquish their qualification for victory. At this moment, the drunken little howler, engrossed in Panda's frantic dash, Observed the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen. Kazakami took on 3 alone? Is that for real? Holy hell, he really did 1 versus 3. Coupled with the Genius S contribution of a single point, Kazakami SG Pure Team had swept the Shield Captain S team with a score of 42. The M14 match concluded. Next came the M15 match, where the eliminated Shield Captain S team was set to vie with the Silver Sword Champion team for resurrection eligibility. Now it was the Silver Team S turn to tremble. We're facing the Shield Captain S team? Shuaixing fell into prolonged silence. He grabbed his phone from the table, shifted the live stream to his device, then turned and closed the room door behind him, leaving only these words: "You go ahead without me. I'm heading to the internet cafe now. We're back. We never left." The Shield Captain S team decisively defeated the Sword Champion team with a commanding score of 41. Although the Sword Champion team had battled their way through the losers bracket to the top 3, they had suffered multiple defeats. Moreover, their adversaries had only lost once, and that loss was to Kazakami SG Pure Team. What's more, all 4 members of the Shield Captain S team carried a palpable edge of anger, a state akin to fiery frustration. Luo Yu emerged, dismantling the purple violent professional peer, then swiftly tore through the silver team lacking the blurred ninja, followed by a third match where he triumphed over Fire Dragon Fruit Wei, Yen Hao with a 1 versus 3 feat. After Luo Yu was forced to rotate out, Little God succumbed to Mantu S appearance, which accounted for the Sword Champion Team S solitary point. However, the Shield Captain S third position soon welcomed Shuaixing, who had just arrived at the internet cafe. The equipment there paled in comparison to the top-tier computer Shuaixing had lavishly assembled himself. Yet the sensation, the atmosphere, was unmistakable. Arriving at the internet cafe, Shuaixing felt as though he had returned to his throne in old age. Wearing worn-out, inferior headphones, he felt as if he had returned to days past. He didn't even choose Qin Shui. Instead, he casually selected a standard Minato and effortlessly dismantled Mantu S 1 versus 3, reclaiming his place as a contender for the championship. After this match, the next official match would be the final. Which team would emerge as the champion of this year's Inhua Cup? It all hinged on this decisive battle. Yet before that, the Inhua Cup organizers teased the audience with a surprise. Commentator Xiao Bao announced, "Before our thrilling final, we have invited 2 special guests to engage in an exhibition match." Commentator Xiao Lai added, "Yes, everyone, please hold your excitement. These 2 guests certainly won't disappoint." "Who are the guests? Do you know?" "Zaoen, right?" He mentioned it in the group chat. The Inhua Cup players had a dedicated group chat. Zaoen, as the captain of the Roadside Sanshin team, had long revealed in the chat that he would appear as a special guest on championship night. In fact, a little diligence in querying the event organizers would have yielded the same information. As the 2 commentators unveiled the guests, the Inhua Cup official livestream S barrage reached its peak for the evening. Coke and Zaoen received a warm welcome from the online audience, especially when Coke appeared on camera, igniting a flood of messages throughout the stream. Commentator Xiao Bao, "We have invited our teacher Ko and Zaoen as the 2 special guests." Commentator Xiao Lai, "These 2 guests will each face off in a round against the Win G Pure team and the Shield Captain S team before the final. The rules were as follows. The special guests would each engage in a best-of-1 against every player from either of the 2 teams. Should a guest win at least 2 matches, the guest would be declared the victor. Otherwise, the player team would win. The matches employed a blind pick system without bans. Both sides could select their most skilled ninjas, and previously used ninjas could be chosen again. This was easily understood. After all, it was an exhibition match. Banning a guest's signature ninja would ruin the spectacle. Commentator Xiao Bao, "Next, the 2 teams and the guests will negotiate their respective opponents. Someone has to step forward instead of all showing deference." At this moment, Zaoen stepped up and declared, "I'll take on Shuaixing and his teammates." Shuaixing responded warmly, "Welcome, welcome." After connecting with the Shield Captain S team on voice, all 4 members displayed enthusiasm. Among them, Little God of the Soul Hall chuckled slyly, "Boss, don't you want me to gift you a point?" Such blatant insider talk sounded like a threat to Zaoen, whose authority as the sect leader was tenuous at best, frequently targeted by his own members. On occasion, when overwhelmed, he threatened to disband the Soul Hall on the spot. This had become routine for its members. This only fueled their desire to target him. Zaoen had been publicly shamed and forced offline multiple times by his own sect. Meanwhile, Coke directly expressed, "Okay, then I'll line up against Kazakami and his team." Following this, Coke connected to Kazakami's livestream and joined the voice chat. Coke asked, "So what's the plan? Are we just going to face off with Ninja War's Broken Face strategy?" Kazakami replied, "I'll be taking the first position with Broken Face and Toby, yes." Coke responded, "Okay, what about my starting skeleton?" Kazakami laughed, "Skeleton versus my Broken Face and Toby? You're at a bit of a disadvantage." Coke, "Fengshen, pour some water, will you? You know, melancholic men often need a victory to fill the void within their hearts." Amaterasu, Fengshen had never witnessed such a flamboyant scene before and found himself at a loss for words on the spot. He quietly fell silent and began to operate with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments appeared immediately on Fengshen's side. Here he is, the silent Gaz. Fengshen was not one to chatter excessively, but he enjoyed interacting with his audience during live streams. Although he lacked the eloquence of Coke, Gezi, Wang Hai, and others, his straightforward responses and formidable skills had garnered him a considerable following. In routine matches, Fengshen would simultaneously analyze his opponent's behavior and explain his own maneuvers. Upon gaining the upper hand, he would casually glance at the comments and respond accordingly. However, when facing formidable adversaries or instinctively feeling the need to win, Fengshen would fall silent, devoting all his focus to the game to ensure peak performance. This was how he earned the moniker Silent Gaz. Yet, this match was an obvious exception for Coke. With a vocal system akin to a lioness's roar, Coke overwhelmed Fengshen's microphone. Fengshen, unsure how to respond, was forced into his Silent Gaz state. Fengshen struck with full force, showing no mercy, suppressing Coke to the point of despair. Breaking through the defensive barrier flawlessly, he immediately ensnared Coke's ninja into the Kamui space to witness the ten-tail small hand. 3 palm strikes shattered Coke's spirit. "Commander, I am an honest man." By the third round, Coke's white mask was hit by Fengshen's barrier-breaking technique at the outset, losing half his health. Coke fully comprehended what professional-level intensity meant. His eyes glazed over as he repeatedly reminded Fengshen, "Wait, shouldn't you leave me with at least one ninja?" Fengshen suddenly realized and hastily ceased his assault, voluntarily releasing the white mask. Unfortunately, acting also required some semblance of realism. Seeing the irretrievable health loss on the white mask, Fengshen steeled himself and slapped Coke straight into the arms of the second-best player. Theoretically, Coke's skill was not lacking. He was comfortably ranked in the upper-middle tier among streamers. Yet, facing Fengshen at his peak, who showed no restraint, combined with the fact that Coke's Susanoo Sasuke had not been trained for quite some time and was likely not at its prime, Coke's initial defeat was inevitable. "So, Fengshen, what sort of punishment shall we impose?" Coke inquired. Fengshen felt a bit embarrassed. Treating a guest like a spinning top in a casual match was somewhat unkind, so he dared not propose anything too harsh. After a moment's thought, he recalled his good teammate. "Well then, how about calling the drunken little Hao badass?" This punishment was hardly severe. Coke smiled throughout as he delivered it, but little Hao, sitting in the training room slurping instant noodles while watching the live stream, was taken aback. "Little Hao, huh? What does this have to do with me?" After the match against Fengshen concluded, Coke was far from upset. On the contrary, he used Fengshen's intense pressure to regain some of his touch. What followed was not an extraordinary performance, but at least he could operate at 70% capacity. The prodigy player, on the other hand, brought out the classic Double C lineup. New key and class president. Unlike Fengshen, who had immediately bewildered Coke, the prodigy did not unleash his full strength, giving Coke an inexplicable sense of distance, as if the prodigy was toying with him. Moreover, these 2C ninjas were unfamiliar territory for many streamers, including Coke, who naturally lacked experience facing them. As Coke's backbone was about to be pierced, he suddenly grew profound. "Young man, your sword is too heavy. It's not the iron, but the grudges you bear from yesterday." Though he spoke thus, Coke had already subtly seized the advantage. Coke's voice chat was relayed from Fengshen's livestream to the team's voice channel, with inevitable delay. Yet, 5G immediately saw through this little trick. 5G laughed heartily. 666, here comes the kid's deception. The prodigy, realizing the situation, hastily tried to find rhythm with his substitute. Alas, against the seasoned Coke, the more frantic he grew, the more adept Coke became. The prodigy was inherently at a ninja disadvantage. His substitute was ruthlessly exploited by Coke, leaving him no choice but to substitute in place twice in a row. Outside Coke's vision, a 3A test position was probed, only for the prodigy to hurl a skill towards Susanoo Sasuke's location. Coke reacted swiftly. 4A Chidori Blade launched immediately. Susanoo Sasuke's basic attack struck the skill entity without control. Coke instantly followed up with a scatter, timing his next basic attack perfectly. A double sword combo. Like it, little brother? Turning around, he added a Gutsudama strike to control, then a second Gutsudama attached to the backbone, slashing down with a single blow. At midfield, he unleashed his ultimate. The prodigy's substitute still had 7 seconds left, but with less than 200,000 health remaining, the damage from the pre-ultimate grab phase was sufficient to finish him off. Feeling increasingly confident, Coke's magnetic voice poured into the microphone, unleashing his enchanting chant. Amaterasu, just that utterance. Close your eyes and who could tell if it was Sasuke or Coke shouting. Opening them, the figure before the camera was none other than Sasuke himself. In the second and third rounds, Coke's form was fully restored, even burning hot. The pressure now bore down on the prodigy player. Substitute, Susanoo Sasuke, Chidori Blade opening the stage. Starting the draw, the first move was a Gutsadama strike from outside vision. Confrontation. Susanoo Sasuke's backbone unfolded, and just standing still exerted immense pressure. In February, the prodigy's room had neither air conditioning nor heating. Cold sweat dripped down his neck as his fingers stiffened like iron. Every meticulously planned move was seen through, every gambit broken. Susanoo Sasuke suppressed him like a war god, leaving the prodigy unable to lift his head. When Susanoo Sasuke's upper limit and breathtaking maneuvers reappeared on the stage, the Kusanagi sword returned to its master. The online audience erupted collectively. Sasuke himself playing was truly a spectacle. Ultimately, Coke sealed the match with a triple kill, leaving the prodigy player defeated into a state of withdrawal. Arriving at the punishment phase. Coke. So what's the verdict? What punishment do you want? Prodigy, you decide. Coke. Do you plan to go pro in the future? Prodigy. Not sure yet, but I have the idea. Coke. How about when you win your first championship you sign my name, Coke, next to yours? Prodigy. Sure. The prodigy was delighted, feeling nothing amiss. This punishment was light in words but heavy in meaning. Championships are not easily won. Once achieved, it would guarantee Coke a fallback, an investment in the future albeit in jest. Savoring the adoration of countless viewers, Coke eagerly commenced the third exhibition match. 5G was equally enthusiastic. What's this about the new national first water? Coke sneered disdainfully, little cat. Rookie? The clash between the national first rookie and the national first backbone erupted immediately. Even Fengshen watched intently. Generally, a martial arts tournament requires players to have a deep ninja pool to engage in strategic drafting and countering, what's called responding to every move. The unrestricted mode tests the ninja pool even more rigorously. Players who master unrestricted mode are rarer than those in martial arts tournaments. Because of this, many capable streamers fail to reach professional standards due to shallow ninja pools. Yet that does not mean they lack professional level ability. Just like 5G at his peak, who had defeated many professional players, and like Little Cat Coke at his prime, whose backbone could make even Little Hao urinate twice. Their battle was extraordinarily thrilling. Moreover, it was an exhibition match without stakes, where excitement far outweighed victory or defeat. The so-called punishment was merely some light-hearted banter following the exhibition. Coke and 5G demonstrated their prowess to one another. The contest between Yoshue and Skeleton was far more riveting than any professional official match. Yet, the conclusion of the first round was steeped in drama. Susanoo Sasuke seized the momentum with a summoning, while the cat, watching the countdown approach zero, unleashed a full barrage of 4 basic attacks before teleporting away, quietly awaiting the inevitable verdict. At that very moment, 5G, who had refrained from summoning all game, revealed a sinister smile. Summoning Slug. The instant the slug appeared, the cat realized he had encountered something foul. In a panic, he executed a quick combo on the spot. But the outcome was already sealed. Yoshue claimed victory by a slight health margin. Coke was nearly losing his mind. No. How did he allow the slug to take the primary position? Since both sides were in a ranked match with blind picks, Coke had never anticipated such a devious tactic. In the second round, 5G doubled down on his treachery, summoning twice in succession to overwhelm the cat-s Hawk Sasuke. Seeing 5G's little dog revel in success, losing touch with reality, Coke summoned the white face as a last resort. With a guaranteed white face, he pierced 5G's defense with a triple strike. 5G was so exhilarated he transformed into an external heretic avatar, while Coke, showing his seasoned demeanor, remarked, "After 7 years playing Yoshue with my account S suffix, how does swapping to the nation S number 1 skeleton Coke god feel?" In the final exhibition match, Du Chun faced off against Coke, who had already secured 2 consecutive wins. Coke. What's your take, brother? Du Chun. The chat wants me to play something skillful. I 1T bully the cat. I'll pick some Sunlight Ninjas, alright? Coke. Sunlight. Huh? Okay, I'm looking forward to it. The Sunlight Ninjas Du Chun referred to were as laughable as a crooked archway. The chat was flooded with Wandering Pain players demanding revenge, claiming Du Chun had devalued Wandering Pain's worth. The 2 commentators smiled silently. Leaving the entertainment value of the exhibition to the guests and hosts was the wisest choice. Du Chun paid no heed to the chat's remarks because he genuinely intended to showcase some skill this time. For instance, his first pull in this episode was the high-tier ninja Uchiha Sasuke with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Having played Naruto for so many years, apart from Itachi of the Akatsuki who completely overturned the duel scene, Hawk Sasuke was arguably the premier human rights card in the duel arena. Without Hawk Sasuke, one wouldn't even qualify to enter the duel. Therefore, Du Chun, who usually needed 2 episodes of high-tier pulls to complete a full deck, went all in on the Hawk Sasuke pull this time, spending the full 328 to bring him home. This made Hawk Sasuke one of the ninjas Du Chun was most proficient with. After locking in Hawk Sasuke, he was free of worries. He then locked in Skeleton for the second slot, hesitated for 2 seconds on the third, and finally chose Eternal Sasuke. For secret scroll selection, Du Chun unhesitatingly assigned dispersal and dominance to Skeleton and Purple Dog in the second and third slots. As for his old comrade Hawk Sasuke, Du Chun reserved other secret scrolls for him. On the other side, Coke only slightly adjusted his summoning positions before locking in and preparing to enter the match. Du Chun also replaced his usual 3 summons with 3 clearly specialized ones. Soon, both sides locked in their lineups, and the match loading phase began. When Du Chun's primary Hawk Sasuke appeared, it immediately sparked heated discussion. Commentator Xiaobao, is that a Chakra Hawk Sasuke? Commentator Xiaolai, it's understandable that Du Chun gave dominance to Eternal Sasuke, but Chakra Hawk Sasuke? That's rather unexpected. Xiaobao, while it's not hard to guess Du Chun's intention with Chakra, considering the ninja strength of Susanoo Sasuke, isn't carrying Chakra somewhat unwise? Xiaolai, conventionally, even with dominance, Hawk Sasuke might not gain much advantage against Susanoo Sasuke. I'm actually eager to see what miracles Chakra Hawk Sasuke might create. From Xiaolai's words, it was evident he favored Du Chun. Despite Xiaolai's prophetic tone, few viewers cared much. Their thoughts aligned surprisingly well. Perhaps they truly shared Xiaolai's anticipation for Chakra Hawk Sasuke. Round 1. The battle commenced. Du Chun. Let me clarify, my Hawk Sasuke only has 2 skills plus 1 ultimate. 2 skills plus 1 ultimate? That's standard for most ninjas? Before Coke could fully process Du Chun's statement, a shadow streaked across his vision. Coke barely had time to press his secret scroll when his Eternal Sasuke was pinned against the wall. What was this? An opening combo? Is this the fruit of 3 years of training? Pinned upon meeting, Coke frantically hammered the substitution button. However, substitution was unresponsive during capture, and he had no intention to substitute at this moment. Du Chun executed basic attack combos with absolute steadiness. Seeing no hint of baiting substitution, Coke abandoned other thoughts. The panda summoned in the primary slot was his counterbalance. As soon as Skeleton's substitution ended, he activated Susanoo, imposing pressure while preparing to counter any backhand summoning. In truth, Du Chun's move was indeed a counter-summon, but the summon was neither a typical panda nor, like 5G's Cunning Slug in the primary slot, something unconventional. It was the summoning of Toad Dragon. What on earth was that? Without a second thought, Coke slashed outward. Du Chun's primary summon appeared to Coke as a bright yellow toad spraying water at him. Coke couldn't recall the toad's name but wasn't unfamiliar with the summon. Being entangled by this creature meant losing mobility, and its range along the x-axis was considerable. Coke immediately labeled this yellow toad in his mind. The next moment, Amaterasu, Hawk Sasuke let out a roar, locking onto the Susanoo Sasuke before him. Coke, still hesitating whether to summon, had no time to think now. Summoning Panda. Yet it was to no avail. Hawk Sasuke's 3-stage ultimate grabbed the panda and, combined with the Toad Dragon, maximized damage. However, Hawk Sasuke's ultimate had a significant drawback compared to Azuna's biting ultimate. It couldn't break long-lasting dominant states. The previously summoned Toad Dragon wasn't merely for cooldown reduction. Likewise, the Toad's full stack of slow effects rendered the Susanoo Sasuke, relying on dominance and prone protection, immobile. Coke moved his joystick twice back and forth, noticing Susanoo Sasuke was stuck, swaying in place as if frozen. Good grief, he thought. Realizing he couldn't move, Coke sought an opportunity to act. He prepared to use Kagutsuchi to catch Hawk Sasuke's ultimate recovery frames. But Du Chun had already prepared, firmly pressing the secret scroll slot to ensure he could deploy chakra as soon as Hawk Sasuke's ultimate recovery ended. Kagutsuchi's attack had few hits and was insufficient to catch the ultimate's recovery frames. Du Chun's Hawk Sasuke smoothly chained into chakra, then swiftly into Chidori Blade. The invincibility frames of Chidori Blade dodged Susanoo Sasuke's second Kagutsuchi attack and inflicted stagger. At this moment, Susanoo Sasuke's substitution was still cooling down. Du Chun was slightly exhilarated. After many years, he once again executed this combo in actual combat, the Chidori Blade combination. Susanoo Sasuke was pinned against the wall once more. Witnessing this, Coke could only rage helplessly. Du Chun coldly followed up. Do you like the suffocating grip of a python? The brutal lightning release damage left Susanoo Sasuke severely battered. After this burst of momentum, Susanoo Sasuke had less than 600,000 health remaining. What a rapid damage tempo. Before the commentators could express their amazement, Susanoo Sasuke's substitution timer was already counting down. Coke unhesitatingly substituted out. With dispersal and 1 skill in hand, there was no reason for his Susanoo Sasuke not to substitute. Yet Du Chun was also calculating the substitution timing of Susanoo Sasuke. During this match, Du Chun unleashed the most skillful maneuver of the entire game with his movement. As long as he could outlast Susanoo Sasuke's substitution time, he would have the advantage. Faced with Yakuza's unexpected vertical movement, Coke immediately sensed danger and hurriedly followed with a substitution technique to disperse the attack. However, Susanoo Sasuke's substitution was on the mid-lower lane, while Yakuza had already moved vertically to the upper lane, leaving more than a full body length of distance along the y-axis. Although the dispersal technique was initiated, it was clearly unrealistic to follow up with a regular attack. Coke had no time to hesitate. He quickly activated his exoskeleton on the spot, preparing for a decisive slash. 1 second later, the outcome was revealed. The good news: Susanoo executed the slash. The bad news: Yakuza's will was resolute, recovering from the stagger before Susanoo's attack landed. Even worse news: I'm about to be devoured. Burned out completely. Susanoo, having extended the slash over a considerable distance, was promptly grabbed back by the enlarged Yakuza standing still. Amaterasu. The exhibition match welcomed a mad dog whose Sasuke possessed only 2 skills plus an ultimate move. Yet, nobody mentioned that both of his skills were Chidori blades, and among them, one Chidori blade was so powerful it could pin opponents to the wall and discharge electricity. In the second round, it was an internal battle of Yakuza. Coke was also a skilled Yakuza player, well aware that internal Yakuza duels required patience. 3 seconds passed. Watching the Yakuza darting erratically before his eyes, Coke couldn't resist probing with a Chidori blade, but nothing followed afterward. Upon seeing Coke's Yakuza Chidori blade thrust forward, Do-chun's Yakuza countered with a reverse combination technique. Path coverage. Just like the previous round's Susanoo Sasuke ending in the same fate, this time Coke's Yakuza was also pinned to the wall. Coke's humiliation was palpable. Getting caught off guard by Susanoo Sasuke was one thing, but losing the initiative in a Yakuza internal fight? Unbearable. Unable to tolerate it, Coke immediately substituted down to counterattack. His Yakuza's secret scroll granted him super armor. This was a victory. 1 victory for me, 0 for the opponent, that's 2 victories. 2 victories for me, 0 for the opponent, that's 3 victories. Victory accumulated steadily, spiraling upward, and Coke's thoughts boiled down to one phrase: the advantage is mine. Substitution followed by a regular attack caught the pure Yakuza's recovery lag. Pure Yakuza immediately substituted down as well. Coke's Yakuza instantly activated super armor. Do-chun. Summoning. Summoning the 2 tails. He threw it directly onto Coke's Yakuza, relentlessly clawing at his face. Coke was shocked. How do you have the 2 tails in your second slot? His startled voice echoed through the Wind God's livestream room, reaching the 4-person voice chat of Fengwan-chun, albeit with delay and some distortion. Yet Do-chun effortlessly understood what Coke was surprised about. In response, Do-chun replied calmly, I have comprehended the Yakuza scripture. Coke looked up, only to realize his own second slot was also the 2 tails, then asked, You didn't bring Panda? Do-chun, who told you Panda must be in the first 2 summoning slots? Coke burst into laughter from anger. Do-chun showed no mercy and pressed chakra to unleash his ultimate. Experts might save skills, hold on to 4 beans, conserving these valuable resources for the next wave. But Do-chun believed those players were mistaken. He had only one approach. Ultimate lands followed by a combo, beautifully dealing 1,500,000 damage. Coupled with a starting combo, Coke's Yakuza's health had already dropped to 35. Do-chun's pure player's combo twisted Coke's expression in frustration. After a quick substitution, pure Yakuza turned to leave. Coke, you can't leave. Coke immediately mimicked Do-chun and launched a combo to greet him. This time it was Do-chun's Yakuza who got pinned to the wall. Do-chun? Have you never won playing this pure? Coke, you still have the nerve to say that to me? Do-chun, is that even comparable? Coke tried to save face in his own livestream, but seeing the screen filled with "is that even comparable?" left him utterly perplexed. What is not comparable? The audience quickly answered Coke's question. Because your name doesn't have pure in it. Coke was relieved. Indeed, the purity was literally written in the name. How could he compete with pure purity? He immediately admitted defeat. I admit I was wrong. Do-chun, your attitude is not sincere. Punishment is due. Do-chun had been clutching his substitution all along, but hadn't dared to substitute because the skill cooldown wasn't ready. Now Coke's Yakuza was in a vacuum period, and Do-chun's cooldown had finished. The strategy was straightforward. Do-chun substituted down, then used the second skill Chidori blade to strike Coke's Yakuza. 2 follow-up regular attacks led to an immediate combo. The combo damage was fully applied, and Coke's Yakuza was nailed to the wall. Do-chun's Yakuza had triumphed over 2 opponents. Coke scratched his head in obvious frustration, nearly at his wit's end. Being technically defeated thrice, he accepted the truth. Just like the first round against the Wind God, when you simply can't win, what else can you do? After these 2 rounds, Coke finally understood the mindset of those who lost to pure. Throughout the entire match, he never let go of the Chidori blade. What else could he do? Coke still wore a smile, but his complexion had turned a dark purplish red. Several prominent comments caught his attention. Little cat is so cute, cheeks all flushed. Who stole my dragon fruit? The boy's blush speaks louder than 1,000 words. Coke in history, didn't you also not use Chidori blade? Coke pondered for a moment. Did I not use Chidori blade? Upon reflection, he recalled the opening wave of Chidori blade and a combo right after substitution. He suddenly realized and promptly corrected himself. Hey, I was testing. Yakuza ninjas should definitely use Chidori Blade. Facing the bottom seed, Coke could only place his hopes on his old friend, White Mask. Loading phase of the third round. Du-chun. Co-prison history prays to the heavens, only to be answered by his former self. Coke. Who is speaking? Recognizing Du-chun's voice, Coke added, I'm not giving away any ninjutsu scrolls. Du-chun. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Round 3. The battle begins. Du-chun spontaneously conceived a clever idea at the start. 59 seconds. Chidori sharp spear. Yakuza's lightning release thrusts forward. Coke immediately reacted, but not with a first skill nor a secret scroll. Instead, he used the second skill, Kamui, deploying it in reverse to grab towards the corner. In the live stream, viewers familiar with White Mask easily recognized that reverse Kamui was the best counter to displacement. Especially when facing Yakuza's Chidori Blade with its long invincibility frames. Reverse Kamui's grab success rate was significantly higher than the forward release. Though he narrowly dodged the lightning strike of Chidori sharp spear thanks to Kamui's initial blur effect, Coke was deeply displeased by Pure's untrustworthy tactics. He angrily questioned, I thought you only knew how to use Chidori Blade? What's this Chidori sharp spear nonsense? Du-chun laughed and replied, This is called all is fair in war, old man. Hearing Du-chun call him old man, Coke immediately snapped. Kamui had just enhanced the first skill, so Coke operated White Mask to launch the enhanced flame fan Great Fire right towards Yakuza. 2 fiery tornadoes swiftly approached. Du-chun timed it perfectly. Using Chidori Blade's long invincibility frames, he pierced through the wide coverage of the twin flame fan Great Fires. Oh! He went right through. 5G. Watching the operation reach its climax, couldn't he help but feel exhilarated. Meanwhile, Coke tapped Uchiha's counter. White Mask assumed a defensive posture at the far end of Chidori Blade's landing point. I only drink milkshakes. The counter triggered successfully. White Mask teleported behind Yakuza, poised to strike back. Uchiha's counter is a pseudo-time stop. Theoretically, if the adversary is in the midst of a skill or attack recovery phase, cannot interrupt the skill. Yet, the duel arena distinguishes between first player and second player. For instance, second player Sasuke can activate his ultimate and seamlessly follow up with Chidori Blade, whereas the first player might at most graze a beam to provide protection. Similarly, the second player Kamui can execute an infinite 3-attack push. Fundamentally, the distinction between first and second player pertains to priority handling. The first player processes actions with precedence, while the second player processes them with delay. Therefore, when it comes to skill counters or secret scrolls, the first player often holds the upper hand. For example, when the second player's White Mask deflects the first player's ninja, the first player might be able to counter with something, but this mechanism is somewhat uncontrollable, as it involves the underlying logic of potatoes. However, in the current scenario with Sasuke, the Chidori Blade's hit detection triggers at the attack's terminal phase, that is to say, Sasuke himself has already completed his recovery. At this moment, White Mask's deflect counterchases. Regardless of whether Sasuke is first or second player, there is a possibility of interrupting the secret scroll or summoning. Hence, Amaterasu. Secret scroll? Summoning? Du-chun opts to unleash the ultimate directly. Coke tilts his head slightly, slowly drawing a question mark. Hey, what the hell? Did the sand shield just vanish? After watching the pure Sasuke's ultimate tearing into the opponent and glancing at the substitute in his hand, Coke finds himself momentarily indecisive, realizing he has fallen into a predicament difficult to resolve. If he uses the substitute, landing without a skill or secret scroll leaves him vulnerable. If he refrains, does he have to endure nearly 1,000,000 points of ultimate damage? Even battle-hardened Coke is stunned at this juncture, not merely worried about the immediate situation. He suddenly perceives that as an adversary, the pure-style Sasuke's approach is inhuman, always selecting the most vexing, hardest-to-counter tactic from various strategies, relentlessly pursuing and tearing at him. Coke's head aches from the torment inflicted by the pure Sasuke. Ultimately, he chooses a compromise, using the substitute during the latter stage of the ultimate. When Sasuke's ultimate reaches its final phase, the substitute appears, sparing him from taking the full brunt of damage, while also attempting to prompt Hakimi's intervention, hoping to catch Sasuke's recovery. At this moment, Coke laments that his number 2 summoning is not a combo-intensive beast. As Sasuke's ultimate concludes, Coke watches the two tails fly by, sinking into prolonged silence. The reality proves that hoping to catch the recovery is but a fool's dream. Far from catching the recovery, even Hakimi's flight veers off course. Du-chun effortlessly follows with a secret scroll chakra check. Having regained 2 ultimate points, Sasuke maneuvers to evade Hakimi's breath attack, then resumes the relentless pursuit of Coke's White Mask. Coke is nearly torn apart by the pure youngster before him. Coke! Seriously, you still dare chase me? My Kamui is almost ready, and you still dare chase me? 1 second later, okay Kamui, this is your own doing, fine. Coke's expression turns cold as he pivots to unleash Kamui directly towards Sasuke's position. Sasuke's Chidori Spear has also cooled down. Normally, as a ranged skill clashing against White Mask's Kamui, Chidori Spear would hold the advantage. However, White Mask possesses the ability to grab Kamui mid-flight. Even if knocked back, he can draw Sasuke into Kamui's dimension first, then rise first to follow up with the Flame Fan's sweeping fire. Moreover, Chidori Spear deals single-hit damage. Simultaneous release has a significant chance of being evaded by Kamui's intangibility. In short, the advantage lies with me. Coke is supremely confident in his experience, nothing more than familiarity and practice. The situation should have unfolded as Coke anticipated, but Du-chun unexpectedly defies convention. Summoning Sarutobi, Sasuke's Chidori Spear is ready, yet he chooses to initiate with a summoning? What an unthinkable maneuver. Sarutobi's arrival disrupts White Mask's grab, seizing the initiative. Witnessing his meticulously calculated strategy thrown into chaos by Sarutobi, Coke, in a fit of rage, transforms into the Outer Path Demon statue. Coke, I really can't take this. Du-chun chuckles. Trying to predict my Chidori Spear with intangibility? Didn't I say? My Sasuke only has two skills, one is Chidori Blade, and the other is also Chidori Blade. With Sarutobi gaining the opening, Du-chun slashes once with Chidori Blade, then combos with Chidori Blade to pin White Mask against the wall before unleashing the ultimate. Amaterasu. Coke has heard Amaterasu 5 times this round already, meaning the pure Sasuke has activated the ultimate at least 5 times. What does this signify? Coke might trigger an ultimate once every 3 to 5 rounds, and even then, it might just be to check an ultimate. You absolutely cannot evade this ninjutsu. Crushed by purity, the front line streams tears of emotion. Defeated by a triple hit, Coke despairingly gazes at the ceiling. Hello, is Teacher Ko there? Du-chun's voice comes through the voice chat. Coke hears it but is still trapped in his shadow. Du-chun. Teacher Ko, show us your rogue face. Coke suddenly snaps to attention. Du-chun. Teacher Ko. Reveal your rogue, handsome visage, cover one eye with your hand, then shout Amaterasu. After Du-chun's words, the chat floods with praise. Not mere flattery, but genuine acclaim, claiming that after all the mischief, Purity has done something commendable. Yet some accuse Purity of abusing the cat, chanting, refuse animal performances. As punishment, this request is not too demanding. Coke contemplates briefly but finds he cannot utter Amaterasu, his usual catchphrase, for his spirit is shattered. The pride of the foremost Sasuke has been ground down by Purity's chakra Sasuke. Amaterasu. Finally, he forces out the phrase which incites unanimous dissatisfaction in the chat. Is that a cat's meow? What is going on? No feeling at all. Has Ko forgotten his roots? Can't even say it now. The snake 1T come out, this time the snake simply 1T come out. Coke, dejected, admits. Not to hide it from you all, I'm in a bit of a bad state right now. Coke's explanation gains no sympathy, instead triggering a wave of viewers spamming refund. Even those who just demanded refuse animal performances now clamored for refunds. Du-chun clearly realizes Coke's state is partly his doing. Out of a sense of responsibility, Du-chun ponders how to remedy the situation. Generally, soothing a cat requires a cat treat. Du-chun glances at the comment board and, fortuitously, the treat arrives. Du-chun. Thanks to 131 for the hot air balloon, thank you 131. Let us see user 114514's comment. Tell the story of Big Cutter to Coke, and he'll regain his spirit. Du-chun, really? Then I'll give it a try. Coke, listen to me. In the early years of duty, a Ronin traveled, wearing a hat and carrying a sword, his blade exuding chill. Coke frowns. Obscure and hard to understand. Du-chun. There was a red Hanya, a giant figure 2 or 3 times normal size, named Big Cutter Traveler, carrying paper, spreading stories in the marketplace. Everyone knew him, deeply moved by his bravery, naming his blade Big Cutter. Coke raises an eyebrow, somewhat familiar. Du-chun, puzzled. Still no effect? Could it be my method is wrong? At that moment, the comment board refreshes with a new message. Seeing it, Du-chun feels as though he has found a treasure. Du-chun. Thanks to MJ's Japanese translation team. Thank you, MJ. Du-chun inhales deeply. It seems the Eastern language he studied in high school can finally be put to use. In the dawn of governance, a Ronin walks. Hat and sword belt. The blade's chill drifts. Coke raises his brow. Now I see the beginning. Du-chun continues. Red Hanya, a physique 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person, named Big Cutter by the people. Traveler carries paper, spreading tales in the marketplace. All know him, moved by his courage, naming his blade Big Cutter. After hearing this, Coke springs from his chair. Whoa, enlightenment. Amaterasu, feel my anger and hatred. Amaterasu, 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 still gripping the microphone firmly. However, Du-chun's punishment originally only required Coke to recite a single line of Amaterasu, yet he ended up reciting several more lines, Not to mention gifting an ultimate technique illustration with accompanying dialogue.
Aka aka.
Still starting with a battle roar? But guess where I put my phone? Instant surrender. Made a mistake. When I was a child, after watching this episode, I couldn't bear to skip it. Human nature. Aren't you going to record the challenge? I've lost. No, who photoshopped me into a microphone? Who can edit this into a 1-hour pure enjoyment video? I'm gonna savor it at 5 times speed. A pure bystander. Feels like Sasuke if he came into the three-dimensional world would look just like this. The exhibition match between Fengwan Jichun's team and Coke has drawn to a close. Having triumphed over the genius player and 5G, Coke ultimately secured victory. The prize for winning was straightforward. The official Soundfire Cup organizers could distribute rewards such as gold coins, copper coins, and even vouchers through the game channels. These rewards would be given away in a lottery held in Coke's livestream room, serving as a means to boost the streamer's popularity. However, Coke does not lack popularity. Nevertheless, as a reward for his victory, why not offer some benefits to the fans? The indissoluble bond between Coke and Jichun Jidu will not be buried with the conclusion of the exhibition match. Next up is the exhibition match between Director Shield's team and Good Morning. Compared comparatively, the 4 streamers on Director Shield's team are much more upright. Although Good Morning also plays for show, it certainly cannot match Coke's lavish production values. In the exhibition match, Good Morning was truly the one turned into the red-skinned duck. Good Morning ended with 3 losses and 1 win. Surprisingly, the only match Good Morning won was against the team elder, Luoyu. This is because only Luoyu genuinely treated the exhibition match as entertainment. Handsome Star symbolically conceded 1 ninja so that Good Morning would not lose too badly. After Xiao Zhe established an advantage, seeing Good Morning send a reconciliation emoji, he willingly gave Good Morning 2 more chances. Only Xiao Xin was the real god. He had never before put in such effort against other teams. A master of the drifting second generation, possessing biting skills akin to Jichun Jidu, he directly broke through Good Morning's defenses. Good Morning furiously exclaimed, "Xiao Shen, you're fired. I'll immediately issue a Soul Hall assassination order. Just wait to be hunted down by the Soul Hall." Though Good Morning was upset, his smile transferred to the audience's faces. Amidst laughter, the final showdown arrived. Fengwan Jichun's team versus Director Shield's team. Commentator Xiao Bao. Now both teams have officially arrived at the finals. Commentator Xiao Lai. The final rules will consist of 2 single-elimination KOF matches. If the score after these 2 matches is tied at 1-1, a best-of-3 individual match will be held. Commentator Xiao Bao. Who will become tonight's champion and claim the title of the Soundfire Cup? Enemies meet with burning rivalry. After submitting their lineups, both teams immediately proceeded to the first match. Before the match, Luoyu also boldly issued a warning. "Let me see which scoundrels have been rampant while our Director Shield's team was absent." Having submitted the roster, Handsome Star sought the team's advice and decided to let Luoyu take the first position to boost morale. This led to Luoyu's fierce opening remarks, which served as a morale booster. Then the curtain fell. Fengwan Jichun's team Fengshen versus Director Shield's team Luoyu. Commentator Xiao Bao. Alright, here we see both teams fielding their professional players for the first match. Commentator Xiao Lai. Back in 2021's Ninja Pool, they staged professional showdowns. Truly spectacular. I can't wait to see these 2 players face off. Having just issued his warning, Luoyu saw his opponent and at first thought he must be mistaken. Rubbing his eyes to confirm that the first position was indeed Fengshen, Luoyu was nearly brought to tears. "Luoyu. Sai, can we make peace?" Fengshen glanced at the messages flooding the chat. "Luoyu is asking if we can make peace? Help me reply. Just tell him to choose between Asuma and Jiraiya." "Luoyu, choose one? What do you mean?" After speaking, Luoyu immediately banned the 7-evening Asuma. Fengshen was equally ruthless. As the second to pick, he had no reason to release Sage Kabuto and Skeleton, 2 formidable ninjas. Luoyu's second ban was Jiraiya from Sichuan Opera. "Luoyu, I never do multiple choice questions." The messages from the chat often exaggerated the situation. Seeing the comments grow increasingly negative, Fengshen sighed inwardly. Luoyu has been quite arrogant lately. Then Fengshen shouted toward the door, "Tongji, your disciple is quite something now." Soon, a figure with hair clumped together in a greasy mop entered, clutching a chicken wing from Flower Soldier. "What is this?" It was none other than Xiao Hao. Upon seeing Fengshen's phone screen, he couldn't help but curse on the spot. "Damn, Luoyu's pure kid actually got matched against you. If it were me, I'd teach him a lesson." With that, Xiao Hao reached out with his greasy hands to touch Fengshen's phone. Fengshen was startled. "We're in the middle of a match. Don't touch it. Don't." Fengshen was genuinely frightened. If they swapped players on the spot before millions of viewers watching the Soundfire Cup, his professional career along with Xiao Hao's would be over. Declining Xiao Hao's offer of a secret little hamburger, Fengshen hurriedly ushered him out. Nonetheless, Xiao Hao's unkempt appearance quickly ignited the chat. Hard to believe this Tang is the National Martial Arts Tournament champion. The more Tang he looks, the harder he smokes. Is Xiao Hao a glutton? Why is he always eating something? This is hilarious. Is the team atmosphere at HSG really this good? When Luoyu found out his master was going to substitute for him, he nearly cried and almost knelt to show filial piety to Xiao Hao. Filial piety is stable. At this point, trembling Luoyu had already selected his first position ninja, Kuratsuchi, the fourth Tsuchikage. Boruto's Kuratsuchi boasts a high ceiling and generous damage output, making him a popular choice in the 2021 ninja pool. Feng Xin quickly made his counterpick. Xian Nan is still on the bench. Saying this, Feng Xin locked in Xian Chun Konan for the first position. Kuratsuchi's grabs are not stable, at least against Xian Chun Konan, whose default and light rock forms counter him well. The heavy rock form is considered too cumbersome and is rarely exploited in competitive play. Thus, Feng Xin's pick of Xian Chun Konan effectively counters Luoyu's Boruto Kuratsuchi. Next, Feng Xin locked in his second position, Ashi Raiztong. 2021 was also a year brimming with C-rank ninja elites. Sarada was considered one of the worst-produced C-rank ninja of that year. Other C-ranks included the trailblazing sealing mechanic Kohibi, the summoning of the angry demon remote substitute Edo Tensei Tobarama, Yukino Iwabe, the young Nagato, and Ashi Raiztong, the three phantom gods of that year. Upon seeing this choice, the commentators immediately expressed surprise. Ashi Raiztong? Feng Xin picked a C-rank ninja. Indeed, this ninja's first skill has 3 release forms, often enabling 2 long-range displacements that can catch opponents off guard. No one would underestimate Feng Xin for choosing a C-rank. Not even Luoyu. Luoyu earnestly said, "Sweating buckets, brothers. Feng Xin really doesn't play by the rules." He then locked in his second position ninja, Haiden, the evil spirit's shadow. This was an unsurprising choice. Haiden was almost a dedicated counter to Xian Chun Konan during the 2021 ninja pool. A stable grab with a passive semi-untethered grab, perfect for countering Xian Chun Konan. For the third position, Luoyu unhesitatingly chose Uchiha Madara's White Mask. Now it was Feng Xin's turn to hesitate over his third position selection. In Du Chun's estimation, the Wind God still had quite a few viable options to choose from. "What do you think about the third Raikage?" Du Chun inquired. "The third Raikage?" The Wind God appeared somewhat troubled. "That ninja is a bit impractical, Isentihi." The Wind God's ideal pick was Edo Tobi, but placing Tobi in the third position felt like a waste. The next best choice was the fearsome Haiden, whose perfect counterattack capabilities were formidable. Yet, from Du Chun's tone, was he suggesting that selecting the third Raikage might yield some unexpected advantage? Du Chun asked, "Are you proficient with that ninja?" Without hesitation, the Wind God replied, "I can play him, but it might not be the safest bet." Du Chun said, "Just think of it as filling the role of a body damage ninja." The Wind God considered this. With New South, Frozen Snow, and Tsubaki all paired well with Sasori. Indeed, the team lacked a body damage ninja. Du Chun advised kindly, "Raikage's strength is definitely high. You have to trust my judgment on this." Seeing Du Chun so insistent, how could the Wind God refuse to pick him? He decided to place his trust entirely in Du Chun and immediately locked in the Raikage as a safety net. Even after locking him in, the Wind God's reasoning was simple. He only chose the third Raikage because the team needed a body damage ninja. Beyond that, he had no other intentions. Had Du Chun known the Wind God's thoughts, he might have sighed deeply. This was the Raikage, after all, the same one who, in his prime, could single-handedly make every top-tier ninja in the dueling arena howl in pain with just a finger. Although he was relegated to sitting with the B-tier ninjas after a monumental nerf, his peak strength once made countless shinobi break into a sweat. The only reason he was so thoroughly countered was because of the persistent dominance of Sasori. Still, Du Chun had noticed the lineup of the opposing team, Luyu's. Aside from Boruto's Kuratsuchi in the first position, who might bring Sasori, neither the second position's Haiden nor the third position's White Mask was likely to be bound to Sasori. Therefore, placing the Raikage in the third slot was genuinely safe. But all of this was merely Du Chun's internal monologue before the Raikage could demonstrate his true impact. The real test lay in the Wind God's actual performance. Round 1. The battle commenced. The Wind God's New Year Konan had the skill advantage, so he opened by advancing through the middle lane to scout. Luyu's Kuratsuchi began with 3 basic attacks without revealing her position, then used 4 basic attacks to teleport to midfield. Upon spotting New Year Konan within vision, she swiftly followed up with a Y-axis sweep kick from her first skill. A classic opening move. The Wind God pushed his limits and unleashed Sasori's puppet, but Kuratsuchi countered the puppet's control with 2 backward kicks. The Wind God then activated Angel Mode, while simultaneously Luyu's team triggered Fly Invincible. Kuratsuchi used her second skill to generate 4 stone pillars. After the first stone pillar struck the New Year Konan, the invincibility from Angel Mode was triggered. Seizing the moment, the Wind God pressed forward, using the invincibility to initiate against Kuratsuchi. As expected, New Year Konan secured the opening strike. However, 2 more stone pillars hovered near Kuratsuchi. The Wind God decisively followed up with the first skill, but New Year Conan was knocked back by 2 stone pillars, flung into the air. The scene resembled a bizarre stone pillar saving Mother Tableau. Commentator Xiao Lai remarked, Kuratsuchi's retaliatory stone pillars were absolutely crucial in this exchange. Commentator Xiao Bao added, indeed, with this skill swap, neither side gained the upper hand. But compared to the Wind God's New Year Conan, the situation is somewhat more precarious. Xiao Lai explained, Kuratsuchi's secret scroll is Thunderstrike, a scroll that facilitates preemptive strikes, exerting strong influence during skill downtime. Xiao Bao continued, moreover, Thunderstrike has a reactive effect. Kuratsuchi has stood up. Thunderstrike hit. The Wind God deployed Panda to counter. This was a costly resource trade. A blood loss so severe that the Wind God nearly lost his pants. The following exchanges similarly failed to yield any advantage. The ninja counter system was ineffective, or rather, Liu deliberately evaded skill counters. The Wind God was drenched in sweat, forced to exit silence mode and exclaim in surprise, Liu, how is your Kuratsuchi's proficiency this high? Any discerning viewer could see how excellently Liu's Kuratsuchi performed this match. It had only been a little over 2 hours since the Wind God donned the triple Divine Shield captain team. At this moment, the silver-clad members of the championship contenders couldn't help but exchange barbs amongst themselves. I told you those guys like Schwashing have issues, right? Yeah. They came out swinging hard right from the start. Do you think Liu's team has some kind of buff? They seem even stronger in the finals, pressuring the Wind God like that. Damn, if the Wind God loses, then Wind Pure 1T have a chance either. Honestly, although Pure is performing amazingly, you can't really expect Pure to carry the win. Can you? The 60-second countdown concluded. The outcome was decided. Naruto's Kuratsuchi's avatar appeared at the center of the screen. The Wind God's face turned ashen. He had been utterly defeated. Renowned for his reliance on summoning, the Wind God had expended 2 summons in the first round. In contrast, Liu had used only 1 summon to dismantle much of the Wind God's efforts. The Wind God had never expected New Year Conan to defeat Haiden, but he was even more unwilling to leave Boruto's Kuratsuchi to be dealt with by the second position as Sasori. Hence, he was willing to summon in order to suppress Kuratsuchi. But a single misstep in the strategy led to a crushing defeat. Sasori in the second position might have some effect against Haiden, but to confront Boruto's Kuratsuchi? Perhaps that was asking too much. Mixed in the chat were several skeptical comments. The Wind God himself felt some regret. In 21, he had deliberately practiced Sasori in the ninja pool, aiming to create an information advantage for the professional arena. He had intended to try it out during the Otokabi Cup. Now, if he lost, would he be letting his teammates down? Sensing the Wind God's hesitation, Du Chun encouraged him over voice chat. Just go all out, you still have Raikage as a safety net. The Wind God merely nodded slightly towards the camera, offering no direct reply to Du Chun. Even the viewers in Du Chun's livestream room were puzzled. Why is Pure so confident about the third Raikage? The second round saw Sasori perform exceptionally. Despite the ninja being at a disadvantage, the Wind God managed 2 desperate comebacks using Sasori's counters. Because Liu's Kuratsuchi, aside from opening with the regular form, often used Light Rock Fly to suppress, which just happened to be vulnerable to counters, 1 counter and she'd be thrown out. In this round, the Wind God's Sasori overwhelmed her. 2.8 million health was exchanged for Kuratsuchi's 1.4 million health. A steep loss, but there was no way to do better. The commentators explained, Xiao Bao, the Wind God's second position ninja, Sasori, has already performed to his limit, successfully taking down Kuratsuchi. Xiao Lai, yes, but the gap in the situation is widening. Sasori's health is already very low after defeating Kuratsuchi. Can he do any better? Xiao Bao. Liu's Haiden carries a body damage secret scroll. Although Sasori's counters can negate body damage effects, I'm afraid his health 1T allow the Wind God to make further plays. Xiao Lai, no exaggeration. The Wind God has already fallen into dire straits. Is there any chance left in this match? Xiao Bao. Although it may be presumptuous, as the chat says, the Wind God has been at a disadvantage since the first round, with 2 summoning misplays following. Xiao Lai, oh, here we go. The loading screen transitioned into the battlefield. Round 3 arrived. Round 3. The battle resumed. Despite facing Haiden's advantage, the Wind God remained composed. Liu initiated with Terra's opening move. The Wind God's reaction was comparable to Bru Xiaohao's. Sasori took a half step forward at the start, and the Wind God only reacted after seeing Haiden raise his hand. This was pure reflex. Haiden's first skill wind-up and damage frames represented the Wind God's absolute reaction limit. Using the counter technique, Sasori blocked Haiden's skill, and the Wind God swiftly thrust the second skill towards midfield. Haiden relocated but was countered to the board's edge. Sasori's ability to immediately bring Haiden back to midfield owed much to this ninja's stable rear hitbox detection. After the second skill struck, teammate Mangosteen and Sasuke trailed behind to unleash the Scatter Crow technique. The Wind God followed up with a basic attack. At this moment, Haydn used substitute, and the wind god's Ashura lightning simultaneously executed the first skill in reverse, evading the oppressive second skill from the evil spirit Haydn. The match returned to a stalemate, but eventually it was broken by Rainfall's overwhelming tactics. Once evil spirit Haydn's skill cooldown reset, he activated the super armor to continue the pressure. Scattercrow was on cooldown, and after a substitution, the wind god failed to secure a favorable outcome. Ultimately, under the relentless swings of Haydn's bloody March scythe, defeat loomed. Both sides' chakra levels froze at 3 points. Commentator Xiao Bao lamented, "What a pity. Ashura lightning has no more states left." Commentator Xiao Lai added, "Unfortunately, but next the wind god will field the number 3 ninja, the third rakeage A." Xiao Bao remarked, "The third rakeage A still a relatively rare ninja." Xiao Lai responded, looking forward to the wind god's performance. Neither commentator was particularly surprised, although puzzled by the wind god's choice of the Thunder King. Compared to the number 2 Ashura lightning, the third rakeage was at least a ninja with substantial strength in the ninja scrolls. Similarly, they doubted the wind god's ability to turn the tide from such a dire situation. Rainfall not only held the advantage in ninjas but also led in summoning creatures. What they did not know was that this Thunder King choice was made upon the suggestion of Jichuan. As for those in the know, they awaited with either skepticism or anticipation the wind god's number 3 ninja, A, the third rakeage. As a 2021 Ninja Scrolls ninja, he was released alongside another super-armored ninja, Pain S. Deva Path Cho. However, Cho did not earn the wind god's favor. With the third rakeage, the wind god himself was somewhat anxious. This ninja was only familiar in terms of skills and mechanics. Deeper understanding was likely less than that of a C-tier ninja. Yet, as the wind god's external strategist, Du Chun was quite knowledgeable about the third rakeage. The wind god inquired, "How should this ninja start?" Du Chun replied, "First skill is ranged, second skill a charge, just look for an opportunity to initiate." The wind god questioned. Du Chun said, "Just think of it as playing as Aosa." The wind god recalled the third rakeage's skill set. The first skill, Earth Split, paralleled Chidori Sharp Spear. The second skill, Thrust, corresponded to Chidori Blade. The combo skill was nearly identical to Aosa's combo. Thinking this way, it indeed seemed quite similar, prompting him to wonder why no one played the third rakeage. Du Chun bluntly answered, "Because they don't know how to play him." The wind god was speechless and asked, "So how should I fight evil spirit Haydn?" Du Chun responded, "Bro, you're the pro player here." Despite his teasing, Du Chun earnestly explained, "Whether you can initiate first isn't that crucial. Just don't get initiated on, and focus on skill attrition." The wind god was puzzled. Skill attrition? Du Chun clarified, "Yes. Use 4 skill hits to activate Rakeage's lightning shield. That's very important." The wind god, familiar with the third Rakeage's lightning shield mechanism, immediately understood Du Chun's strategy. Meanwhile, the fourth round began. At 59 seconds, Terra, Rainfall's evil spirit Haydn seemed obsessed with the 59-second mark, as if the timing was etched in his mind. But the wind god carefully followed Du Chun's advice. He himself was unsure if he could outmatch evil spirit Haydn skill-wise. Anticipating Haydn might initiate with the first skill, the wind god adopted reverse thinking, retreating immediately after the start, moving vertically downward. Rainfall aimed toward the mid-top lane, crossing paths with the third rakeage in the bottom lane. The two stood diagonally opposite each other, separated by 1 unit on the y-axis and 1 on the x-axis, forming a perfect square. The wind god held 2 skills ready, both with super armor scrolls. Rainfall hesitated to initiate with the second skill. Being skillless was awkward, but the wind god quickly sensed an opportunity. He maneuvered the third rakeage to widen the x-axis distance while shortening the y-axis. Rainfall had no better response. Evil spirit Haydn's first skill was formidable, but the second skill was considerably weaker. Thus, Rainfall could only hope the wind god would miss his skills. But how could the wind god err at such a moment? Targeting precisely, he unleashed the first skill, Earth Split, which was nearly guaranteed to hit. Rainfall recognized this and decisively activated super armor. After activating super armor, evil spirit Haydn's reason vanished. He hurled the second skill at the third rakeage. The wind god promptly followed with super armor as well. 2 max-level super-armored taijutsu ninjas engaged in primal hand-to-hand combat. Evil spirit Haydn's second skill dealt full 2-hit damage, and his passive energy restored significantly. He now used hidden basic attacks, preparing to fully charge energy and unlock subskills to seize the third rakeage's rhythm. The wind god harbored a similar intent, unloading a full combo of basic attacks on evil spirit Haydn. Ultimately, the third rakeage's basic attacks were faster, landing a grab before evil spirit Haydn could fully charge energy. Rainfall grimly realized the danger, as his super armor had expired. The wind god seized the chance to expend skills. The second skill, Thrust, had accumulated 2 charges. Upon release, it dealt considerable damage. Skillless, Rainfall did not hasten to substitute. His first skill cooldown would certainly precede the third rakeage's. Seconds later, as expected, Rainfall substituted and used the first skill to initiate. For seconds afterward, the Wind God also pressed substitute. Rainfall had no better options. He moved slightly upward and then vertically down, attempting to evade Raikage's assault. The Wind God intercepted precisely, leveraging invincibility frames to land a basic attack. Rainfall summoned decisively the Two Tails. Panda and Two Tails were undoubtedly the two most frequently summoned creatures. Seeing Two Tails, the Wind God relaxed, pulling back to maintain distance. At the moment Two Tails lunged toward the third Raikage, the Wind God unleashed his combo. Two Tails missed. The third Raikage's double penetration strike pinned Evil Spirit Haiden against the wall, inflicting damage. For a moment, everyone was dazed, as if witnessing the silhouette of Aosa. Du-chun applauded enthusiastically. Wow, so cool. The Wind Goddess' courage was both admirable and lamentable. Rainfall, as the opponent, helplessly put down his phone. What else could he do? Wait for the next substitution wave. The nearly 10-second combo reduced Evil Spirit Haiden's status below 30, but as Haiden's substitution neared completion, the Wind God voluntarily withdrew Haiden and distanced himself. Rainfall did not understand the Wind God's intention. He was formulating his thoughts post-substitution. Nevertheless, this did not stop Rainfall from using his two skills to seek an opening. Rainfall maneuvered Evil Spirit Haiden and soon found the third Raikage hiding in a corner. At this moment, Rainfall understood the Wind Goddess' plan. The little mouse was waiting for skill cooldowns? Rainfall sneered and decisively launched the first skill, kicking toward the third Raikage's position. The Wind God activated Earth Split as it cooled down, but Evil Spirit Haiden dodged with invincibility frames. Seeing the grab land, Rainfall arrogantly taunted, so weak it's unbearable to watch. After the grab ended, the Wind God substituted instantly. Unfazed, he directly unleashed a basic attack. The third Raikage's basic attacks were uninhibited. The Wind God said, I was just short one energy bar and ran to wait for skill cooldowns. You initiated, so I 1T blame you. Now that I'm fully charged, you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Can't tell who's king and who's joker? The third Raikage initiated with a basic attack. Rainfall waited a second before substituting, trying to seize the rhythm. The Wind God activated the sub-skill, the Strong Shield. At the moment Lightning Shield activated, the Wind God truly experienced what pure exhilaration felt like. No hesitation, no fear, only disdain and contempt for the opponent. Evil Spirit Haiden's 2-hit second skill damage struck the Lightning Shield, dealing 3 and 4 points of damage respectively. Against the third Raikage's 2.4 million remaining health, these hits were far from lethal, or rather don't make the Raikage laugh. At this moment, the Wind God truly understood why Du-chun was so confident in the Thunder King. 5 seconds of absolute damage immunity and sustained super armor. Such resilience could even coax a smile from depression itself. Watching the malevolent Spirit Haiden persist with normal attacks, the Lightning God turned and retaliated with a suppressive strike. Had enough of the chaos? Without pause, he launched his second skill, stabbing thrice with his fingers, causing Haiden to howl in agony. The outcome was already decided. This round was nothing short of spectacular. The Lightning God displayed masterful control, leaving the audience thoroughly entertained. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sensation that this steady yet flashy shinobi surprisingly harmonized with the Lightning God's style. Du-chun marveled. This is exactly how the third Raikage is played. The Lightning God inwardly rejoiced. Although he had only just begun mastering this round, he already felt proficient enough to eagerly anticipate the next one. The upcoming round featured Shiramin, the third-ranked White Mask from the Rain Village. Conventionally, a taijutsu-oriented shinobi like the third Raikage is somewhat countered by White Mask. Yet, the Lightning God boldly defied convention in this final match. A subtle intuition seemed to guide the Raikage toward victory. At 59 seconds, the third Raikage stepped forward. Earth split. A sudden surge of lightning rock erupted from the ground, sending White Mask flying without warning. Shiramin was stunned. An early pressure? How dare he? Shiramin had not anticipated such an aggressive opening, especially since he was playing White Mask himself. Upon landing his first skill, the Lightning God swiftly followed with the second skill, pressing the assault. At this moment, White Mask's substitution came down, preventing the third Raikage from dealing the full damage. The Lightning God activated super armor, turning back to intimidate Shiramin's freshly replaced White Mask. Shiramin was indeed startled but was not without a counter-strategy. Using his second skill, Kamui, he pulled the Raikage into the Kamui space. Upon completion of the capture progress bar, he used the first skill, Flame Fan Inferno, to forcibly create distance. 3 fiery tornadoes with powerful suction dragged the Raikage toward the corner. Even though his super armor was still active, Shiramin seized the opportunity to widen the gap. Damage was dealt, the Raikage was chipped, yet Shiramin maintained a safe position. He believed there was nothing wrong with his play. However, an abrupt voice echoed. Shiramin, what kind of umbu tactics are those? You caught him with the second skill, why let him go? Wouldn't it be better to save the first skill and engage in the next wave? Many spectators were baffled. It was neither the commentator nor the lightning god speaking. The lightning god remained silent. Only those watching the lightning goddess stream through the small lower left camera feed recognized the speaker. Xiao Hao? In the first 4 rounds, Xiao Hao had finished his flour chicken wings and came to watch the lightning god. Upon entering, he immediately saw Shiramin's white mask substitution setting the rhythm. Noticing the big filial son thinking differently from his own, Xiao Hao openly criticized on the spot. The lightning god still kept silent. Although he had nearly taken the full white mask combo damage this wave, the substitution was still intact, and he could wait for the next opportunity to initiate. 6 seconds later, the lightning god decisively pressed forward. Earth split, recklessly throwing skills despite knowing white mask had counterattacked such madness. Even Xiao Hao, watching, forgot to shout. He was so shocked by the lightning god's audacity that he almost thought this was an umbu in disguise. Are you even human? Sure enough, white mask's counterattack succeeded, appearing behind the rakeage to launch a knockup. The lightning god immediately substituted, then swiftly followed with the second skill, filling all 4 energy bars. At this moment, Xiao Hao grasped the lightning goddess' intention but stubbornly argued. Then why start like that? Next wave, his substitution will be up, and you 1T have skills. What good is a rakeage then? Soon, white mask's 2 skills cooled down. Shiramin had already pondered extensively, but still could only choose to substitute down. The longer he dragged it out, the more disadvantageous it became. The strongest shield. A textual Easter egg appeared at the center of the screen. The rakeage's ultimate was activated again. Shiramin glanced and then turned away. With the ultimate active, the lightning goddess' mind went blank. Even without skills, he chased white mask relentlessly. Shiramin was pursued in utter disarray. Seeing the rakeage's normal attack about to land, Shiramin had to prematurely use Kamui capture. Yet the same problem persisted. Kamui could only capture briefly and was powerless against super armor lasting over 3 seconds. This time, Shiramin did not even consider using the enhanced flame for damage, as the rakeage's absolute immunity was terrifying. After Kamui ended, Shiramin allowed the third rakeage to emerge on his own. The rakeage's 5-second ultimate was also about to expire. Shiramin maneuvered white mask to create distance, holding Flame Fan Inferno for the next initiation. At this moment, Du Chun's voice urgently commanded through the voice chat. Quick! Normal attack. Normal attacks can extend the ultimate. Originally intending to retreat to the corner and wait for cooldowns, hearing this, the lightning god hastened to follow the instructions, pressing the normal attack. The lightning god was unaware of this technique to extend the ultimate via normal attack. Insufficient mastery left him oblivious to such subtleties. However, he knew that the Great Wooden Man and Perfect Susanoo could extend time through normal attacks, so he immediately understood Du Chun's implication. Rising, he seized the last moments of the ultimate's duration to start normal attacks. Seeing the explosive aura effect on his body persist, the lightning god smiled inwardly. He was unsure how long the third rakeage's normal attacks could extend the ultimate, but the cooldowns of the rakeage's 2 skills were 1 second and 2 seconds respectively, crucial information. At that moment, Shiramin, from outside the visual range, saw the third rakeage's energy bar vanish and cautiously advanced over 1 body length. Watching the rakeage attack normally in place, Shiramin's heart leapt, and with lightning-fast hands, he immediately unleashed a Flame Fan Inferno. Then Shiramin sensed something was amiss. Why was the rakeage's explosive aura still present? Confounded, Shiramin witnessed the third rakeage standing firm in the blaze, embodying true manhood. Seizing the opportunity, the lightning god launched the second skill, swiftly stabbing to initiate on white mask. The kill line was near. Du Chun's voice came through the comms. The lightning god glanced. White mask still had at least 1,500,000 to 1,600,000 health. Could this be a kill? Though doubting aloud, his movements were resolute. The rakeage immediately used the first skill to deal damage. Du Chun, release the 10,000 snakes and then unleash the ultimate. The lightning god chose to trust the expert's judgment. After releasing the last summoned creature, he watched White Mask's health diminish by over 300,000 from the previous first skill strike. White Mask's health was now below 1,300,000. 10,000 snakes dealt considerable damage, especially with its poison effect. Even a shinobi with a normal 900,000 ultimate damage could reliably finish White Mask. The lightning goddess' only worry was the duration of the third rakeage's ultimate. Calculating mentally, White Mask had 7 seconds of substitution left. Could the rakeage deliver full damage within 7 seconds? This was critical. The fact proved he had overthought it. Hell stab, a single spear thrust. After charging for 1 second on the spot, the third rakeage's ultimate spear pierced away more than half of White Mask's remaining health. Because this sequence transitioned into animation, the lightning god could not ascertain the exact damage dealt. But one thing was certain. This thrust was a critical hit. Judging by the display, it dealt at least 600,000 to 700,000 instantaneous damage. If it were normal damage, no other shinobi would survive. At this time, 10,000 snakes had contributed at least 300,000 damage. Thus, Before the third Raikage follow-up damage was fully delivered, White Mask's health had already dropped to 0. Shatter all things. Congratulations to the Lightning God on claiming victory in the first match. Congratulations, Lightning God. Yes. What an exhilarating battle. The two commentators chimed in unison, while the Shield Captain's team looked ashen. Shiramin apologized. My performance in the last 2 rounds was not very good. Although the 3 teammates' expressions were sour, they still comforted Shiramin. It's alright. It's enough to try your best. Such a pity, after all, the opponent was the Lightning God. HSG Club. What is that? Xiao Hao appeared even more dissatisfied than the defeated Shiramin. Damn it. I truly have nothing to say about you two pure young Umbu boys. Having uttered this, Xiao Hao stormed out in a huff. In the Genius voice channel, someone inquired what's wrong with him. Kazekage, knowing the question was about Xiao Hao, replied indifferently, yes, just like that. The perspective shifted back to the finals. Kazekage's deft maneuvering with the third Hokage and the Raikage, though at a disadvantage, was no less thrilling than the earlier match with the Sannin. Most importantly, Kazekage himself was thoroughly enjoying the game. At this moment, he mused aloud. How did I never realize before? This Raikage is actually so much fun to play. Other shinobi would clutch their skills like precious treasures, reluctant to use them. However, the third Raikage was quite the opposite. Right from the start, you had to find ways to expend both skills. And ideally, you'd want to smoothly consume both without falling into a disadvantage. This demanded considerable skillful execution. Yet, the skill downtime could be bridged with an invincibility state. Once both skills cooled down, you could unleash another round of attacks. As long as you managed to build up Raikage's ultimate, it was all worthwhile. Beyond that, the third Raikage's ultimate damage was enough to leave Kazekage in awe. A single finger strike made the opponent howl in pain. If only he had Black Zetsu with him. Kazekage's face bore a smile, clearly reminiscing deeply about the recent match. Du Chun was taken aback. You actually noticed that? Kazekage, interrupted from his reverie, blinked awake. Huh? Noticed what? Du Chun answered, carrying Black Zetsu. Kazekage chuckled. I was just joking. There's no way I'd bring Black Zetsu. If I accidentally lost, it'd be like throwing away a shinobi for nothing. Du Chun said, I'm not kidding. If you bring Black Zetsu, you could steamroll the opponent like Feng Rao. Kazekage Feng Rao? Du Chun. Anyway, trust me on this. But keep in mind, swap the secret scroll for you. Kazekage felt as though he had returned to his novice days. Back then, whenever he had free time, he helped his father sell ducks at the Old Town Market. It was a tedious affair, and watching the neighbor boy play games became Kazekage's only pastime. The blonde-haired boy was called Naluo Tua, and the black-haired one was Sussy. Under the neighbor boy's guidance, Kazekage quickly got acquainted with this game. Whenever it was time to watch the stall for his father, Kazekage would borrow his father's phone to savor a few rounds of Naruto. At such times, the neighbor boy, who was several years older, would come over to offer tips. How to play the shinobi, how to use that secret scroll, and so forth. Later, when the neighbor boy joined the military, Kazekage rose to become the so-called Kazekage among many. But before turning professional, Kazekage was a ninja tutorial streamer, famed for dismantling Super Raikage with the small 7 class. Over the years, it had always been Kazekage teaching others how to play. The feeling of being taught how to play was something Kazekage hadn't experienced for a long time. Kazekage did not resist. Rather, he relaxed somewhat, listening attentively like a student to every detail Du Chun described. Even the audience couldn't help but sigh. Jichuan really understands the game. To teach Kazekage how to play, Jichuan's ninja roster is truly deep. No wonder Kazekage once said Jichuan is fit for professional play. With that mastery and record, whether in no limit or martial combat, he is qualified. I'm voting for Jichuan. He should debut tomorrow. Oh my, is Kazekage really going to pick Black Zetsu? Just as Du Chun and Kazekage exchanged thoughts, the first martial combat match commenced. Kazekage, having the privilege to ban and pick first, only banned 2 inconsequential shinobi. His opponent, Little God, was not so complacent. He banished Ninja War Obito and Wandering Obito, both intangible. Kazekage left a slew of his usual shinobi untouched. The two commentators eagerly eyed Kazekage's first pick. Sharing the same thought as most viewers, what shinobi would Kazekage select? Black Zetsu. Commentator Xiaobao. Kazekage's first pick is Black Zetsu. A truly unexpected choice. Commentator Xiaolai. Huh? Black Zetsu? Could it be that Kazekage is emulating Jichuan's style? Though Jichuan is indeed Kazekage's teammate. Xiaobao. Let us see what Little God picks to counter. No sooner had Xiaobao finished speaking than Little God's first pick was Susanoo Kakashi, followed by reanimated Minato for the second pick. Kazekage hesitated slightly. Susanoo Kakashi's out. What now? He actively sought Du Chun's advice. Du Chun pondered briefly. Depends on how he allocates his secret scrolls. Raikage's ultimate fears scatter. Hearing this, Kazekage's hesitation deepened. Should I still pick the third Raikage? Du Chun. Of course. Why wouldn't you? Kazekage went ahead and selected the third Raikage. Now it was time to pick the third shinobi. Du Chun continued offering suggestions. The third slot could be a tanky reanimated Kakuzu. Kazekage, huh? The invincibility buff 1T go to the third Raikage? His focus was not on reanimated Kakuzu but on how to distribute the invincibility secret scroll. Du Chun smiled mysteriously. Have you heard of the Juyu style? Even after selecting you, Kazekage remained skeptical. The ninja body technique you was, if not exclusive to Kuratsuchi young Nagato, and other shinobi, a secret scroll so obscure that no one would carry it from the junkyard. To dispel Kazekage's doubts, Du Chun reminded him. Press and hold the secret scroll to bring up detailed information. Kazekage complied. The detailed description of ninja body technique you appeared before his eyes. Using the secret scroll grants 80 damage reduction for 6 seconds, with an 18-second cooldown. Passively grants 20 damage reduction. However, the passive effect is disabled while the secret scroll is cooling down. Kazekage's eyes widened in astonishment. The cooldown is this short? A constant 20 reduction, 6 seconds of damage reduction upon activation, and only 12 seconds of downtime? Du Chun further reminded him. This kind of buff secret scroll, when activated near enemies, deals damage once. You're aware of that, right? Kazekage nodded, yes, that's clear. Although you was quite unpopular, there were many other buff secret scrolls like Rage. Kazekage suddenly had a thought. If I bring Black Zetsu, wouldn't this you? Du Chun cut him off. Don't overthink it. It doesn't reduce secret scroll cooldown. Kazekage, that's a pity. Any thoughts on summons? Du Chun. Slug can be placed in the second or third slot. If you want to be safe, put it in the second. Panda must be brought. Can go anywhere. There's also Ninja Turtle. Kazekage, huh? Ninja Turtle 2? Du Chun. 50 damage reduction for 15 seconds. Whether you bring it or not, Kazekage. Bring it. Bring it. The turtle that reduces damage. In front of the camera, Kazekage was eager to try. He held high hopes for this seemingly unreliable lineup. Watching his beloved player gradually become like Jichuan, Kazekage's devoted fans wept in the livestream chat room. Scores of messages poured onto the message board, expressing heartbreak. Kazekage remained oblivious to his fans' heartbreak. He was engrossed in developing dirty tricks, completely indifferent to the world beyond the window. Yet for the vast majority of viewers, the triple Raikage with Juyu style, it was undeniably full of intrigue. The first round of the match began. Du Chun looked at the restrained Kazekage and couldn't help but ask, why are you playing so conservatively this round? Kazekage's eyes fixated solely on the normal attack trajectory of Susanoo Kakashi, his mind momentarily blocking out Du Chun's voice. After 2 or 3 seconds, he finally responded, if I'm reckless and lose with Black Zetsu, it's over. The Juyu-style Raikage afraid to die? This was the most ridiculous thing Du Chun had ever heard. Du Chun. Trust me, go all out. Kazekage, like a cannon ignited by a fuse, immediately sprang into action. Raikage's second skill piercing forward. Kamui. Seeing little goddess Susanoo Kakashi activate perfect intangibility, Kazekage's face fell. Du Chun, you. Kazekage. I know. The third Raikage immediately activated ninja body technique U. Kazekage now treated his energy bar like his lifeline, eager to consume his first skill. Just then, Kakashi cast a skill. Thanks, Abito. Kakashi's Susanoo collided headlong with the third Raikage's skill effect. The blue plastic bag dissolved instantly. Kazekage couldn't hold back a laugh. Fortunately, this opening move was a success. Exchanging 2 skills for 1 opening move requires a nuanced approach with case-by-case analysis. Generally, it doesn't amount to a significant gain, merely a modest profit. However, the scenario is markedly different when it comes to the third Raikage. Swapping skills here is undeniably advantageous. Fueled with enthusiasm, Feng Shen's attacks carried even more vigor. With the summoned panda occupying the first slot, possessing a counterattack, Xiao Shun was unfazed and promptly activated the substitution. Kakashi's Susanoo took the substitution, followed by a backward A attack, just as the third Raikage was making his initial move. Haku blocked this damage. Witnessing this, Xiao Shun hurriedly triggered Kamui. Kamui seized the third Raikage. Since the 6-second duration of the body technique defense was still in effect, Kamui inflicted merely over 10,000 points of damage. Feng Shun, watching the fluctuating damage numbers, felt increasingly elated. Thanks to Haku's efforts, the third Raikage's normally 10-second dual skills cooldown was effectively shortened to 8 seconds. Thus, shortly after the defense duration ended, Feng Shen quickly dispelled the substitution. The dual skills were ready again. Feng Shen sought an opportunity to bait out Xiao Shen's panda summon. Yet, Xiao Shen remained unshaken by the pressure, stubbornly prolonging the third Raikage's substitution cooldown. Employing a combo at this moment would certainly be countered. Consequently, Feng Shen opted to single-target his next skill, Earth Split, which dealt 2 hits. At that very moment, Kakashi's Susanoo relinquished the panda. Upon releasing the panda, Kakashi pursued the third Raikage relentlessly. Feng Shun would not tolerate Kakashi's persistence. He unleashed the second skill's sudden thrust, gathering energy while simultaneously creating distance. Seeing the sub's kill light up, Feng Shun nearly experienced sensory overload and was about to activate it on the spot. However, recalling that Kakashi still held Dispel, and that the third Raikage's two skills were cooling down, Feng Shun restrained himself. Kakashi attempted to capitalize on the Panda's momentum to continue the assault, closing in and landing a basic attack. Yet, behind the Raikage, Haku's white light flared. With a scream, Kakashi struggled and vanished into nothingness. At this moment, Xiao Xin was tempted to curse. The two exchanged slight skirmishes with Feng Shun, empowered by Haku's possession, persistently hunting for an opening. However, Kakashi's basic attacks interspersed with numerous invincibility frames and highly unpredictable maneuvers repeatedly intimidated Feng Shun, forcing him to retreat whenever he tried to seize a chance. The standoff dragged on until their skill sets cooled down again. Seizing the initiative, Xiao Shen launched Kamui and Lightning Cutter. Feng Shun, experienced and agile, evaded and decisively closed the gap. Dispel was activated. Xiao Shen bore the full brunt of the pressure and immediately used the secret scroll. Yet, after committing this secret scroll, Xiao Shen was filled with deep remorse. Feng Shun, you used Dispel, right? Du Chun couldn't help but reflect. At his peak, the Raikage feared Dispel and similar effects. After a significant nerf, though Dispel could no longer remove Raikage's buff, the activation conditions for Raikage became more stringent. At this point, Xiao Shen attempted to follow up with a basic attack, while Feng Shun steadfastly pressed the sub's kill. Ultimately, the third Raikage recovered from stagger first. Feng Shun smiled wickedly. Once Raikage's buff was active, fear vanished entirely. Xiao Shen's pressure surged, but he leveraged the explosive momentum from Raikage's activation to achieve a perfect evasion. Not daring to overextend, Xiao Shen immediately followed the perfect evasion with the second stage of Kamui. Without the first skill S enhancement, Kakashi's perfect evasion could only capture for 2 seconds. Once captured, Feng Shun showed no hint of frustration. Instead, he gleefully observed the string of single-digit damage numbers floating across the screen. Now, let me demonstrate the might of the third Raikage. Feng Shun laughed heartily, disregarding all decorum. The third Raikage's buff remained active. Rising, he launched Earth Split with his first skill. Xiao Shen's Kakashi continued to fight valiantly. He seemed to realize that if his Susanoo Kakashi couldn't handle the third Raikage, subsequent ninjas would stand even less chance. To that end, Xiao Shen sacrificed his second slot summon, the Two Tails. In response, Feng Shun first summoned the Ninja Turtle to ward off the Two Tails, using Kakashi's substitution. When the Two Tails lunged, Feng Shun immediately deployed the secret scroll again. The moment the secret scroll appeared, Xiao Shen ingeniously seized the opportunity to activate perfect evasion. As the countdown neared its end, Xiao Shen's eyes widened with desperation. Even a single combo dealing more damage would have been welcome. Facing a ninja possessed by Haku, one could effectively contend as if battling two ninjas simultaneously. Xiao Shen's perfect evasions were numerous this round, yet the damage dealt barely reduced the third Raikage's health by 370,000. However, the first hit of Susanoo's second skill after perfect evasion was utterly demoralizing. It inflicted a 4-digit damage amount. The Ninja Turtle's damage reduction stacked with the body technique defense. First a 50% reduction, then the remaining 50% benefited from an 80% reduction due to the body technique defense. Typically, a perfect evasion combo of 2+1 skills would deal at least 700,000 damage. Yet, under the combined defense of Ninja Turtle and body technique defense, the damage was only 133,061. Impressively high. Feng Shun nearly laughed himself to death. Xiao Shen stared incredulously at the screen, wishing he could crawl inside and teach Kakashi how to deal damage properly. Time expired. The outcome was decided. In this round, Feng Shun's performance was rather unremarkable. Xiao Shen, except for the mistimed Dispel usage, executed well, achieving perfect evasions consistently, fully committing to his gameplay. Yet at the end, Feng Shun's third Raikage had lost just over 500,000 health. By the second round, this minor health loss would be almost fully restored. Even through the screen, one could sense Xiao Shen's despair. This was the only match that became a foregone conclusion by the second round. Xiao Shen's second slot ninja, Edo Minato, dodged attacks from start to finish, evading the entire match, only to be healed fully by Feng Shun's slug summon. In reality, Feng Shun's use of the slug was meant to initiate a move. The healing was largely excessive. Feng Shun grew increasingly exhilarated, momentarily forgetting that this was even a grand final. In the third round, he swept through decisively. Xiao Shen could not fathom the significance of Feng Shun placing the panda in the third slot, helplessly watching as the Raikage bulldozed through his meticulously arranged formation as if harvesting abundance. Du Chun exclaimed, "Impressive. This combination is incredibly effective." Feng Shun was so delighted he gesticulated animatedly while speaking. Du Chun remarked, this is the charm of the absolute defense style. The opponent controls the entire match tempo yet never manages to chip away your health. That's utterly demoralizing. In Fengshen and Ji Chun's livestream, countless viewers watched their lively exchange, finding it both absurd and amusing. The two seemed less like grand final contenders, and more like high school dorm mates clandestinely playing Naruto on a phone under classmates' watchful eyes. Fengshen was taking on two opponents alone, relying heavily on the third rakeage in both matches. At this point, no one doubted the third rakeage's strength except for Xiao Hao, who sulked in the training room. Xiao Hao refused to train, instead streaming the Fire Cup. Many viewers flocked to the stream upon hearing the news. Xiao Hao's first words: the third rakeage is just a pile of junk. What use is that skill set? Anyone who can't beat the third rakeage must be a god. When challenged, Xiao Hao sneered, a bunch of umbu are just making noise. Honestly, what kind of competition is the Fire Cup? What value does it really hold? Fengshen entered the third match. Xiaozhe appeared, known as the most exhausted Chojiro on the entire internet. Surprisingly, Fengshen did not ban Chojiro this time. Xiaozhe was unfazed, as Fengshen hadn't T-banned him in their previous match either. But then, Fengshen also refrained from banning Wandering Pain. Xiaozhe found this odd and soon felt a chill. Usually, letting one ninja through is enough. But now, Fengshen allowed both Xiaozhe's Chojiro and Wandering Pain, while banning two completely unrelated ninjas. What could this mean? Was Fengshen trying to snatch my ninjas? Xiaozhe could only suspect so. For instance, during an unrestricted draft, when two S-class ninjas appear in the pool, yet the player who bans first neglects to ban either of those two, it clearly reveals their intention. In the martial arts tournament, if exactly two ninjas you excel at are released, it signifies that your opponent aims to select one of your ninjas. Xiaozhe was infuriated and angrily chose Chojiro. Then, gazing at Chojiro, he displayed a somewhat satisfied smile. Securing even one signature move is better than having both banned. Xiaozhe looked at Chojiro, who was rarely obtained in the first slot, and sighed. How rare this is. Even if I could choose the Wandering Pain now, that would be fine. At this moment, the live chat teased. Xiaozhe's Chojiro and Wandering Pain only come out during exhibition matches or battles against Kazekage. Getting Chojiro is already good enough for you, yet you want to grab everything? Last time, Chojiro got pierced by Kazekage's Tobarama. Be careful this time. What's up with Kazekage? They released both ninjas, are they aiming for Wandering Pain? Definitely. They wouldn't really give both Chojiro and Wandering Pain to Xiaozhe, right? Reading the comments, Xiaozhe nodded in agreement. If Kazekage took his Wandering Pain, he could always pick Tobarama from Kazekage's side. At the same time, Kazekage was quite pleased. Heh, he didn't T-ban my rakeage? Time for some fun. Du Chun was puzzled. What rakeage? Kazekage dismissed it. The third rakeage. Suddenly realizing something was amiss, Kazekage muttered, Hey, where's my third rakeage? Du Chun was shocked. You can't have duplicate ninjas in the martial arts tournament. Kazekage panicked. Then it dawned on Kazekage, who hurriedly said, I forgot the rules. I thought this was ranked play. Even the 5G player, Xiaogo, was speechless. Kazekage, why don't you just say it's the fertility mode? Ignoring Xiaogo, Kazekage muttered to himself, no third rakeage, right? No black Zetsu either. As these words surfaced, countless viewers sensed something was wrong. Not right. Far from right. Kazekage's condition is off. At this moment, Kazekage's loyal fans in the live chat realized it immediately. Their beloved Kazekage had actually forgotten the martial arts tournament rules? This was clearly a sign of pure obsession taking hold. Kazekage instinctively tried to pick Ninja War Obito, only to find that Ninja War Obito was also unavailable. Utterly frustrated, Kazekage selected Kakashi in the first slot. An astonishing choice. Kakashi with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Xiaozhe was stunned. Not choosing Wandering Pain? Wang Hai was dumbfounded. Wow, brothers, it's Kamui Kakashi. Shuai Xing's eyes widened. This ninja has a story, right? Commentator Xiao Bao. Kazekage chose Kamui Kakashi. Was this a premeditated selection? Commentator Xiao Lai. The God card? This ninja used to be quite popular. Xiao Bao. When was that popular? Xiao Lai about 8 or 9 years ago. Choosing Kamui Kakashi in the first slot not only baffled the watching anchors but also left the two commentators at a loss for words. Why bypass a host of powerful ninjas to pick Kamui Kakashi? Soon, Kazekage selected the second slot. Second slot, Mysterious Masked Man. The beginning of a clue. Xiaozhe had no time to ponder and quickly picked Akatsuki Snake, then secured his coveted Wandering Pain in the guaranteed slot. Kazekage then selected the third slot, Senju Tobarama. A moment of profound realization. Kamui Kakashi, Masked Man, Tobarama. Wasn't he this Kazekage's early national team? The combined debut times of these three ninjas surpassed the ages of most streamers present. Even though Kamui Kakashi's popularity waned due to power adjustments, the strength of Masked Man and Tobarama was undeniable. At this point, Kazekage's longtime fans in the live chat became ecstatic with joy. They had feared Kazekage's obsession had taken over, but now he seemed to have awakened, insisting it was still 2018. Xiaozhi hadn't anticipated so much. He only felt that the Kamui Kakashi before him was extraordinarily difficult to counter, spending over 40 seconds to defeat him with an ordinary ninja. Round 2. Masked Man appeared. As a veteran from 2017, once hailed as the King's quality inspector, he remained a Tier 1 goalkeeper despite multiple meta shifts. It's not that Tiger Skin was overwhelmingly powerful. His skills were simple and lacked the godlike effects of newer ninjas. But was Tiger Skin weak? His routine 43,000 damage fire attack taught players the virtue of respecting elders. For many true masters, Masked Man's straightforward skill set was surprisingly beloved. The Tiger Skin before them wore no hat, yet his presence was no less imposing than the one with a hat. At the start, facing a simple fire attack, Xiaozhi's ordinary ninja deftly dodged the slash. The next moment, Tiger Skin's figure blurred. Morata. No way. A delayed grab? So flashy? Xiaozhi substituted, gaining a deeper appreciation of how difficult this Masked Man was. Because Masked Man lacked complex skills, Kazekage could focus more on positioning. Xiaozhi held onto invincibility, thinking that as long as he kept up the pressure, he might force Kazekage into a mistake. Until the moment his invincibility faded, the Masked Man controlled by Kazekage suddenly struck at him. Xiaozhi. How dare he hit me? 10 seconds later, half-health Chijuro was slain. Round 3. Akatsuki Snake appeared. Kazekage vaguely recalled that Akatsuki Snake was a high-tier ninja from 2019. In 2019, Masked Man was a king candidate. The power gap wasn't significant, so it was a fair fight. 30 seconds later, the match reached round 4. Masked Man remained the same Masked Man, while Xiaozhi's ninja was now Wandering Pain in the third slot. Within 10 seconds of the round's start, Kazekage was surprised to find that this Wandering Pain did not use the third path. With 25 seconds left on the clock, Masked Man cleared the field. I am the true ruler of this world. No way. Another third path strike. The shield captain probably had nightmares from Kazekage's repeated third path attacks. 2 encounters, 2 third path strikes. Now only the shield captain Shuaixing remained on the shield captain's team. Kazekage was forced to rotate, sending out 5G in the second slot. Shuaixing exhaled softly, stepping into the arena with determination and faith. The third match of the martial arts tournament. Both players, with remarkable tacit understanding, released the opponent's specialty, Minato Namikaze. 5G took new Minato in the first slot. Shuaixing took blue Minato in the first slot. On the secret scrolls, both similarly and seamlessly chose Jutsu Scatter. The most exciting moment of this match was in the first round. The match began. Shuaixing opened conventionally, performing 2 backward air slashes, preparing a triple slash to throw kunai. 5G was equally vigilant, and not seeing blue Minato at the start, directly guessed Shuaixing's intention. New Minato launched a Rasengan at the 58-second mark. If it were an ordinary blue Minato, he would have been helpless. But Shuaixing's blue Minato was all about the essence of reaction. Blue Minato was already airborne, about to throw kunai, when Shuaixing saw new Minato's Rasengan effect and immediately activated Flying Thunder God. Peak form. Blue Minato's Flying Thunder God had imperceptible startup and was invincible during midair release. Seeing Blue Minato unleash Flying Thunder God, 5G panicked, wishing the Rasengan would end immediately and return to the mark. Unfortunately, Blue Minato's Flying Thunder God not only released quickly but also dealt damage instantly. New Minato's Rasengan didn't even reach its destination, let alone return to the mark after recovery. At the moment of impact, veteran 5G's mind accelerated, immediately deciding on substitution. Simultaneously, Blue Minato actively interrupted Flying Thunder God's first skill. New Minato's substitution and Blue Minato's interruption occurred simultaneously. 5G's quick reflexes saw Blue Minato's landing spot and immediately kicked with the second skill. Shuaixing promptly activated Jutsu Scatter, and 5G also pressed Jutsu Scatter. New Minato carried the invincibility remaining from substitution, causing Blue Minato's 2 stages of scatter to miss, and instead suffer the full brunt of New Minato's 2-stage scatter. Shuaixing paused for a moment before deploying his substitute. His Aoshi had limited resources to utilize, merely a second skill, a summon, and the still active second phase of the first skill. The duration of the yellow bar indicating the second phase of the interrupted first skill is 5 seconds. The second long hesitation was a calculated wait for an opportunity, to await 5G's Aoshi to escort him outward. After deploying the substitute, 5G's Aoshi attempted to reposition, with Shuaixing's Aoshi trailing closely behind. Similarly, 5G's Aoshi only had the summon skill active. Under such pressure, even if the silver came, there was no countermeasure. 5G promptly unleashed the summon. A summoned panda. Coincidentally, Shuaixing's first slot summon was also a panda, a testament to their remarkable synergy. With 1 second remaining before the second phase's release, and seeing 5G's Aoshi already committed the summon, Shuai Xing showed no hesitation and activated the second phase of Flying Thunder God to escape. His earlier patience paid off. Because 5GS Aoshi had created sufficient distance during the combo, now protected by the Panda S super armor, pursuing the swiftly disappearing 5GS Aoshi proved impossible. This exchange slightly disadvantaged 5G, having invested a Panda summon. Yet, 5G remained unfazed, recognizing the distance and choosing not to chase further. Shuai Xing, maintaining distance, began standard attacks in place, actively retrieving kunai. Picking up the first kunai with a standard attack, then the second, buoyed by confidence in standard attack counterattacks. Shuai Xing pressed forward aggressively. At this moment, 5GS Aoshi was positioned in the right half of the field, slightly above center, 2 character widths from the left boundary. Shuai Xing Aoshi stood in the left half, near midfield, about 1 character width in. Observing Aoshi's position, Shuai Xing initiated a standard attack, sliding upwards with the attack before swiftly chaining into the second skill, Rasengan. Aoshi's standard attack involved vertical movement, and the second skill also moved along the y-axis. This Rasengan was directed precisely toward 5GS Aoshi. At that precise moment, 5G executed an audacious maneuver. He used the freshly cooled down second skill, Swift, kicking proactively toward the right boundary, the very spot where Aoshi's Rasengan was destined to land. Had he lost his mind? Was it a misoperation? Such were the thoughts of most observers. The action unfolded in the blink of an eye. As Aoshi pushed the Rasengan to the boundary, the landing zone, 5GS Aoshi had already used Flying Thunder God to return to a marker 2 character widths from the boundary, effectively appearing behind Aoshi. You can't catch me. Returning to the marker, 5GS Aoshi picked up a kunai and performed a strong standard attack, interrupting Aoshi's Rasengan. Despite Shuai Xing's rapid multiple presses of the Panda summon, he was unable to release the skill during its active phase. Some were surprised. Didn't T5GS Swift get used once when the substitute was deployed? How was it ready again so quickly? Players familiar with 5GS Aoshi knew the Swift cooldown was 8 seconds. Others wondered, why release Swift toward the boundary? Why not forward into the field? The answer became apparent to many who mentally simulated the scenario. Most likely, such a forward release was unfeasible, because 5GS Aoshi could have collided directly with Aoshi's Rasengan. Although there might be a chance to interrupt the already launched Rasengan, the likelihood was slim. For unrealized possibilities, one can only imagine appropriately. Conversely, 5GS daring decision to release Swift toward the boundary was the safest choice. The 2 character width distance provided ample safety and reaction time. Simultaneously, it was the most visually impressive tactic. Looking back at 5G, his head slightly lowered, appearing drowsy, a clear sign of nightmare possession. This was unsurprising. 40 seconds later, the match concluded due to time expiration. Ultimately, 5GS Aoshi was declared the victor by virtue of health advantage. This round featured numerous highlights, but the reverse Swift, a breathtakingly imaginative and brilliant maneuver, would undoubtedly imprint a significant hue on this Inhua Cup as highlight reel. 5G grinned foolishly, exuding the air of a simpleton, confidently bracing for the second round. Second round, Shuai Xing victorious. Third round, Shuai Xing victorious. Fourth round, Shuai Xing victorious. The outcome was decided. The shield director Shuai Xing triumphed. 5G's second slot ninja was repeatedly pierced through. Yet, 5G remained indifferent, even brazenly twisting the narrative of his severe disadvantage into an intentional handicapped play. Amidst the barrage of criticism in the chat, 5G departed unapologetically, making way for the third slot prodigy player. At this point, several conspicuous chat messages urged 5G to check Feng Shen's livestream. Such messages had appeared since 5G's earnest play in the first round. Why were they still flooding in after several minutes? 5G was puzzled and bewildered. Look at Feng Shen? What about Feng Shen? In the voice channel, Feng Shen did not respond, only muttering phrases like Lei Kai help me, and Hey Ju is so obstructive, and Hey Ju you've been promoted, among others. Only then did 5G realize Feng Shen had long since left the stage. Yet, it felt as if he were still competing. Hurrying to check the stream, 5G refreshed the page and sipped a salty soda. Had he not looked, all would have been well. But upon seeing Feng Shen in ranked matches playing the absolute flow third-generation Raikage, 5G immediately spat out his soda in shock. 5G lamented bitterly, Big brother, this is an ongoing match. Feng Shen, displeased, retorted, I'm done, aren't I? But upon seeing the opposing Naruto substitute unleash a skill combo on Lei Kai, Feng Shen's mood lifted, and his tone softened considerably. What happened? What's the current score? 5G looked away, covering his face. Forget I said anything. Shuai Xing had a deep ninja roster. Apart from Aoshi, he had other ninjas to choose from. Yet, he lost to the prodigy player. Feng Wan Jichun team secured victory over the Shield Director team with a score of 41. Among them, Feng Shen single-handedly defeated 3 opponents, earning 1 point. As the fourth slot player, Du Chun naturally had no chance to appear. Commentator Xiao Bao, Let us congratulate Feng Wanji-chun team on winning the first round of KOF. Commentator Xiao Lai indeed. Next, we enter the second round of KOF. Will Feng Wanji-chun continue their winning streak? Or will the Shield Director claw back a point? If the Shield Director team wins the upcoming KOF round, they will advance to the final showdown, a best-of-3 challenge moment, where both sides will field a single player for the ultimate battle. Commentator Xiao Bao. Alright, we will commence immediately. Please await the team's arrangements for the entry order. Fengshin? Fengshin? Fengshin. After calling thrice, Fengshin reluctantly replied, I'm playing ranked matches. The other 3 members of Feng Wanji-chun obviously knew Fengshin was grinding for rank points. But timing was everything, wasn't it? We're in the middle of a match here, not a team without any matches, they thought. Now, the team's most reliable player, Fengshin, had become unreliable. The usually unflappable 5G instead earnestly tried to persuade him. This scene made many viewers struggle to keep a straight face. However, some longtime fans watching Fengshin's stream stepped forward. This absolute flow rakeage isn't a joke. He's genuinely skilled. I just realized Heiju is quite annoying. He can reduce substitute cooldowns. Heiju combined with third-generation rakeage triggers skills quickly, and this rakeage without a dispel is really hard to counter. Wow, how many matches has Fengshin won in a row now? What's the use? Heiju isn't even a real ninja. We don't have Fengshin's skill. Bringing Heiju 1T work. Fengshin must have reached 2,900 points now, and it's only the start of the season. The chat was unending, with many viewers seemingly more concerned about Fengshin's ranked matches than the main competition. Therefore, the remaining 3 members of Feng Wanji-chun had to decide the playing order themselves. 5G took the lead. How about this? Let's put Fengshin in the 4th slot. Seems like he's a bit addicted to ranked. The prodigy then changed the subject. Somewhat frustrated. Is third-generation rakeage really that fun? 5G, what's up? You want to try it yourself? The prodigy remained silent, and 5G returned to the main topic. Jichuan, what do you think? Du-chun. I'll take the 1st slot. It's been a while since I played. Du-chun can empathize with the current mindset of Kazekage. When he first obtained a rakeage trial card, he played with it for merely 2 minutes in the training camp before taking it straight into ranked matches to climb the ladder, then proceeded to obliterate his opponents without a second thought. In the current meta, the only other ninja who can secure points so effortlessly without cerebral exertion is probably Kamakura Madara. Du-chun contemplated entering as the 1st position player, partly because watching Kazekage wreak havoc stirred an itch to try other ninjas from the 21 ninja pool, and partly because he intended to continue into the first match of the martial arts tournament after finishing the 21 ninja pool, as he longed to play Kamakura Madara. How then could he prevent the adversary from banning Kamakura Madara? The solution was straightforward. Choose a fearsome ninja from the 21 ninja pool to intimidate the opponent into refraining from banning Kamakura Madara. Indeed, the plan succeeded. The roster was finalized, and the luminous curtain of the Anka Cup livestream descended. Shield Director Team S Little God vs Windplay G Pure Team S Purity Degree. Luo Yu dared not step forward as the 1st position player this time, opting instead to let Little God take the lead. Little God harbored some reluctance about appearing in the 1st position, but reflecting on his teammates, Luo Yu could no longer afford to be the sacrificial lamb in the 1st position. Xiaozhi specialized in ordinary ninjas and wandering pain, and the captain Shuai-Xing could not pick his favored AODA. Surveying the options, Little God realized he might be the most suitable candidate. He wanted to protest that his wandering Tobarama was not part of the 21 ninja pool, but resistance was futile, so he took the stage. The good news, he did not face Kazekage. The harrowing memory of being repeatedly pierced had indeed left Little God shaken. The bad news, Purity Degree. Little God complained bitterly. One was the 3rd rakeage, the other was Edo Madara. These 2 ninjas alone took up 2 ban slots. Little God recalled the intelligence gathered the previous day. Purity Degree excelled at playing 7 Knights Asuma and Sichuan Opera Jiraiya, both from the 21 ninja pool. Looking around, Little God sighed. Not enough ban slots. After much hesitation, he finally decided to ban the 3rd rakeage. On Du-chun's side, the decision was simple. One was New Year Nan, the other was Wandering Zabuza. Neither ninja appealed to him, so he banned them outright. Little God found nothing objectionable in Purity Degree S bans. But Luo Yu, the Team S veteran tournament player, issued a warning. New Year Nan and Wandering Zabuza were both counterattack type ninjas vulnerable to grabs. Purity Degree probably intended to pick ninjas without grabs, so be cautious. Gazing at his 2nd ban slot, Little God's expression soured while he pondered. Ninjas without grabs who fear counterattack. In the 21 ninja pool, many ninjas lacked grabs, or rather, at this time, grab skills were not yet a staple feature for design ninjas. Edo Shursui was 1, Kuratsuchi half, and 7 Knights Asuma. 7 Knights Asuma had no grab. Combining this with the intelligence, Little God predicted that Purity Degree was highly likely to select 7 Knights Asuma, so he decisively banned her. Observing Little God's ban selections, Du-chun remained unperturbed. 7 Knights Asuma was occasionally fun to play, but the truly stress-relieving ninja was someone else. After Little God picked the first position Susanoo Sasuke, Du Chun locked in his ninja without hesitation. Might Guy from the Ninja World War era. Burn, youth, burn. When Ninja World War Guy was locked in at the selection stage, this much-maligned dual arena ninja was once again brought to life. Who was the last player to choose Ninja World War Guy in the 21 ninja pool? No one remembered. All they recalled was that he was a low-tier ninja even among dual arena ninjas, languishing at the bottom of the hierarchy for a long time. This disdain was less about ignorance and more about condescension. I don't need to know how to play this ninja because I look down on him and have no intention of playing him. This attitude was not personal but pervasive across the dual arena scene. Probably only novices without ninjas would resort to dual arena ninjas to transition their lineup. This was the general appraisal of Ninja World War Guy and other dual arena A-tier ninjas like Kido. However, Hayaki Scorpion and Sharkskin Kisame received relatively higher ratings. Purity Degree's choice of Ninja World War Guy was somewhat surprising, yet no one found it inconsistent with the persona Purity Degree had established throughout the Anka Cup. Indeed, Purity Degree was exactly the type to pick Ninja World War Guy. After Du Chun made his selection, no one found anything amiss, even when Du Chun paired Ninja World War Guy with Chakra. In this infernal, chaotic meta, Youth glanced back at me. Thus, I shall leave behind a scenic line called Youth, which is the composure and confidence that Youth imparts to me. Ninja World War Guy. Frankly, this ninja shouldn't be picked in the first position. Indeed, Ninja World War Guy belongs in the second position. Giving him the first position to accumulate chakra might make him viable. Little Break Station's Ibaraki was originally lying in bed playing Kage in the corner, but leapt up to watch the livestream upon hearing the finals news. Watching alone was insufficient, so he opened his own stream to watch along with fans and viewers. Missing Kazakage's triple pierce was regrettable, but witnessing the intense internal battle between 5G and Shui Xing's Minato was exhilarating. Ibaraki commented while reading the bullet screen, "What does it mean for Ninja World War Guy to carry chakra? SNT that like starting the game with one less secret scroll? I don't even carry chakra when I play Reikage. Ninja World War Guy is weak at the start anyway. Carrying chakra 1T help. The opponent brings body armor and scatter. How could they not easily suppress Ninja World War Guy?" Ibaraki felt his argument was well-founded and convincing. This dual arena ninja had sat on the bench for countless years, and the chakra-carrying strategy was not unheard of. In practice, however, he still could not surpass Sage Kabuto, Susanoo Sasuke, or many other strong dual arena ninjas. What was Purity Degree doing? First position with Giant Salamander? Second position with Ninetales power-up. Ibaraki exclaimed in astonishment. Who plays summoning like that? By contrast, Little Goddess Susanoo Sasuke carried Secret Scrolls and Scatter. First position summoned Panda. Second and third positions were Cat and Chameleon, respectively. That was the proper approach. The more Ibaraki examined Purity Degree's lineup, the less he saw a chance of victory. Had it been anyone else, he might have already started laying down bets that chakra-carrying Ninja World War Guy would lose. But he dared not disrespect Purity Degree. As the captive of Purity Degree's guaranteed Azuna Uchiha counter 3, Ibaraki exercised considerable restraint in slapping down his opponent's face. By contrast, Little God did not believe Purity Degree would make a conventional move. Throughout so many matches, Purity Degree had never truly played recklessly. Of course, a significant reason was the PTSD inflicted by Kazakage. Little God now found himself more cautious against any opponent. Round 1. The battle begins. To put it bluntly, Ninja World War Guy's ultimate skill S3-second vacuum is longer than life itself. With Susanoo Sasuke pressing with his skeletal frame, wouldn't Purity Degree be scared out of his wits? Ibaraki used exaggerated diction to express his distrust of Ninja World War Guy. This view found many supporters, not only on Little Break Station but also among Onpu's pessimistic Ninja World War Guy commentators. However, compared to whether they liked him or not, more people focused on another question. What tricks could Purity Degree pull off with this ninja? In response, Du Chun employed the simplest opening tactic. At 59 seconds, Ninja World War Guy stepped forward. Ultimate sealed? Then I summon. Summoning the Giant Salamander. Little God also knew to seize the 3-second vacuum when Ninja World War Guy carried chakra, especially when defending against him. He was not as extreme as Ibaraki in rushing headlong with Susanoo. He understood how weak Ninja World War Guy's pre-gate skill set was and chose to advance conventionally, seeking an opportunity to initiate with Kagetsuchi, keeping the skeletal frame in reserve for counterattack. That was sufficient. The result was a collision with Ninja World War Guy who was also advancing. The two were separated by 5 body lengths. Upon catching sight of Sasuke Uchiha's Susanoo, the shinobi warrior Kai fled instantly like a startled bird, leaving behind only a solitary gift at the scene. A summoned salamander. What the? A salamander? The young god retreated immediately, intimidated by the pure-hearted, merciful style of combat. That mad dog. Seizing the moment while the salamander suppressed the opponent, Du Chun activated chakra and opened the gate. Kai's initial skill was inherently weak, but once the gate was opened, a qualitative leap occurred. Conversely, the transition from the opening gate to the rest gate was comparatively subtle. Thus, Du Chun boldly opened the first stage of the gate and, taking advantage of this opportunity, pressed forward aggressively. This confidence in the advance was born of an illusion, the illusion that opening the gate rendered one invincible. Du Chun's luck guided him as he launched his second skill, a short-range dash toward midfield, immediately followed by the fiery phoenix attack. The young god, having not heard the sound effect signaling Kai's opening of the rest gate, was already on alert. Seeing Kai's aggressive advance, the young god resolutely countered with the summoning of the earth release. Sand. The phoenix and the sand release exchanged blows, each knocking the other away. As the young god hesitated over whether to use a substitution to absorb the second stage of the sand release, Du Chun's Kai had already deployed his own substitution and charged forward with the first skill double Fang strike. Wild dog. No hesitation at all. Just substitution? So decisive. Even though the exchange was somewhat disadvantageous, the young god preferred to see both sides swap positions, then rise to contest again. Kai's recklessness at this moment wasn't difficult to handle. Rather, it disrupted the young god's rhythm of play entirely. Inevitably, the young god's mood soured. With a substitution still active and skills ready, the young god fumed, thinking, "You're out of skills now, what will you use to counterattack?" From the spectator's perspective, Ibaraki clearly saw the situation. Ibaraki remarked, "Wait, I senti it? Ji-chun has no skills left, right? He still dares to substitute." Indeed, this was the case. Du Chun's interface showed that summoning, secret scroll, and both skills were on cooldown. Even the substitution icon dimmed. Aside from the glowing ultimate, Kai possessed nothing else. This substitution was a mistake. In contrast, Sasuke Uchiha still had a skill, secret scroll, and summoning resources after substitution. At a glance, the outcome was already decided. The young god shared this conviction and thus adopted a very straightforward strategy after substitution. He did not even feint the substitution. He descended immediately, activating his skeletal structure to seize the initiative. At this moment, Kai's second stage of the gate came into play. Du Chun pressed the ultimate. Rest gate. Open. The golden body after opening the gate dispelled control effects. Seeing this, the young god hastily slashed with an enhanced strike. Du Chun promptly followed with the ultimate. Burn brightly. This is youth itself. Kai closed in behind Sasuke Uchiha, unleashing a flurry of close combat strikes. However, Sasuke's strike maintained sufficient distance, and Kai had not yet inflicted damage or control. Sensing the unfavorable turn, the young god swiftly summoned the panda and fled. Summoning the panda, a white steam began to emanate from Sasuke. Yet, despite Sasuke's activated invincibility while retreating, his actual position was moving backward, a highly abstract spectacle. What the Jackson? The moonwalk is here, so this is street dance. That suction power is almost human-like. By the time the suction ended, Sasuke, still invincible, was embedded into the ground. This scene was so surreal that even a vegetative person would lose composure. The young god nearly leapt from his chair in frustration. Why the hell? Though he knew Kai's ultimate had a suction effect, he simply refused to accept it. This resentment stemmed from the panda summon being given freely beforehand, implying, "You sucked me in before I summoned the panda. Fine, but you still absorbed me while I'm invincible after summoning it?" However, the spectators could not empathize with the young god's frustration. Instead, they marveled at Kai's ultimate, comparable to the tender suction power of a loving cat girl, which compelled Sasuke to perform a moonwalking game. After the ultimate concluded, Du Chun faced a dilemma common to all players of the youthful hero. Continuation. Should he use the second skill to follow up, reserving the first skill for a counterattack? Or should he unleash the full combo to maximize chakra orbs, then substitute after skills cooled down? Mark Twain once observed that Naruto players tend to prefer compromise. Du Chun wholeheartedly agreed. Therefore, he chose a middle ground. First, using the second skill to sweep and collect one orb, then attacking twice. And as the young god prepared to substitute, Du Chun held down the first skill. Kai's twin dragons transformed into propellers, spinning as he ran circles around Sasuke within the duel arena. As soon as the young god substituted, Kai, like a wild dog unleashed, charged forward to create distance. The young god could barely contain his laughter. Without hesitation, he pressed forward again. Suddenly recalling something, the young god glanced at Kai's chakra gauge, confirming, 2 orbs. This time, Kai truly has no skills left, right? Reassured, the young god advanced confidently. Summoning the Nine-Tails armor, the young god exclaimed, "Damn you!" Off-screen, a blade suddenly pierced, shattering the young god's last shred of composure. Enraged, he cursed loudly, oblivious that the match was still ongoing. Fortunately, it was an online match, so at worst, he only embarrassed himself on his own livestream. While the young god's defenses crumbled, the audience was nearly hysterical with laughter. What kind of opponent is this? Summoning without hesitation. This explained the young god's agitation. Anyone facing such an adversary in-game would lose their composure. The fact that he restrained himself from head-patting only attested to the young god's character. Even the commentators showed some sympathy towards Sasuke on screen, though both chuckled merrily. Commentator Xiao Bao. Ji-chan's summoning choices are truly decisive. Commentator Xiao Lai. Starting with the salamander to stall and open the gate, then saving the Ninetales armor for a counterattack. Undeniably, Ji-chan's strategy is brilliantly thought out. Commentator Xiao Bao. Yes, though it does consume a lot of summoning resources. Du-chun maintained steady combos until skill cooldowns reset. Curiously, Kaya's second skill had cooled down twice by the second round, yet the first skill only just refreshed. Upon closer inspection, the second skill, Day Tiger, which could cross the Y-axis to initiate, had a cooldown of merely 8 seconds. Is this even humanly possible? After the second skill, Du-chun followed with the first skill to fully charge the ultimate. When Sasuke substituted again, Kaya's second skill was ready. The young god pressed substitution. Sasuke replaced, and Du-chun attempted to reposition. The young god could no longer tolerate Kaya's antics before him. Agitated, he immediately activated his dispersal technique. Upon activation, Kai, separated by one Y-axis unit, was easily followed up by Sasuke's skeletal structure. Du-chun was slightly disappointed, no display of resolute willpower this time. But seeing the second skill gleaming in the skill bar, a strategy formed spontaneously. Du-chun substituted. Sasuke's blade struck to create distance. Du-chun used the second skill to close in, initiating Day Tiger. At that moment, Day Tiger was only 3 body lengths away from Sasuke. The young god pondered for a split second. The distance closed by 2 more body lengths. His gaze sharpened with ferocity. You're just good at summoning, huh? Summoning the Two Tails. The young god immediately called forth the Two Tails to prevent Kaya's forward advance. The moment the Two Tails appeared, Sasuke was engulfed by Day Tiger. Du-chun, upon seeing Hakimi, first froze in shock, then erupted with joy. The little kitty came to tickle Uncle. Day Tiger returned 1 ultimate point. After replenishing chakra orbs, Kai unleashed his ultimate. Watching Kai swing his twin dragons wildly, drawing Sasuke into the grasping range, the young goddess' eyes widened with fury as he pounded the computer desk. Again with the ultimate. What else can you do besides ultimates? At this moment, the Two Tails stretched lazily before lunging at the invincible Kai. After missing, it bristled and transformed into its spiny dragon form, then exhaled a harmless puff of flame. Kogami was on the verge of madness from torment. Ah! Useless cat. What good is this worthless summoning? The table echoed with MP1, MP1, MP1. A wail of despair rose from the desk as Kogami's gaze fixed intensely on Shinobi Warrior Kai. The phrase eyes bursting could scarcely capture the scene. Witnessing Shinobi Warrior Kai flawlessly chain his second skill into his ultimate, then immediately follow up with the second skill once more after the ultimate's conclusion. Kogami's fury dissolved into utter despair. I don't want to play anymore. Helplessly, he stared up at the ceiling. At that moment, only the Joker of Gotham City could truly comprehend Kogami's state of mind. After staring at the ceiling for 3 seconds, his eyes returned to the screen, where Shinobi Warrior Kai had just completed his combo. Given the differing circumstances, this time Du-chun opted to continue with a combo. Out of despair, Kogami, devoid of any hope, counterattacked with a substitution. No basic attacks to bait skills, no first skill to chip at the start. The foolish move of substitution plus Kagutsuchi was out of the question. No Sasa, no. A substitution combo had arrived. As it happened, Shinobi Warrior Kai's triple a spun around, then quadruple a spun once more. Like an elderly lady crossing the street at a leisurely pace, he slowly stepped out of the Susanoo Sasuke combo's hitbox. After Shinobi Warrior Kai finished his quadruple A, he had already drawn over a body-length S distance on the Y-axis from Susanoo Sasuke. Seeing Susanoo Sasuke perform a stationary air combo, Du-chun chuckled at the sight. He simply refrained from touching the joystick or buttons, standing still to watch Susanoo Sasuke. Meanwhile, Kogami's Susanoo Sasuke hadn't moved an inch from substitution until now. Like a lamb led to slaughter, utterly motionless. Under the camera, there was not a hint of color in Kogami's eyes. How desperate was he? At that moment, the only thing that could ignite a spark of hope was the moment he truly invested effort. Both commentators empathized deeply with Kogami. They teased him about the combo that had just missed. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Kogami resumed action. He intended to chase down the equally stationary Shinobi Warrior Kai. But as soon as Du-chun saw Susanoo Sasuke start moving, he immediately retreated. Kogami tried to use basic attacks with Chidori Blade to initiate. However, after the Chidori Blade was unleashed, it was intercepted by Shinobi Warrior Kai's basic attack crossing the Y-axis to seize the initiation. Alright, no need to play with this little health. Kogami surprisingly exhaled in relief. Yet, the thought of having 2 more ninjas to follow stirred a complex emotional storm within him. He wanted revenge, but his spirit was gone. At least I have to take out Shinobi Warrior Kai. Upon uttering this, Kogami immediately rallied himself. Having already prepared for the second round, Kogami regretted glancing at the screen once more. On screen, Shinobi Warrior Kai's AAA and Quadruple A pushed Susanoo Sasuke toward the edge of the stage. Then Shinobi Warrior Kai's Quintuple A opened space, followed by a reversed second skill to further distance himself. A strike from Day Tiger led straight into the ultimate. Burn. Youth! Susanoo Sasuke's remaining sliver of health vanished instantly. My youth holds no regrets. Was this a skill-stealing ultimate? Kogami learned for the first time that Shinobi Warrior Kai could steal skills. No matter what other thoughts crossed his mind, the fact that this ninja could perform a skill-stealing ultimate and still chain skills nearly extinguished the flicker of spirit he had just mustered. The second round began. Kogami assumed that Jichuin, having used 2 summons, would find it difficult to replicate the previous round's tactics. It wasn't until the Day Tiger struck his face that Kogami realized how utterly mistaken he was. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, this was the 7th ultimate, right? Ibaraki counted on his fingers how many ultimates Shinobi Warrior Kai had unleashed this round. No, brothers, if someone can perform 7 ultimates in one match, I really need to report this. Ibaraki could hardly believe it, then exclaimed, I swear, is this the Anhi Cup Finals? Tell me this is the Anhi Cup Finals. Watching the scrolling barrage of messages, one comment made him shout in shock again. What do you mean the 2 ultimates at the start count 2? That means this round had 9 ultimates, right? Returning his gaze to the match, Ibaraki was baffled once more by Jichuin's playstyle. Why not finish off the opponent when at low health, but instead actively create distance? What was Jichuin thinking? Ibaraki pondered, glanced at the match timer, and guessed the answer. He was waiting for the chakra cooldown. He unleashed his ultimate again. The first match concluded with Shinobi Warrior Kai achieving the feat of 8 ultimates. Everyone was immersed in Jichuin's wild, dogged performance art. No one blamed Kogami for any possible flaws. Within the Shield Bureau Captain's team voice chat, Shuai Xing called out to Kogami several times without response. It wasn't until all 3 opened Kogami's livestream to check on him that they discovered he had collapsed in his gaming chair, his face pale and unconscious, a figure burnt out like a relic. The mad dog has been contained for 180 seconds. Brother, rest in peace, said Xiaozhe with a solemn expression. Xiaozhe had no acting skills, only pure emotion. The main reason wasn't a deep bond with Kogami, but simply because he was the second in the lineup. If he could choose, Xiaozhe truly did not want to face off against this unpredictable mad dog-esque playstyle. Subjectively, Xiaozhe did not believe that Fengshen's Raikage in the previous KOF match was more skillful than Jichuin's Shinobi Warrior Kai this time. Yet, when losing to Fengshen, even if unwilling, he had no complaints. After all, Fengshen was the champion, and his gameplay was nothing but strong. Jichuin, from start to finish, was a pure novice. No matter how much understanding or strategy one had, facing him in battle meant only a divine could avoid being flustered. Although Xiaozhe stepped onto the stage, his mind remained on Kogami's previous match. He simply could not fathom why such strange and unusual ninjas in Jichuin's hands could manifest unexpected strength. Were these ninjas truly overlooked powerhouses? At this moment, Xiaozhe's mind sparked with the reasoning of a philosopher king. Just as he wanted to continue pondering, a teammate's voice came through the chat. Hey, ban Shinobi Warrior Kai quickly. Yes, Shinobi Warrior Kai. Xiaozhe found Shinobi Warrior Kai's avatar under the A Ninja section and clicked to ban. Considering the previous KOF match, no one expected Fengshen to choose the 3rd generation Raikage again after completing the 21-year ninja pool. Learning from the last lesson, Xiaozhe refused to give Jichuin another chance with Shinobi Warrior Kai. Little did he know, this choice perfectly suited Du Chun's intentions. Shinkaban was not banned, and Heiji was also released. Du Chun exclaimed, Never have I witnessed such a splendid start. Heiji, locked. Initially, Du Chun could not stand Heiji. Such a black, snotty, unsightly creature doing disgraceful things. Liking it would be strange. Yet now, gazing at Heiji, Du Chun felt an inexplicable joy. So adorable. Commentator Xiao Bao, Jichuin, as usual, selects Heiji in the first position. Jichuin's likelihood of picking this ninja is remarkably high. Commentator Xiao Lai, yes, basically whenever Heiji is available, Jichuin will pick him. It's clear he appreciates the buffs this ninja provides. Xiao Bao. Most importantly, Jichuin tends to carry the team with a single ninja, which is very strong, probably why he chooses Heiji. Xiao Lai, indeed, Jichuin favors individualistic lineups, of course. I'm referring to in-game lineups. Professionally, these odd ninja picks don't occupy his teammates' ninja pools, so in that sense, he is quite a team player. Xiao Bao. I'm curious what ninja Jichuin will pick in the second slot. Xiaozhe selected White Mask in the first slot. Xiaozhe made a calm choice, White Mask in the first slot, and Wandering Pain in the second. This match was the most unexpected for Xiaozhe because Jichuin's bands of Broken Mask Obito and Wandering Obito had nothing to do with him. Instead, all 3 ninjas from his own national team were released. Moreover, Xiaozhe harbored no apprehension that ordinary players yet to be chosen would be selected by Jichuin. He simply could not conceive of any strategy for ordinary players to achieve a high purity level. Furthermore, If Jichuan managed to execute a series of exquisite and refined maneuvers using Nagato from Naruto, then even if Xiaozhe were outplayed, he would have no grounds for complaint. Naturally, Xiaozhe was more inclined to believe that Jichuan would not select this particular ninja. Indeed, this proved to be the case, for Jichuan had already secured the second position. Unrivaled under the heavens, the ninja chosen for the third position swiftly followed suit. It was the very same Edo Tensei of the duel arena SA rank ninja, who had remained unrotated for 3 entire years. The instant technique overturned everything. Intermittent sounds echoed. Why is there suddenly such vigorous music playing somewhere? Xiaozhe murmured. Removing his headphones, the sound ceased once more. Could it be that I misheard? No sooner had he spoken than the intermittent noises resumed. Right and wrong. Xiaozhe found it peculiar and inquired through voice chat. Did any of you hear something? His teammates unanimously responded in the negative. The live chat also reported no unusual sounds. Growing even more puzzled, Xiaozhe simply hung his headphones around his neck, intending to discern the source with his bare ears. While selecting the secret scroll summons, a melodious singing drifted in from outside the window. With struggle, conquer, trample the fury of heaven and earth. Was it a neighbor upstairs or downstairs playing music? It seemed to come from downstairs, as subtle vibrations were felt beneath his feet. Yet the singing outside was intermittent, as though the music player was malfunctioning. Xiaozhe thought, what an old-fashioned song. Who still listens to this? After a while, silence returned outside, allowing Xiaozhe to calmly assemble his lineup. Soon enough, though clouds darken and winds howl, they shall not halt my journey, rain or shine. Let the gods beneath my feet pave a path of heroes for me. The downstairs neighbor's player resumed with full volume, broadcasting the complete song. This greatly irritated Xiaozhe, who wished to focus on his game. Confronting the neighbor now was evidently impractical. Resigned, Xiaozhe closed the window and donned his headphones once more, which should have shut out all external noise. Yet, that one line from the lyrics seemed to penetrate everything. I only have battle, battle. At the same moment that the stirring vocals emerged, the duel arena's broadcast voice echoed within the headphones. Round 1. Let the battle commence. Falling stars fill the sky. I pray they do not leave. Du Chun hummed along and suddenly said, how about a song by Brother Jie? Possessed? Do you feel the same? Yet the fight had already begun. For Du Chun, who played Naruto on the computer, selecting a song was merely a matter of opening a small video site and searching. His browser happened to have the site open. His fingers flew, instantly typing the 6 letters Xiaomo. Before the input method could even respond, the search bar displayed the results. At 58 seconds, Xiaozhe advanced upward, noticing that Kamakura Madara still stood at his initial spot. After deceiving him once more, he decisively unleashed the Flame Fan's Great Fire technique. Du Chun switched to the Thunder Simulator, instantly pressing the invincibility skill followed by the first ability. At 57 seconds, Du Chun opened the first video on the search page and swiftly returned to the simulator. Meanwhile, the White Mask substitute released the disarming technique Scatter. Unlike other high-ranking streamers, Xiaozhe's White Mask typically appeared in the first position and carried no secret scrolls except for counterattacks. This time, it was used precisely to counter the invincibility's disarming Scatter. Du Chun activated the second skill and leaped. Kamakura Madara's second skill's first leap granted a brief invincibility frame, dodging part of the scatter before the second scatter dispelled the invincibility. The second leap of the second skill was followed by a normal attack, Divine Descent. Xiaozhe's White Mask performed the second skill in place. He hoped to use Yang Jian's divine power to trap Kamakura Madara within the Kamui space. Yet, it was clear that Du Chun had not yet grasped the stance. My code is above yours, kid. Unaware of the nuances in playing Kamakura Madara, Du Chun did not even glance at the energy bar. After all, the consumption did not recover quickly. What was the point? He executed a second skill leap, landing for normal attacks before slamming down to chain into the first skill, Halaru Great Whirlwind. You must shout the move to make it powerful. The Great Windmill inflicted 300,000 damage, easily combining with an airborne 4-hit combo to deliver 600,000 output. Du Chun knew the main event was yet to come. After the Great Whirlwind ended, the second skill's second slam followed. Give me a blast. With Du Chun's roar, golden critical hits erupted like a fountain. Instantly, the White Mask's health bar dropped nearly halfway. The screen flooded with critical hits, dealing 700,000 damage. For a skill that typically delivered stable 500,000 damage, 700,000 was undoubtedly a significant enhancement. Such brutal damage left many viewers dumbfounded. If calculated from the moment the second skill's leap connected with the normal attack, the entire sequence lasted 8 seconds. If calculated from the first skill's Halaru Great Whirlwind, it was 6 seconds. The former amounted to 1,300,000 damage in 8 seconds. The latter, 1,050,000 in 6 seconds. Observing the damage dealt, Kamakura Madara's energy bar was fully replenished again. Yet Du Chun declared, damage done? Obviously not. Kamakura Madara's second skill sliced through normal attacks, ascending before descending with 4 distinct damage hits. 259,837, 30,271, 39,167, and 261,937. This amounted to 550,000 fluctuating damage in 2 seconds. Du Chun exclaimed in delight. Whoa, the double damage aerial trait is still intact. Upon reflection, it made sense this world had not yet fixed the 5 consecutive scan jump or the infinite bring in the wine bug. A minor glitch like Kamakura Madara S was hardly worth worrying about. However, damage had already started to wane. Normally, a combo dealing 750,000 regular damage would only yield 600,000 after shield decay. Yet combined with the previous 1,300,000 output, in 10 seconds the total approached 2 million, a barely sufficient consumption of health. Of course, if the negligible initial outputs were included, the total damage was only 600,000. Therefore, when the substitute S cooldown ended, Xiaozhe was rather bewildered. The substitute is ready, but the ninja is almost down. What's going on? That can't be right. You didn't use summoning, and the secret scroll ISNT damage dealing, yet in just over 10 seconds you dealt me 2.5 million damage. This ISNT right? Xiaozhe abandoned concerns over the substitute and began reasoning with Kamakura Madara through the screen. Du Chun also found it strange. The white mask substitute is ready. Why doesn't it come out? His implication was clear. If white mask doesn't substitute, how can I be unrivaled under the heavens? However, observing Xiaozhe's comments in the live chat, Du Chun was puzzled. What's wrong with this? It's been this way all these years. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. We Kamakura Madara niche skill players have it tough. Sometimes you should look for your own faults, okay? After all these years, has your operation improved? Have you seriously practiced the ninja? Du Chun's words stunned the entire room. Damn, how could anyone be so shameless? Even 5G, a teammate, could not tolerate it. You're a white mask player. You lost the rhythm at the start, and the substitute was taken by the opponent immediately. Although there were operational mistakes, everyone knows you tried your best. Yet the opposing Kamakura Madara took out 2 million health with no resource consumption. Now your substitute is ready. Go and take down the opponent S6 beans. Furthermore, the first position summon is the panda Kamakura Madara. After hearing 5G's words, Go Lai shook his head at the rhythm of this round. Can this really take first place? At the HSG club, Xiaohao noticed the chat saying that Fengshen had developed an obsession with the third rakeage. He immediately came over to check. Indeed, Fengshen was playing the third rakeage, even bringing along the most useless A-rank ninja, Kuratsuchi. Xiaohao expressed his disdain for Fengshen's choice. Nevertheless, Xiaohao did not disturb Fengshen, who was engrossed in his game. Instead, he shoved the Wind God aside from the esports chair and, without permission, took control of Wind God's computer. Come on, let me see how these mere mortals are performing in the On Fire Cup. Even after 100 battles, it's still the same, Xiaohao sneered with a grin. The ones who can't beat the Divine Steed Ban have arrived. Could this guy be Loyu? What kind of trash ninja is this Divine Steed Ban? SNT it easy to beat Cyber Naruto? To put it plainly, what use is this Divine Steed Ban? Purely a worthless ninja designed to entice players to spend money during the new year. When spectators mentioned damage output, Xiaohao retorted, what's the use of high damage? This game relies on skill and controlling the tempo. What good is damage alone? When the audience brought up that Divine Steed Ban's ultimate activates an invincible golden body and that his basic attacks grant full area invulnerability, Xiaohao responded, you're all just naive kids. If you can't counter invincibility with grabs, then what are you even doing? When viewers noted that the second phase of Divine Steed Ban's ultimate can ignore grabs and send opponents flying, Xiaohao challenged, can you interrupt his ultimate? Huh? Can you? If you can, I'll eat my words live. As the chat flooded with yes, you can interrupt. In unison, Xiaohao snapped irritably, so what if you can interrupt the ultimate? You fools don't understand the rules of high-level matches at all. Then, turning around, Xiaohao pushed the Wind God, still immersed in climbing the ranks, back into his seat, his actions tinged with exasperation. As he left, muttering about techniques and tactics, he left the audience with only his back. In a reluctant glance back, his eyes shone with a purity untouched by worldly corruption. 2 wins in a row. Now even the commentators were stunned. If Wind God's Thunder King was like farming abundance, earning 20 gold coins per match, then Jichuan's 2 matches were no different from a one-click sweep in a dungeon interface. To other teams and streamers, the undefeated Captain Shield team was formidable. For elite streamers like Little God and Little Zhe, Jichuan was at best an elite monster in a dungeon. The strength of this Divine Steed Ban is way over the top. Little Zhe was not angry, or rather, he simply couldn't get angry. Losing a match. His only lament was not about Jichuan, but about this recently released pay-to-win ninja, Divine Steed Ban. This was not because Little Zhe had a particularly good temper, but because the situations faced by Little God and Little Zhe were completely different. Little God was up against Ninja War Kai, widely regarded as the bottom of the hierarchy. Moreover, Du Chun's playstyle was pure to an extreme. Summoning at the start, initiating with summoning, then countering with an ultimate. No matter who stepped up, it was frantic. But Little J's opponent, Divine Steedban, was a different story. When a ninja can effortlessly chip away over 2 million health without consuming resources, and his ultimate grants invincibility while wildly slashing, what else could the opponent do but give up on playing? Struggling in vain? They'd probably find even head patting too much trouble. This was the mindset Little Zhu adopted. In fact, after being frightened to tears by the flawless counter-ultimate from Divine Steedban when he used a substitute, he already knew he was going to lose this round. Early loss or late loss made no difference. He might as well shift the pressure to the team captain. The pressure thus fell on Handsome Star, the third position player for Captain Shield, as he stepped into the fray. This was the second match of the martial arts tournament. Many flashy ninjas were left on the sidelines, including Handsome Star's specialty, Qing Shui. Seeing the opponent, Du Chun frowned slightly. Handsome Star, honestly, I have some issues with how you play Qing Shui. If I could, I'd really like to teach you how to play authentic Qing Shui. Is your authentic Qing Shui really authentic? Full of marks and chasing the opponent around biting. How can you even say that without feeling embarrassed? Authentic Qing Shui is a mad dog Qing Shui. Better not. That's the only ninja the General Star specializes in. Polluting the ninja pool further would be a crime against nature. Du Chun laughed. Polluting the ninja pool? Is that even a thing? Still, he made up his mind. If Handsome Star dared to bring out Qing Shui, then he would definitely pick Qing Shui too. The chat was just for amusement, since Handsome Star would never actually unleash Qing Shui. And indeed, Handsome Star locked in Qing Shui as first pick. Du Chun never expected to scoop up Qing Shui from Handsome Star, so he prepared a backup plan. First pick. Uchiha Shursui Susanoo. Susanoo Shursui enjoyed considerable popularity in this world, though Du Chun thought this ninja's long pre- and post-attack animations were somewhat laughable. Yet, the unique mechanism of Susanoo Shursui still garnered favor among many players. Of course, Du Chun's choice of Susanoo Shursui was because of his one-of-a-kind special mechanic, Bentenjin. The chat flooded with question marks, and some even asked directly, "Can you really handle such a flashy ninja?" Du Chun paid no heed to such comments. To be honest, Qing Shui has always been my favorite ninja. But my family was poor, and I couldn't afford the high-level summons. As soon as Du Chun finished this, a swarm of chat messages erupted in criticism. "Streamer, stop playing for a moment. I have a question. Susanoo Shursui, what's this guy talking about? Are you a jerk? Redefining poor now? No, can no one talk about the value of picking Divine Steedban in the martial arts tournament?" At once, a savvy viewer did the math. In the last match, Jichuan's lineup was Black Absolute 198, Panda 98, Two Tails 98, Chameleon 98. The Edo Tensei Kakashi had been switched multiple times. Since Jichuan claimed to be broke, let us assume he got them from the Shureness Ninja Scroll. The minimum price would be $25 each. That alone adds up to over $500. Then, here's the big kicker. It's well known that the martial arts tournament forbids the use of trial card ninjas. So how could the Divine Steedban Ninja Scroll, released on January 30th, be fully obtained by February 9th? Costs $1,200. Therefore, conservatively, Jichuan's last lineup cost at least $1,700. Someone like that claiming to have no money for high-level summons? Not to mention, Jichuan had even used Qing Shui in a previous match. Everyone watching remembered vividly how that Qing Shui tore through the battlefield like a wild dog. After all the complaints, seeing Jichuan still putting on a show, the chat grew tired and settled into a mood of amused spectators, eager to hear what nonsense Jichuan might spout next. Du Chun said, "So when I see others playing Qing Shui, my eyes fill with envy, tears wetting my lashes. At such a young age, it's the first time I've felt so helpless in life. Do you feel the same?" Du Chun's acting skills, honed during his street performances, were exquisite. After his speech, tears streamed down his face, moving many viewers to sympathy. 111. I never expected the streamer to have it so tough. If I had Qing Shui, I'd lend it to you. Since the streamer said it, what else is there to say? I'll tell Handsome Star. I'll take care of it when I get back to the country. A paid message stood out prominently. "Streamer, I understand you. My family was poor when I was young. Others played Naruto and I could only watch. Others bathed and I could only watch too." Seeing this, Du Chun's lips twitched, almost breaking his act. In short, the performance was reasonably successful. Now it depended on whether Handsome Star was willing to lend him Qing Shui. Handsome Star frowned slightly. Apparently, the chat had exaggerated Jichuan's words and passed them on to him. At least when it came to stirring the pot, the audience's talent was unmatched. Handsome Star said, "Fine, I'm leaving Qing Shui here. Let us see if he has the guts to come get it." The battle had yet to begin, but the tension was already palpable. A genius player noticed something. "Jichuan, why did your first pick bring Shell?" Du Chun replied, "Don't say that, I'm actually making good use of Shell." Round 1. The battle commenced. Du Chun said, Why do I say that scattered Qing Shui is a mistake? As Du Chun spoke, Shui immediately stepped forward to apply pressure. Qing Shui's opening initiative was relatively average, which was why Du Chun dared to press forward. Handsome Star kept a close eye on Susanoo Shui's movements, silently analyzing how Shui would open the fight. At this moment, Aomizu and Susanoo Shui are separated by a distance of 3 units along the x-axis and 1 unit along the y-axis. This proximity allows Aomizu to initiate a Rasengan at any given time. Yet, Suishing utterly refrains from entertaining the idea of commencing with a Rasengan. Regardless of whether Susanoo Shui might immediately unleash the Crescent Moon Slash, even the mere use of Dispel technique could completely overwhelm Aomizu. Suishing's composed version of Aomizu naturally dares not gamble on initiating with a Rasengan. At this juncture, Suishing's Aomizu is poised to throw a AAA flying Raijin Kunai. As soon as the kunai is retrieved, there will be an opportunity to apply pressure on Susanoo Shui with a strong normal attack. Concurrently, Suishing continues to analyze Susanoo Shui's opening moves. Conventionally, Susanoo Shui's standard opening involves summoning a shell. Bang! Just as Aomizu launches the AAA kunai, a shell bursts from the ground. The fact confirms it. The purest form of technique avoids convention. There is no method more convenient or effective than opening with a shell summon. A summoning opening? Observing Aomizu being forcibly stunned by the shell on the battlefield, Suishing's mindset slightly wavers. Whenever Susanoo Shui exhibits any intention to advance further, Suishing can deduce that the pure form is preparing to initiate. Aomizu's first skill, Flying Raijin, is primed and ready. In other words, Suishing retains Flying Raijin at all times, prepared to counter Susanoo Shui. But who would have anticipated the opening with a summoning? This must be a Sandwall wind diversion, right? From the voice chat, Xiaojia's complaint drifts through. Luoyu sympathizes with Suishing. There's no choice. The shell's instant cast speed is just too fast. Almost as soon as you see the opponent raise their hand, the shell's damage lands. Only Xiaoshan sits pale-faced, slumped in his chair, motionless. If not for his eyes still fixated on the computer screen and blinking, it would have been yet another broadcast accident with Xiaoshan perishing. However, upon witnessing the shell summon opening, Xiaoshan's complexion grows even paler. The fluctuations over his heart become more agitated and pronounced. Suishing has nothing further to say and immediately deploys a substitute, preparing a counterattack. Dukhan instantly activates his second skill to teleport away, then counters with Susanoo 99. Simultaneously, Aomizu just manages to activate Flying Raijin. Dukhan's Susanoo Shui narrowly escapes the Flying Raijin's effective range. It must be said, Susanoo Shui's 2 skills are not only powerful for initiating but also excellent for counterattacks. Seeing Flying Raijin miss, Suishing promptly interrupts the skill. Dukhan seems to have anticipated Suishing's thought, preparing just before Aomizu interrupts Flying Raijin. Uchiha-style rapid consecutive flashes. Suishing attempts to summon but is a step too slow, slapping his thigh in frustration. You even caught this timing? In order to seize the momentum, Dukhan has expended nearly all he can afford. Yet, the outcome is ultimately favorable. Dukhan glances at the mark. Only Spiral Break and Solar Dance remain. Then, without leaving a trace, he looks at the upper right corner, above the secret scroll 16 seconds. Dukhan maintains stable normal attacks. Susanoo Shui's normal attacks require no elaboration, inheriting the chaotic style of Rurang Shui, though slightly less effective. The standard combo continues until Suishing's second substitute cooldown ends. By this time, Susanoo Shui's energy bar has replenished to 2/3. Susanoo Shui skillfully evades the Crescent Moon Slash. Observing this, Suishing immediately unleashes Flying Raijin without hesitation. This time, no issues arise. Dukhan attempts to follow with the second phase of Spiral Break. However, Susanoo Shui's Susanoo effect has not yet ended when the ninja is already in a hitstun state. Compared to those ninjas whose effects end but whose invincibility remains, this scene is quite difficult to endure. Susanoo Shui's effect is still ongoing while the invincibility has already ceased. Fortunately, the interruption is timely. Dukhan does not activate the second skill phase. Otherwise, losing a full energy bar for nothing would be the greatest loss. Dukhan remains composed, quietly and calmly waiting until Suishing's Aomizu finishes deploying Flying Raijin before substituting. Why did Suishing not interrupt Flying Raijin to save the second phase for a counterattack? It is hard to say he was not influenced by Dukhan's previous timing trap, so he simply lets Flying Raijin run its course. Once Aomizu's Flying Raijin concludes, Dukhan's Susanoo Shui substitutes precisely behind him. The skill release sequence after Susanoo Shui's substitution is as follows. Summoning Chameleon, Dispel Technique, Susanoo Spiral Break. Suishing despairingly presses down on the panda, removing both hands from the keyboard. No! In the match, Aomizu takes a slight step downwards and presses the panda again. Immediately after, Susanoo Shui dispels it. Then, the Chameleon's damage and Spiral Break follow in swift succession. The Shield Captain's team watches on, Xiaozha wears a wry smile. That pure kid. 2 summons in 1 match, no words, well done, Captain. Luoyu wholeheartedly agrees and advises. I've never seen such a tactic. 2 summons in 1 match. He definitely has no moves left. Captain, you play well. The win is yours next. Suishing remains silent, but just watching makes him seem on the verge of darkness. At least in appearance, he looks vastly different from the first round, when his left eye was on guard and his right eye on watch. By the end of this round, not only has Suishing lost the panda, but he has also sacrificed Aomizu. Aomizu is his specialized ninja. Suishing feels that the effort he has invested in other ninjas combined does not equal the dedication he has poured into Aomizu. Now, Aomizu is about to be forcibly taken by the opponent. His emotions are in shambles. Given a chance to redo the round, Suishing would rather be the one who lost 2 summons and claimed the first round victory. On the other side, Dukhun shows no regret for losing 2 summons in a row, only joy at the imminent acquisition of Aomizu. Hee, I'm really going to control you well. Uchiha-style solar dance. You don't want Suishing to lose so embarrassingly, do you? Rest assured, occasionally doing this, Suishing won T-mind. Kowtow ama si kami. Don't be a god. Oh my, this plot is going in the wrong direction. I senti it? This is not the kindergarten bus. I senti this the self-abasement style shursui? What classic Japanese trope? Pure love warrior falls to the ground. Streamer, you really only wanted to experience Aomizu, nothing else, right? Self-abasement style shursui ISNT played like this, cry. I beg you, give Aomizu back to Suishing. He is about to turn dark. In the second round, Suishing S. Aomizu faces Suishing S. Tendo Chao. During the loading phase, Dukhun takes a cold drink from the fridge. Susanu shursui? Not familiar. I play Aomizu. Saying this, he places the canned beverage on the table, the label facing the camera. 6 walnuts. Round 2. The battle begins. A day without playing 2 matches at full throttle with the young Minato. I truly can't even eat. 59 seconds is my lucky number. You know what I mean? At the start, he takes a step forward. Summons Panda. Pulls divine strength. Hesitation leads to defeat, so I always win decisively. Even if the opponent is the invincible Chao, I can still tear through with Rasengan. Suishing S national team. Aomizu ordinary person, wandering pain, Tendo Chao. However, against the prodigious ordinary person and wandering pain, Suishing holds no advantage. He is not even stronger than Xiaozha. Only the missing Aomizu and the steady Tendo Chao are worth noting. Suishing never anticipated Dukhun daring to directly bite back. Yet his hand speed is even faster than his reaction. 0-frame Shinra is released 1 frame before the Rasengan arrives. Without time to think and no thought of using the first skill to capture. But when Suishing sees the white steam on Aomizu, his expression changes repeatedly, and he blurts out, Is your mother well? Did your mother teach you to open with Panda Rasengan? Does your mother even know how to play Aomizu? Please send my regards to your mother and family. Du Chun turned a deaf ear, for his mind was already too consumed to entertain any other thoughts. Merely executing the ultimate combo of the Panda Rasengan had exhausted every last neuron in his brain. At least until the next wave of rhythm arrived. Du Chun was in desperate need of a sip of 6 walnuts to replenish his mental faculties. Preferably the chilled variety, as it would grant him a fleeting sense of calm, composure, serenity, and contemplation. These were the triumphant secrets of us young Minatos. Du Chun remained utterly oblivious, fully immersed in his own world. For the substitute, let us use Flying Thunder God. Has he activated invincibility? Watching the screen where Chao Gu triggered invincibility, Du Chun reluctantly resorted to that notoriously difficult maneuver, proactively interrupting Flying Thunder God, then following up with Scatter. Du Chun said, I told you Scatter is really effective. Frozen Snow? What Frozen Snow? I'm not familiar with it. Frozen Snow can't break full-level invincibility. Yet, before Du Chun could savor his victory for even a second, Shui Xing immediately unleashed a summon. Du Chun exclaimed, Damn! 10 snakes! Startled, Du Chun inadvertently picked up the Flying Thunder God Kunai he had left behind when he interrupted his skill moments ago. Then, quite accidentally, he pressed a normal attack. Following the normal attack, a peculiar slow-motion animation appeared, allowing Du Chun's intensely focused operational mindset to ease somewhat. After the counter, during the displacement, he once again inadvertently picked up another Flying Thunder God Kunai, and even more carelessly pressed a normal attack toward the bottom lane. This carelessness led to the pickup of a third Flying Thunder God Kunai. However, to the audience, this entire series of actions appeared as nothing more than Flying Thunder God counter followed by Flying Thunder God counter. Then Flying Thunder God counter again. Having used all 3 Flying Thunder God Kunai, the 10 snakes had already been dragged away. Du Chun had no clue what had just transpired. All he felt was a complete mental fog. If asked which tasted better, Pepsi or Coca-Cola, he could probably only respond, the chilled one tastes better. Du Chun held the Rasengan steadily, wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow. We, the young Minato players, are simply too skilled. Next wave of substitutes. Risking the collapse of his position, Du Chun prematurely deployed Flying Thunder God. Sure enough, Shuai-Shing summoned a substitute within less than 2 seconds. Predictive play. Doesn't T seem right? Streamer, how do you still remember substitute timers? Du Chun replied, substitute timer? That S actually my first skill S cooldown timer. Young Minato S first skill lasts 14 seconds. Substitute 15 seconds. As long as you let your opponent substitute once during your first skill, you can directly use Young Minato S first skill cooldown as a timer. However, if you interrupt the first skill and then activate the second stage, the cooldown refreshes anew. Interrupt the first skill but don't use the second stage, and after the second stage S yellow bar ends, the cooldown continues normally, identical to casting the entire first skill uninterrupted. That's why I dislike interrupting Young Minato S first skill. Even if I do, I rarely use the second stage. For a skillful Young Minato player, this behavior undoubtedly cuts off the timer. Of course, since skillful Young Minato players dedicate all their attention to execution, they have no time to memorize the opponent's substitute timing. It's perfectly reasonable. Returning to the duel arena, Shuai-Shing, seeing his maneuver anticipated, was forced to shift along the y-axis to avoid being caught by Flying Thunder God's initial strike. Observing this, Du Chun immediately made a decision that violated ancestral teachings. He interrupted his first skill. Now that the second skill was off cooldown, he could employ Young Minato's notoriously ruthless opening method. Du Chun used an uncounterable kunai to pull Chao Gu. Shuai-Shing, seeing Young Minato rushing to his face, could not tolerate it. Instantly, he fired a small Shinra Tensei to repel Young Minato. Du Chun instantly substituted behind Chao Gu and unleashed the second stage of Flying Thunder God. If the opponent counters with a summon, Young Minato's Flying Thunder God second stage creates enough distance to avoid being countered by a reverse summon. If the opponent fails to counter with anything, they get caught by the opening. Or if they only counter with non-sustained secret scrolls like Lightning Strike or Earthquake, the damage from Flying Thunder God's second stage is still guaranteed. Pull. Divine Steel. Bang. Boom. Shuai-Shing failed to counter, getting blasted away directly by Young Minato's Flying Thunder God second stage. Du Chun held the Rasengan steady, directly tracking the Flying Thunder God mark, and with a flash, capped it atop Chao Gu's head. Still young and strong, still wielding the outrageously loud Rasengan. Meanwhile, Du Chun muttered, substitute used, first skill used, second skill used, secret scroll used, summon currently no summon can be cast. Summon all gone? Then what's left to say? I'll just unleash my ultimate. This move is called Rasengan. Super. Continuous. Sky-splitting flash. Zero style. Though an opponent, you're not bad. No way dude, you actually won. Scared to tears by the last wave of substitute chasing and tearing. So pure is so brave. I'm impressed. The great magistrate of Konoha. No wonder Young Minato was chosen as the fourth Hokage. At this moment, Shuai-Shing sat in the internet cafe, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the ultimate skill icon on the computer screen. His eyes reddened. Shuai-Shing was red with emotion. Though an opponent, this was my Young Minato. My Young Minato. In a roar filled with fury and resentment, Shuai-Shing cried out. He could not comprehend why he had lost to the ninja he knew best. Was he wrong all along? Had he been playing Young Minato incorrectly? Shuai-Shing could not bear to face, nor admit, a certain truth. So Pure's Young Minato was indeed not inferior. One could even say it was excellent. But how was he, Shuai-Shing, supposed to learn from that opening Panda Rasengan Young Minato? At this moment, Shuai-Shing was despondent, forlorn, like a middle-aged vagabond who had lost both career and family. Now, the one who had snatched away his beloved and stolen his career stood across from him. The ultimate skill icon seemed to trample upon Shuai-Shing's dignity. It involuntarily reminded him of a manga he had read last night, where a certain dialogue went, "Childhood friend, I'm sorry, but the blonde-haired guy really is much stronger than you." Furiously, Shuai-Shing clenched his mouse, eyes bloodshot. If only he hadn't sacrificed that one shot last night. Indeed, only those who have experienced it can understand how heartbreaking it is to be a minotaur. Shuai-Shing looked up, wanting to howl, but tears unknowingly trickled from the corners of his eyes to his lips. There was a phrase he kept hidden in his heart, never spoken aloud. But I think it's sacred. Meanwhile, on Du Chun's side, suddenly a flood of barrage comments appeared, relentlessly disparaging Young Minato and vehemently criticizing his so pure playstyle. Facing this onslaught of comments, Du Chun chose the most primal way to respond. You're right. But Minato Namikaze, Young is an A-rank elite ninja introduced into the Naruto mobile game on July 15, 2022. Upon recruiting this ninja, the title granted is Sword of Ninja Love. In combat, he is a ninja characterized by high combo potential, exceptional agility, and demanding execution. His skills are versatile, and his overall capabilities are formidable. The opening is inevitably an invincible Rasengan. You substitute, I counter with Flying Thunder God, then summon to seize the opening. The execution is maxed out. Summon without greed, secret scrolls without greed, skills without greed, ultimate without greed, 2-1-3 combos, no explanation needed, just watch the animation. We young Minato players are truly powerful. Xiaozhi said, Captain, Du Chun sent you a message in the group. Shuai Xing replied in despair, what? Xiaozhi hesitated. He said, when young Minato was using the invincible Rasengan, he was shouting your name. Shuai Xing was unwilling to admit it, but at that moment, he was G-pure so pure rotation. Switched out. Du Chun was rotated out. He had achieved a 1 vs 3 record. Surprise? Excitement? Du Chun stared at the barrage comments. Where is the applause? After Du Chun rotated out, the next to enter was 5G. G-pure so pure had no real positional tactics. Especially after the Wind God purity had taken root, the order was simply arranged according to who wanted to play next. Facing Luoyu as expected, 5G was pierced through thrice. Luoyu showed no mercy, as if battling in a professional tournament. There was no other way. He had only victory to look forward to, and then the next round. 5G lost, struggling between gain and loss, burdened with self-reproach. Luoyu left no room for mercy, like a professional match. And that was the only way. The finals had arrived, and it was at such a critical match point. It was difficult not to obsess over every single point's victory or defeat. 5G's tone was tinged with regret as he said, Genius. The next round depends on your performance. The genius player replied. Huh? But I'm supposed to be the last one. 5G exclaimed, what? How come? Didn't TU submit the lineup for the third position? The genius also grew anxious. Yeah, I remember being third. Could it be a display glitch? Du Chun interjected. Then doesn't that mean Wind God has to step onto the field for this match? Just as the team was about to call out Wind God for the 3-person G-pure match, Wind God's voice unexpectedly came through the team voice chat. Don't be surprised. Don't forget the lineup is submitted by the captain. So when I handed in the list, I switched myself to the third position. Upon hearing this, 5G was stunned. What? The genius exhaled with relief. So after all this, it was the captain pulling a trick on us. 5G asked. Why would Wind God change the lineup? Aren't you trying to climb the ranks? Wind God, eager to get on the field, said nothing more. I calculated that this position would face falling rain. Would you believe that? Whether 5G believed it or not, Wind God indeed encountered falling rain. This was a predetermined outcome, a duel seemingly ordained by fate. By now, Wind God had already entered peak form. In fact, while Du Chun took on 3 players single-handedly, Wind God had ceased his rank climbing efforts. Of course, he had spent nearly an entire hour grinding for points. Wind God sealed his rank at a flawless 3,243 with a perfect winning streak. If one paid close attention, it was evident that the last 3 matches chosen ninjas differed significantly from the previous Juyu Lu Lei Wang lineup. Perfect victory. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the mysterious masked man. Gold Horn and Silver Horn versus Uchiha Obito Ninja World War. Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo, Uchiha Madara White Mask. Perfect victory. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Might Guy Dead Gate. Gold Horn and Silver Horn versus Kuratsuchi. Third Reikage, Kakuzu Reanimation. Perfect victory. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the mysterious masked man. Hozuki Genjutsu Second Mizukage versus Uchiha Obito Ninja World War. Sasori S Puppet Squad. 6 Paths of Pain Wandering Ronin. Judging by the lineup, besides Wind Goddess favored and frequently chosen Masked Man and Gold Horn and Silver Horn, there was a new face. It was none other than the starter Hiruzen Sarutobi. As one of the oldest S-rank ninjas, Hiruzen Sarutobi was truly the oldest. This stemmed from an accidental discovery Wind God made years ago. At the time, he did not possess this ninja. During a high-level match at a rank of 2,600, he happened to face an opponent who used Hiruzen Sarutobi. That match ended in Wind Goddess victory, but the opponent's Hiruzen Sarutobi left a deep impression on him. Wind God often pondered whether equipping Hiruzen Sarutobi with a suitable secret scroll could yield miraculous effects in the martial arts tournament. Not long ago, Wind God shared this idea with Xiao Hao. Upon hearing it, Xiao Hao scoffed, he'd just get killed by a phased ninja. Wind God thought it made sense and abandoned the idea. Until today when he started using Lei Wang. The more Wind God played, the more he became captivated. The exhilaration this ninja brought was not unprecedented, but it was enough to illuminate Wind God's eyes. It was as if he had returned to the first time he executed the perfect ninja battle combo with Obito S-phase technique in combat. During the ongoing rank matches, Wind God found that rather than playing it safe with you, it was better to carry a dispel technique if he was confident in his own operation. After using the first 2 skills, he could then activate the dispel. Similarly, after consuming 2 skills, one could directly activate the thunder armor. In practice, having become accustomed to Lei Wang's skill charge mechanics, Wind God repeatedly found success using the dispel technique on Lei Wang. While Lei Wang was beautifully snatching points with the dispel, Wind God could not help but think of an aged figure, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If paired with the dispel, could this old third Hokage play a different role? He would still be countered by phased ninjas, but what if phased and flash-type ninjas had already been used up? Although in the Inhui Cup elimination matches, banned ninjas do not enter the discard pool, there is a strict rule in professional official tournaments. In team martial arts matches, ninjas who have been banned or previously selected cannot be chosen again. Furthermore, another regulation states, summoning and secret scrolls are not reusable between teams. If a teammate uses a secret scroll or summoning earlier, the following teammates cannot use the same. These stringent rules undoubtedly raise the entry threshold for professional martial arts tournaments. Yet there are team leaders like Rem who do not overthink, choosing specialized ninjas and securing the #1 spot in martial arts tournaments to utilize maximum resources for the best effect. Returning to the main story, because it was the final martial arts match, Wind God unveiled a Dispel third Hokage combo. Rather than a research project, it was more an opportunity to reveal a trump card. As expected, Falling Rain banned Wind God's Broken Mask and second Hokage. Wind God, in turn, selected the third Hokage, Masked Man, and Gold Horn and Silver Horn lineup. Sure enough, the appearance of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi caused quite a stir. Following that, Falling Rain set his lineup. 4th Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi, 5th Reikage Darui, and Salamander Hanzo. Although the final round offered fewer ninja choices, Falling Rain still assembled a respectable and formidable lineup. Yet at this moment, Falling Rain's brow was tightly furrowed. The stranger the ninja's Wind God chose, the more uneasy Falling Rain felt. What does this third Hokage mean? Falling Rain asked his teammates. Of course, he received no answer. After the secret scroll and summoning choices were made, Falling Rain's pupils constricted. Dispel? Wind God is really hiding something. If it were a conventional secret scroll, Falling Rain wouldn't he be so fearful. But the fear lay in the unconventional secret scroll. This strange secret scroll, colliding with obscure ninjas, produced bizarre fireworks that Falling Rain could not fathom. Wind God confessed live on stream. Although this tactic hasn't been practiced extensively, theoretically, it has no flaws. I believe it's a strategy worth developing. I tentatively call it the big stick style. Du Chun watched Wind God deploy the Dispel third Hokage combo and was impressed. Not bad, Wind God. You really have some ideas. Wind God was still formulating his opening strategy. Hearing Du Chun's praise, his first reaction was excitement. The reason being, since Jichuan also nodded in approval, it meant this tactic was genuinely promising. Then came the perplexing frustration. You already know my strategy? Du Chun smiled silently, wearing the look of a riddle master, but Wind God did not suspect Du Chun of playing tricks. Instead, Wind God felt even more frustrated, somewhat expectant yet reluctant, and asked, according to you, how should I open the match? Du Chun grinned. Your secret scrolls already reveal your intentions, don't they? Wind God asked. You deduced my strategy from my secret scrolls? Du Chun replied, not exactly. You might not believe it, but I've actually seen this kind of playstyle before, and it's not weak. Wind God said, I see. Du Chun added, there's some information asymmetry. If the skill level is sufficient, I think Falling Rain will find it hard to deal with your third Hokage. Wind God confidently said, don't worry, skill level is naturally not an issue. As the loading screen began, Hiruzen Sarutobi's Crimson proficiency was remarkably impressive. Moreover, Wind God's other two ninjas also boasted top-tier proficiency, which was unsurprising. Before the battle even commenced, the audience in the Wind Play GPure Team's live streams had already been raised to the highest level of anticipation. If Wind God's selection of Hiruzen Sarutobi merely piqued the audience's interest, the subsequent exchanges with Jichuan indisputably hooked them completely. They were eager to see how Wind God could develop this seemingly ordinary old ninja into a formidable force. Round 1. The battle begins. Both sides simultaneously chose their opening skills. Kuratsuchi's Stone Spear was the first to knock the third Hokage away, who then pulled his joystick to enter invincible dodge mode. Opening with the second skill, then soaring into the air to evade the opponent's attack, repeatedly swapping ranged skills proved unfailingly effective. This had become the customary opening strategy of Boruto's Sarutobi. However, the third Hokage's Earth Dragon, serving as sustained damage output, overlapped the invincibility period of Sarutobi's aerial maneuver, swiftly following up to launch Sarutobi into the air. This exchange represented a resource swap where both sides gained a modest advantage, as Sarutobi only fell after the third Hokage had stood up. Rai Rain sought to leverage that 1 second of invincibility upon rising to exert pressure, at least to intimidate the Wind God, which was advantageous. Yet, he had not anticipated that this round's Wind God would adopt a strategy unlike any before. Trying to bait out a skill? Here have it. As if inheriting the incorruptible, upright nature of a certain pure-hearted blue water official from the previous game. Speaking of which, the third Hokage's reign as the longest-serving Hokage was unparalleled in integrity. This was exemplified by the fact that no matter which form Sarutobi took, his skills could be cast indiscriminately. Monkey Demon, sensing Sarutobi's intent to advance aggressively, the Wind God immediately commanded the Monkey Demon into action. A massive staff whirled at high speed, Upon seeing this, Rai Rain turned to flee. But was it that easy to escape? In terror, Rai Rain realized that the staff pursued him relentlessly for a full 3 seconds. Damn! Dispel Jutsu. Forced to act, he used a secret scroll to counter the control effect. The skills wielded by these ninja were quite unscrupulous, Rai Rain mused. This skill was even more outrageous than Gaara's Sand Gold, and it included a grabbing effect. However, upon reflection, if it had been Sand Gold, a single secret scroll wouldn't have sufficed to block it. Unfortunately, sometimes it was just like that. Facing Gaara felt underhanded. Facing the third Hokage felt just as sly. Sacrificing the secret scroll resource, Rai Rain grew more determined to press forward and seize the tempo quickly. Yet he was not rash, possessing the composure and timing awareness of a professional player. The opposing third Hokage had no skills ready but held a secret scroll and a summon. Sarutobi had no secret scroll but possessed a summon and the first skill. How to create an opportunity with the first skill. Rai Rain's mind raced. Suddenly, he realized he had forgotten. What secret scroll did the Wind God's third Hokage have? Soon enough, the Wind God answered Rai Rain's question through action. Dispel Jutsu again. Sarutobi swiftly slapped down a secret scroll. The next moment, the Earth Dragon burst through the ground. Sarutobi's position was perfectly aligned, landing right at the tail end of the Earth Dragon, immediately launched into the air by the Dragon's strike. Rai Rain exclaimed, "Damn!" Watching the height of this aerial launch, Rai Rain gambled that Sarutobi, as an old ninja, wouldn't he be able to follow up on this float. Yet, he underestimated the Wind God's proficiency. As Sarutobi bounced off the ground, Sarutobi executed a ranged air attack from one body length away. Upon landing, Sarutobi would recover in half a second. Sarutobi then followed with a 2-hit attack and a sweeping kick, perfectly timed to keep Sarutobi airborne. Rai Rain could no longer bear it and immediately substituted. The Wind God promptly retreated with Rai Rain's first skill in pursuit. If nothing unexpected occurred, Sarutobi's next kick would initiate the offense. Yet the Wind God made no pretense and directly summoned the Toad Dragon. Positioned at the midline near the board's edge, the Toad Dragon's zone control was comparable to a small-scale thousand-hand serpent. Rai Rain hurriedly adjusted the orientation of his first skill S2 kick combo, pulling back 2 body lengths toward the center. In a fleeting moment of consideration, Rai Rain intended to activate the Panda summon. But seeing the cooldowns, he realized using Panda now would be futile. He could only rely on the aftercast delay of the first skill to glide upward, hoping the Toad Dragon lacked anti-air capability. The outcome was destined to disappoint him. Not only did the Toad Dragon possess anti-air abilities, but its anti-air effect was highly unconventional. It wasn't that the anti-air coverage was outrageously high. Rather, its effect radius was excessively exaggerated. For example, Rai Rain's Sarutobi was well over half a body length above the Toad Dragon's water pillar yet was still launched by the Toad Dragon's iron cannon. Meanwhile, the Wind God's first priority was to immediately deploy the Monkey Demon, as it had not yet entered cooldown. Failing to use it promptly would waste the Toad Dragon's cooldown refresh mechanism. Approaching to continue the assault, the Monkey Demon had only 8 seconds of cooldown remaining, while the second skill had already refreshed. At this point, Sarutobi still had 70% of his health, a very healthy state. But that was about to change. Sarutobi advanced to connect a combo of earth and fire techniques. Although visually intimidating, this skill combo dealt only 330,000 damage. Nothing extraordinary. However, the calculation was not that simple. After the skill finished, it inflicted a persistent burn damage fluctuating around 37,000 per second for 8 seconds. The skill itself had a 10-second cooldown, effectively dealing 700,000 damage every 10 seconds. The Monkey Demon's Slam added 450,000 damage. Combined, these two skills reduced Sarutobi's health directly to 50%. Yet the Flame's burning damage persisted. The Wind God timed Rai Rain's substitution cooldown perfectly, taking the opportunity to land several normal attacks to suppress the health bar further. When the moment was right, Dead Demon Seal, a full grab, dealing 900,000 standard ultimate damage. So long as one wields the will of fire, defeat is impossible. Was it over? The match had lasted 22 seconds. Good heavens. 3 full skill combos unleashed. Had Sarutobi not substituted in time, the 4th skill's cooldown would have refreshed. Dude, this is a bit ruthless, I senti it? Rai Rain blushed in embarrassment. This round had mistakes, but the Wind God's margin for error was too narrow. One substitution meant death. What else could he do? Rai Rain could not conceive a better countermeasure. He had not anticipated that damn monkey could chase so far and for so long. Nor did he expect the Wind God to be such a mad dog, summoning the Toad Dragon in the corner. If it had been another summon, Rai Rain might have dared to summon Panda for a quick burst, but the Toad Dragon and Crab, these two peculiar, toxic summons, were off limits. Forget it, watch me play Darui. Darui's range is long. I'm not afraid of these ninjas, Rai Rain declared as the second round began. Darui was a versatile ninja. Any secret scroll fit naturally. The 3 hottest secret scrolls, Scatter, Super Armor, and Exploding Flame were Darui's most frequently carried scrolls. Slightly less common were variants like Electric Shock Darui, Cyclone Darui, /Wave Darui, and Time Space Darui. There were even some esoteric builds, such as Water Surge Darui or Shuriken Shield Darui, that could deliver impressive performances. Since Rai Rain's lineup lacked a better Super Armor option, he chose the conventional build, Super Armor Darui. However, in the previous round, the panda assigned to Sarutobi had not appeared. So when Rai Rain glanced over, seeing Super Armor Darui paired with Panda, the super combo, he felt a strong sense of security. This old guy has been arrogant for too long. I really need to take him down, Rai Rain silently murmured, a way to bolster his own resolve. Darui's opening options were numerous, though aside from Water Dragon, most leaned toward reactive play. At the start, the Wind God's third Hokage once again opened with Earth Dragon. Rai Rain stepped back a pace and instinctively launched a Water Dragon. The two skills exchanged, but neither found its mark. Rai Rain easily anticipated the Wind God's next move. After a round of facing Dispel Jutsu third Hokage, Rai Rain understood about 60 to 70% of the Wind God's tactics. The Wind God's next move would be to command the staff to strike first. Sure enough, as Darui lingered in his own half of the field, he spotted the opponent's frontline Sarutobi preparing the staff.
Rai Rain quietly retreated,
drawing out vision while activating electric enchantment. This was a highly effective dash skill, with ample invincibility frames and piercing range, plus the hard body during enchantment could counter many reckless attacks. Rai Rain planned to use the invincibility frames to pass through the Wind God's staff command. He circled to the front line and confidently launched the Lightning Blade thrust. But the opening scene he expected failed to materialize. Instead, Rai Rain saw Sarutobi glaring blankly from the lower lane. Damn, when did this old guy run to the bottom lane? Then he glanced again at the staff command. It was flying toward his own position. Raindrop let out a startled cry. No, how is his great staff still moving? This time, what shocked him was not the duration of the staff's presence, but how it could continue to move after Sarutobi Hishirazu had already fled. It was only after the opening move that Raindrop, watching the barrage of comments, unraveled the mystery in his mind. Raindrop. Incredible. This skill actually depends on the length of the press. Short press triggers automatic targeting. This old ninja, abandoned in a forgotten warehouse, had never once faced Sarutobi Hishirazu in real combat. Nor could Raindrop recall the last time he had encountered a live third Hokage. He had assumed he understood this old ninja's skills fairly well, but he had been caught off guard by this nuance in the press duration. Raindrop was rather frustrated. He had expended both his active skills, yet only the secret scroll, the super armor, and the panda summon remained lit. This was clearly a trap to lure him into deploying a substitution. Unable to resist the temptation of the super armor, Raindrop resolved to fight with a substitution even if he had no skills left. Raindrop, if I recall correctly, the second summon slot for Kazakami is Sarutobi's ape, right? If I activate super armor, he definitely won't be able to touch me. Kazakami was mid-combo of normal attacks. Spotting Darui's substitution, he hastily suppressed his jutsu to counter Darui's normal attack once. Then, Kazakami repressed the Sarutobi ape to use it for a counterattack. Darui activated super armor and continued to relentlessly chase the attack. Kazakami was unable to chain any other moves and was forced into stun by Darui's assault. The summoned ape, intended as a counter, let out impotent roars, dealing only minor damage and producing no tangible effect. Kazakami exhibited great patience, simultaneously waiting for Darui's super armor to expire and for his skills to fully cool down. The recently used jutsu had already been unleashed, so now both skills were nearly ready. For seconds later, just before Darui's super armor ended, Kazakami deployed his substitution. Sarutobi Hishirazu's substitution coincided with a normal attack. Many skills have considerable startup animations, and deploying a substitution at such times often allows the opponent to dodge the skill with movement. Therefore, substitution usage during skill activation is sometimes not the optimal choice. However, substitution normal attacks often secure initiative at the very start. Even if not, skills can be used to block or directly initiate against the opposing ninja. Raindrop's response to Kazakami's substitution was straightforward. Summon the panda. The super armor had just expired, and now the panda would extend it. A classic super armor combo. Even Xiao Hao, who was spectating, could not hold back his laughter at this scene. Xiao Hao immediately mocked. Raindrop, you pure novice, you don't even play like a proper ninja anymore. Reading the barrage, Xiao Hao arrogantly declared. He doesn't know how to play Darui. I can teach him. Is this how you play Darui? The barrage responded with fierce intensity, even coining the term, flaming arrow specifically for Xiao Hao. But when a newcomer, unable to tolerate the arrogant brat on screen, fired off a message, always trash-talking this and that, if you're so great, why don't you play yourself? At that moment, before Xiao Hao could start his usual outcry, the barrage that had been criticizing him collectively shifted their fire. If Xiao Hao really plays, Raindrop S about to be put through his paces. Guess how many times Xiao Hao will scare Raindrop into tears. Don't believe what Xiao Hao says, but don't question his skills. Each and every one, when Xiao Hao gets on stage, he's really something. Kazakami with triple gear is strong, right? Xiao Hao's indiscriminate attacks are even stronger than Kazakami's. Just then, a bespectacled man in black and white prison garb passed by Xiao Hao. He glanced at the barrage and then, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "A bunch of Xiao Hao fanboys causing a ruckus." Back in the dueling arena, facing Darui with the panda summoned, Kazakami remained remarkably composed. Doragon struck for damage. Then, upon securing the bean, immediately unleashed the ultimate. Shiki Fujin. Witnessing this, Raindrop was dumbfounded. Raindrop, wait, I just summoned a panda, and you go straight to your ultimate? SNT that a bit much? Raindrop knew Sarutobi Hishirazu's ape summon was ready after cooldown, so he was careful to evade the automatically tracking ape. Yet he hadn't expected Kazakami to activate the ultimate outright. Sarutobi Hishirazu's secret technique was indeed a grab, but surely it wasn't meant to be used like this? Unable to resist, Raindrop looked toward the camera and asked, "Can it be countered? Can Sarutobi Hishirazu's ultimate be countered?" The barrage was polarized, some said yes, others insisted no. At this moment, the commentator displayed professional insight. Commentator Xiao Lai. Sarutobi Hishirazu's ultimate can be countered with the second skill if near a wall, but Kazakami isn't near a wall here, and his second skill has already been used, so he can't counter it now. When the ultimate ended, Raindrop's Darui fell to the ground to protect himself, and Kazakami showed no sign of countering with a skill. Raindrop exhaled in relief. So it can't be countered, right? Just as he rose, he pondered which skill to use for the next move. Then he glanced at his skill wheel. Sealed. 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 Raindrop. Damn your damn. Upon standing, only his joystick remained active. His substitutions, skills, summons, even normal attacks were all sealed. Raindrop wanted to demonstrate skillful joystick maneuvering, but the relentless great staff was in pursuit. Raindrop. Yielded. Lie. Kazakami once again defeats Raindrop with triple gear. I must say, this triple jutsu revive strategy from the third Hokage is truly unexpected. Bow. Then let us congratulate the Windplay G Pure team on their overall victory in this On Fire Cup. Lie. The core of the triple jutsu revive for the third Hokage lies in the absence of glaring weaknesses. Grappling and ranged attacks are a given, but most importantly, the skill hit rate is high. Raindrop clearly did not anticipate the ape summon attacking independently, which thoroughly exposed the information gap. Bow. Indeed, no one expected Kazakami to pick Sarutobi Hishirazu, so once again, congratulations to Windplay G. Lie. Moreover, the Shiki Fujin ultimate seal skills for 5 seconds, which means the ultimate itself doesn't need to be countered. Even if the ultimate is countered, when the opponent gets up, there are still 2 seconds of skill seal remaining. Bow Amham. Lie. Coupled with the Earthfire combo S burn effect to maximize burst damage, truly genius. Both commentators exhibited commendable professionalism, coordinating well through the various stages of the On Fire Cup. Only during the closing moments did Xiao Bao and Xiao Lai diverge sharply in their opinions. Laughing my head off at these two commentators. Was it accidental or just for show? Is Xiao Bao just eager to clock out? So impatient to offer congratulations? Ha ha ha. Feels like Xiao Lai has become a fan of Kazakami. Next on Fire Cup, I want to see these two commentators again. Regardless of whether it was teasing Xiao Bao's eagerness to leave or other reasons, Xiao Lai seemed to assume the role of a high-ranking spectator, relentlessly analyzing Kazakami's tactics and thought process. Xiao Bao, trying to interject several times, was repeatedly cut off. After about another half-minute of commentary, Xiao Lai noticed Xiao Bao had stopped responding. He tactfully shifted gears. Lai ahem, in any case, let us congratulate the Windplay G Pure team for becoming the champions of this On Fire Cup. Xiao Bao, relieved at Xiao Lai's return to the main topic, continued. Windplay G Pure team steamrolled through the winner's bracket, securing victory after victory. Truly, it has not been easy. This was an online tournament. Almost all participating streamers were broadcasting through the official On Fire Cup channel. Many other platform streamers were also rebroadcasting and commentating. The championship's final stage was at the peak of popularity. Countless eyes were fixed on the organizers. When Xiao Bao, momentarily at a loss for words, blurted out "not easy," it immediately sparked a commotion. Meanwhile, within the team comforting one another, the Shield Bureau captain team was baffled. Raindrop, steamrolled. I see that, but where's the not easy? Good morning. If you say not easy, damn your damn. Wang Hai. Oh my, not easy indeed. Uncle Wang Hai is nearly chopped into pork by the Shield Bureau captain team, and your handsome star Uncle's Shield Bureau captain team was utterly smashed. Other participating streamers? Huh? Commentators, do you dare say that again? The Wind God unleashed his ultimate move and wiped them out instantly. Damn it, ISNT, anyone going to say something about Wind's habit of playing Jichun purely to raise dogs? The relentless pure tore me to shreds. Raising one dog is one thing, but damn it, now he has got two. There was already a little 5 gig dog, and now the mad pure has joined the fray. The 5 gig S invocation of a deity is truly terrifying, no doubt about it. Anshin had something to say. Enough already. Their team also has a C-tier ninja prodigy who doesn't consume resources. When the village chief found out, he nearly cried. As the crowd of streamers grew increasingly impassioned, they recounted all the outrageous antics of Wind's Jichun play. How the wind god unleashed his ultimate to slaughter recklessly. How Pure relentlessly pursued and tore at the opposing side. The 5 gig S divine possession. And the Genius S dazzling display of information asymmetry. At this moment, there was only one exception. Pigeon said, "What do you mean by not easy? Does that mean very simple? Then not simple must mean very easy, right? I'm just saying Wind God S team isn't simple at all. No wonder they win championships so easily." Once Pigeon S remarks spread, the other streamers who were fervently speaking into their microphones fell silent. After a collective pause, several competing streamers from different teams who were linked via voice chat conceded. "I'm telling you, Pigeon is genuinely handsome. Indeed handsome, but I don't envy him one bit. Yeah, so handsome, but unfortunately that looks like intelligence traded for appearance." Meanwhile, there was another competing streamer who was an exception. 5 gig, from Wind S Jichun team. Upon hearing the keyword not easy, 5 gig reacted like a puppy catching the scent of snow, instantly on edge. "Damn, I'm really not easy. I'm telling you, every match, I'm the one saving the team from dire straits. I'm saying 5 gig and Pure must be of the same breed, shamelessness runs in the family. Pure S competing with the Wind God for MVP, and where S the little dog making money. Here S something the little dog 1T like to hear. There really aren't any useful prodigy players. Saving the team from dire straits. Doubtful. Causing the team to fall into dire straits. Confirmed. Trying to ride the prodigy S coattails is over the line. Prodigies are already so impressive at such a young age. Where was 5 gig when the prodigy was their age? Nightmare. Keep talking, I'm listening. Nightmare aside, I've never slandered Lord Nightmare. Are we champions? This experience was unprecedented for Duchun. Even after the match concluded, it still felt somewhat unreal. Wind God said, we're done." 5 gig exclaimed, "Holy crap, we're champions. Damn, I never even thought we'd win." Genius said, "I feel like I didn't perform well. It was all thanks to Wind God and Brother Pure carrying us." 5 gig asked, Genius added, "And Brother Leo carried us too." Duchun said, "At such a young age, don't say such insincere things. Next time, just call 5 gig an old relic." 5 gig was speechless. Now that the match is over, how is the prize money going to be split? Yeah, how will the prize money be divided? Suddenly, Wind God remembered that the Inhua Cup champion prize was a full 100,000 yuan. "Why don't we just split it evenly?" Wind God suggested. For a standard tournament, 100,000 yuan isn't much, but the Inhua Cup was mainly to stir up excitement and chase popularity. For example, Duchun already had over 300,000 followers on the Inhua platform. That rapid growth alone explained why so many mid- and small-scale streamers eagerly participated in the selection contest. In theory, no one would oppose an even split. Unfortunately, there was one team member who refused to play by the rules. 5 gig said, "I have a suggestion, not sure if I should say it." Wind God showed sufficient respect. "Go ahead." 5 gig proposed, "How about I take 99,997, and you each take 3 yuan? The genius immediately fell to his knees. "Brother Leo, I beg you, a healing potion." Duchun showed no mercy. "I think you must be out of your mind to come up with such a proposal." Wind God was even more straightforward, outright ignoring 5 gig and confirming an even split. After bidding each other farewell, the last message in the Wind Jichun team chat froze on February 9th. The prize money was still in processing, expected to arrive no later than 6 o'clock the next afternoon. The team captain would decide on the distribution. Everyone still trusted Wind God's character. Duchun stretched, finished the last sip of his 6-pack of walnuts on the table, then got up to fetch a bottle of cold cola from the fridge. At that moment, his phone lit up with a message from Wind God. "If you're interested, come for a trial tomorrow." This time, Duchun did not refuse. Hiccup. "Which tastes better, Coca-Cola or Pepsi? By comparison, I prefer ice-cold cola." Inhua sets off. Jiangcheng City. HSG Esports Club. After the Inhua Cup, Duchun first took a good rest. Upon waking, he arranged a time with Wind God. It was more of a notification than a formal appointment. However, upon arrival, the renowned team in the Chinese Naruto esports circle was far simpler than Duchun had imagined. At least from a glance, it blended seamlessly with the surrounding residential buildings. If it weren't for the cool HSG team emblem hanging on the second-floor windowsill, Duchun would have thought he'd come to the wrong place. The only thing that caught the eye was the team logo hanging there. Duchun silently cursed inwardly. As he approached, Duchun hesitated with every step. A team that looked like it might flee at any moment. Surely they wouldn't have any exploitative contracts? If not for Wind God's honest and straightforward demeanor, and HSGS status as a domestic flagship team, Du Chun might have turned and run without a second thought. The 100-meter walk took a full 5 minutes. When he was about 20 meters away, facing a few stainless steel doors adorned with the Fu characters pasted during last year's New Year, Du Chun's mood grew more complicated. At the door, Du Chun saw a kid with unwashed hair crouched there playing Naruto on his phone, seemingly freeloading on the Wi-Fi. "Hey kid, this is the HSG club, right?" The kid, wearing glasses, didn't respond. Du Chun thought about it and didn't rush forward. Instead, he carefully observed the kid's gameplay. It was already the final round of a best-of-5 series. Yet the kid had chosen a ninja so obscure that even Du Chun would be caught off guard by the information gap. "Oh, you're playing Cyber Naruto and Sasuke," Du Chun said without hesitation. The opponent's third slot was an active Madara. The kid played with intense focus. When Cyber Naruto transformed into the fox head and lunged forward, Madara performed a pole vault to block the damage. Using the pole, he jumped behind the fox head, nullifying the back-end damage. Turning around, he threw a wind attack to knock Cyber Naruto away. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Du Chun's face. Watching a bit longer, he found the kid's positioning and operations decent, at least suitable for a Shadow 3 tier. Yet he stubbornly chose such a ninja. When Uchiha Madara vaulted again, the kid responded with Cyber Sasuke's Kagetsuchi. The abstract part was that after Madara's first pole vault blocked the damage, he turned around and performed a second pole vault to completely avoid the follow-up attacks of Kagetsuchi, simultaneously gaining the initiative. What made Du Chun suppress a laugh was this. Other Sasuke Kagetsuchi attacks are cast forward as ranged skills, but Cyber Sasuke's Kagetsuchi is cast from behind, and as a displacement skill, its priority for stabbing is pitifully low. No wonder Cyber Naruto and Sasuke are widely recognized as ninjas with significant information asymmetry. With that skill set, even the 3-body problem would take days to figure out. In the end, the kid's 3 substitution clones never took effect. His positioning was excellent, and his operation looked solid. It was just that Cyber Naruto and Sasuke had some shortcomings. Weak initiative and poor counterattacking ability. Seeing the defeat was inevitable, the kid remained immersed in the game until the victory-decided notification popped up before reluctantly accepting reality. "Oh no, my twin gods are actually going to be taken down by Toilet Madara from this lousy server." Du Chun smiled slightly. "Want Big Brother to teach you how to play?" Only then did the kid notice someone nearby and snapped. "Which road are you on? Du Chun? Are children nowadays really this formidable in combat? Yet, it is precisely through this encounter that I noticed this child appears somewhat prematurely aged. Damn, aren't you the one here for the trial today?" Du Chun. "Yes, that's me." The child revealed a look of disdain. "Let us go. The wind god sent me to assist you." Trailing behind this youngster, Du Chun finally realized that the fellow was simply short in stature. Despite the biting cold, he was still wearing slippers. It seemed that although he had grown older in years, his fashion sense remained frozen in childhood. With this thought, Du Chun suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness. "You're a professional player here, right?" Just now, observing his moves, they were indeed skillful. His positioning was excellent, at least the caliber of a rising shadow novice. "You don't even know me, yet you dare to try out? Someone like me could take you down with a mere flick of a finger." Confronted with such an unrelenting retort, Du Chun was utterly taken aback. What kind of thunderous declaration was that? Even when picking fights, he had never heard words so shameless. It seemed this child's immaturity extended beyond attire. It permeated his very language system. No, rather, his character. After following this boy upstairs, Du Chun was pleasantly surprised to find the interior quite remarkable. Indeed, exceptional. Both the decoration and design were first-rate, clearly the result of considerable expense. Du Chun was uncertain whether the stark contrast with the outside world inflated his impression, but the aesthetic quality was undeniably superb. Upon reaching the second floor, Du Chun was granted the long-awaited reunion with the Wind God. Wind God was as unsightly as ever, which oddly comforted Du Chun. "You're here. Have a seat. Have a seat," Wind God said, pulling over a chair with great hospitality. He explained, "I had some matters earlier, so I sent Little Hao to assist you." Du Chun nodded, finally understanding that the prematurely aged child was Little Hao. No wonder his hair was so greasy, clumped together as if never washed. Little Hao's expression was displeased. At that moment, someone emerged from the adjacent room, a robust figure sporting a pair of small mustaches and clad in a black and white striped prison uniform. Du Chun gave him a quick once-over and felt he resembled a murderer. Though his appearance was less than appealing, the man behaved with relative warmth. "Hello, hello, you must be Ji Chun." The supposed murderer rushed over, grasping Du Chun's hands. Du Chun instinctively tried to pull away but could not resist the man's enthusiasm. At this point, Little Hao stood nearby and added, "This guy is zebra lowercase a dot. He likes watching Itachi." Du Chun, "Itachi? What is that?" Du Chun instinctively thought of Uchiha Itachi and assumed that this professional player named Zebra lowercase a dot was a devoted fan of the Naruto anime. Fond of the character Uchiha Itachi, he found nothing unusual about that. However, as Du Chun pondered this, he saw the fierce-looking zebra suddenly leap forward and cover little Hao's mouth. A man weighing at least 150 to 160 pounds overpowering a child who looked barely 80 pounds. It looked like an attempt to kill. Was this the murderer revealing his true nature? Du Chun was stunned. He had never witnessed such a scene before. His eyes filled with bewilderment and unease. He sought help from the Wind God. Wind God merely shook his head slightly. They've always been like this. Just get used to it. Du Chun forced a smile. Will I be like this in the future? Many years later, standing on the World Championship stage, Du Chun would recall that distant afternoon when the Wind God invited him to the club to witness non-human beings. Please list your 5 most proficient ninjas. If participating in a team martial arts competition, which position do you think you could play? And please explain why. You are currently the 3rd position in the martial arts competition. Please select a lineup from the ninja pool, secret scroll pool, and summoning pool based on possible scenarios. Looking down at these 3 questions on the paper, Du Chun was deep in thought. He had already met Coach Ho earlier. The coach had a sour expression. Du Chun assumed it was an exception, but later learned from Zebra that Coach Ho behaved this way with everyone. Du Chun was stuck on the first question. There were only 3 people in the training room. Now that Coach Ho had left, leaving Zebra to accompany Du Chun asked, do I have to list ninjas I'm proficient with? I feel like I can handle any ninja. There should still be some, Zebra said hesitantly, as if weighing which words he could say. Look, even Wind God has a deep ninja pool, but he is still more adept with certain ninjas like Ninja War Obito and the 2nd Hokage. Please list your 5 most proficient ninjas. Answer. The heroes of Shu Jiraiya, Divine Steed Madara, Tanabata Asuma, Wandering Pain, Ninja War Lee. Du Chun filled in the answers casually, initially intending to include Kurizetsu but reconsidered. He genuinely could not pinpoint his most proficient ninjas because he trained several in every version. No hidden meaning, simply to broaden his ninja pool. For instance, Asuma with the Divine Steed was about to be released these days, and he planned to buy and practice it, to achieve one's current strength. There is no such thing as tranquility in life. It is merely the burden of advancing each season with different ninjas. If participating in a team martial arts competition, which position do you think you could play, and please explain why? Answer. I can play any position. Reason. My ninja pool is too vast for the opponent to ban them all. Zebra glanced curiously, then nodded silently at this answer. You are currently the 3rd position in the martial arts competition. Please select a lineup from the ninja pool, secret scroll pool, and summoning pool based on possible scenarios. Answer. Being the 3rd position means most mainstream ninjas are either chosen or banned, and the secret scroll and summoning pools are relatively limited. Therefore, I will choose Jeet-Kyun Du Lee in the 1st position to test the opponent's depth. Then select unpopular, weaker ninjas to counter Zebra, and for the safety net, pick the rare hand technique Ninja Jiraiya of Sichuan Opera. Secret scrolls. / wave come and go shuriken, cyclone, frozen snow. Summoning Toad Loyal, Toad Dragon, Toad Sage. With 10 minutes allotted, Du Chun had settled on his answers within 3 minutes. Zebra was astonished. Finished already? Du Chun, yes, finished. Zebra. Shall I call Coach Ho in? Du Chun, why don't you take a look at what I wrote first? Zebra waved his hand. I'm not capable of that yet. Meanwhile, Coach Ho, who was exhaling smoke at the window, was quite surprised upon hearing Zebra's message. Did he really take it seriously? Zebra, I think he did. Coach Ho stubbed out his cigarette, exhaled the last puff, and entered the training room. He picked up Du Chun's completed paper and glanced at the answers. Just a brief look, and he slapped the paper onto the table. To be frank, I'm disappointed with your answers, Coach Ho said calmly. However, seeing that you do possess some skill, I'm willing to give you a chance. Du Chun, okay, whatever you say. Coach Ho, use the lineup you wrote for question 3 to spar with me. If you win, you pass. Du Chun, that's easy. Coach Ho said nothing further but was inwardly displeased with Du Chun's arrogant attitude. Coach Ho's own lineup was also not mainstream but suited the 3rd position's requirements perfectly. It looked far more stable. Starting lineup. Senju Hashirama in 1st position, Baruto-era Darui in 2nd, New Year Itachi in 3rd. At this moment Du Chun asked, can I use Kurizetsu? Du Chun glanced at the lineup he had casually conceived earlier. He suddenly recalled that few players liked Kurizetsu in this world, so it would not be hard to claim him. But Coach Ho was famously strict. Since it was already written on paper, there was no room for negotiation. No. Receiving the refusal, Du Chun felt a slight twinge of regret. However, Long Gu's strength did not lie in the Black Zetsu, and indeed, during that era, the Black Zetsu had yet to come into existence. Long Gu relied solely on his own formidable power to carve out a domain of his own. Chapter 1. The battle commences. Du Chun had not played Long Gu for quite some time. At the start, he tapped the punch button only to realize it was a basic attack. Instinctively, Du Chun tapped the punch button again. Jeet Kune Do Lee stepped forward and launched another basic attack. On the opposite side, Coach Ho frowned deeply, unable to comprehend Du Chun's intent. Conventionally, Hashirama tended to block and then counterattack. This approach was especially effective against ninjas without grabs or with weak grabs. Yet, in actual combat, counterattacks were relatively rare. Most often, players relied on the first two basic attacks to suppress the opponent, then used subtle positioning to find an opportunity to strike Hashirama's face with the Wood Dragon. Seeing Du Chun's opening move against Hashirama, Coach Ho suspected Du Chun had some strategy in mind and deliberately retreated one step to seek another opening. But Du Chun hadn't thought that far ahead. Only after delivering 3 consecutive basic attacks did he suddenly realize, this ninja must perform a basic attack before unleashing a skill. Having neglected playing Long Gu for so long, he had even forgotten the character's mechanics. It was truly inexcusable. At that moment, Coach Ho felt that the pure bluffing tactics were a bit excessive. So he threw a wooden clone of Hashirama from 5 character lengths along the same x-axis. Yet, just then Du Chun activated a skill, a basic attack punch. Jeet Kune Do Lee entered stance mode, during which he was immune to all attacks, including the probing wooden clone hurled by Coach Ho. Watching Jeet Kune Do Lee slightly pivot to the side as the wooden clone missed, Coach Ho's expression tightened. Was this guy's reaction a bit too exaggerated? Calculating Jeet Kune Do Lee's attack range, Coach Ho retreated another step. Du Chun observed the duration of Jeet Kune Do Lee's punch yellow bar, knowing that, in most cases, a second stage skill could only be released while the bar was active. The stance state lasted 3 seconds. Du Chun could clearly see the yellow bar, while Coach Ho silently counted the time. At the second, Hashirama's wooden clone descended from above. Jeet Kune Do Lee had yet to throw a punch, so he continued to evade. The next second, sensing the moment had arrived, Coach Ho unleashed the Wood Dragon. Hashirama's Wood Dragon technique dealt multiple hits and covered a long distance, making it a notably powerful skill. Yet, despite all its advantages, it dealt no damage to Jeet Kune Do Lee. He was still evading. The punch stance time had ended. How was Jeet Kune Do Lee still able to evade? Coach Ho's eyes widened. This defied all logic. Upon landing, Hashirama immediately followed with the Myojin Gate. Jeet Kune Do Lee responded effortlessly, like flowing water. The more he evaded, the more alarmed Coach Ho became. Watching several hits from the Myojin Gate all be dodged, his mood plummeted. Du Chun found nothing strange, even considering it perfectly natural. Jeet Kune Do Lee knew he would be hit once the yellow bar ended. There was no way he would allow that. If he could avoid the attack, why wouldn't he? Before becoming a coach, Coach Ho had been an all-round competitor. After 2 years without notable success, and already in his late 20s, considered quite old in the professional scene, he chose to retire. In the early days of the game, retired pros had only 2 career paths: streaming or casting. Fortunately, in the 3rd year, the concept of teams was introduced. Individual players were consolidated into teams, injecting fresh vitality into a near-dormant professional scene. The surge in professional tournament popularity sparked the demand for team management and player development, giving birth to the coaching profession. At that time, the domestic professional scene had yet to flourish. With a university major in Japanese, Coach Ho crossed the seas to serve as a coach for a modest Japanese team. Through the efforts of Coach Ho and the team members, that small team qualified for the Pacific Region's main event. Although they ultimately failed to advance further, Coach Ho's prowess earned recognition from other teams. Upon transferring to Japan's second-seeded team, he flourished, elevating it to a first-class squad. Later, when the Chinese region separated from the Asian region to form its own competitive circuit, Coach Ho returned home. Besides his current position at HSG, he had previously coached the EGG team where Luo Yu now plays. Today, HSG is regarded as the face of the Chinese circuit, not only due to Feng Shen's exceptional individual skill, who claimed the all-category world championship, but also thanks to Coach Ho's indispensable contributions. Judging by his coaching record, Coach Ho undoubtedly ranks among the elite first-tier coaches. From a gameplay perspective, even now, past 30, he maintains a rank score of 3,800. Until this moment, he realized he had been outmatched by this obscure ninja's information gap. How did this Jeet Kune Do Lee manage delayed evasion? The answer came in the form of Jeet Kune Do Lee's fist. Du Chun nearly burst into laughter while playing, taking damage and then evading with a delay. How impressive, Long Gu. The next similar bug appeared with the sub-skill of Edo Tensei Itachi. This one merely repeated a single phrase. Almost ready. By the time the opening move was made, energy had fully replenished. Coach Ho's Hashirama had no skills, so Du Chun attacked with confidence, especially admiring the damage from 2 leg attacks and 1 punch. The 3 seconds of basic attacks dealt 400,000 damage. Du Chun found it hard to suppress a grin. Hashirama's fastest cooling second skill still required a few more seconds to recharge, meaning Du Chun could unleash at least 2 more bursts of basic attacks. After just one exchange, Hashirama, clutching a substitute, was already near half health. When skill cooldowns neared completion, Hashirama's substitute counterattacked. Du Chun displayed masterful control, chaining basic attacks into punch and re-entering stance. Initiating with punch, then countering with another punch. The execution was truly exquisite. As Jeet Kune Do Lee entered stance once more, Coach Ho's Hashirama was helpless. He could only reposition, but since Du Chun deliberately cornered Hashirama during combos, movement offered little advantage. Forced, Coach Ho resorted to using the second skill to anticipate Jeet Kune Do Lee's punching timing. Indeed, a coach is a coach. His timing was impeccably precise. Against any other ninja, this would have been interrupted. But not Jeet Kune Do Lee. Watching the yellow bar's remaining time dwindle, Du Chun decided to rush forward with a punch. Yet, simultaneously as he pressed punch, Hashirama's wooden clone also launched upward. As long as Jeet Kune Do Lee remained in stance, even if he had received the punch command but had not exited stance, he would evade enemy attacks without fail. This was perfectly understandable. Jeet Kune Do originated from Wing Chun, emphasizing overcoming hardness with softness. When Long Gu saw an incoming strike, evasion was his natural priority. The high priority of evasion completely overrode the punch command S-code. However, the punch command was only suppressed, not terminated. Then, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. Evasion and punching became infinitely layered. Jeet Kune Do Lee could not punch, endlessly cycling evasion animation. Jeet Kune Do Lee ceased attacking and simply tiptoed back and forth. Each tiptoe sent chills down Coach Ho's spine. Coach Ho's Hashirama was pinned near the edge of the platform, while the tiptoeing Jeet Kune Do Lee, perpetually in stance, pressed forward like an unrelenting specter. Coach Ho awaited Wood Dragon's cooldown but did not rush to cast it. Instead, he waited. After 2 seconds, anticipating the proper moment, Coach Ho activated Wood Dragon. Hashirama surged forward atop the Wood Dragon. Unlike the previous wave, the Jeet Kune Do Lee struck by Wood Dragon did not continue evading but maintained stance, yet remained unharmed. Coach Ho was utterly dumbfounded. He was determined to see how long this Jeet Kune Do Lee could maintain his stance. 1 second elapsed. 3 seconds passed. 10 seconds ticked by. The stance had endured for a full 10 seconds. Yet, after 10 seconds it wasn't that the stance had ceased. It had vanished completely. The character model of Jeet Kune Do Lee froze, motionless like a still image, only able to move through translation. No actions remained, yet he was in an invincible state. Coach Ho glanced up at Du Chun twice, attempting to glean some clue from that smug expression. Naturally, Du Chun's face betrayed no emotion. He hadn't anticipated that he had just accidentally triggered this unique attribute. The activation of this trait was quite challenging. It was easier to trigger in a lag-free training camp environment. But in actual combat, it required hitting the precise few frames between delivering and receiving a punch to succeed. The activation method was reminiscent of Naruto Uzumaki's perfect blur technique in his ninja battles, pressing the skill at the exact moment the enemy's move inflicted damage. However, Naruto's perfect blur was a game mechanic, whereas Jeet Kune Do Lee's was a trait, and its activation difficulty was at least 10 times more stringent than Naruto's. Thus, Du Chun merely knew of this trait and never intended to replicate it in real combat. It was purely coincidental. Yet, Coach Ho's expression was far from pleased. The countdown reached 25 seconds. This was his 3rd time looking up at Du Chun. His gaze clearly seemed to ask, "Do you have any shame at all?" Du Chun felt awkward and dared not meet Coach Ho's eyes. The two had exchanged sharp words earlier, and now neither wanted to take the initiative to explain. An eerie silence fell between them. Both silently awaited the countdown to reach 0. Time expired. Victory was decided. At this juncture, both sides exhaled in relief. Yet Du Chun added a victory animation for Jeet Kune Do Lee, unleashing a scene that was almost unbearable to witness. Dragon Brother, who had been a mere PPT slide shifting across the screen for an entire round, suddenly sprang back to life upon being declared the winner. Wagging a finger at Senju Hashirama, who was helpless before him, seemed to say, "You are no good." Though merely a victory animation, the mockery was fully maximized at that moment, because the manner in which Du Chun won was utterly disgraceful. In that instant, a thought flashed through Du Chun's mind. Traditional martial arts know when to stop. Coach Ho's Darui in the 2nd round was no simple opponent either. The marvel of this ninja lay in his versatility. He grew stronger against the strong and resilient against the tough. Darui was more deserving of the title Master Kong than the whiskered Kong Shui Fu because he was unafraid of overpowering defenses, making him more aggressive. Darui's skill set was remarkably comprehensive, capable of sparring with any ninja and leaving room for the opponent to respond. Hence, Darui earned the reputation of being formidable yet honorable. But his opponent was Jeet Kune Do Lee, or rather, Darui himself was the challenger. After the ambiguous loss of Senju Hashirama in the previous round, Coach Ho wielded his Mizukagami with a tight grip. For him, if this trial participant dared to use ninja traits to cheat one more round, even for the sake of the Wind God, Coach Ho would certainly expel him. In professional esports, the official stance on ninja traits has always been ambiguous. For instance, When Hozuki Genjetsu's gun-shaking trait first appeared, there was no outcry. Even commentators praised the player's mastery of the technique. Earlier than that, countless such traits existed. After all, this was a game built upon bugs. The officials did not patch them, and players naturally exploited them. However, when it came to malicious bugs, the officials were sluggish in addressing them. When Edo Tabichi first launched, it was the most dreaded time for professional players. For other ninjas, players could exploit minor bugs without official interference, like Kong Shui Fu's gun shaking or White Mask's offhand grabs. But playing Tabichi carelessly could trigger malicious bugs, frequently freezing opponents or oneself. There were even instances where Tabichi's ultimate caused players to crash the match during tournaments. That period was also when the officials most diligently patched bugs. Though the boundary between traits and bugs was vague, it was generally discernible by intuition. At least with Jeet Kune Do Lee, who was untouchable, Coach Ho was certain that the trait Du Chun used was a malicious bug. Therefore, upon witnessing Du Chun exploit such a bug, Coach Ho naturally showed no favor. If Du Chun attempted it again, Coach Ho would surely expel him. Fortunately, Du Chun had no intention of repeating it. It was indeed embarrassing. Even in ranked matches, exploiting a malicious bug would be harshly criticized, akin to a floating log circling the globe. Moreover, Du Chun was no longer young. He naturally did not want to resort to gimmicks in such a setting, nor did he need to. He believed that with his 99 veteran skill plus 1 ninja strength, winning this match posed no problem. Thus, the second round proceeded quite smoothly. Once the match resumed, Coach Ho's Darui remained steady and composed. Even when Du Chun's Jeet Kune Do Lee pressed forward again with the fist stance, he refrained from striking. At the Anka Cup, Du Chun had encountered many skilled Darui players, but only among a few professional players had he seen such steadiness as Coach Ho displayed. This highlighted the difference between professionals and streamers. The former played to win. The latter, at best, employed flashy tactics or at worst, performed for show, aiming for entertainment. Du Chun's 2 waves of fist stances yielded no effect. Yet, the peak Jeet Kune Do Lee was truly extraordinary. Using 3 bars of energy, he expended 2, then recovered 1.5 bars. Such speed and recovery explained why Jeet Kune Do Lee was regarded as an utterly unscrupulous ninja. Even after ninja traits were nerfed and stats reduced, this was justified. After 2 unsuccessful stance waves, Du Chun could no longer hold back and struck immediately. But he remained unhurried. After the second stance ended, Du Chun feigned a forward press, then swiftly executed a basic attack combined with a skill, fist, launching a third stance. This move genuinely deceived Coach Ho, who was seen enchanting his Darui's blade with lightning. Had Du Chun intended to use another skill, Coach Ho would have likely activated invincibility frames to counter. Now, Jeet Kune Do Lee resumed stance. Coach Ho reluctantly suppressed his urge to advance and instead used the limited space to continue moving. This patience alone earned Du Chun's deep respect. Playing so conservatively was no easy feat. Had Master Ho managed a single dodge with Jeet Kune Do Lee, Du Chun could have immediately leveraged subsequent skill-enhanced invincible frames to seize the initiative, then countered with a fist stance. This strategy was simple yet effective. However, the opening moves were inherently weak. Thus, the secret scroll was meant to shine. At a moment Coach Ho never anticipated, Du Chun swiftly unleashed a shuriken. He chose not to use the more potent slash wave because he valued the crosswise strike capability of the shuriken. This secret scroll's opening was overwhelmingly strong, so much so that even slash wave seemed somewhat humbled. Slash wave excelled in distance and speed, making it impossible to counter, granting it greater base strength. Yet the shuriken's power lay in its unpredictability, emerging from the most unexpected corners. Du Chun launched the shuriken with a crosswise input. Darui still bore the lightning blade, but Coach Ho failed to react to the incoming shuriken, which struck immediately. Upon impact, Du Chun followed with a baton swing and a steady basic attack, securing a flawless combo. If one disregarded breaking invincible frames, the shuriken could fully substitute the dispel technique as an opening secret scroll. The rigid recovery time exceeded that of the dispersal, allowing many ninjas lacking Y-axis strike capabilities to advance directly after deploying their secret scrolls, much like the Masked Man or Minato. Being seized in hand, Coach Ho was, of course, helpless. He had no choice but to find a favorable position to deploy his substitute. The thunder blade he previously wielded was no longer with him. Otherwise, upon substitute deployment, he could have enchanted it to use the thunder beast to bite the opponent away, creating distance, or re-enchanted the thunder blade to actively maintain spacing, both very effective options. Water blade enchantment proved less effective, though the water dragon was quite formidable. Since Coach Ho had alternative counter-strategies, he employed the water dragon as his opening move. However, Jeet Kune Do's counterattack was so straightforward it bordered on mindless. Du Chun pressed the basic attack punch, and Jeet Kune Do assumed a stance that rendered Coach Ho completely unable to land a hit. Yet, creating distance remained feasible. Darui's substitute could use skills without fear of being caught in post-attack lag. Coach Ho's basic attack extended to the skill's end, pulling at least 4 body lengths away from Jeet Kune Do. Seeing Coach Ho create distance, Du Chun immediately followed with the second skill aimed behind, then chained into the first skill kick. A swift teleportation followed by a kick that cancelled the lag. This was yet another exclusive trait of the peak Jeet Kune Do. Delayed super armor, dual skills that consumed no energy, and that also granted beans. An even more abstract scene unfolded. As Jeet Kune Do unleashed a punch, Coach Ho, knowing his positioning was secure, instantly pressed out his secret scroll to counter water release water surge wave. For Master Darui, this secret scroll had high adaptability. Under normal circumstances, Jeet Kune Do's punch would have collided with the water surge wave, allowing the wave to seize the initiation. But due to the delayed super armor, Jeet Kune Do's basic attack kick also carried super armor. A new bug simultaneously emerged. Darui, caught inside the water surge wave, was kicked directly out of it by Jeet Kune Do. Du Chun showed no surprise at all, having used this trick before to interrupt Haiden's ultimate and to knock Susanoo Itachi out of his Susanoo. Du Chun's explanation likely boiled down to this: Chinese Kung Fu's priority is just a bit higher, so what? In reality, this was more than just a priority issue, it was clearly a bug. Darui was not directly struck to interrupt the water surge wave. Rather, he was forcibly moved out of the wave by Jeet Kune Do. It was as if Darui was translated horizontally outside the wave before taking subsequent damage. For the tangled mess of cubed, poorly written code, even the Trisolarans would be baffled. Coach Ho's expression turned to shock. Sitting directly opposite him, Du Chun could distinctly feel the table tremble noticeably. Shocked by what? Nothing more than the might of Dragon Brother. Du Chun's mind was solely on victory, with a full 12 seconds to deal damage, equivalent to precisely 4 combos of kick, kick, punch. If he interspersed, intercept, kick skills during this time, he could maximize damage output. Though not as outrageously powerful as Kamikaze Zabuza, after 3 full basic attack sets and 3 skill uses, Darui's health plummeted to 30, while Jeet Kune Do still retained 1.5 energy bars, ample to counterattack using intercept, punch stance. Coach Ho was close to frustration-induced numbness. Not a professional player nor a streamer, his perspective on the game differed. Beyond the modest gaming thrill, his emotions were dominated by astonishment, even awe. This not-so-young man before him wielded Jeet Kune Do to such an extent that it overwhelmed him. Consequently, Coach Ho's mind began to wander. Upon substitute deployment, he surrendered without much struggle. Calmly accepting defeat, Coach Ho pondered how to counter this Jeet Kune Do. A phasing ninja? A flash ninja? Or some other ninja? He did not consider phasing or flash ninjas, as he remained principled. Du Chun's choice of Jeet Kune Do as the 3rd slot ninja in the martial arts tournament was entirely reasonable. No one thought to ban Jeet Kune Do. So reasonable, in fact, that Coach Ho had initially scoffed at Du Chun's pick. It was not the answer he sought. Hence, he proposed a one-on-one duel. Yet, in practice, Du Chun and his Jeet Kune Do had thoroughly schooled Coach Ho. Until the 3rd round's battle announcement sounded, the renowned coach had not anticipated what ninja to select to counter or even restrain Jeet Kune Do. The sudden flash of inspiration was not Coach Ho thinking of a counter, but Jeet Kune Do tiptoeing forward. Coach Ho held New Year Itachi, a peculiar ninja. Playing this ninja was akin to a game of rock, paper, scissors. The approach depended entirely on whether the opponent chose scissors or rock. Jeet Kune Do, however, was different. While others played rock, paper, scissors, he wielded nunchaku, striking opponents' heads. Utterly unreasonable. After much deliberation, Coach Ho could only think to first bait out Jeet Kune Do's dodge, then exploit Du Chun's last stabbing punch to counter with a grab, or wait for Jeet Kune Do to expend the second skill and use a counter to seize the rhythm. Both methods were feasible. Execution would determine success. Coach Ho cautiously avoided confrontation, repositioning. Yet this placed him in the same predicament as in the previous round against Boruto's Darui. Aware of this, he held the second skill counter and summoned his toad to throw shuriken. Here it came. Coach Ho countered and immediately chained attacks. Counter successful. An eye appeared over Jeet Kune Do's head. Not daring to slack, Coach Ho promptly detonated his clone to attack. Yet the scene was still full. The moment Jeet Kune Do turned his head to dodge, Coach Ho's spirits plummeted. He had responded with the fastest counter possible. Was it still too late? This round was truly not Coach Ho's fault. His operations and reactions were appropriately planned. The problem lay solely in the ninja's performance. New Year Itachi's counter, though visually impressive, was no match in this context for the flawless counter of Rashi Zabuza. Perhaps this reflected the earlier game designer's scruples, deliberately leaving opponents some counterplay room. Thus, New Year Itachi's counter damage chain was not smooth, granting Jeet Kune Do the opening to assume stance. Coach Ho's mood soured, but he was far from hopeless. He watched Jeet Kune Do's next move. If it involved skill switching, New Year Itachi's grab would not be difficult to handle. At least that was his hope. Du Chun also had limited options. The y-axis distance was too great between the ninjas. Though Jeet Kune Do possessed y-axis initiation, New Year Itachi wielded frozen snow. Fully aware of its power, Du Chun dared not engage head-on. Yet his uncertainty about how to initiate did not mean New Year Itachi could seize the initiative. Du Chun remained noticeably confident. Seemingly sensing Du Chun's mindset, Coach Ho did not pull away but actively closed in, baiting Jeet Kune Do to strike. Seeing this, Du Chun acted without hesitation, executing a standard opening move. Before the yellow bar ended, Jeet Kune Do's stabbing punch pierced through, followed by a flying kick, a swift teleportation and displacement. This move was identical to the previous round S against Water Surge Wave Darui, a no-energy cost dual skill combo. If infinite dodging was a malignant bug, this no-energy dual skill was not. At worst, it was akin to the small mustache-esque gun-shaking ninja trait. Coach Ho had not anticipated this Jeet Kune Do move, nor had he foreseen how to counter it. When he pressed Frozen Snow, it was regrettably too late. Frozen Snow froze nothing but air. From then on, only grab and summoning remained at his disposal. Coach Ho was deeply dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. In contrast, Jeet Kune Lee, after unleashing his skill, tiptoed forward once more. Jeet Kune Lee had only one secret scroll as a resource, and throughout the entire match, he never summoned a single spirit. This was solely due to his unique energy mechanism. Coach Ho was nearly lost, battered by Jeet Kune Lee to the point of confusion. This involuntarily reminded him of the summer when Jeet Kune Lee first appeared online. That day was uneventful, as all attention was focused on the prodigious young ninja Nagato, who had logged on simultaneously. As for Dragon Bro, many scoffed derisively. Just another filler ninja brought in. As a B-tier ninja, he was merely an extra in casual matches. His entire skill set revolved around Fist. As the spirited Xiao Hao from the HSG team bluntly remarked, "This ninja is trash. If you avoid fighting him, he is useless. Just like Master Niji." This comment was quite apt, and even those accustomed to Ho Fire reluctantly agreed. But this time was different. Truly different. This trial player, Jeet Kune Lee, was indeed exceptional. Coach Ho wiped the sweat from his brow. Strange, why was it raining inside the room? Continuing the match any further would yield no favorable outcome. Coach Ho cleared the game's background processes and nodded slightly toward Du Chun. That was quite a good fight. It was only after winning that Du Chun realized the so-called written test was merely a form of tough scrutiny. While some insights could be gleaned from it, practical experience was far more substantial. Coach Ho's intention was to challenge, and he was not one to offer any kindness. When it came to Du Chun, he had never expected this player to be so formidable. In terms of raw strength, Coach Ho believed Du Chun was inferior to the rookies in youth training. Those fierce and strong newcomers, heavily influenced by professional competitions, excelled mostly in ninjas with a blend of evasive brilliance and operational intensity. Thus, Coach Ho deliberately chose the third position in the martial arts tournament, a middling slot. Moreover, their team lacked a third-position player skilled in unconventional ninjas. It seemed this time they had truly encountered a master. Therefore, he had nothing more to say to Du Chun. Spend these 2 days adapting. In 3 days, there will be an exchange match against the EGG team. Du Chun was puzzled. Was he really starting as a first-string player right after arriving? Initially, he had been reluctant to enter the professional arena, largely because he was no longer young. Unlike teenagers of 16 or 17 who harbored dreams and aspirations, he was self-reliant, engaged in and managing a job he was content with. Why wade into such murky waters then? Ultimately, it was Feng Shun who exposed him to the Yinhua Cup, allowing Du Chun to taste victory and fame on the battlefield. Beyond the direct income from each live stream, the growth of followers on the platform's backend and the support in every barrage of comments provided a very tangible sense of accomplishment. If he had the ability, why not showcase it on a grander stage? This was Du Chun's thought, though he remained hesitant before agreeing. At his age, there was little time left to expend. Yet to be made a starter was beyond his expectations, almost seeming trivial. However, when Du Chun glanced at Feng Shin and the others, they all nodded at him with solemn expressions. Du Chun asked, "So I must be replacing another player's spot, right? A standard team has only 4 players. 6 at most including substitutes. Although major tournaments allow 2 substitutes, most of the time these slots remain vacant. Even if unexpected situations arise, a youth trainee or a registered pro from the main roster can be promoted temporarily." At that moment, a handsome man entered the room. Seeing the group inside, his gaze settled on Du Chun. "Ah, you're here." He was very warm. "I heard from Xiao Feng that your gameplay is unconventional and quite brilliant. I even watched several of your matches myself." "It's true." Before Du Chun could respond, Feng Shin interjected to inform him. "This is Brother Yi, originally our team's third-position player. You'll be taking over his spot from now on." Du Chun felt somewhat embarrassed. Clearly, he was here to compete for the position. Yet Brother Yi was so cordial. "Sorry, Brother Yi, for taking your place right away." Feng Shin sensed Du Chun's hesitation and explained. "Brother Yi is 25 this year, quite old for this field. Besides, he is a shareholder in the club, waiting to retire and move into management.
Duchun, ah?
Zebra added, yes. The place we're living now is Brother Yi's home. The club's headquarters are in the new district.
Duchun, ah?
This clarified Du Chun's earlier confusion about why the team's base was in such a location. It turned out to be a private residence. Yet Jiangxing City was at least a new first-tier city. Being so close to the city center, the land was anything but cheap. Understanding this, the group chatted more comfortably. Through conversation, Du Chun learned that the club's major backer was a titan in the construction materials industry. Although this sector had faced considerable challenges over the years, the owner remained deeply invested in the team's affairs. Brother Yi was among the earliest members. Later, with average results and financial difficulties, the owner contemplated disbanding the team. However, as the domestic league was still developing and the team held little monetary value, disbanding would not save much. Brother Yi, having substantial family wealth and a strong attachment to the team after competing for some time, stepped forward to help the team through its hardest days. Brother Yi's inadvertent generosity brought him immense fortune. Subsequently, they hired Coach Ho, added Fengshen, Zebra, and later strengthened the team with Xiao Hao. Only then did HSG become the flagship team in the domestic league. Brother Yi had considered retirement and transitioning into management in the latter half of last year. However, the youth trainees promoted to fill his shoes repeatedly proved incapable of handling the responsibilities. The ninja pool was one issue. Lack of major tournament experience and inability to withstand pressure was another. Several mid-sized tournaments were played with rookies standing in for Brother Yi, with little success. Not only did they fail to achieve significant results, they couldn't even stabilize situations well enough to create opportunities for Zebra to capitalize on. Moreover, the targeted youth trainees were not yet of age. The oldest would not reach adulthood for another 8 months. For these 8 months, the team could not afford to skip matches, so Brother Yi had to delay retirement. Meanwhile, there were no other promising players in the domestic scene. HSG's only appealing prospects were core members from other teams such as Lu Yuchen and AI Leimu. Setting aside whether other teams would release their core members, the third position itself was not ideal. It lacked good resources and didn't afford the freedom to take reckless risks like the fourth position. It was a thankless, laborious role, assigned to dirty and exhausting tasks. Even Brother Yi, a veteran of HSG, bore much of the blame. Therefore, psychological resilience was a key consideration for players in this position. Fengshen's recommendation of Du Chun, though somewhat like pushing him into the fire, was sincere. It was clear that Du Chun was naturally suited for this role. In reality, Coach Ho had given his approval. Many players could defeat Coach Ho, but few earned his recognition. This meant Coach Ho genuinely believed Du Chun was viable. At least the selection was settled. For Du Chun, it was easier than expected, and he did not have to start from the bench. Quite fortunate. So, I'm supposed to stay here and train from now on? Du Chun asked. Upon hearing this, Fengshen was momentarily perplexed. You're a local, aren't you going home? The club's headquarters in the new district is much bigger than this place, though the surroundings lack food and entertainment. In theory, only during training camps do we gather together to train. Even if the competition is an online league, there is no necessity to reside together. Fengshen and Xiaohao simply live in more affordable accommodations, and even if they wish to return home, no one would prevent them. Moreover, this is the heart of Jiangxing City, making travel convenient to any destination. Naturally, training is also easily accessible. For Du Chun, whether he comes here tomorrow or not is entirely up to him. It just so happens that the signing of the paper agreement in physical form, in triplicate and stamped with the club's official seal, took place offline, with the documents submitted on the same day. The following afternoon, shortly after Fengshen transferred the championship prize money from the Yinhua Cup, Du Chun received official notification from the competition zone confirming his approval. According to Fengshen, prior to the Chinese National Zone's separation from the Asian zone, this approval process typically took no less than 3 to 7 days, with some cases dragging on for over a month. Furthermore, beyond the professional player certification review, there were also restrictions on player event registrations. As to why the beginning was within the Asian zone, that was simply unavoidable. At the competition's inception, domestic resistance was overwhelming. Aside from venting frustrations at the Rubik's Cube, there was little else anyone could do. However, the situation has greatly improved since China became an independent competition zone, and its influence continues to grow. After HSG registered Du Chun's professional player information, he ought to have shown some diligence, at least putting on a semblance of effort these past few days. Yet, with his uncle occupied running contracts, Du Chun reluctantly had to shoulder those concerns and hardly trained with his teammates over 2 consecutive days. When he finally found some free time on the third day, unfortunately, it was already the day of the online match against Team EGG. Du Chun could only listen to Coach Ho's last-minute reminders and discuss strategies briefly with his teammates before the match. EGG, established early on, is one of the pioneering teams in the country. Though it has undergone several restructurings, its core has been completely renewed, and its players are genuinely formidable. Aside from Luo Yu, whom Du Chun encountered during the Yinhua Cup, EGG also boasts 3 players, Qian Yu, Bai Kai, and Wuxi. While they have yet to secure significant international honors, all members, including Luo Yu, hold impressive domestic accolades. Coach Ho, however, remains relatively confident. Though EGG's strength is no weak point, since 2023, every time they faced HSG, they consistently performed poorly, a fact that has become a popular topic among spectators. In point-based matches and group stages, they might still contest closely, but once it reaches the knockout rounds or finals, the entire EGG roster collapses like sows lining up to fall into a ditch, withholding their skills entirely. Luo Yu, a powerful player who joined EGG at the end of 2024, was previously a trainee at HSG, nurtured by Uncle Xiaohao and Uncle Fengshen as their heir. However, Luo Yu exhibited independent prowess too early, while Fengshen and Xiaohao, occupying HSG's first and second positions, remained untouchable. Though regrettable, the only option was to sell him at a high price. Thus, Luo Yu was absorbed into EGG, leading to their strategic reshuffle, though that is a tale for another time. Yet, evidently, Luo Yu's addition failed to break EGG's persistent curse of underperformance against HSG. On the contrary, Luo Yu often turns into Xiaohao's devoted follower whenever they meet, frequently taking out 2 of Xiaohao's ninjas before suddenly faltering and being reverse triple-killed. In esports, inexperience is a fundamental fault, and blaming defeat on luck is utterly impermissible. Yet, there is undeniably a hint of mysticism at play. Coach Ho naturally hopes for HSG's victory, but also wishes to observe whether Du Chun is worthy of the 3rd position. This stern-looking coach wrestles with conflicting feelings. He desires steady performances from the war gods Fengshen and Xiaohao, yet hopes they might ease off slightly to allow Du Chun to shine. However, he utters not a word until the match commences. The first match pits Qian Yu against Fengshen. The 2 players are long-standing rivals. As the first player, Qian Yu shows no mercy, immediately banning Fengshen's ninja warriors Obito Uchiha and Tobarama Senju. The number 1 position in the martial arts competition is entitled to select the overpowering body skill, so naturally, Qian Yu is unwilling to allow Fengshen's most challenging ninjas to appear. This has nearly become the default counter-strategy against Fengshen. Fengshen, in turn, bans the resurrected Minato Namikaze and the inevitably forbidden wandering Obito. Qian Yu's first pick is the dual Kamui Kakashi, while Fengshen follows swiftly with the Scarlet Knight Obito. It is a classic virtual canine internal battle. The Scarlet Knight Obito is no longer the formidable 3-hit general, who could not contend with the clownish Naruto remembered by Du Chun. Though weakened, he has not faded into obscurity. At his peak, the Red Mask once dominated the dueling arena alongside Little Potato and Alien. Against ninjas equipped with perfect virtualization, Scarlet Knight Obito's active virtualization skill effectively counters the opponent's suppression, with invincibility frames or powerful triple strikes as backup, an extremely useful combination. Fengshen's second pick is the battle-hardened Minato Namikaze, epitomizing stealth and sudden strikes. 1 Flying Thunder God Kunai on the field challenges Minato. 2 Make it more arduous. 3 And the child might as well give up. Qian Yu counters with the legendary Sannin Jiraiya and Sasuke Uchiha of the Hawk Squad in the 2nd and 3rd positions. The Hawk Sasuke is a reliable safeguard. The choice of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya is somewhat unexpected, but his spectacular stage presence can indeed make the kunai-less Minato sweat. The Hawk Sasuke, however, was anticipated by all, undoubtedly a powerhouse position. The pursuit and support capabilities of the impervious Hawk Sasuke are well known, even to Du Chun. The question remains: which ninja will Fengshen select for the 3rd position? The resurrected Tobarama Senju is a conventional choice. Correctly so, as deploying resurrected Tobarama at the 3rd position exerts significant pressure if the opponent does not counter with flying ninjas. The killer, Ban Zebra, frequently nods in approval. Actually, the number 1 position in the martial arts competition does not demand intricate tactics, as the ninja pool is abundant at this stage. Any selection can compose a top-tier lineup. Beyond necessary ninja counters, the only other consideration is whether to deny the opponent's favored ninjas. For example, if one clearly knows the opponent's 2nd position specialty and lacks superior choices for one's own 1st position, one might opt to select the opponent's favored ninjas. Since both teams share the ninja pool, such preemptive selections are commonplace. Both Qian Yu and Fengshen are aggressive, and their chosen lineups are undoubtedly formidable. Regarding secret scrolls, there is a slight counterbalance. Qian Yu, Hatake Kakashi with dual Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. Secret scroll, Lightning Release, Lightning Strike. Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Secret scroll, Space-Time Ninjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke with Mangekyo Sharingan. Secret scroll, Forbidden Technique, In Healing and Destruction. Summons, Shark, Toad Sage, Crab. Fengshen, Mysterious Masked Man, Scarlet Knight Blade. Secret scroll, Lightning Release, Lightning Strike. Namikaze Minato Battle Hardened. Secret scroll, Flying Thunder God Kunai. Tobarama Senju, Resurrected. Secret scroll, Forbidden technique, Een healing and destruction. Summons, Hawk, Mirage 10,000 snakes. Fengshen S first position carrying the Hawk not only compensates for the Scarlet Mask S capture abilities, but also serves other strategic purposes. This is a routine-friendly match between HSG and EGG before the spring season begins, not intended for public dissemination, at most internal team video exchanges. For Du Chun, naturally, this is an opportunity to prove his capabilities. Both teams focus their attention entirely on the contest, and Du Chun is no exception. This marks the first professional-level match that Du Chun genuinely appreciates. Although the Inhua Cup also featured professional matches, and Du Chun himself defeated several professionals, the context and emotional resonance are inevitably different. Team martial arts competition is no longer a solo endeavor. The fundamental skills among professional players do not vary substantially. Many factors influence the outcome. Even a player like Fengshen could potentially be defeated by some newly emerged rookie. However, when it comes to a team setting, the unstoppable momentum of a single individual or the cold streak of one player might influence the entire team's trajectory. Yet at such times, there are still teammates by one's side. Therefore, even though upsets happen frequently in solo matches, they rarely occur in team competitions. The duel between Iseu and Kazakami truly held the audience's anticipation in suspense. Round 1. The battle commences. The first 5 seconds consisted merely of several glances exchanged in cautious appraisal. The two adversaries maintained a perilous proximity, barely skirting the edges of each other's lightning strikes. Yet, neither dared to initiate a skill exchange or probe aggressively, embodying the utmost discipline. Initially, Du Chun shared this perspective. At least for the first 10 seconds, or even 15, no explosive preemptive strike would unfold. Du Chun fell silent, casting a glance around. To his surprise, everyone appeared remarkably composed. Seated beside Du Chun, Zebra seemed rather pleased to witness such a scene. Du Chun, puzzled, whispered, "Is this a common occurrence?" Zebra nodded affirmatively, fortunately, yes. However, starting without setting a rhythm is also a frequent phenomenon, just rarely this extreme. After a moment's reflection, Du Chun remarked, "So selecting two shadowed ninja who play defensively leads to this kind of situation, right?" Zebra wholeheartedly agreed with Du Chun's observation. As the fourth pick and safety net for HSG, Zebra also served as the finisher. He had to forge the sharpest possible lineup with the scarcest resources to guarantee the team's stability. This demanded an exceptional level of versatility from the players. Turning back to the match, at the 43-second mark on the countdown, the first strike finally erupted. It was Iseu who could no longer restrain himself and made the initial move. Kakashi's Susanoo normal attack with trajectory alteration has long been hailed as a masterpiece in the history of Naruto's normal attacks. It was evident that Iseu intended to initiate with the trajectory-shifting Kamui against Kazakami. But Kazakami, ever perceptive, saw through this subtle ploy and immediately evaded with shadow displacement. He then spun around, slashing twice more to force Susanoo's shadow displacement. What had been a placid duel arena now transformed into a battlefield where only two shadowed maniacs tore at each other. Shadowed ninja engagements appear as a game of wits. Yet once successfully shadowed, they are no less unruly than the 4-bean Izuna. Ultimately, Kazakami sealed this brief 4-second frenzy with the red mask. Kazakami's bold yet meticulous operation outmatched Iseu, who was skilled nonetheless but fell short in comparison. Of course, Kazakami showed no excessive joy over this slender advantage, and Iseu, having lost the opening initiative, remained unruffled. After all, he still held a substitute. It was just a minor shift in tempo. The outcome was far from decided. Confident yet cautious as Iseu prepared to counter the next wave, he executed a flawless shadow displacement. Regrettably, the Red Knight Obito's shadow had already widened the gap. But that was the last gasp. Without skills and having just expended the secret scroll, Red Knight Obito was hardly a threat, as Iseu performed the perfect shadow displacement. Hastening forward to unleash his secondary skill, he did not anticipate Kazakami leaving behind a summoning during his shadowed retreat. The summoning's distinct call naturally caught Iseu's attention, but he never expected it to charge directly at him. Neither early nor late, it struck precisely as Susanoo was activated, grappling with all its might. This maneuver ripped Susanoo from within, causing the concentrated Susanoo energy to dissipate into specks of blue light that vanished instantly. Witnessing this delightful spectacle, Xiao Hao chuckled gleefully. This was a trick the three of them had stumbled upon during training. Kakashi's perfect shadow displacement was no match for Obito's deceptive tactics. Although the great Susanoo looked intimidating, its peculiar mechanics needed no elaboration. Its pre-release animation perfectly aligned with Hawk's detection, enabling the grab. With the plan's success, Kazakami's face broke into a smile. This single summoning-s initiative was priceless. This opening strike effectively declared the match's victor. When Iseu deployed his substitute for the second time, less than 15 seconds remained on the clock. Kazakami fought while retreating, denying Iseu any opportunity. Instead, leveraging the advantage of holding a substitute, Kazakami boldly initiated the offense, only to have the substitute absorb the first skill, then counter with a triple-hit secondary skill before swiftly retreating. The final sequence bordered on mockery. Frustrated, Asayu repeatedly slapped his head. Kazakami laughed uproariously, behaving outrageously, joining in the head-slapping gesture. At least during the Anka Cup, Kazakami had been relatively restrained. Du-chun had thought him stern and serious. Yet this proved Kazakami was secretly playful. Now, interacting amicably with acquaintances, his laughter resembled a duck-esque quack, utterly unrefined. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the screen, Asayu's teeth ground in fury.
Kazakami.
I swear I will defeat you. There was a reason for Asayu's fiery temperament. Kazakami's hand speed was so swift it left after images. Before one head slap appeared, the next was already delivered. Naturally, this exasperated Asayu immensely. The number 2 position introduced the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. Jiraiya epitomizes a slow-starting ninja but proves remarkably effective against initiators like the Red Mask. Kazakami faced considerable pressure in the second round. 3 slashes struck the needle Jizo, and when shadow displacement was attempted, Asayu trailed with an oil spray followed immediately by a burst of flame. After Jiraiya's skill ended and the substitute was deployed, the legendary Sannin placed a trap on the wall before Gamabunta's blade slammed down, dragging the battle out. Kazakami laughed at this. Asayu's Jiraiya played almost identically to his own. After some contemplation, Kazakami realized it was indeed a challenging matchup. After 2 failed substitute attempts, Kazakami unleashed the Red Mask, yet managed to whittle Jiraiya's health down to 60 and forced a summoning. Overall, Kazakami maintained the upper hand but remained unperturbed. His number 2 ninja, the seasoned Minato, also a slow starter, boasted a far stronger initiation. Kazakami fancied himself a spirited genius. With seasoned Minato in hand, he was invincible. This ninja was simpler than dead water, delivered stronger skill effects, and inflicted greater damage. Where was the downside? Naturally, there were several, but it was more than sufficient to counter Jiraiya. At the number 3 position, facing the armored Hawk Seiso, seasoned Minato's lack of direct grab ability became glaringly apparent. Though it could consume 2 energy bars before activating an enhanced Flying Thunder God to unleash an empowered Rasengan, this was cumbersome. Faced with Hawk Seiso's 2-stage Chidori Blade Rush, Kazakami's 2 summoning attempts were futile. The match reached its final round as the Land War God, Shini and I, appeared, elevating the contest's climax. As an earlier generation player, he excelled both in versatility and combat prowess. Kazakami was no exception, nor was Asayu. Yet a skill gap persisted. Ultimately, Kazakami's safety pick pierced through Asayu, securing victory. The second match pitted Kazakami against Fallen Rain. By then, the previously banned ninja from the last round, Obito Shinobi War, Tobarama Senju, Edo Minato, and Wandering Obito, were permanently removed from the selection pool alongside the duelists. Each match saw 10 ninja permanently banned. The team combat competition would last at least 4 rounds, a clean sweep of 4-0. This meant 40 ninja would be selected. At most, 7 rounds might occur, with one side scoring 4 and the other 3, leading to 70 ninja chosen. Hence, the emergence of 4 distinct team roles, each fulfilling specific duties. In the second round against Fallen Rain, Kazakami's edge remained sharp. Unfortunately, his safety pick performed poorly, granting Fallen Rain an opening for a counterattack. Though Kazakami owed Fallen Rain some mentorship, it paled compared to Xiao Hao's influence. The debt to master Hao remained unsettled. Emboldened, Fallen Rain surged forth, defeating Kazakami and achieving a feat previously unimagined even at the Anka Cup. This was Du-chun's first time witnessing Kazakami's defeat. Kazakami expressed regret, acknowledging the need for further practice. In the second round, Xiao Hao made his entrance. At the moment of the Rain's fall, he exhaled sharply and immediately struck Xiao Hao's father into the guaranteed position. Watching in disbelief as his 2 ninjas failed to chip away even half of Rain's health bar, Xiao Hao's fury ignited. After eliminating Rain's number 1 spot, Rain was startled into a state akin to Hakimi, his momentum dissipating with alarming rapidity. Ultimately, Rain fulfilled his filial duty once more, and Xiao Hao reversed his defeat to claim victory. The EGG team had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Even the coach paid it little mind. Coach Guang of EGG remarked, "You fought well, Rain. Next time, just be a bit more cautious." He was exceedingly pleased with Rain, young, ambitious, and still firmly within the top tier of strength. Aside from the minor flaw of inconsistent filial devotion, he was, by all accounts, an almost perfect player. Yet, there was little to be done. One cannot interfere with the team's selection process. They could only take it one step at a time. As long as they avoided facing HSG, Rain remained a formidable contender. EGG was momentarily speechless as the third-position player, Baikai, took the stage. Baikai was also a player with an unrestricted origin, originally occupying the 4th position. Unfortunately, frequent internal rotations meant that he and Wuxi were the most shuffled members. Now, Baikai held the third position with Wuxi at fourth. On paper, their stats were passable, but in reality they showed signs of weakness. As evidenced in the match against Xiao Hao, Baikai was genuinely anxious. More than that, Baikai, with his unrestricted background, was well aware of Xiao Hao's overwhelming dominance. If he could not overcome Xiao Hao in unrestricted play, then in the martial arts tournament, he must deliver a decisive blow. The outcome was unsurprising. Baikai was relentlessly dismantled by Xiao Hao's triple strikes, to the point of growing irritated. Why so fierce in a mere exchange match? He muttered. At EGG's fourth position stood Wuxi, the opponent who had also once claimed the City Martial Arts Tournament Championship. The difference lay in Xiao Hao's title as National Martial Arts Tournament Champion, a series parallel to the City Tournament. In comparison, the City Martial Arts Tournament was merely a secondary event before the national one. Indeed, this affirmed Xiao Hao's oft-repeated phrase. Before me, these players are but mere mortals. This exchange match between EGG and HSG concluded with a final score of 4-1 in favor of HSG. Coach Guang of EGG wore a grimmer expression than before. It was evident that Xiao Hao's performance today was overwhelmingly fierce. In the past, luck could mask some of the exposed weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Yet, today's match revealed that Xiao Hao's prowess was clearly on an entirely different level from the others. Originally, Coach Guang had intended to use this opportunity to test HSG's new talent. The newcomer was none other than Du Chun, who had just submitted his professional player credentials. However, before his abilities could be assessed, EGG's 4 players had already been defeated at HSG's second position. To bluntly state, this was somewhat embarrassing, so Coach Guang proposed whether they should play the full match. Professional matches vary in format depending on the organizer. Previously, the focus was often on individual unrestricted battles, later evolving into individual martial arts tournaments. However, team martial arts tournaments have become the predominant and most captivating format. Many competitions also incorporate other modes, such as individual martial arts tournaments, individual unrestricted battles, or tiered unrestricted battles. Tiered unrestricted battles are straightforward to comprehend. The usual unrestricted ninja pool is composed of S-rank ninjas and C-rank ninjas sorted in order, whereas tiered battles fix the ninja pool at a specific rank. For example, an S-rank unrestricted battle randomly selects S-rank ninjas for players to choose from. Year-based martial arts tournaments are even more intuitive, like the ninja pools from the 21st or 25th years, as seen in the Otohi Cup. Whether martial arts tournaments or year-based variants, unrestricted or tiered, they commonly serve as supplementary matches to team martial arts tournaments. The idea of playing out the entire match was entirely reasonable, and Coach Ho readily agreed. After all, the essence of these informal exchange matches was mutual reconnaissance. Winning the team martial arts tournament brought honor to HSG, and even adding 2 individual duels was acceptable. HSG and EGG belonged to the same region and shared a good rapport. Coach Ho did not mind allowing EGG to gather more intelligence on Du Chun. Moreover, as the head coach, he was eager to see what Du Chun could achieve. From this perspective, Coach Ho and Coach Guang were on the same wavelength. The culprit that united their thoughts was none other than Xiao Hao, who had triumphed in a 1-against-3 scenario. Both coaches secretly muttered in their hearts. Why does Xiao Hao fight with such ferocity? Having just proposed the suggestion, EGG's Coach Guang smiled and said, "It's about time we gave the newcomer more opportunities to shine." "I senti it?" Coach Ho replied, "I understand your meaning." Guang looked over his 4 players. The youngest, Rain, was extraordinarily fierce. Although he had lost to Du Chun in the Otohi Cup singles, that was not considered a black mark. Nevertheless, Guang did not intend to field Rain. Among the remaining 3 players, Baikai, also occupying the third position, should be the purest opponent. Guang harbored some distrust toward Baikai. Now playing third position, Baikai was the only available option. After much contemplation, the first position player, Chenyu, was deemed suitable to take the stage. Chenyu nodded without much comment, though he felt the weight of pressure. He asked Coach, "How should I play this match?" Guang pondered briefly, then replied, "Play to your strengths." Chenyu acknowledged with a nod. Facing an opponent bearing the title of purest degree, and strongly encouraged by his teammate Rain, he banned Kurizetsu and Edo Tensei Kakuzu. "Coach, which ninjas should I select?" Meanwhile, on HSG's side, Du Chun's debut was highly anticipated. Zebra, who had not taken the field, focused all his attention on Du Chun, eager to witness the rookie's performance. Du Chun, ever compliant, asked Coach Ho a question instead of selecting ninjas according to his own preference. Coach Ho was pleased. Unlike the passionate young men from the training camp, Du Chun understood the importance of following orders. Ho said, "Choose what you're best at." Then he added, "If possible, try to select ninjas outside the 5 you listed earlier." 5 ninjas listed earlier? Du Chun racked his brain but could not recall. Then shall I pick some flashy, skillful ninjas? Flashy? Several HSG members gaped, astonished that such a term could escape Du Chun's lips. Coach Ho nodded slightly. "Just play as you see fit." The implication was that a decent performance was sufficient. Winning or losing was secondary. Du Chun agreed. He settled on Sage Kabuto, Bone Frame, and Edo Tensei Tobarama. Chen finally finalized his trio as well. Du Chun's lineup featured Uchiha Obito from the Ninja War, Namikaze Minato in Edo Tensei form, and Uchiha Madara with the white mask. When Du Chun's formation was revealed, HSGS members were left speechless. Even EGGS Rain was stunned. Others might not be familiar with the purest degree, but he certainly was. Could this lineup truly be chosen by the purest degree? Rain exclaimed, "This can't be right, can it?" Coach Guang breathed a sigh of relief. It was said that the purest degree's ninja choices were wildly varied and unpredictable. Now it seemed quite ordinary. Ninja War Obito and Edo Tensei Minato, were these ninjas strong? Certainly, but commonplace. Everyone selected them, which meant each had developed counter-strategies. Had it been something like Cyber Naruto Sasuke, just picking that ninja would have sent Chenyu into fits of anxiety and forced multiple pauses. Still, the purest degree's Ninja War Obito was unconventional. He carried a secret scroll not of the usual scatter or thunderstrike, but the /void wave. Coach Guang offered a warning. That secret scroll has considerable range and can compensate for Ninja War Obito's weakness in initiating the attack. Be cautious during the match. Coach Guang's remark was impeccably precise. He could comprehend the situation clearly, yet he might not necessarily consider urging his team members to employ such a secret scroll, as it was far from mainstream. As a seasoned veteran, Chenyu simply nodded silently after hearing the coach's words, signaling his understanding. On the HSG side, Coach Ho's analysis closely mirrored that of Coach Guang. Coach Ho remarked, "The Zhankong wave compensates for the weakness in preemptive strikes. Doesn't it? That's an insightful perspective." Despite harboring some internal doubts about the secret scroll's practical effectiveness, he refrained from voicing them, recognizing that no amount of discussion could outweigh the forthcoming real combat. Fengshen and Zebra had arrived at the same conclusion. It was Little Hao's turn to be perplexed. Why bring a Zhankong wave? Is this secret scroll even useful? I have a straightforward question. On what grounds can Zhankong wave replace Thunderstrike and Scatter? Du Chun was momentarily stumped by this query. Meanwhile, Zebra, unable to tolerate the challenge, interjected, "Little Hao has always been like this. Just play your game and ignore him." Faced with such an aggressively opinionated teammate, Du Chun instinctively felt uneasy. Yet, he had developed his own understanding. Zhankong wave ISNT weak, right? Its initiation ISNT inferior to Thunderstrike or Scatter. Du Chun believed he was still being too conservative when he voiced this. He recalled that when Zhankong wave burst onto the scene in 2023, where were Thunderstrike and Scatter thriving? As Little Hao prepared to retort, Coach Ho cleared his throat softly, reclaiming his authority. Reluctantly, Little Hao, harboring a heart full of arguments, fell silent, inwardly looking down on this new teammate. What strength could Zhankong wave with Obito possibly have? Du Chun had no intention of quarreling with his teammate. Opposite them stood the formidable opponents, Lai Yen Dan S. Sendo, Jeshu San S. Skeleton, and Ba T.S. Obito. Shaking his head slightly, Du Chun mused, "Still playing rock paper scissors?" His gaze toward Zhankong wave grew increasingly fervent. The era of the Western quick-draw gunslinger was upon them. Regarding how Sendo would open the match, Du Chun suspected a feint at the start. Yet, given the professional level of the contest, he doubted it would be so casual. Nevertheless, none of that mattered anymore. Holding the sharpest sword, Zhankong wave, and the sturdiest shield, phasing, firmly in hand, it was now up to his Ninja War Obito to dictate the opening moves. Round 1. The battle commenced. 59 seconds. Chenyu, naturally, never intended to open with a feint. In his view, such an opening only gifted the adversary a perfect phasing. He preferred to engage Ninja War Obito in a contest and then seize the initiative with his second skill. Whether Ninja War Obito managed to achieve perfect phasing or not, Sendo could follow up effectively with 2 subsequent skill variations, just as Coach Guang had confidently anticipated. Ninja War Obito's strength was considerable, but with enough experience, everyone developed their own strategies. Chenyu found this approach viable. However, just as he was about to take the first step into practice, bang! Who fired that shot? Seated in his esports chair, Chenyu jolted violently, the world before his eyes suddenly blurring. When his vision cleared, Sando was already airborne. Glancing upward at the countdown, it had barely ticked from 59 to 58. In the instant of being initiated upon, Chenyu's mind momentarily faltered. Straining to see Ninja War Obito, he could not comprehend how he had been caught off guard. Coach Guang, clutching his training notebook, was equally dumbfounded. Such a terrifying opening from Zhankong wave at the outset. Shocked, his immediate reaction was stunned silence. No one blamed Chenyu for this opening misstep. From Luoyu's hands clutching his head in utter bafflement, it was clear even the most informed spectators had not anticipated such a scenario. Coach Guang had analyzed before the match. Zhankong wave intended to compensate for Ninja War Obito's weak preemptive strike. Yet, He had not expected it to be so extreme. Coach Ho nodded subtly, eyes fixed on the battle board, left hand scribbling notes on the whiteboard. Fengshen and Zebra also appeared surprised. Especially Zebra, who looked at Little Hao with a self-satisfied, somewhat provocative gaze that made Little Hao quite uncomfortable. Unwilling to be outdone, Little Hao responded like Hakimi triggering an underlying code with an automatic snort. Impressive. Can't even fend off a single-segment secret scroll like Zhang Kong Wave? That reaction is pathetic. Accustomed to Little Hao's contrarian nature, the HSG members paid him no heed. On the battlefield, Chen Yu had already deployed a substitute and counterattacked with his second skill. Du Chun responded simply with flawless phasing, dragging the purple shadow of Ninja War Obito, whose oppressive aura was no less imposing than the fully armored man Do Yingzhou. Chen Yu's sub-skill, the two-tiered Jin Maro rolling assault, simultaneously created distance. He then switched to night mode, delaying to release Jirobo's boulder throw. Du Chun had already expended one feint and one actual attack, interspersed with a first skill that San Do evaded. When the real attack launched, Chen Yu followed with a normal strike. San Do shed his skin and distanced himself, nullifying Du Chun's offensive. With Ninja War Obito closing in at 4 body lengths away, Chen Yu reluctantly unleashed the White Fierce technique to prevent Du Chun's forward pressure. Du Chun found this difficult to counter. The phasing was about to expire, leaving only one sub-skill opportunity remaining. Now all he could do was to create distance. Though reluctant, Du Chun felt it was still advantageous, feinting to draw back at just the right moment to evade the White Fierce technique. Chen Yu watched this unfold with some regret. His skills were cooling down, and his substitute still had 9 seconds of cooldown remaining. After several moments of mutual disengagement, Chen Yu had no choice but to wait for his second skill to cool down. It seemed a protracted strategy was necessary. Yet bang, the bullet was chambered.